112-110 Denver, 13.2 to go. Looney tipped it back. Curry will have it. 10 seconds to go. Here we go. Crosses midcourt, drifting to the right. Dribbles in, throws over the top to Clay for three. It's on the way, no good. Rebound, Clay, blocked out of the air, and the horn sounds. The ball game is over.
He got a great look, Tim. A great look.
A fantastic finish, but the Warriors can only look in the mirror on this one.
Oh, baby, the road woes continue for the Golden State Warriors, and their 2-game road winning streak snapped. They're stuck on 9 road wins for the season. And without Nikola Jokic, the Nuggets outlast the Golden State Warriors and win by 2. Michael Porter Jr. looked really good. Aaron Gordon, those are X factors for the Denver Nuggets. No doubt their bench played really well in the Warriors. What a weird game there. Up 15 in the second quarter. The game flips at the end of the second quarter. The Nuggets take control. Look, Steph and Clay just were not good enough last night. 7 of 30 from the three-point line. 7 of 30 from the three-point line. 17 of 56 overall from the floor from the Splash Brothers. Again, Clay shoots 28 times to score 25. Steph Curry shoots 28 times to score 21. The efficiency just not there. As I say, good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, good morning to you. Firefighters, cops, folks out there driving on the roadways, drive safely. Good morning to YouTube, Twitch, and, of course, the Comcast business text line alongside Lutman, who's doing better this morning, even though his Hurricanes lost on Saturday. So we'll get into later in the show. Spadoni is feeling good because the Lakers are rolling. They're in the driver's seat for a top 6 seed. And, of course, you, Joe Shasky, who had one hell of a weekend from what it looked like. Better weekend than the Golden State Warriors, of course, who did not look good Friday night against San Antonio. And, of course, they lose last night to the Denver Nuggets. Good morning, buddy.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It was a interesting weekend, to say the least. Actually filled with random sports. Obviously, I was doing the golfing and whatnot, but, man, last night, it started off so well. And I don't know what the hell happened in that second quarter, but it just felt like they were chasing the entire second half. And I know they got that great opportunity at the end, and you hear the exasperation, if you will, from Tim Roy. And that's about as good of a look as you're going to get for Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
So, given that they tied him up at half court, like prior to that, they got multiple 24-second violations. I felt like they were lucky to even be in an opportunity to try to steal that game. Man, I was telling Joey, like, beat. And I get it. I know why. Like, when you have Steph Curry coming off of double screens and he's coming into the corner, you want to throw it to him. But the amount of times that they'll pass up a layup attempt or a little floater attempt to throw it out to a guy 40 feet out, it does at some point, like, guys, can we just feel the flow of the game? Steph doesn't have it today. Take a layup attempt, and then he'll be more open on the next time that you throw to him because they have to honor that layup attempt. Kuminga, Draymond. It's not the reason they lost. It's just I feel like in these road games when they start chasing points, they just completely get rid of the layup, whereas the layup was helping them get to the lead in the first quarter.
They were cutting really well with 11 assists in the first quarter. They were cutting to the basket, but I think Denver. I'm going to tip my cap to him because I thought Denver, without Nikola Jokic, they're not a better team without Jokic. Obviously, he's a 2-time MVP, but it looks like they're a bit more athletic without Jokic. And their small ball lineup matches really well with the Warriors without Jokic. You could put Jeff Green at the 5, who's playing well for the Denver Nuggets. You got Gordon, who always could play a small ball 5. He's at the power forward spot. And Michael Porter Jr., who's 6'10", who can raid threes on you and shoot over the top. Shoot over the top of your defense. And then you get Bruce Brown hustling off the bench. Christian Brown, who I like, coming out of Kansas. He's a national champion. He's tough. I thought Peyton Watson out of UCLA played well. They cut off the lane in the latter 3 quarters, I thought, last night, and they were contesting at the rim. They contested well at the rim. So, yeah, you would have liked to see the Warriors take easier baskets, maybe a few more mid-range jumpers, but I thought Denver recovered really well after running the Warriors off the three-point line. I thought they contested well on the three-point line, and I thought they contested well in the paint. I thought they made it difficult for the Warriors inside the paint. So, give Denver their credit as the Warriors shoot just 40%. But again, the Splash Brothers get 30 three-point attempts. It's not going to be too many nights where they go 7 and 30 for the three-point line.
I mean, Clay hit the ridiculous, the one where they just felt like they passed up 15 layups. I know they're chasing at that point, but he hit the one from the corner that's like a trick horse shot. Right. And then he misses the wide open one at the top of the key at the end of the game. That's just one of those days.
I'm not as frustrated Not as frustrated with the loss yesterday because I'm looking at the standings here. And right now, the Warriors are in 6th place.
Do I sound frustrated, by the way?
No. I know there's a lot of people I know a lot of people get frustrated with a loss, but listen, you got 3 games left. Tuesday, you must win against Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
You got to win that game.
Yeah.
And then you go to Sacramento Friday. We'll see where things play out. But we're going to scoreboard watch. We're going to look at the schedules here on the roast. We will talk some Giants at some point. They get shut out twice in 3 games at Yankee Stadium. How laughable is that? But the Clippers, Warriors, Lakers, Pelicans all have 38 losses. The Clippers and Lakers will play each other on Wednesday. So one of those teams will lose. Remember, the Warriors don't have the tiebreaker against the LA Lakers, and they don't have the tiebreaker with the LA Clippers. But the Lakers have about 4 games left. And they play Utah, they play the Clippers, and they had the Phoenix Suns on that slate. I forget who the other team is, but the Lakers, maybe they lose one.
Utah twice.
Utah twice. What's in Salt Lake? Yeah, what's in Salt Lake City, and then of course one in LA. Then I had the Clippers at Crypto.com Arena, and they finish off with the Suns. Clippers. One of these teams are going to lose, so one of them is going to have 39 losses. I say all that to say it's not the worst league in the world when the Warriors are in 6th place. I mean,
I agree with that.
If Andrew Wiggins does not play, I don't know if the Warriors could win a first-round series. I don't care who, Memphis, Sacramento, Denver. I don't know if the Warriors can win without Andrew Wiggins. Now, I'm not saying he's the best player on their team, but that's how important he is because as I'm watching that game yesterday, I'm saying to myself, Shasky, they miss Wiggins. They miss another scorer. They miss another defender. They miss somebody at the point of attack, especially when you only play GP2 11 minutes and 20 seconds. Where's the perimeter defense at?
Well, Michael Porter Jr. yesterday from the second quarter on was so good. I just think he's so big, and it's very difficult for even someone like GP2 to stay with. That guy's huge.
Yep. 6'10".
He's listed at 6'10". Boy, he looks bigger, and he's thicker than you'd think.
Yeah.
You know, and I think when you have him and Aaron Gordon out there, they were playing physical.
Yep.
They were playing really, really physical, and I thought it gave them some fits. And, yeah, you can keep Kuminga on him, but, boy, it'd be nice to have Wiggins as well. Then you can go back and forth between the two. I was talking with Jelly about this. I'd love your perspective. You know, it feels like Dante has a great game yesterday and GP2 doesn't. How do they balance the two of them and getting the most out of them? Because on some level, I'm like, oh, yeah, let's get GP2 into this game a little earlier. But on the other end of it, it's like, well, but Dante's kind of humming right now. Am I overthinking it?
Well, I think you got to look at GP2 and Kuminga. GP2, in the ideal world, Wiggins is back, and you're bringing GP2 and Dante DiVincenzo off the bench together.
Which I agree with.
Which I'm not mad at as a backcourt.
Hell
It's
no.
a little small, but GP2 plays big, and DiVincenzo could play really well against the point guard. It's just you're missing that small forward who's giving you 19 and 6 in solid defense. And I thought DiVincenzo, look, the 3-ball's not working for him. In the month of March, Dante DiVincenzo shot 29% from the 3-point line. Now, overall this season, he's shooting a career-high 39% from the perimeter, which is pretty damn good. But in the month of March, folks, and he started every single game in the month of March, 29% from the 3-point line. So he took his game inside yesterday. He comes up with 18 and 13. I thought for GP2, the matchup yesterday, this is a bigger, more physical team and a little more athletic. Got to remember, Gary Payton II is only 6'2". So who's he going to defend? Michael Porter Jr., he'll shoot right over the top of him.
Yes.
Eric Gordon, a little too physical down low for GP2.
And very athletic.
Yeah. Contavious Caldwell-Pope, a physical big guard. Jamal Murray was cooking yesterday. I don't think he could stay in front of him.
He did a great job knifing into the lane.
I don't know why. Maybe they should have put GP2 more on Jamal Murray. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the solution. But Bruce Brown is an active guy. He's a little more physical. He's a little more taller.
Yeah.
Same thing with Christian Brown. So I don't know if the minutes were available for
Brown
GP2.
For the white guy?
Yeah, Christian Brown from
Yeah,
Kansas.
because he looked like Braun.
They say it's spelled Braun, but they call him Brown.
Okay, because I kept screwing that up. I'm like, why is Fitz making a mistake here?
It's Brown. It's spelled Braun.
He's a professional. I should have known.
Right.
No, but you're 100% correct, B. And it just, I don't know, man. The Warriors are just. I mean, I feel like they have to win all 3 of these games for me.
Well, if they win out, they're going to get the 6th seed.
Okay,
and that's what you want.
They
did clinch the play-in tournament,
okay, so
they will at least play in the play-in tournament.
And Dallas is on the outside looking in.
Dallas is on the outside looking in.
That's the most. Like, I know we're sitting here saying the sky is falling. Imagine being the Dallas Mavericks this morning.
Well, Kyrie and Luka just don't work. I mean, there's no doubt Kyrie.
Kyrie
Shocking,
doesn't play
right?
well with others?
Well, Kyrie was balling. I don't even think it's on Kyrie. It's on Luka.
You think it's on Luka?
I think it's on Luka.
Okay.
Luka's quit on that team.
They traded
His body
all
language.
their depth.
I know, they did. They really did.
Or
Dorian Finney-Smith
balance.
and Spencer Dinwiddie just fit better with Luka.
Yeah.
Because you knew Luka was the number one.
Yeah.
Now, it's my turn, your turn, my turn, your turn, your turn, my turn, my turn, your turn. And you knew that was going to happen for the Dallas Mavericks. So, Dibs is taking his victory lap. I owe him a box of diapers for the Mavericks not finishing in the top 6. They're 37-42. What a disappointment.
Wow, they're 5 games under.
5 games under, dude.
That's
They're 3-7
crazy.
in their last 10. 3-7 in their last 10. Now you get the Lakers who are red hot right now. They're 7-3. They won 70. They're 73 in their last 10. They've won 3 in a row. They're 2 games over 500. LeBron James is back. Maybe they try to go for that 5 seed and take on the Phoenix Suns, which would be LeBron and KD in the first round of the playoffs. But I look at Denver.
Yeah, no. Stop for a second there. I want them to face each other because one of them is going to take the other out. We can sit here and scoff the Lakers. They present problems to the Warriors.
Yeah.
And Phoenix clearly presents certain problems to the Warriors. So the fact that those 2 teams could take each other out,
Right.
I'm okay with that.
Yep.
Keep going.
By the way, 650 Comcast Business Text List, something we could touch on later.
What's that?
Ponte Shasky, what did you think about the Twitter race war? I mean, women's natty title game. That nonsense was beyond predictable. Everything, what's so unfortunate about that situation is that it's taken away from what was a very good women's college basketball game. LSU scores 59 points in the first half, the most ever in the natty title game. And it became about black and white and trash talking. It's unfortunate that it becomes that. It becomes a narrative. And look, Caitlin Clark is a great player. What LSU did yesterday was incredible. They hit all those threes, to cook them offensively, to get them in foul trouble. It was a very well-played women's title game. And we're not talking about that. We're talking about celebrations. We're talking about what's acceptable from this player and that player. Something I don't even want to get into, but it was predictable that Twitter would go that route and that the narrative would twist and turn to all type of different directions.
Well, I mean, if you just watched for more than just that one highlight, you would know that, Caitlin Clark likes to play with a lot of swagger and likes to kind of, be demonstrative out there on the floor. So if you're going to dish it out, when you lose, you got to be able to take it a little, and I thought it was all in fun. I didn't think it was that big of a deal.
No, it wasn't that big of a deal, but,
I know. I agree
Twitter's going to Twitter.
The internet.
Twitter's going to Twitter.
Got to be outraged.
Of course, you got to
something.
get Doug Gottlieb, who spit some just nonsense. But anyway.
Oh, wait. Dougie, who constantly is churning out nothing but hot garbage.
Hot garbage.
Shocker.
Credit card scammer. That guy.
Hey, George Kittle can't block.
Oh,
George
yeah, he
Kittle
did say that.
That's right.
He did
Speaking of George Kittle.
WrestleMania.
We can't
He can clothesline.
WrestleMania.
Oh,
so
yeah.
now they do WrestleMania for 2 days.
Yeah, that's actually pretty cool.
It's not bad. You get double the money.
Did you see Pat McAfee off the ropes?
No, I didn't watch
Bro,
anything.
he was off the turnbuckle onto the, like the side of the ring. It was a legit flip. It was sick.
He fought with George Kittle.
Yeah,
George
him
Kittle
and
helped him
Kittle
out.
fought The Miz.
Yes.
Yeah, it was
The Miz.
funny.
They beat The Miz.
He slapped the Miz or whatever, smacked him.
Did Shane McMahon tear his ACL?
Did he?
I don't
Probably.
know. Somebody said somebody got it torn.
It's not a WrestleMania until someone blows out their knee.
I was going to say the most famous viral clip, I think, outside of your Harlem Heat, is when Vince McMahon went to go lift somebody and tore both his quads.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
It was
Oh, my gosh.
crazy. And then you saw what happened with the UFC and WWE.
No.
They bought 51%. UFC bought 51% of the WWE. 'Cause
Really?
It's been for sale.
Really?
So the company that someone who's a UFC nut will know, the company that owns the UFC,
It's called Endeavor. Yeah.
Endeavor, there you go. They now own 51% of the WWE.
So are we going to see some UFC guys
I don't
trickling
know.
into the WWE?
I don't know.
Wow.
Did you see what Snoop did?
No, I didn't. I heard,
didn't see
no,
Snoop?
I was watching the Warriors and Nuggets.
Well, it's all of the internet, so I thought maybe you saw it. I apologize.
I tried to lay off.
Yeah, well, basically, Snoop did the people's elbow. It might have been the worst people's elbow I've
Was
ever
it
seen.
really? Who'd he do
Snoop
it on?
looks so skinny and so
I think that was on The Miz, too.
It was so funny.
Roman Reigns won again. I know that.
The ropes didn't
Right.
move at all.
I heard the Roman
he
Reigns match was pretty
Yeah,
electric.
he won the
Cody Rhodes.
championship over
Cody Rhodes.
Yeah.
So Roman Reigns is just dominating still.
Hey, Niner fan.
He is a big Niner fan.
I
He's
like
a big
Roman Reigns.
Niner
I follow him on Instagram.
He is a big Niner. Who
Yeah.
made the WWE Hall of Fame over the week?
I don't know. I saw the
Stacy Keebler did. I know that.
Stacy.
Yeah.
Stacy's mom.
I don't even know who that is.
You don't know who
Stacy Keebler?
Used to date George Clooney.
She was on the cover of many
Why'd she
magazines.
make the Hall of
She used to be a diva back in the Attitude Era. She was one of the main
yeah,
divas.
I was out
Her,
on that
Tori
era.
Wilson, Trish Stratus.
Got it. My boy Aaron,
The
you know
diva
Aaron
era.
Rivera. You know DJ Aaron. He was down there at WrestleMania. He went to both days at SoFi Stadium. SoFi's so sick. SoFi's so
Jimbo Kincaid having the time of his life there.
Was he
too.
down there
Oh,
too?
yeah, he was
Of course
down
he
there.
was. Of course he
SoFi.
was.
Getting all
Was
the
he in the
stuff
press
Levi's
box?
thought it was going
Was
to get.
Jimbo in the press box?
He's a man of the people, Bonte. Come on, he's not in the press box.
Nah, he usually goes for the freebies. He usually goes for the free 99 movement. All right, WrestleMania. What WrestleMania was that? 40, 45?
I think was it 85, the first one?
1985
I'm gonna
in
look it up.
Detroit, Pontiac Silverdome.
That was the third, I believe.
That was the third one?
Yeah, I believe that was the third.
All right. Warriors lose. By the way, this segment is brought to you by Golden State. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we
39
succeed.
yesterday.
Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. WrestleMania 39. That is incredible.
Isn't it?
That is incredible. I'm not going to lie. When I see the tweets and I'm like, you always want to know what's going on
That's
at
what I'm
WrestleMania
saying.
because it is WrestleMania.
That's what I'm saying.
But 2 days, having it for 2 days, 3 hours one day, 4 hours the next day, kind of wild. Roman Reigns, though, he plays that character really, really well.
Oh, I like Roman Reigns.
Yeah?
Yeah, I just, A, I think that he's very gifted athletically, and then B, I think he's got a great personality.
No, he is with the Usos.
Yeah, and the hair is amazing.
The hair is wild. All right, the Warriors lose yesterday. The Giants lose 2-3 to Yankee Stadium.
Giants.
At Yankee Stadium. I'm not going to get outraged over them. Hey, look, it's only 3 games.
Put the
We got a
ball in
long
play.
way to go.
Just put
The ball in play.
Come
That's
on.
it. 40 strikeouts over the weekend at Yankee Stadium.
They got lucky. Look, one thing that I think that we underestimated, I was talking with Spadone about this as well. That 9th inning was so much drama filled into it. And then you add the extra layer of the pitch clock and Camilo Duvall pitching in the WBC and not in spring training for a lot of time. So he didn't get a lot of reps with
Right.
that pitch clock. That added a whole nother layer of tension.
Yeah, I mean, that was wild. They hung out for dear life. Get Stanton with the double play to end that game on Saturday. By the way, I'm not going to lie to you, Shasky.
Okay.
I'm starting to get FOMO watching that series. And what I mean by that, there was a lot of Giants fans who went out to Yankee Stadium
I saw
over the
that as
weekend. And I was like, I missed that opportunity. How many times are the Giants going to be able to open up at Yankee Stadium to start a season?
Open, not many, but they are
Going
going to play
back.
the Yankees every year now.
Right, which is cool. So the
Yeah.
Yankees will come out here next year.
Yeah.
And they'll go back out the year after. But that was just cool. The scenery, Sunday day game, and then Ross Stripling, of course, gives up a 485-foot homer to Stanton.
Did you hear
and then
that?
Aaron Judge.
That ball just landed.
Giancarlo Stanton smoked that baby. And they said it was a slider, 87 miles per hour. Nothing slid. I mean, I guess the ball slid onto his bat and it went forward at 85 feet.
Stanton swings, drills one. The deep left center field. That ball is high. It is far. It is gone. Oh, what a shot. Oh, what a shot. That is a Stantonian home run. A blast drilled to deep left center field. Giancarlo. Non si può scaparlo.
Oh, that's
What
the
is
great,
that part at the end?
That is the great John Sterling,
Oh, my God.
WFAN.
Friend of the show.
Friend of the show, friend of the program. Hey, Bonds. Hey, good morning. Hey, friend of the program, John Sterling. We love him.
Ross Stripling's just not very good.
Yeah, I don't know about him. I mean, you get 7 2/3 from Cobb and Ross Stripling.
If he went 11-8 this year, you'd be like, wow, it's a great year from Ross Stripling. He's your 3-starter.
I'm not seeing the deepest rotation. We're going to talk to Dave Fleming a little bit later at 8 o'clock. Not the best first impression for Ross Stripling yesterday at Yankee Stadium, but to me, it comes out to the bats. Can you hit? Can you put the ball in play? Can you not strike out? I mean, Ross Stripling, he goes 5. You get 3 2/3 from Alex Cobb, so you actually get 8 2/3 of an innings from your number 2 and 3 starter. That's not good enough. Sean Jelly comes in, gives up a couple runs. He walks 3 guys. He didn't look good
He's
yesterday.
a nibbler.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan.
And then Joey Bart goes to the IL.
Bart goes to the IL.
Did you see the interview with him in the clubhouse of the Yankees?
He looked depressed.
He looked so sad.
He looked shot. He looked done.
He looked like it reminded me a lot of like the Wiseman stuff toward the end,
Yeah,
didn't it?
yeah, I
Where
mean-
you just see a young man that needs a new place to stay, a place to play.
Yeah, he needs a change of scenery. Bad.
I'm with you
And
on
I
that.
think he's going to get that.
They signed Gary Sanchez.
Yeah, I think Joey Bart will get that change of scenery sooner rather than later.
It's
and good
sad.
for him. It is sad. And again, I said this last week, just like the 925 Comcast Business Text Line. It speaks volumes that the Blue Jays, who need pitching, let Ross Stripling walk.
100%. Well, here's the other thing, too. Trey Lance, James Wiseman, their teams are competing for championships. So I get making the argument. Like, it makes sense, even though we can have different quabbles and stuff.
Right.
I get we don't have the runway for player X to struggle. What's the Giants' excuse with Bart?
No, I have no idea. No idea. We're going to have taken him to school coming up. The Warriors lose to the Nuggets 112 to 110. Giants lose 2 or 3. The A's get smoked in the last 2 games by the Angels.
Mike Trout, Ohtani going back to back. That was sick.
What they get outscored 19-2 in the last 2 games?
Did you see the straw hats that they were wearing in the
dugout?
dugout?
With the Warriors logo.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Apparently they've done that before.
Yeah,
I never picked up on this.
I never picked up on it either. But
he has no idea.
The Angels doing what the Angels do. They beat the A's yesterday. They win 2 or 3. So a rough weekend when it comes to Bay Area baseball. A rough weekend for the Warriors. I'm not gonna lie. Friday night against the Spurs, they looked like crap for the first 3 quarters.
Okay, I'm
that
glad
was
you
not
admitted.
a fun watch.
Okay,
that was not a fun watch.
It was
Boy,
bad.
That was a bad watch.
Okay, you will admit. And then Gary Payton Jr. though, I thought had a really good 4th quarter.
Yeah. Gary Payton II, he was really good.
I always call him
No,
that.
you can say junior. I'm gonna say.
I know.
Second.
I always say no. I
GP
feel bad
too,
because
right.
in my family it's junior, senior, the 3rd.
Bobby Mark 7:30. Cap Guru for ESPN. Fleming at 8 o'clock. He's going to be heading down to Augusta, Georgia for the Masters. And then we got the great CJ Holmes from the San Francisco Chronicle. He'll join us at 9:20 here on The Roast. And that's all brought to you by Freeball Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back.
to take a three here. Clay to Dante, back to Clay, dribbles in, throws out Curry for three. It's short. DiVincenzo saved it to Thompson, corner three, got it! With 20.7 to go, it's 112 to 110.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Clay? That was a ridiculous shot from the corner over the backboard. Nothing but net, but Clay finishes 9 of 28. Steph finishes 8 of 28. Clay 5 of 16 from 3. Steph 2 of 14 from 3, and he was short on a lot of threes. Didn't have his legs under him. 21 points for Steph, 25 on 28 shots for Klay Thompson. Warriors go 9 of 42 from the three-point line, shooting just 21.4%. Remember, this is a team that averages nearly 17 makes per game for the three-point line. They make just 9. They're 42 of 105, 40% overall, and they lose by a bucket to the Denver Nuggets. Look, this game, the second quarter flips where the Warriors turn the ball over 5 times. It flipped in the fourth quarter where they turned the ball over 5 times. Turnovers do them in. The bench was quiet after the first half. I thought Poole had a solid game, 7 of 13, but he only played 19 minutes and 43 seconds. Maybe that's due to foul trouble.
All game?
All game.
I didn't know that.
Jordan Poole played less than 20 minutes.
Well, he had a horrible turnover with 4 minutes to go where he just fell into the abyss, and then he had a couple of rushed layups where no one else touched the ball.
Right.
And I get he's got to be the offensive spark. He was not the reason they lost yesterday.
No, he was not the reason they lost.
At all. But he didn't have a great game.
They gave up a lot of points in the paint. 58 points in the paint. They lose that by 4. Fast break points. It was basically even. The turnovers, though, to me, the live ball turnovers really did the Warriors in. They telegraphed some passes. And they lose a game yesterday that they should have won without the Joker. And it would have been nice if they won that game to have that buffer and be in the number 5 spot for now. Now, we all know. We all want the Kings. We all want the Kings. Well, that's for sure. We do not want to deal with Kevin Durant and Booker in the first round. Not that anybody's ducking that smoke, but if you had a preference when it comes to travel, when it comes to playoff experience, when it comes to playoff inexperience of the Sacramento Kings, give me the beam, give me the Kings. Okay. I want them in that first round.
So one thing I heard Steve Kerr reference last night, and maybe he said this before, he called them shot turnovers.
Yeah.
Meaning a guy jacks one up where it basically becomes a turnover because it's such a poor decision to shoot the ball where no one else is touching it.
Call them mindless.
The Friday night game, I saw a lot of those. And then
bad habits.
I haven't touched it. Catch, shoot.
Oh,
and Clay was good yesterday, but
he was chucking.
He was chucking.
He was chucking.
And I just feel
they all were chucking.
I feel like they've got to understand that just because you touch the ball and you haven't touched it for a while doesn't mean you just jack it up.
Dude, they had 11 assists, the Warriors, that is, in the first quarter. They were cutting to the basket, a lot of layups. All of a sudden, they stopped moving.
I know.
All of a sudden, everybody was, especially Clay. Clay yesterday was shot hunting. He was just clank, clank, one possession, clank, clank, finally makes one.
With a guy in his face,
move the ball.
And a guy in his face.
Yes, move the basketball a little bit here. So that did him, man. You never get the spot. 17 to 56 yesterday for the Splash Brothers. 7 to 30 from the three-point line.
Dante was so good, too, yesterday.
He was.
It was the best Dante game in quite some time. Yeah, and you're saying to yourself, you got to find a way to be in a closer game. They were down, 11 with 4 minutes to go?
Yeah. 11. So he had 13 rebounds. Dante DiVincenzo, that's a season high. He had a career high 15. Wow. He had a career high 15 rebounds back in 2021 with the Milwaukee Bucks. But 13 rebounds yesterday for him. Kevon Looney. I mean, he's been we call him Windex now. Shout out to Slut Rock. Kevon Windex Looney. Because all he does is clean up the glass. 7 offensive rebounds, 14 overall. He has the most offensive rebound for a Warrior since Eric Dampier did it nearly 20 years ago when he had 344 offensive rebounds. How about that?
And no, I saw the graphic. At the time, he had 292, and he was leading the NBA in overall offensive rebounds. Not offensive rebounds per game, but
per
just
game.
Because he plays in every game.
Here, I get the exact number for you, Shasky.
My jaw dropped when I saw that stat, Bonte.
Yeah, he has 261 262 offensive rebounds this season. The most for a Warrior since.
I guess I read that wrong.
Well, most since Eric Dampier, 344 in 03-04 is also his 190th consecutive regular season game. So Loon Dog is doing what he can do.
Well, there was the possession where he missed a wide open layup.
I know.
And then he fought really, really, really hard.
Yeah.
And then they circled around. Someone chucked a three, missed it. He fought hard, kicked it back out. And then I think it was Clay hit a three as well off that. And it was like, God, just hit the layup, Loon.
Hit the layup.
But he works his ass off.
He does work his ass off. All right, it's time now for taking them to school. Taking them to school happens after every single Warriors game. And here's that crazy three-point shot from Klay Thompson in the corner.
DiVincenzo left side. Hand off Clay. Pump fake. Don't need to take a three here. Clay to Dante. Back to Clay. Dribbles in. Throws out Curry for three. It's short. DiVincenzo saved it. To Thompson. Corner three. Got it! With 20.7 to go. It's 112 to 110.
I mean, out of all the shots for Klay Thompson to make yesterday, he makes that one. And then the top of the key with a chance to win. He was wide. Denver doubling Curry, leaving Clay wide open.
I'll take that shot 99.9% of the times for Clay. As opposed to that corner three, behind the backboard, shoot it up 75 feet in the air. I can't believe he missed that one. And then he got his shot blocked on the next one. It was like, Yeah, no, that was rough. The Warriors lose 112 to 110. Kuminga played 22 minutes and 36 seconds. I think he's got to be at 27 to 30, especially without Andrew Wiggins. He's got to play. With Porter Jr. Doing as well as he was, I thought they waited to go Kuminga on Porter Jr. too late. I know he did in the final 4 or 5 minutes. I would have liked to have seen that earlier than that. Porter Jr. didn't score anything in the fourth quarter. That's what I'm saying. He scored 14 in the second, 13 in the third quarter. That's 27 points in the second and third quarter. He was cooking. Yeah. And to me, if you just look at Denver. I didn't know he attacks the backboard that way. Well, if you look at Denver, to me, that's their X factors. They want to go a long way. It's Aaron Gordon and Michael Porter Jr. Because teams are going to sag off of Aaron Gordon. Good point. And he was 6 of 18 yesterday and 0 for 3 from the three-point line. He's an X factor. Teams are going to say, okay, Aaron, beat us offensively. Michael Porter Jr., teams are going to suffocate him, but he's an X factor. If he can knock down that three ball for Denver, they can go a long way. But think about the Western Conference. Talk about this with Malik Fezzi yesterday. The top 3 seeds, Denver, Sacramento, especially those two, and then Memphis. It feels like the bottom half, like the Lakers, the Warriors, the Clippers, the Suns, the T-Wolves, they would love to play the Kings or the Denver Nuggets in the first round. I've never seen like a first and third seed basically be marksman like, hey, we want those teams. You don't think the Lakers would want Denver? No, of course they would. But I think it reminds me of the Hawks teams back in the day that were really good in the Eastern Conference. But we all were like, I don't see it in the playoffs. Am I tripping? Yeah, no, you're not tripping. Yeah, and there were good Hawks teams. Kyle Korver, Paul Millsap. You're like, we want to play them. Exactly. We want them. Yeah, Ski Mask Joe. Right. Who never shows up in the playoffs. We want you guys. Exactly. ISO Joe. Was it Marvin? Who was the guy from North Carolina that they had? Marvin Jones. No, that was the wide receiver. Marvin Williams? Marvin Williams from North Carolina. Number 1 overall pick they took ahead of Chris Paul. Thank you. Was it Marvin Williams? Not Marvin Jones from Cal. No, Marvin Jones is a wide receiver. Yeah, wide receiver. He just signed with Detroit again. Is his name not Marvin? It's Marvin Williams, I think. I think you're right. It is Marvin Williams. That team was hilarious. And he played on the Hornets for a number of years. Yes. And
Marvin Williams.
Yes.
Marvin Williams.
He didn't start on his college team, but got drafted in the top 5.
Number 2 overall.
Yeah.
Wow.
Crazy.
That is crazy. Over Chris Paul, over Darrell Williams or Darrell Williams, however you want to say it. Boy, oh boy. Warriors lose yesterday. Giants lose 2-3 at Yankee Stadium. Weird weekend. Weird.
Why do you say that?
That game yesterday was weird. Giants not putting the ball in play. Weird.
I was listening to an argument about why they play Thursday and then most teams don't play on Friday.
Oh, opening day weekend?
Yeah, they go, it's because if there's a rain out, the people who bought opening day tickets will be able to go the next day.
That's strange.
I thought that
tomorrow the Giants have a day off.
Yeah, they lost
all
this
play today
momentum.
against the White Sox, and then they have tomorrow off.
It's so weird.
It is very strange.
It's very weird. And point being, though, the Giants, I love my Giants.
Me too. We're going to play some Joey Bart sound in a little bit. I love the Giants too, but they did not look competitive in the batter's box.
Put the ball
Just
in
gave up
play.
outs.
put the ball in play. They got a bunch of guys swinging through it. What'd you say to me about first base? It's so funny you bring it up because Lubman and I did this whole season preview, and he's like, "We've got 4 or 5 first basemen," and I'm like, "No, you have none."
First base is an adventure defensively for the Giants.
Thank you.
It's an absolute adventure.
Thank you.
And it's going to be an adventure all year long. You don't have a natural first baseman.
Thank you.
And now you miss Brandon Belt at first base, even though he can't move right now. I mean, there's no reason to get outraged over 3 games. But there's a lot of flaws in this Giants team. Now, they can turn it around. They can pitch. They just got to hit. That, to me, is on the hitting.
They gave up some guy. No one's ever even heard of the guy who was starting for the Yankees yesterday. It was his first major league start.
And he looked good.
He looked like an ace.
Well, and then I will say this. In defense of Ross Stripling, he was getting squeezed the first 3 innings.
No, I agree.
They were calling balls that later on was strikes for the New York Yankees.
I agree with you, but he also was serving up meatballs that looked like home run derby pitches.
I mean, look at that. Another home run there.
I mean, come on, dog.
Dude, Stan hit it 485 feet. I'd never seen anybody hit it that far to center field. All right.
The Yankees got their tune-up series.
What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Your thoughts on the Golden State Warriors? 888-957-9570. We have some Joey Bart sound. We've got Kerr. We've got Curry. Warriors drop another road game. They've got 9 road wins on the season. But are you panicking? Because right now they're in the 6th spot in the Western Conference. And with that said, you'd be playing the Sacramento Kings in the first round. That's why I'm not outraged. Are you outraged, folks? 888-957-9570. We'd love to hear from Dub Nation on that one as we continue to roll along here on the Morning Roast.
Mom, Dad, sis.
Early move by Dante.
He's had a pretty good game. 16 points and 11 rebounds, Tim.
He had to be tough to take that shot. Gordon moves. Good defense there.
He's got 18, actually.
I mean, every year is challenging, and every year presents different challenges and adversity, and so you go with it. I love coaching this team. It's a great group of guys. I have fun every day coming to work. So is it frustrating? Yeah, it's frustrating that we haven't been able to win more of these games, but every year you go through stuff, and it's a big part of the job, and you keep moving forward.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steve Kerr says he's still having fun despite all the losses. He'll keep that energy, no doubt about it. It is a challenge for the Warriors this season as they drop to 41-38. They're now 9-30 on the road. 9-30 on the road. A couple road games left in the season up in Sacramento, and it should be a gimme against Portland. However, Portland, I mean, look, we thought it was a gimme against San Antonio Friday night. They struggled in that one. San Antonio beat Sacramento last night. And in Portland, they go to Minnesota yesterday as 19.5-point underdogs, Shasky, and beat the T-Wolves. The loss of Naz Reid. That's 2 losses in a row for Minnesota as the Lakers go up there and win. They lose to the Portland Trail Blazers. Naz Reid, man, a huge loss. And the T-Wolves have now lost 3 straight. They're now in 9th place in the Western Conference in the play-in tournament. Lakers and Pelicans at 40-38. They're all tied with the Golden State Warriors in the loss column. So you get the Clippers, Warriors, Lakers, and Pels all with 38 losses. And it's going to be interesting to see how these teams maneuver over the last week of the season. Who's going to see? No, the Lakers have already admitted it. The Warriors, Draymond Green has admitted it. Steph Curry knows what's up. You don't think the Pelicans are thinking it and the Clippers are thinking it? We want the Kings in the first round. Forget Phoenix. Who's going to avoid the Suns in the first round? That's going to be funny to watch.
Well, there's a musical chairs game going on, I guess, to some degree, regarding seeding and just who's going to get into the playoffs. I find it hard to believe this Warrior team, not that they're losing on purpose, but like they're in control of their destiny enough to where they can say, oh, yeah, we want the Sacramento Kings. At this point, they need to just... Would it be the worst thing if they got the 7 seed?
Against Memphis?
I'm asking you.
They'd have to play in the play-in game.
Of course.
At home.
Which, I think the play-in game scares me more than a series.
And that play-in game may come against either the Clippers or the Lakers. Actually, if they played if it was a 7-8 against the Clippers, they'd be down in L.A.
Wow.
If they played a 7-8 against the Lakers, that game would be in L.A.
Who do you rather play, Kawhi?
Now, if it's the Pelicans, right now, the Warriors, the tiebreaker, I believe, is Pelicans with the conference record, but that can change with the Warriors winning a couple games this week. So, if, say, hypothetically, you had the Pelicans at home at Chase Center to play-in game, well, they just had you down by 20 last Tuesday. So, I don't think you want those problems with Brandon Ingram and company. And Zion may be back at that point. He's working himself back. So, if you're the Warriors, you want 6 and you want the week off getting ready for Sacramento.
Yeah, I definitely want the week off. Is it just as simple as they get Wiggins back and they can win any series? Is it that simple?
There's a ramp up. Right?
I'm just saying perception.
The perception I think if he comes back, now you're wholesome. And now I feel like, okay, you got another perimeter defender. You got another guy who could give you some offense, who can get a bucket and create on his own. But I don't know where he's at physically. I don't know where his conditioning is at. When he came back from the right adductor strain, it was not pretty for Andrew Wiggins.
No, it was kind of ugly, actually.
He looked compromised.
He had the one great game, really, right before he took the time off.
Now, he's just missed 22 straight games.
22
games.
Wow. Played every game for multiple seasons in a row, and then he misses 22. Wow.
22 games.
Wow. I did not have that coming into this year.
Nobody did.
And that's just the recent absence. He missed how much time with the abductor strain?
So he's only played in this year, Andrew Wiggins. Here, I'll pull it up here
30?
in a second. 38 games, I want to say.
Jeez.
38 games for Andrew Wiggins. That never happens. All right, so this year he's played 37 games. 37 games, averages 17 points, 5 rebounds, 40% from 3, 47 from the floor. That has been played since before the All-Star break, Monday, February 13th, when they beat the Wizards at Chase Center. Since then, he has been MIA. A. It's been gone. So Wiggins just connects so many things, right? He connects your bench. He's a two-way player. He connects the starters. He connects the bench. You can bring him in off the bench alongside Jordan Poole and Kuminga. We could do so many things with them. And I just kept thinking when I was watching yesterday, boy, they miss Andrew Wiggins. I say it every game. There's a stretch of a game, and it's okay to say it on the floor. Again, we hope he's okay. I know Jason Dumas reported Friday that Andrew Wiggins is back in the Bay Area. And Jason Dumas doesn't miss from Crown 4. He said he's back in the Bay Area. He'd spent the most recent weeks out of town. We knew that. He was out of the state. So if he's back in town and all the people who look on social media, the private eyes and everything, I guess his significant other was also in the Bay Area looking for hairdressers in the Bay Area. I guess that's got to be a good sign if he is in the Bay. I don't know. Is he practicing? Is he just here to clean out his locker? I have no idea. But apparently he's back in the Bay. I had no idea what's going on. I don't know if he's coming back, Shasky.
Yeah, the cleaning out the locker thing. I hadn't even thought about that.
Is he coming back to the Bay to shut the house down, turn off the lights? I don't know.
If you weren't going to come back, wouldn't you have had someone clean the locker out for you?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I'm just starting. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
But Dumas doesn't miss, and I believe his report.
When I saw that report, again, assuming, which is probably foolish, but I was assuming like, oh, that's a good sign.
Yeah.
Like, right? Can't be a bad
Great sign.
And I'm thinking, all right, like even if his shot's off or he doesn't have all the legs underneath them, boy, defensively alone, as a slasher alone, like even if the shot takes a couple weeks to come back, even if his conditioning takes some time to get to where it was, the stamina and stuff, boy, just to have him out there, just to kind of like reset your lineups and actually be able to, and I'd love to be able to do it in like 2 of these final 3 games.
Right, it'd be nice.
Maybe that's asking too much. But like, man, having that guy come out and then put Dante DiVincenzo back on the bench, and then I can really see what this team looks like. Because right now, I feel like you're getting Lamb minutes that you would not be getting if Wiggins was here. I feel like Kuminga would be getting different minutes. Yep. DiVincenzo, GP2, different minutes.
So he's missed 22 straight games, right? 22 straight games. Now, when he suffered the adductor strain, he missed 15 games. And then he came back, and he was slow to kind of pick up his rhythm. And then all of a sudden, before the All-Star break, oh, boy, he scores 29 against the Wizards, his best game since being back. Now, if he doesn't play, he'll get the week off to ramp up in the playoffs. We'll see. But right now, we have to assume that he's not coming back, even if he is in the Bay Area. We'll get a report hopefully today or tomorrow on Andrew Wiggins. I know Steve Kerr said there's nothing new to update Friday night before their game against San Antonio, but boy, it'd be good to have him back. As the segment is sponsored by Go to State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Bobby Marks at 7:30 to talk about the new CBA, something we'll get into in a second, Chasky. Dave Fleming at 8 o'clock, and then CJ Holmes at 9:20. We'll get to the CBA in just a second because it feels like the players got hosed. It does not look like a good deal for the players whatsoever.
Why are you saying that?
More games, obviously. One more game if you do the play-in tournament. The midseason tournament makes no sense whatsoever to me. That's a joke.
I agree.
You look at the cut for the play-in tournament. They were talking about $1 million for a long time. Now it's down to $500,000. The All-NBA stuff, I'm not mad at that. You have to play at least 65 games.
Yeah, I like that.
Getting named for an award and the All-NBA teams. I'm
that.
cool with that. I'm definitely cool with that. But it just feels like they rushed this deal instead of waiting it out. What was the rush to get it done a week before the season ends? To me, it feels like you could have waited and sure, the looming strike and everything is going to play over everybody's heads. But they could have sat down at the table and said, hold on a minute here. The roster spots, and then you talk about the secondary luxury tax threshold. So with this luxury tax threshold where you can't go over $17.5 million with the luxury tax, if that rule was implemented in today's game for this season, the Warriors would not have Dante DiVincenzo.
I know.
So it feels like teams that develop their own talent and pay them money are getting punished here.
I know.
The top dogs are getting punished while the middlemen and the small market teams get a lifeline here.
Well, there's you see this in baseball too, B, and I think the difference between baseball, basketball, put them to one side, and versus football. Football, every single dollar is collectively bargained, and the deals, the TV deals are bargained nationally as a whole. Whereas in the NBA, you have all these regional sports networks, which you work for one of them. Right. So there is a great discrepancy between large market teams that have good deals for their television deals and make a lot of money for in arena venues and things like that, and all the different ticket stuff, and then the small market teams. There really is, like, that one exists. Whereas in the NFL, like, Jacksonville feels like, because they're sharing the money equally on the TV deal, like they're on a footing with the Niners. Even though we know the Niners, because of Gates and stuff like that, make a lot of other extra money. But there's a lot, like, even when the Raiders were in Oakland and they weren't making money, quote unquote, they would get a $250 to $300 million check every single year, which every team in the league gets. These guys now, they don't get it that way. And so there's this small market, big market thing going on. And I understand that from some degree, but like, we watched San Antonio be a small market team and be successful for years. We're watching the Milwaukee Bucks right now be successful for how many years?
Right. They've been a factor for a number of years.
You know, and
Oklahoma City was a factor for a number of years.
Well, and let's go in the opposite direction. The Knicks are a large market team.
And they stink.
Have been horrible for a long time. The Warriors were a quote-unquote large market team. They've been horrible for a long time.
The Lakers didn't make the playoffs for what, 5-6 straight years?
No, exactly. Like, and the Warriors are worth more right now than the Lakers, which was an insane thing to say out loud. So I guess where I'm coming at with this is that I feel like these small market woe is me teams are dictating too much of the terms, both for baseball and for the NBA, and I'm kind of not here for it. Like, for every woe is me Marlin team, I look up at Tampa Bay. I'm like, well, they found a way to be successful.
No doubt.
For every New York Knick that stinks, there's the Warriors on the other end of the large market spectrum. So I feel like we've succumbed to the Oklahoma Cities of the world, and I'm sitting here going, why?
So in case you missed it over the weekend, the NBA and NBPA, the National Basketball Players Association, have reached agreement on a new 7-year collective bargaining agreement promising labor peace through the rest of the decade. So the tentative deal, which starts for the 2023-24 season, was announced by the league and union and is expected to be ratified by league governors and players in the coming weeks. It also includes a mutual opt-out after the 6th season. So here's some of the key elements. Again, the NBA is curbing the ability of the highest-spending teams, such as the Warriors and Clippers, to continue running up salary and luxury tax spending while still maintaining mechanisms to add talent to the roster. The league is implementing a second salary cap apron, $17.5 million over the tax line. And those teams will lose several key team building mechanisms, including the taxpayer mid-level exception, utilizing cash in trades, moving first-round picks and drafts that are 7 years away, and signing free agent players in the buyout market and taking out more money than is being sent out in trades. In recent years, there has been an average of 3 teams in its highest salary and tax range, and the NBA decided punitive luxury tax penalties did not curb spending habits of some of the league's wealthiest franchises to exceed the cap. So, under these changes, Golden State wouldn't have Dante DiVincenzo, Milwaukee wouldn't have Joe Ingles, Boston wouldn't have Danilo Gallinari, I should say. I just butchered that. Danilo Gallinari, of course, tore his ACL. And Brooklyn's Patty Mills and former Clippers guard John Wall. They would not have been able to sign these guys had they had this rule implemented this season. That doesn't seem fair, right? Doesn't seem fair. Feels like the Golden State Warriors rule.
Well, it's to me, okay, so like, I would ask Adam Silver and all the NBA as a whole, what are you trying to build? Are you trying to build a league where we're rewarding teams that are drafting and developing their own? Or are we rewarding movement? It feels like this deal is creating more movement than it is rewarding the fans. And I think the number one thing when I look at
rewarding teams that develop and have to pay their players and maybe go over the tax.
It's too penal for that, is what I'm saying. So like I look at like the NFL, B, they have mechanisms in place. I don't love the franchise tag from a player's point of view. From a fan point of view, I know that if you're that good and we come to an impasse, at minimum, I can franchise tag you. And if you're a first-round draft pick, you will be on my team for 6 years. Right? The 5 full of your rookie deal, 6 years. I look at this and I'm saying to myself, okay, in the Warriors scenario where let's say that they can't sign their own, well, they drafted and developed Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson. If they were to, under these rules now, one of those guys would probably have to go. Well, what about Jordan Poole? They drafted and developed him. Oh, well, can't afford him either. It's like, well, wait a minute. Like, That's too much player movement. And as a fan, I think the number one knock on the NBA, which also can be one of its best, attributes, is there's too much player movement. Like Kevin Durant's one of the all-time great players. Has he been on 5 teams in the last 4 years?
Kevin Durant was just his team number 4.
Okay.
Team number 4.
Kyrie's been on 6,
right?
5. Like it's too many, and so I understand movement being fun and it's transactional and we like all that. If I'm a fan of a team like the Warriors, I want to be able to retain my own.
Yeah.
That's what I want. Why are the core 3 so beloved? Because they were drafted here, they've won here, they've developed here, and they've decided to stay here.
No doubt. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HG1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Now, another little nugget before we hit the break that I do not like with this new
What's
deal.
that?
It's the in-season tournament. The mid-season tournament.
We have a problem. We have a problem. There's too many games in the regular season.
So let's add games now.
What? Huh?
So the event will include pool play games baked into the regular season schedule starting in November, with 8 teams advancing to a single elimination tournament in December. The Final Four will be held at a neutral site, with Las Vegas being prominent in the discussion. Each in-season tournament game will count towards regular season standings, and the 2 finalists would ultimately play an 83rd game that would not count in the regular season. Winning players and coaches will earn an additional sum there, so $500,000. Now, my thing is, let's say you do win a mid-season tournament. Are your stars going to play? Are you going to bench them? Are you going to pop champagne for winning a mid-season tournament? Are you going to raise a banner for winning a mid-season tournament? I get you want to be like the Premier League, or you pause your league to play in the Champions League or the FA Cup or whatever it is. This, to me, just does not make sense. And Steve Kerr said it yesterday. I thought we needed to play 72 games. I wanted to see our league cut down to 72 games.
I thought that was the sweet spot.
Instead, we had a game.
It doesn't make sense. And the in-season tournament, who was opining for that?
Nobody.
But that's my point.
Nobody.
Like, are they trying to rip off? Like, I'm asking you sincerely. Are they trying to rip off the whole NCAA bracket thing?
No, they're trying to rip off the Premier League, where they pause their league and then they play for additional trophies, like the Champions League.
Yeah, this
like
ain't
the FA Cup.
This ain't Europe.
Like the Euros.
Yeah, they go on like 6-week vacations throughout the year, and we're all jealous of that. But like, that's not what we do here in America, right? I don't understand. Like, I don't see who was asking for this.
Yeah, nobody.
And like, where are you going to put that next to the Larry O'Brien in the trophy case?
Nobody. You imagine somebody lighting a cigar. Oh, we just won the mid-season tournament.
Oh, Dolan would absolutely, from the Knicks, be so happy if he won this.
Let's dump Joe Lacob with a bucket of Gatorade. Woo!
Well, the cool thing about those Premier League and like other ones is because they introduce other leagues around it. So like if this was like Team USA or something against like a World Baseball Classic midseason, like let's say like that would make kind of some sense. But just playing like your same teams you're already playing in the regular season,
play like the top team from Greece.
Yeah,
and the top team from
exactly. That would be cool.
Yeah, Real Madrid.
Whoever
Bring them
Victor
in.
Wembanyama's team is.
Yeah, exactly.
So, like, here's the other part, and this is, I'm going to get real money here, but like, as we're all filing our taxes and getting ready, I think we get extensions till October. I was talking with my buddy Richie Bologna about this, but inflation, Bonte, is this real? Has this touched everyone in the Bay Area? Inflation? Current inflation?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Depending on who you talk to, it's anywhere from 8 to 10%, right? That's what the inflation's been over the last couple of years. So, given that America's going through this crazy inflation rate, they're only extending. So if the super max, right, guys that are getting a 4-year, right now, if you got the max deal right now, Jaylen Brown is trying to get a max deal. It'd be a 4-year, 165 extension under the current rules. Under the new rules, it's a 4-year, 189. That's only a $24 million add-on, which is about 6% inflation. So it's not even up to the normal inflation. So if I'm one of the players and I'm representing the players, I'm sitting here going, yeah, you're missing another 4%. Plus, you have to project forward. So in year one, it's a nice increase. But like by the end of the CBA, it's completely outdated and it doesn't keep up with the gains in revenue streams.
Well, Draymond Green was not happy. And he let his feelings out on Twitter over the weekend. We'll go to Rich and Hayward in just a second. But Draymond Green, real quick, let me read these tweets here. He's not happy. As he was tweeting the other day, and he goes, what the heck is going on here? And so he starts tweeting, And he goes, players lose again. Middle and lower spectrum teams don't spin because they don't want to. They want to lose. So increase their spending capabilities. Just to increase them, they continue to cut out the middle. And this is what we rush into a deal for. Shake my damn head, never fails. He then added, never see someone go to a table with the assets that makes an entire machine go and lose every time. Blasphemous. I have a lot more to say about this. Guess I'll save it for the pod. I was excited. A deal about to get done. Trash. Bubba Dub voice. Now, what's the Bubba Dub voice?
I don't know.
Bubba Dub. Somebody explain the Bubba Dub voice. Maybe I'm too old there.
I mean, Bonte, there's a variety of layers to this entire deal. Look, having the ability to waive one guy off of a deal and it not hit your salary cap, but you'd still pay that guy out, I think that would solve a lot of these problems. Having the ability to not have such penal punishments, over-the-top punishments for the top-end teams. If Joe Lacob wants to spend that amount of money, that's up to him.
Yep.
To me, he's trying to compete.
Yeah.
If Michael Jordan decides that he doesn't want to hit the luxury tax running the Charlotte Hornets, why should the Golden State Warriors have to curb their spending to appease him?
Yeah, imagine being in the business and you own a business and somebody tells you, you can't spend that.
Well, they're part of they're part of a greater union.
Right.
They're all working
No
together, which I understand. But again, I think that they've gone too far in the direction of the small market teams.
They have. Rich and Hayward, real quick before the break. What's happening, Rich?
Rich, I'll tell you right now, Bonte. I'll tell you, shame on Draymond, because he's talking BS. Because he's from the Midwest like I am. I've been out here 30 years. I love the Warriors. But I'll tell you right now, the fact that you got, Michael Jordan wants to sell Charlotte. It's not Chicago. Milwaukee. I'll tell you right now, Milwaukee, that's a miracle what Giannis is doing there. Because I'm from the Midwest. You don't go to Milwaukee. LeBron's the GOAT because he won a championship with Cleveland. Nobody goes there. If they want to be like the NFL, Packers. You been to Green Bay? You talk about Philadelphia. Come on, that is a global phenomenon for them compared to Pittsburgh, where my dad's from. Come on, it's no.
So what are you saying? You're saying
you're never going to grow the business.
So, but I don't get where you're coming from. You're saying that the small market teams need help. Like, there's only 30 teams. Okay, so in my estimation, if you have 5 owners that can't cut it. Well, then you need 5 new owners.
Just sell them.
Did you see who bought the Denver Broncos?
Yeah, I did see that. The Walmart
Do you
family.
see who's trying to buy the Washington football team?
Oh, yeah, Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, the guy who owns Amazon, okay? Yeah, I get it. You want to be a small family business. This is why the Lakers have been struggling. Yeah. They operate like a small family business. You're the Lakers. You're a billion-dollar corporation.
Exactly.
Act like it.
All right, more coming up on the roast. Let us know about the biggest games and stories in the Bay Area prep scene. Email us at hss@957thegame.com. It'd be featured on the Prep Rally podcast. Last week, it was Jesse Fopper, former Giants pitcher by way of USF, San Rafael High School, now managing Moran Catholic. He joined us, and it was a fun 10-minute interview on the Prep Rally podcast. Let us know about the track and field results over the weekend. Let us know about the baseball, softball results. Prep Rally Podcast. Email us at hss@957thegame.com. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Save Mart and Lucky, California. More talk about the Golden State Warriors and the CBA. 888-957-9570. How are we feeling after that loss last night? You panicking? You feel flustered? Or are you chilling knowing that the Warriors are in the 6th spot right now? 888-957-9570. Bobby Mark 730. And we'll hear from Dub Nation here on the other side and take your calls. That's coming up on the roast. What up, Steph? Don't forget to download the Odyssey app. Steph has the Odyssey app, obviously. He told Steiny Guru that Friday. He listens to Steiny Guru, 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, podcasts all available completely free. You can catch every single Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Follow your favorite team station, radio shows, and podcasts now by downloading the free Odyssey app. Bobby Marks will join us in 11 minutes to talk about the salary cap, the new CBA, and everything else happening in the NBA. Of course, he's on ESPN. Bobby Marks, one of the best in the business when it comes to breaking down the money and some of the things with the CBA. We'll do that in 11 minutes, of course, and then we'll talk to Flem at 8 o'clock as we talk a little Giants. They lose 2 out of 3 in Yankee Stadium. We have some sound from Joey Bart that sounds a little depressing, no doubt about that, but the Warriors lose last night. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. It's the hotline. It's the text line as well, Comcast Business Text Line. And I asked a question, Shasta, before the break. How are Warrior fans feeling this morning? Are they frustrated? Are they panicking about where they are in the standings? I think 4 or 5, this is perfect. I'm straight chilling. I think nobody minded that loss because of where they're at in the standings today and where they could end up in the standings. A lot of us here at Dub Nation do not want that 5 seed because that means you're playing the Phoenix Suns in the first round. Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, Chris Paul, they're undefeated so far when they play together. They're 6-0 on the season. But if you drop down to 6, you're playing a team without any playoff experience. Well, Kevin Huerter has some experience with Atlanta. Harrison Barnes has some experience. But the rest of that team, Malik Monk and De'Aaron Fox, this bonus, they haven't really tasted the playoffs. So a lot of people would rather play the Kings in the first round. So right now, if the playoffs started today, Warriors would play the Kings. However, the Lakers, they've got a couple games to make up. So I get the sense from Dub Nation, and I got the sense last night that nobody's really going crazy over the loss last night.
No. I actually, well, as you and I were kind of discussing over the break, the loss last night stinks in terms of just like, I want to feel good and I want them to win and play better, just play better. But like the reality is I don't want to face Kevin Durant and the Suns in the first round. So I would like to try to thread the needle and not get that 5 spot or even that 4 spot just to avoid them.
Right.
But it feels like to me, like the biggest thing that happened over the weekend was this collective bargaining thing, for the Warriors. Not necessarily for this year. I'm talking about moving forward.
Yeah. Screws them. Screws them.
It limits the amount of ways they can make their team continue to be competitive. It's not about just making it better. It's about retaining the talent that they still have and being able to have the flexibility to maneuver like the other teams. And I feel like they're being punished because they've decided to draft, develop, cultivate, and keep their own. And it really, really bugs me. The Clippers are the other team that's getting kind of crushed when it comes to the finances here. But think about how the Clippers were put together.
Yeah, free agency trades. There wasn't not a homegrown talent there.
Forced sign-in trades.
Right.
And then they traded away a zillion draft picks.
Right.
We can make arguments about how the Warriors have done things unique, but at its core, they have drafted and developed their own.
Steph, Clay, Dre, Looney, Poole.
Okay. Steph's on his 4th contract, I believe.
Had the first one, second one, maybe his 3rd contract.
Okay.
Maybe his 3rd.
Clay's
contract, 2nd contract. You had the 2nd contract.
Clay
with
is
the
absolutely on his 3rd.
Yeah.
Draymond's on his 3rd. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Whatever, 3rd, 4th contract,
but with
whatever
this team,
it is.
no, but that matters because I look at someone like Kawhi. He got the 1 extension with the San Antonio Spurs. The 3rd one that he got was with the 3rd team. You know what I mean? So I think that does matter. Like Jordan Poole, drafted and developed late in the first round. You want to retain that player. He becomes a very good player. Under these types of rules, it would be so penal for them to keep someone who they drafted late, like a Jordan Poole. It would almost force their hand into trading him when his salary slot is super, super low and you're getting pennies on the dollar.
Well, you also revitalize Andrew Wiggins, which you should get credit for. You bring in Andrew Wiggins, who nobody in the league wanted. Nobody.
Yeah.
I mean, Minnesota was so desperate to move off of Andrew Wiggins, they threw in a first-round pick. They almost threw in 2 first-round picks to get rid of Andrew Wiggins. So you rejuvenate him. You find Gary Payton II on the scrap heap, you get him paid. You find him on a cheap deal, 2-way deal. You sign him to the roster, and yet you're paying taxes. I mean, it's a screwed up deal, I think, for the players. I think they rushed into this deal.
Mm-hmm.
And I also think the owners, they're going to, especially the mid-level, the mid to like low-budget owners who are like, yes, there's not going to be any cap. And so I guess what Adam Silver's trying to do is build more parity. But how's parity been this year? How's parity been this year for the league?
Think it's about parity. I think it's about keeping costs down. The number one cost for them are the player salaries. So if they can prohibit teams at the top end from spending more money, that limits the amount of teams that are able to spend, and that limits the amount of options for the mid-level players. Like that's really this is what it's at. B. It's about suppressing salaries.
Well, that's a shame because the players generate the revenue.
No, they're the product.
The players
are the product.
Without the players, your league's nothing.
They're the product.
Right. So
I agree with you. Well, it's really disturbing.
I was just shocked that this deal got done so quickly. And out of Silver, I was like, man, these guys are light years apart when it comes to the CBA. Silver had
Who's negotiating on behalf of the players?
CJ McCollum, I guess Grant Williams, other lawyers. We're going to find out from Bobby Marks because Draymond Green was not happy. Now, I heard from CJ McCollum, I think it was Saturday after the Pelicans beat the Clippers, and he was just like, look, everybody's got my number. There's 450 players. They could come talk to me. So were some players rejecting the fact that they could have gone to meetings? I don't know how this went down. But I thought they just rushed into it. Why not just wait?
I guess at my core, Monte, I'm a huge capitalist, and I believe that, if I want to run, now I understand there's a bigger business model that we're all working within, but if I want to run my team my way and I want to spend that money, that should be, obviously there should be some rules put in place, but I feel like the Warriors in particular are being punished over the top for doing it the quote unquote right way.
I agree.
Let's take a step back. Signing Kevin Durant, everyone lost their minds. They signed Steph Curry to one of the greatest deals of all time, and he ended up turning into one of the greatest players of all time. They got Draymond and Klay Thompson to take less money, slightly less money, and then they offered Harrison Barnes an extension. He didn't take it. Kevin Durant comes. I feel like because of that whole sequence right there and the CBA exploding in that same year because of the television deal, they're now being retroactively punished moving forward.
Right. Yeah, and the Kevin Durant deal was an all-time classic, but you also drafted Draymond Green in the second round. You don't get credit for that? For finding a talent in the second round, developing? I don't know. I'm just, personally, I think I'm more outraged about the midseason tournament.
Really?
Who watched this?
I don't know.
The play-in is one thing, and the play-in is created
Actually, I think it's been fun.
It's been okay. The play-in's been okay.
Okay, I would say it's been fun. It's a fun addition.
To me, it's what's wrong with the top 8? And right now, this week, you would have a race for the A seed, right? You'd have the Timberwolves, you had the Thunder, you had the Pelicans, you got the Lakers, all battling to stay out that A spot, or maybe getting that A spot. For me, the play-in just screams NIT. And it gives a lot of teams.
Okay, I hear you.
It gives a lot of teams chances to rest their stars, to load manage. And to me, the play-in has just created this false, hype where it's like, oh, the play-in tournament. Oh, here we go. You're going to play in to see who makes the play. To me, it's a joke.
Okay.
The play-in is a joke, and now you add the midseason tournament, which is even a bigger joke.
Well, the midseason tournament, I don't understand what they're trying to accomplish. Here's the question that I'd ask Adam Silver. Did you create this midseason tournament for a streaming partner that you're trying to partner up with? Yeah. Because I know that the MLS, when they signed on with Apple Plus, Bonte, they added playoff rounds because that's what Apple Plus demanded. Is one of these partners NBC, who's potentially going to be signing back on with the NBA, ESPN? Did one of them demand certain products that they could sell for advertisements? That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Yeah. I think I'm kind of with SF Bay Drummer here. Having the G Leaguers play in the play-in tournament, I think that's going to happen. Could you imagine Steph and Dre and Clay? Or any star playing in that, risking injury
and
for a
hurt.
midseason tournament.
We're losing our minds over the nationalism and everyone representing their flag because Altuve got hit in the arm and now he's going to be out for 6 months or whatever it is, 4 months.
4 to 6 weeks?
Oh, 4 to 6 weeks, exactly.
Is it 4 months? I was good.
No. I screwed that up. But you're right. People will lose their mind. One hurt ankle, torn ACL, people are going to lose their minds. For who? For what?
Yeah, for a midseason tournament. We can smoke cigars to it. So, again, some of the cliff notes here. For anybody wondering, the NBA and NBA. Actually, let's go to Bud real quick. We'll go to Bud real quick. He's on hold.
Hey, Bud.
Let's get to Bud. Bud, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's good? What's good? How y'all doing, baby?
Good, man. Good.
So listen, man. I'm with you, Bonte. You know, I'm not a big fan of that play, and I never liked it. I don't like it. It screams sorriness to me. The only person who was advocating for the play-in was LeBron because it saved him. He hasn't gotten anything since the play-in or whatever that pandemic tournament, whatever it is they won, the pandemic.
The bubble ring.
You know what I mean? So with that being said, the NBA just needs to leave something alone. You know, it's authentic, it's organic. You know what I mean? And they want to try to put things in there that has nothing to do with it. And to me, it's like a disrespect to the greats. You think all the greats who played the game before these guys to make the game what it is and to get it what it is. Now, that being said, there's always going to be guys coming in and revolutionizing it. Jordan, LeBron, Kobe, Steph, Iverson, you know what I mean? And I'm not leaving none out. Bird, John Stockton, you know, Nash. But the in-season tournament, what is that supposed to do for the guys who's playing for the bigger thing at hand, which is the NBA Finals? Now, you guys saving these other teams by giving them a play-in. So, yeah, that has become fun. So I can still agree with you that on there too, Shesky. That has become fun to watch and see these guys try to battle it out and say, "Ooh, you got one last chance to try to make it." You know, so it has become fun, but just leave the game alone, man. You know, let it be what it is. Let these guys play in-season tournament. It sounds sorry, and I don't like it.
Yeah, thanks for the call, bud. It's a good point there. By the way, the NBA and NBPA, National Basketball Players Association, agreed to eliminate restrictions that limited a team to 2 designated Supermax contract players on a roster. Teams weren't allowed to trade for a third Supermax player or sign one to a rookie extension. This rule could have a near-term impact on the Cleveland Cavaliers, who have 2 designated Supermax contract players, Donovan Mitchell and Darius Garland, and burgeoning young star center Evan Mobley approaching his rookie extension. So there's a lot of tweaks and a lot of little nuggets here with the new CBA as we bring in Bobby Marks. Bobby Marks, NBA front office insider, cap expert for ESPN, has over 20 years of NBA experience, former assistant GM with the Brooklyn Nets. And Bobby, good morning. Welcome back to the Morning Roast. Bonte Hill, Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and the new CBA, a new 7-year deal between the NBA and NBPA. Right off the front end, when you looked at this deal, did the players lose out in this new CBA? Did they get holes, Bobby, from your first look at the new CBA?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, we haven't even gotten a term sheet yet. So a lot of the information out there is kind of piecemeal and things here. I mean, I don't think so. I mean, anytime that there's growth to the salary cap, that, you know, player salary increases, where there's more job opportunities, where they add, another two-way contract, a third, now you can invest in, whether it be NBA teams or WNBA or sports betting or cannabis, from a business perspective. No, I heard Draymond's thing. I mean, I think Draymond was reacting off like 2 tidbits of what was being reported here. But I think when you look at the whole scope of it, I mean, everything with this CBA got better, I believe. Yeah. I mean, there's teams that if you spend a lot of money, like Golden State in the future, I mean, not right now, you won't feel the pain. You're going to be penalized, or you're going to have some restrictions here. But I think it helps. Certainly the focus is on the middle class here. The mid-level exceptions increase, significantly here. I mean, the taxpayer mid-level will go away if you're one of these teams that spend. But on average, I think three were used per year. So it wasn't like it was a resource that was utilized a lot here. So no, I don't. I mean, listen, where both sides were, if the players think they got hosed, they could have been looking at a long lockout with a hard cap. I mean, that's the reality of it. I mean, that was the first, negotiating position from the league's perspective is implementing a hard cap, where you would have forced teams to pick and choose as far as what players they should keep. Salaries would have been probably, reduced significantly here. So, the term sheet will come out probably midweek. We'll dive into it deeper, as it goes here. But no, I mean, this is part of, it's basically an amendment of the 2000 CBA. I mean, that's how I look at it. The rules are not overhauled. The system was never broken, but I think there were some things that needed to be kind of cleaned up.
Okay, let's start with the Golden State Warriors because that's what a lot of fans really care about here. It just feel like it's overly penal to the teams that are super high into the tax, and it's restricting the amount of options you have to maintain your current team and the options that you have to kind of move pieces around that you have currently, while also being penal to a team that didn't trade for all these players. They drafted and developed their own. It's frustrating, I think, for Warrior fans this morning. Do you think that they have every right to be frustrated?
Well, I mean, the rules, the punitive rules aren't going to come into effect for another few years. So it's not like it's going to start right off the sudden, starting July 1st. I mean, there's going to be a phase-in period here where, whether it be a year from now or 2 years from now, with the tax brackets being adjusted here, or the second apron here. I mean, they're not telling you that you can't keep Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins, that group. They're not. The league isn't telling you that. They're basically saying, like, okay, you spent this much. Now there is going to be some restrictions here. Now you will not have the taxpayer mid-level to go out and sign a player. Now you won't be able to go out and use the 125% trade exception to acquire a player and take back $6 or $7 million additional. You can still go out and make trades. The likelihood is that's probably going to have to be dollar for dollar here. So it's probably fair for 28 teams, and I think 2 teams probably get impacted a little bit here. But the goal is that as I said, the league will phase in these rules to get your house in order, right? To get your finances in order, get your roster in order.
See, now that's where can we stop right there, Bobby? No, and I appreciate you're on. That, to me, my interpretation of this is to lock in the salaries at a lower rate so they can increase profitability. That's my interpretation of this, given where inflation's going, given where revenue streams are going with a third partner coming in as a big national TV partner. This feels like, to me, an artificial way to keep these salaries down, locked in place, to create more positive books at the bottom of the NBA for some of these smaller revenue teams.
No, I mean, I disagree. I mean, the salary cap's going to go up. I mean, as the salary cap goes up, so does player salary. I mean, everything's tied into everything. So if the salary cap in 2 years from now with the new, whatever revenue that's coming in from a new TV deal is going to, take a pretty nice, increase with salary cap, and that impacts everything. You're adding more revenue this year as far as with, from a licensing standpoint. So, yeah, I mean, I get it. I mean, I understand that, you could say, like, it's kind of like a quasi hard cap. You're restricting players, but if you draft, you develop, you retain your players. There's no cap as far as what you can spend on your own players. The difference now is that some of the resources that you once had, the ability to go out and sign Dante DiVincenzo won't be there in the future. The ability to go out and acquire a $40 million player in a trade and sending $33 million back is not going to be there. So it's not, it's the other layer of things here. It's not going to be, you're not going to get a point where, 4 or 5 years from now, you're going to say, you know what, we can't keep Jordan Poole. If you want to keep Jordan Poole, you can keep Jordan Poole. It's just a matter of kind of what you add to your roster. And what it's doing is it's policing yourself. I mean, if there was no league, there was no rules in place, teams would be trading 7 or 8 draft picks out. They would be spending at an exorbitant amount of picks here. So what happens is that teams can't police themselves here. Now the league has to step in and do it themselves.
Bobby Marks here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, NBA front office insider and cat expert for ESPN. All right, the midseason tournament. I'm probably more ticked off about this than anything. Whose idea was it? Why did the league push for this? The in-season tournament, which is going to, it's going to affect the standings in the regular season. They're going to play an 83rd game. Could be at a neutral site in Las Vegas. I'm hearing that. Who pushed for the in-season tournament, and are you a fan of the in-season tournament, Bobby?
Well, I mean, I look at we're going to play 82 games one way or another, right?
Right.
So now you have an in-season tournament. The games still count towards the standings. The only difference is that you go, there'll be 4 teams that will play in Las Vegas in a Final Four in December, or there'll be 8 teams in a single elimination tournament here. So that's, it's not like we went from 82 games to 90 games.
Who pushed for it, though? Did the Silver push for it? Did TV push for it? Were the players on board with this? Who pushed for the in-season tournament?
Both sides pushed for it. I mean, especially, we'll see if whatever the listen, 70% of the players in this league make below the average player salary. So I don't think $500,000 or $1 million or $1.5 million for each player is something to sneeze about. I don't know why people get worked up about the midseason tournament when there's all it is you're just playing another game. Another game that counts towards standings, but there's a little bit of a twist to it now.
So you think teams will hang banners for a minute? Like, that's my thing. Bobby, are we going to get champagne celebrations when a team wins the in-season tournament?
I don't think so. But I don't know why people get worked up over a mid-season tournament when it's basically impacting the standings as if it would be this year. Hey, if teams want to rest players and not play guys, then that's fine. They don't have to do it. And the teams that take it seriously. You can maybe earn some extra money here. Then you're not playing any more, additional games here except for that one.
It just felt like the league it needed to compress maybe the games, maybe shave it down from 82 to 72 instead of having the same amount of games and a tournament that fans are like, huh? What? This is kind of confusing here. When the regular season has a plethora of issues, it felt like an in-season tournament wasn't one of them. But we can move on with this one. We can move on with that one. All right, as you look at the league here, and you have the last week of the regular season, the Warriors right now in 6th place. I'm sure they wouldn't mind being in 6th, taking on the Sacramento Kings. Who right now is your favorite in the Western Conference? Is it the Denver Nuggets? Is it the Memphis Grizzlies? Or are you looking at the Lakers or some of the teams at the bottom of the standings?
Well, I think the hard part to make the argument for the Lakers is that they could be staring at Phoenix in round 1. That's they run the table this week. They're going to be looking at Phoenix in the first round. I mean, that's an awfully tough task, and then they got to get to Denver in round 2 here. So that's for either team, for the Phoenix and for the Lakers here. I mean, I think still, I know, certainly there's some warts with this Nuggets team. I think having home court advantage, playing in Denver, with that, they've proven that they are the best team during the regular season. They basically kind of led wire to wire here. I think for Memphis, for me, is where Steven Adams is going to be. Certainly without Brandon Clark, they lack significant size here. They'll probably shorten their rotation a little bit here. So I think it's as wide open as probably we've ever seen it, as far as there's probably not one dominant team. I think, certainly where these teams are come, 2 weeks from now from a health standpoint plays a big role. I mean, I wouldn't, certainly the youth factor, the inexperience factor, and we'll all be talking about Sacramento, but I mean, I lived through it in New Jersey in a long time ago in 2002, where outside of Jason Kidd, none of our guys had experience here, but we still wound up going to an NBA Finals. So yeah, I just think it's wide open. I think we'll see where with Golden State as far as where they finish. If they're at 6, I think it's probably a little bit of a easier road to go through if you have to go through Sacramento and then a winner of probably a Memphis, whoever the 7th seed is. I'd probably rather go that way than going through, LA or Phoenix and then Denver.
That Nets team that you were part of was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that team. I was always a Jason Kidd fan. On the Warriors, if Wiggins doesn't return, do you just cross them off the list of contenders, or do you think they've got a puncher's chance?
I don't think they can get to a conference finals without Andrew Wiggins. I don't think so. I don't. What I've seen, I mean, you guys see this team up close here. Unless there's another gear here and there's someone off the bench is going to kind of step up. It's hard for me to think that they can get to a conference finals with this group.
Is that one of those trader situations? Now we hope he's doing okay. Thoughts and prayers go with Andrew Wiggins, but he's missed 22 straight games, and really we don't know. It's not our business on why he's missing it, other than personal reasons, but they are missing the key piece here. It's been an awkward situation. It's been a strange story to cover, Bobby. How strange has it been for you from afar?
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a sensitivity issue. I mean, in the way the media works and social media, you would have thought something that would have, legitimate would have probably gone out, but it's been, they've done a really good job of it. And yeah, I mean, for a guy who was one of their best players last year, and that certainly in the playoffs and the NBA Finals here, to not have him since basically kind of mid-February, and we're a week away from this season ending here. Hopefully we hear more this week as far as what his availability will be here. But yeah, it is kind of one of the more unique situations that we've probably come across.
All right, Bobby, take care, man. Thank you for the time
thank
today.
you.
Thank you, Bobby.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Bobby Marks, NBA front office insider and cap expert for ESPN.
Sharp guy.
Very sharp guy. I already know where our roasters are going, though, with some of the intel that he delivered to us about the CBA. Knowing that Bobby worked in the front office, he feels like the players got a good deal.
Well, so he was talking about, certain player salaries are going to go up, right, when they get these deals. Mm-hmm. Well, yes. Like, for example, a Steph Curry, who is going to get a max deal on any team, is going to go up. But if you're limiting the amount of super max deals that are out there, then you're artificially capping the amount of high-end dollars that can be had at any given time, right? So if you're saying as a league, we're only allowing 2 super maxes per team.
Right.
Well, then now you have a cap on super maxes. Right. So now you do have a cap on salaries. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Well, what if I'm just hypothetical here. I'm Oklahoma City, and 4 years from now, I feel like I've got 5 super max players on my team. And I feel that I can afford that for whatever reasons, and I want to keep those guys in. Well, you're telling me I can only keep 2. And then those other 3 guys that are either free agents or would be traded or whatever, they look around the landscape of the league, and every other team has 2 supermax guys. Right. Well, now you're artificially suppressing those 3 players that we believe to be supermax players by basically saying, nope, all the slots are taken up. Right. Do you get where I'm going? Yeah. It's a musical chairs. And so you could say, yeah, their supermax salary goes up. Well, yeah, but you're also carving out the middle class, and you're limiting the amount of supermax players that are available. So him and I disagree on a few things when it comes to the salary cap stuff, and I also disagree with him on the tournament.
I disagree on the tournament. That's my big takeaway. Maybe, am I putting too much into the tournament? I just don't get. They're going to pump it up as an in-season tournament.
But what does it accomplish?
Group play. I don't know what it accomplishes. I'm trying to figure it out.
I'm not outraged by it. I'm just asking, what's the purpose of it?
I'm going to watch the games, but if I'm looking at the regular season landscape, why wouldn't I load manage those games? Are players or teams going to play harder because it's the quote-unquote in-season tournament? Do you hang on to I don't know. I just don't know about it. I just feel like the players rushed into this deal. They rushed into the new CBA. Now, some players are going to get inflation on their contracts or supermaxes or whatnot, but it does, the fact that the Warriors can't go above that luxury tax threshold when they're already deep into the tax. Now, do they get to reset their tax? Do they get to reset their? You know what I'm saying? It's like almost an amnesty, right? Where teams got the amnesty deal, you can take a contract off the books without it punishing you. Well, if the Warriors are moving forward and saying, "Hey, okay, we have all this luxury tax money we're spending out, but do we get a chance to kind of go through the process again, or do we get punished right off the rip?"
Oh, you're going to get punished right off the rip until you're going to have to clear your decks or get your house in order prior to that. That's why it's not starting for a couple years. Here's the other thing, and this is something that I'm thinking about. He says, the Warriors can still keep X, Y, and Z players. Yeah, they can, but it's going to be really difficult to fill out the rest of that roster, and you're going to get punished because all you're looking at are, league minimum salary. So now you're going through a whole nother pool of players at the bottom. Here's the other element of this. We know with the Warriors this year, Bonte, did they try to thread the needle on the 2-way player contracts?
They did.
So if I have a bunch of high earners, I would like to fill my team with 2-way type players at the bottom to suppress some of those salaries. Well, instead of going, now you have 2. You can have up to 2-way players. Well, they're saying now you can have up to 3. Well, if you're going to be super penal on the top end, give me a little leeway at the bottom end.
Penal, the word of the day.
You're penalizing me.
No, I've heard it about 9 times from you.
But penal. You are. Are you not penalizing me?
That's the word. We should have a word of the day. Penal is the word of the day.
That's the way I view this for the Warriors.
Penal.
I think it's
drink penal. Just listen up. I'm just kidding, man.
It's to me, you're not rewarding you're not rewarding teams trying to compete for championships at all costs.
Well,
and that's what I'm all about. This is sports. This is capitalism.
Well, the NBA and NBPA agreed to eliminate restrictions that limited a team to 2 designated supermax contract players on a roster. Teams aren't allowed to trade for a third supermax player or sign one to a rookie extension. This rule change could have a near-term impact on the Cavaliers, who have 2 designated supermax contract players in Donovan Mitchell and Darius Garland, and burgeoning young superstar out of USC, Evan Mobley, who's going to be doing a rookie extension very, very soon. So a lot of details to kind of go through here. For the first time since the inception of the modern CBA in 1983, the team league licensing revenue estimated to be worth $160 million for the 2023-24 season will be added into a share pool of basketball-related income. Owners and players split the BRI money, and that licensing revenue is expected to grow annually with the salary cap in ensuing years. So again, the BRI, the team and league licensing revenue estimated to be worth $160 million this season, will be added to the shared pool of BRI, basketball-related income. Owners and players will split the BRI money. Not a bad thing. There's also an increase in two-way salaries slots, jumping from 2 to 3 per team. Two-way contracts were created in the 2017 collective bargaining agreement. We've seen the Warriors use these two-way contracts. Now you can have 3 two-way deals. That's pretty cool. I'm not mad at that. So now you get 3 players who could be two-way guys on your own team. And you look at some of the two-way guys who's been in the league: Alex Caruso, Austin Reeves, Duncan Robinson, Max Strus, Anthony Lamb, Jose Alvarado, Lou Dort of Oklahoma City, who we'll see tomorrow night at Chase Center. So, just said Anthony Lamb. So, that's pretty cool. Two-way contracts. You can have 3 of them.
Well, but again, if you're going to be up against the threshold at the top of the bar, you would want more slots for those. I don't know why we're even limiting those to begin with, right? For the Warriors situation this year, B, if you knew that you had unlimited amount of two-way players at the bottom end, wouldn't you be rotating that position out, trying to find someone, trying to hit on something? Because you're kind of limited as to what your options are. I feel like you're stuck between a couple of guys, and you would want more optionality. I don't know. I just
mid-season tournament during peak football season too.
Is that when it's going to be?
I didn't think about that.
When is it?
December, apparently. So let me see here. In-season tournament could arrive as early as next season. The event will include pool play games baked into the regular season schedule starting in November, with 8 teams advancing to a single elimination tournament in December. Final 4 will be held at a neutral site, so you're going to have that in the middle of football season. So basically, nobody's going to pay attention.
So then what does this do to Christmas Day? Does it change it at all?
I don't know. I do not know. Only thing I know is that the Warriors lost yesterday, and they're in the 6th spot. As far as the CBA and how this shakes out, I guess time will tell. New 6-year deal. We'll see how it plays out this offseason. We'll see how the midseason tournament championship game on Christmas, midseason tournament championship game. That's how you get people to not pay attention. Christmas Day, midseason tournament. Yeah, let's get around the living room, get around the television, folks, and watch the midseason tournament championship game between Oklahoma City and the Orlando Magic. Whoa!
Can I ask this question? And maybe we're getting too into the weeds on this whole CBA. You have so many smart people that run just unbelievable businesses, and yet you want to have the majority of, or I guess a big chunk of your season line up at the most, difficult time to try to gain eyeballs, which is October, November, December, January, against the NFL and college football. The 2 biggest sports in this country are the NFL and college football, by far, in terms of viewing. And yet you're going to have 3+ months of your season lock right in with those. If we're talking about maximizing money and creating more opportunities to grow your sport and to put it in the best position to be the most profitable, most popular sport that it can be, why are none of those things on the table?
No idea. I wonder how Joe Lacob feels about this.
I can't wait to hear what he has to say.
I wonder how Bob Myers feels.
You think TK is going to get a one-on-one sit down with him?
He might. Got a one-on-one with Steve Kerr last week. Everybody's getting one-on-ones, except for the one. Oh, we had Javon Hargrave last week. He was really good.
Yeah, it was really good.
A lot of people were like, Javon was good.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that.
A lot of people think maybe we'll get more Niner players in the future.
Do you think that this, I'm asking you right now, do you think that the current model that they're working under, because this is tweaks to the current model, do you think it's good for the game of basketball? Just zoom out. Is it good?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. It's too early to tell. Because there are a lot of guys who are making money who don't deserve to be making the money that they make. Contract flying.
What about from the consumer?
I don't know if the consumer, if it does anything for the consumer. To me, it doesn't change anything. You're still going to get low management. All right? For one team, you're going to get 80, or for 2 teams, you're going to get 83 games. I don't like the play-in. So for the consumer, I don't know, man. It feels like things are just going to be the same.
Well, I do like the part where they said, once you hit a certain luxury tax apron, you're limited in the amount of draft picks you could trade. The one thing I would say that I don't like at all, here's 5 first-rounders staggered for the next 10 years. That sucks. I don't love that. When teams trade, like the Paul George trade, what was it, 7 first-rounders and second-rounders?
I like those trades. A team should be able to do what it wants to do when it comes to picks. Hell with those picks. The Niners did it for Christian McCaffrey. Niners did it for Trey Lance. The hell with these picks.
Yeah, I'm talking more on the receiving end.
Yeah, but OKC is going to benefit from that.
Are they?
Yeah, they're already in the play-in tournament. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander's playing well.
That's true.
You have Chet Holmgren. You got a bunch of picks. The Clippers are going to fall off the cliff soon. They really are. And so those picks are going to be lottery picks. OKC's in the driver's seat. Utah, with the picks that they gave up or they didn't receive for Gobert.
Yeah, that was a good
They're going to be in the driver's seat soon. So I like those type of deals. If a team wants to trade away draft picks, then so be it. So be it. But to me, it feels like this more so than I'm kind of with Draymond Green. It feels like the players got hosed a bit.
Yeah, I think they did.
But
I think they did.
We'll see how it
Plus,
plays
there's
out.
just not a lot of middle class in the NBA. Think about it. Like, you've got all the max.
Either you're a contender or you're a lottery team. There's no point of being a gray area team in the NBA.
And look at Draymond Green. Is Draymond Green a max player currently? No. But he's in that mid tier. And then you look around and look like, well, who can afford him? A, and B, who's giving him that middle money? It just feels like there's not a lot of middle. Same thing in baseball. There's really no middle class of free agents.
No, there's not. There's not. All right. Dave Fleming's going to join us at 8 o'clock to talk about the Giants and their opening series at Yankee Stadium. Whew, what is Flem going to have to say about it? Yankees win. All right.
I love that, John Sterling.
Oh, man. Injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson. Joey Bart. Doesn't start on opening day.
Oh.
And the season's getting off to a rough start because the Giants announced over the weekend that Bart will go on a 10-day IL with a mild back strain. Bart was scheduled to start Saturday's game against the Yankees, but was a last-minute scratch due to back tightness. The good news is that Bart's absence is expected to be minimal, and the Giants called up pitcher Sean Jelly to take Bart's spot on the roster. Sean Jelly did not have a good Sunday. He gave up a couple runs, 3 walks, and the Giants 6-0 loss to the New York Yankees. That is the injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Dave Fleming on the roster talking about the Giants who struck out 40 times in 3 games at Yankee Stadium. They get shut out in 2 of the 3 games. Is this a precursor of what's to come for the Giants, or it's just a blip on the radar? It's only 3 games, folks. Got 159 left. These can turn around, right? Right? Flem, coming up on the roast.
The Yankees.
baby, oh baby, oh baby. Welcome to the roast on a Monday morning. Great to get the week started off with all the roasters and audience out there in 95.7 The Game. Shout out to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what's good? Baby mamas, baby daddies, strippers, cops, firefighters, plumbers, janitors, golfers, ushers, security guards, you name it. Good morning to everybody out there. Lutman, his Miami Hurricanes lost, so he's been quiet all day long. Tough one against UConn. UConn looks like the best team in the tournament. They're only -7 today against San Diego State. I'm thinking about coming out of retirement and hammering UConn. I think they went by 10+. Although we're rooting for the Aztecs because they have a couple Bay Area guys on the team, including Trammell, who comes from Marin City by way of City College, by way of St. Ignatius High School, by way of Seattle University. There with Pat Mulligan. So good morning to everybody out there rooting on San Diego State, although I'm probably going to hammer UConn. Good morning to Spadoni, you Joe Shasky, the Butcher. And we'll have Dave Fleming on in just a second.
Yeah, and I guess also Keyshawn Johnson is...
San Leandro.
Yeah, CYO in Oakland, and then San Leandro High, now starting for San Diego State. So a lot of people have connections to those two guys. And just San Diego State in general.
Right.
It's just a fun place.
Rooting for them.
Yes,
the game winner against Florida Atlantic University.
That was cool.
I'm saying, what is he doing? What is he doing?
They held on to it forever. Thank God he hit that.
And he nails it to beat Florida Atlantic, a scrappy Florida Atlantic team. San Diego State advances to the national championship. They'll take on the Connecticut Huskies. UConn looking very, very strong. The team that didn't look strong over the weekend were the Giants. They lose 2 out of 3 at Yankee Stadium. They strike out 40 times. They get shut out twice in 3 games. And let's talk all about it with the one and only Dave Fleming here on the roast. He'll be on with us every single week as he gets ready for the Masters in Augusta. Yes. Hello, friends. Fleming will be there, of course, this weekend. So he will not be at the home opener when the Giants take on the Royals, but he's got better things to do. Still in Augusta. I'd rather be at Augusta than Giants and Royals. Come on, man. Could sacrifice a couple games. Flip, good morning. What's happening?
Yeah, I wouldn't say better. I wouldn't say I'd rather, but I am obligated to go to Augusta to watch the Masters. So it's not like a burden, but I do. It makes me unhappy that I missed the home opener. I want to be there for opening day, but
hey, Flip, I'll say it for you. You've been to a lot of home openers. This is once in a lifetime. I mean, come on. I mean, I know you do miss Bobby Witt Jr., who's a fine young player with the Kansas City Royals. Matt Duffy, yeah, you get to miss Matt Duffy and the reunion there. So yeah, I don't blame you, man. But you got to see Yankee Stadium this weekend. Opening series at Yankee Stadium, and boy, did Aaron Judge, oh boy.
5 RBIs, so 2 homers.
5 RBIs. Where do we want to start, Flip? Do we want to start with the batters and the inability to put the ball in play? Do you want to start with the pitching staff? Or do you want to go with Yankee Stadium and the Giants losing 2 or 3 to the Yanks?
Well, Yankee Stadium was a cool place to open the season. I guess I hadn't really realized that until the lead up to opening day. I hadn't done much research, but the Yankees, I mean, the Giants had not opened a season in New York since 1956. I mean, that is amazing. It was a little nod to their original history. And so to be there in the big city, opening day, with looking at the pinstripes on the other side, 2 historic franchises, it was fun to be there. It felt like a really big event and kickoff to the year. Now, did the weekend go the way the Giants wanted it to go? No, but managed to win a game. They had good at-bats in the second game of the series. It was freezing cold the other 2 days. Personally, I'm not reading too much into 2 games against a good team under sort of strange conditions, but I guess we'll find out sooner rather than later whether there was any predictive quality to the way those 2 losses went.
You know, Dave, it feels like some of the transactions that were made leading up to opening day and then over the weekend and stuff have kind of superseded some of the action. What's your feel on, dropping Bryce Johnson and bringing him back, and then just some of the different roster decisions like the crunch, the crazy wild transactions leading up to opening day and then acquiring Matt Beatty? It just, I don't know, it felt like a dramatic pivot from the way that they ended spring training and thinking that we're going to get to see some of these young guys.
Look, I want to say this very respectfully and acknowledge that those guys played well in the springtime and carved out a role on this team at some point. But, the hand-wringing over 2 guys who aren't established big leaguers, aren't like, massive prospects that the whole industry is waiting to see burst upon the scene, the future of the Giants franchise, to act like not including them on the opening day roster somehow was like disruptive or chaotic is just like a wild overstatement of what it was. Look, they like Matt Beatty. He's in the organization now. Is he going to be on the big league roster very long? Probably not. That's what happens at the end of spring. Players come available that weren't available even a few days earlier. Johnson and Jelly already are on the active roster. It took an extra 2 days. That was like, I just don't understand the angst over. Now, let's just say this was your number one prospect and you told him he was going to be on the team and then he's not. And okay, then I could understand, like, this was not that. So
I hear you.
There was literally zero correlation to how the games got played on the field to what that felt like on Thursday morning as we got to the park on opening day.
Dave, I think you make a lot of great points. I totally hear you. I think it was more the symbolism of, Giants fans are ready for this wave of young players, and it just they'll glom onto anyone young because we're just dying for it. We're kind of sick of the journeyman, if you will, and then it kind of leads me into Joey Bart. Like, and I don't even know if Joey Bart's any good. It's just seeing the look on his face in the clubhouse yesterday as he kind of discussed his back injury and he goes on the IL. Man, the guy, I don't know. I feel like he can't catch a break, and simultaneously, he's just not playing really well. So they're in a tough spot with him. What's your read on the Joey Bart situation?
Look, I've been I would say I've been his biggest defender over these last few years. Give him some time. He's got ability. He's got tools. He's a really good kid. He's trying hard, all those things. But it's 2023 now. This is not 2020. And performance is what's going to get him to the big leagues full time and keep him here and get him more at bats. That's just a fact. And they've given him like a very specific number of things that he needs to improve on. He's worked hard to improve them. He's got to bring him into games. And so whether that didn't happen in spring training, I don't think that's fair to say. I think he was good in spring training. But now he's not going to get a chance this first week to get out there. He was going to play on Saturday. It's overstating it to say he's at a crossroads, but the time is over of like, he followed Posey. That wasn't fair. The pandemic year, that wasn't really fair. Took away development, got hit on the hand by a pitch. That wasn't fair. I mean, this guy got drafted in 2018. It's 2023. Like, this is a performance business, and he is going to have to earn it. And I have no problem with that. Like, he's at a stage in his career where that should be the case. You're not just going to be given at bats. You got to show you can do it.
Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. The voice of the Giants, of course, was at Yankee Stadium. He'll be at the Masters this week as he has duty with ESPN covering golf. Of course, he does college basketball, college football, you name it. Flem does it. All right, so let's get to the hitters here. Let's get to the batters. They strike out 40 times over the course of the weekend at Yankee Stadium. Outside of Saturday where they had 12 hits, they have 7 hits in the 2 games they get shut out in. And to me, Flem, it's the approach at the plate, and it's just not putting the ball in play. Put the ball in play, get some action going on. Too many strikeouts yesterday, and they just looked overwhelmed in the batter's box this week at Yankee Stadium.
Yeah, I mean, they had great at-bats on Saturday, so you can't discount those, but 41 strikeouts is too many for 3 games. They put a priority on that this year, make more contact, gear up for contact in certain situations more, and they did not execute on that this weekend, and they do have to get better at that. Now, this is still a team that is going to be built on power. I mean, This is a team that believes that if everybody is in there, if the top lineup's in there, they've got power all the way through the bottom of the lineup. And so this team is built on, they're going to have a lot of pitching depth. They have a solid bullpen. They're hoping to be a better defensive team and hit some home runs. Like, that's the formula for winning games for this team. You're going to have to accept some swing and miss. But they have said they want more contact. Dave Kapler's talked about that a lot, and that didn't happen this week. And that's probably, if there's a number one thing to come out of the weekend that you want to circle and be worried about, that's probably it. I mean, I think it's 3 games is way too quick to make a judgment, but a few weeks of games is not. So we're going to find out pretty soon, is that plan to put the ball in play a little more frequently going to pay off?
Yeah. Dave, I thought that Saturday game was thrilling on a variety of levels. Brandon Crawford having a monster game. But I want to get to the 9th inning because the drama of a normal 9th inning with bases loaded and 1 out like that's already dramatic. You factor in the pitch clock. You factor in that Doval was in the WBC for a lot of the time in spring training and worked slow. It was so thrilling that 9th inning. And I know they ended up winning, and we can break down all those things, but just the pace of play factored in with the normal baseball drama, I thought it made for a great product on television.
I never thought that would be the case, but I think you're kind of right. The pitch clock has a chance to amp up the drama as opposed to, there were a lot of people who were worried about, baseball. Part of baseball is the build up to the big pitches. And when you do get those big moments, you have time to, And I was sort of buying that. Maybe we'll see how that feels. And I'm with you. I thought it made it more intense. And Camilo and others, it's not just him, are going to have to work on that. It's very clear that spring training was not enough. Because Camilo did just fine in spring training, but the game, with a game that counts in a big stadium, it did speed up on him a little bit there. And so that's going to be. For all these guys, that is going to be something to get adjusted to early in the season. But this has been such a good week for baseball. Few weeks for baseball. Between the World Baseball Classic, how cool that was, how successful that was around the world, and then the pitch clock and the new rules and more base stealing and more hits on balls in play. Really positive stuff. I mean, I just think it's going to be a super fun year to be a fan of the game.
No, I agree. And Bruce Bochy, how about him being 3-0 in his first 3 games back in the bigs with the Texas Rangers? They sweep the Philadelphia Phillies, who, of course, represented the National League in the World Series. You got Braves and Cardinals starting the series. You got the Orioles taking on the Rangers. A lot of good baseball. You're right about that, Flynn, but we're looking at the Giants here, and how can they play good baseball? Well, I said that Logan Webb, their starters really struggled. Alex Cobb didn't make it out the 3rd inning Saturday afternoon. Now, the Giants do get the win, but yesterday, Ross Stripling, in his first start for the Giants, gave up a monster home run. Maybe you could speak on that, being there live in person. That thing, I thought it was going to Queens, Flynn. That hit Stanton 2-run bomb there in the 3rd inning.
Yeah, that was one of the farthest balls I've ever seen hit. That was something else. And those two guys, I mean, it's just so intimidating to face those guys, especially in that ballpark where right field is such a home run porch. It's just such an intimidating place to pitch. Now, I'll disagree with you on one thing. I thought Alex Cobb looked really good. Cobb had his spring interrupted by that line drive off his leg. If he doesn't chuck the ball into center field, the first inning's calm and quiet and fine. He made an error that cost him a ton of pitches and a lot of stress. I thought his stuff looked excellent. I think he's going to have another really good year. Yeah, I mean, Stripling had never given up more than 3 home runs in a game. That's not the way he wanted his Giants career to start. I'm willing to give him some time. He was really good last year. And now, today we get to see DeSclafani and probably Sean Manaea. They have so many pitching options. They will get this sorted out, like who's going to be best in what role. Assuming almost everybody stays healthy, they have some time to work through what roles are going to be best for everybody because they have a lot of options. I mean, I think it's a really strong overall pitching staff.
Flynn, I kept watching Aaron Judge walk into the batter's box thinking, damn it. He's going to be in gray. He's going to have San Francisco across his chest. And instead, he's in those pinstripes. And boy, did he make the Giants pay over the weekend. I mean, I know Yankee fans are ecstatic about having Judge there in that 99, still in pinstripes. But when you're calling a game, you're watching the walk up, you're like, dang, it would have been cool to announce Aaron Judge hitting bombs like he did over the weekend. 2 home runs against the Giants, 8-14 overall. He destroyed Giants pitching.
Yeah, he's right now. I mean, there's a reason the Giants went after him as hard as they did. He right now, almost like he's got the cheat code going. He just looks at the plate like, if you're on the mound looking in at that, he's so physically overwhelming. It just looks like he's playing kind of a different sport. That's the way I would describe it. You look at him in the batter's box, and it's like, man, that guy's a baseball player. I mean, he just looks like he's so much bigger and stronger than everybody else. And you're talking about a lot of big, strong guys. He just flicks the bat like it's nothing. And he's so determined to be a great player, so he's got all the work ethic stuff too. Look, it's horrible for Giants fans to have to watch it and think what could have been. It's great for the game that we have a guy who's that compelling. I mean, right now, Trout, we've always said Trout's the best player in the world, has been for a long time. Between Ohtani and Judge, you have a pretty darn good debate about who the best baseball player in the world is. And the star power in the game is very, very high right now.
Yeah, his plate discipline to lay off some of the stuff outside the zone and then wait for the pitch that he's looking for. He's spectacular. All right, so you're going to be at Augusta this week, and I'm getting geeked out because Augusta gives me all the feels. You're going to be on television Thursday, Friday on ESPN?
Well, we don't. We do televise, but I'm not allowed. I'm not a CBS guy.
Oh, apologies.
It's all their folks on the actual telecast. So you have to go to ESPN Plus or to the Masters app or Masters.com, and there you can find me on. I'll be doing holes 4, 5, and 6 again this year. So all that special hole coverage, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that's me the whole way through.
All right, so
4, 5, 6.
Scotty Scheffler, Rory 7-1, Rahm 9-1, Spieth, Cantlay, all these guys dropping down. Morikawa's in there. Who do you like this week?
Well, just based on those odds, I think I would take Rahm only because I think you're getting a little bit of value. I know it hasn't been a great few weeks for him, but I still look at him as the best overall player in the world. Now, Scotty Scheffler probably Scheffler's probably the right answer to that. But I think Rahm's great golf is as great as anybody's. So I think you're getting a little value there. I mean, Rory would be an unbelievable story if he finished off the career Grand Slam with all that's gone on in the last year around him. That would be just a really cool story. But it's hard to get. I mean, Scheffler right now, I say this as a compliment. He's so boring in a way. He just is very steady. He does not a lot of emotion out on the course. He's just a darn winner. The guy just, I can't remember the number that Zalatoris told me because Will played against him as a kid growing up in Dallas. And I was asking him about Scheffler and he was like, you could look it up, but he played like 80 junior tournaments and won like 70 of them. I mean, it was like some ridiculous number. Even if you're a great player as a kid, Scotty just always had the knack for winning, and it doesn't always look as spectacular. He's got kind of a funky-looking swing at times. He's just a winner, so hard to go against him. But I think of those guys you just rattled off, I still think Rahm is going to win this tournament sooner rather than later.
Go on, Morikawa. I'm going to pick him until he wins out there at Augusta. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, he sure is set up to, you hit your irons well here and find the right spots on these greens. You give yourself such a big advantage. Colin's one of the guys who can really do that. The putter, he still has to putt well here. And, good putting other places doesn't always translate. And putting's been up and down for him, but Augusta is different. The greens here are different, and I'm not sure the track record is totally there for him at the Masters to give you full confidence that he's going to break through, but Colin's so talented. And he'd be a great story, too. I love watching him play.
Dave, is it shameless if I say, cut a little of the budget out for me and some gear, and I'll get you back? A couple polos, some hats.
Don't do that on there.
I'm teasing. He knows that. Everyone does that. They buy a bunch of merch.
You and Guru do that.
No. Dave,
for a
explain to
selfie
him
on
about
air.
the Masters.
This is a test of how much I like you. This is what am I willing to pull back for you?
Flem, think about your family first.
I'm teasing.
Think about the radio guy last. Shasky will live. Don't do that to Flem. Put him on a
That's
spot
what people
like
do
that.
when they go to Augusta. They get a bunch of merch and they bring it back, and
you can't do that live
dish
on
it
air.
out.
They can't put him in a
God,
weird
my
spot.
budget would be through the roof.
I apologize for Shasky, Dave Fleming.
Sorry, Dave.
David B. Fleming.
That was inappropriate.
No, not inappropriate, but I might not be bringing back a stuff for you. Not inappropriate, but
bring him back.
Have fun.
Have fun. We'll be listening,
I'll
Flem.
be
Always
listening.
good to talk
Have
to you.
fun,
We'll
buddy.
talk to you next week when the Giants take out. Of course, they have their home opener against the Rose. They're in Chicago today to take on the White Sox. Flem, have a good one, man.
Okay, great. Talk to you guys soon.
Anytime, David Flynn. Why would you do that?
No, that's what. See, Bonte, you don't understand the culture of going to Augusta.
No, I understand
they give out
culture.
tickets. Well, can I explain?
No, I
it?
understand all that. Why don't you just ask them off air though?
That was a joke. That's what it is. It's called a joke. I'm working a bit here.
No, you've been working a bit for years. It hasn't worked
When
out
people
for
go
you
to
yet.
Augusta, they buy a bunch of merch and they bring it back because you can only get the Augusta stuff on site. And so people spend thousands of dollars and then they try to resell it on eBay or what's that?
In 2 minutes.
I thought he was adding to the conversation. Apologies. I was all up in the mood.
Yeah,
but the point being is you get polos, you get hats, you get all this. You can only get that Augusta logo inside Augusta. And because they limit the amount of tickets, you have to win the lottery to be able to buy tickets. When people go, they end up buying thousands of dollars of merch and then they hand it out to all their golf buddies.
Look, I got on Guru because he asked Steph Curry for a picture on air.
Yeah,
It
why
was
is Guru
pretty funny.
catching strays?
Because,
Collateral damage.
Real quick off there. Yo, Curry, can we get a quick? I told Guru that. I was like, hey, man, you're groovy.
I got a quick 1 minute golf thing. Did you see who won this weekend?
No, I did not.
He has won
Did not pay attention.
2 of his last 6 starts.
Who's
Live Golf's Brooks Koepka.
Oh.
I think he's a dark horse this week.
Hasn't he already won a Masters or no?
No, he's come
PGA.
short.
He's won the
He
PGA
won-
and the U.S. Open.
He won back-to-back U.S. Opens and PGA.
Okay, got it. So he's
PGA
got 4
championship.
majors.
Yes, 4 majors.
Yeah, the year Tiger won it last, Brooks was right on his heels as a shot off.
Yep. Him and Francesco Molinari, who dunked it in the water.
Anybody else?
And he also lost to Phil. Remember when Phil won his most recent PGA championship?
Yeah.
Brooks was with him in the final group.
Anybody else going to Augusta? Because Shaska, I want some guy. I do like the hats with the Augusta
Dude, it's
hat.
cool. The gear
Well,
is cool.
I'm not going to ask. You got to text Flip on the side.
I've
like,
never
yo,
been
Flip,
there.
Yo, Flim, hook me up, man. If I send you some money, can you get this polo?
Well, I was going to
for me?
ask him what his budget is. Like, who's he getting gear for?
Well,
That's
you got to
always
do
the
that
question.
off air. Got to do that off air.
Okay.
I'm just trying to help you out.
This is the
Maybe
guy who
you'll get
gets
something.
free merch from people,
Yeah,
like I
because
do.
I don't beg. I don't beg. I never have. I never will. I won't. I refuse to do that.
No. Would you tell Bob personally that I said hi?
No, I will not. Yeah, exactly. And I didn't. Actually, I did. Because Bob was getting on me. He's like, oh, Bonte, are you panicking about the season? I was like, no. You know I'm not the worrier of the show. You know I don't panic. It's the other guy.
Every
Butcher
inch
boy.
of my body and
Butcher
anything that comes
boy.
out is for sale.
Boy.
Not
I'm just
all of us
saying.
can give a journalistic angle.
I'm just saying, would have helped you out, Flem. You would have been like, yo, Flem, if you're going out there, if you had time, can I send you $100 for a polo?
Oh, it's more than that.
Could have done it on the side. That's
It's more than that.
That's what I'm saying. Pro tip. That's all. I'm
Where's
trying
the
to help you
pro?
out. I'm trying to help you out.
Where is he?
I'm the pro right here, baby. I'm a professional. All right. Giants lose 2 or 3 Yankee Stadium. Your thoughts on that? I'm not going to crush the Giants. It's just 3 games. Let's see how they play against Chicago, against the White Sox. Let's see if they get the bats rolling. I'm not going to crush the Giants today.
I do
I'm
think
not
their
doing
pitching is not very
that.
good.
We'll see. It's the Yankees. They're one of the best teams in the American League.
They lined up their pitching so that they could have all righties pitching.
Did not work out.
Yeah, I just.
By the way, more Giants talk. Garlic Fries, the Baseball Guys podcast
Yes.
is back. Joe Shasky with new co-host Sam Lubman. They kicked Willer off because he was too positive, so they got Lubman on there. They'll bring you all you need to know about the Giants this season. Twice a week. You guys are doing it twice a week? Oh, buddy. New episodes are now available wherever you listen to podcasts. That's right. Download the Odyssey app right now for the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. And by the way, let us know about the biggest games and stories in the prep scene, track and field going on, baseball. Email us at hss@957thegame.com. Let us know about your high schools. Everybody, North Bay, South Bay, East Bay, San Francisco. Let us know what's going on. Email us at hss@957thegame.com and be featured on the Prep Rally podcast. First 4 episodes all available right now. What's coming up on the game sponsored by the Inn at the Tides. Book your getaway to Bodega Bay at the iconic Inn at the Tides. Their midweek winter special offers the lowest rates of the year, starting at just $199 per night through March 31st. Enjoy stunning views, refreshed rooms, and free breakfast. Book now. InAtTheTides.com. All right, we got Joey Bar sound coming up. We got Steph Curry sound coming up.
Steph.
We got Steve Kerr sound coming up. We're open lines here. 888-957-9570. Anybody worried about the Dubs right now? Anybody concerned about the Dubs after that loss last night to the Nuggets without Nikola Jokic? We'll dive into that here on The Roast.
Bonte and the Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Danilo Gallinari. Not Gallinari, Gallinari, Gallinari. It's Monday Morning Blues.
That's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
I thought I was the one who was going to be butchering names.
No, I butcher names all the time.
That's pretty funny.
Call me the assistant.
It's Danilo Gallinari.
Danilo Gallinari. Remember how Chris Webber used to say it?
No.
Danilo Gallinari or something crazy.
I know my buddies used to go Ginobili.
Yeah, like
but then
Charles Barkley.
Yeah, but then he started
Ginobili.
But that's because the San Antonio guys were doing that for a long time before.
Ginobili. All right, we got some Joey Barr sound, but I'm wondering because nobody's worried about that loss yesterday for the Warriors. It feels like.
Because it feels like they're still going to be able to, because you told me that they qualified for at minimum the play-in.
They clinched the play-in tournament. So we know they have one extra game.
I also think that because we're so, we got 3 games left of the regular season.
3 games left.
We're so close. It feels like outside of a complete implosion,
they're
going to be at minimum the 6 or 7 seed.
Yep.
So,
let me ask this.
What is there to lose your mind over, I guess?
Well, let me ask this, because everybody's happy about the 6th seed. So that means Warrior fans who are confident, extremely confident, and feel like, hey, whoever we play in the first round is going to be trouble for them. Is there anybody out there who don't fear the Phoenix Suns? Because now you will move up to 5. If you went out, you have a great chance to win the 5 spot if you went out.
So can I raise my hand and admit that I could see both sides of the argument? Avoid Phoenix at all costs. But the other side, if you're going to face Phoenix, maybe the best time to face them
is early in the playoffs.
Yeah, before they kind of get going.
Kevin Durant didn't look too bad yesterday.
I don't know if I fully subscribe to it, but I see the point of view.
I don't subscribe to it at all, especially what I saw yesterday. Now they go to OKC and they beat the Thunder. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, by the way, he's coming to town tomorrow. Got to the free throw line 17 times.
Wow.
He's one of the best free throw shooters in the game, so he's going to get to the free throw line. That will not be an easy game tomorrow night at Chase Center for the Golden State Warriors. But Kevin Durant yesterday, 35 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists. 3-7 from the three-point line, 13-21. That's over 50%, folks.
Yeah.
You look at Devin Booker, 8-14, 22 points, 10 assists. Then you look at Chris Paul, 16 points, 8 assists. Then you look at DeAndre, 8, 19, and 11. A double-double, 8-12 from the floor. I'm telling you right now, me personally, I don't want anything to do with the Phoenix Suns.
At all.
I think it's a bad matchup for the Warriors without Andrew Wiggins.
I think if you were remove the Golden State Warrior lenses, I think for television, if you're running TNT, ABC, ESPN, you're saying Phoenix versus the Lakers or Phoenix versus the Warriors
in the first round.
Sign me up.
Wouldn't the NBA want that later on in the playoffs?
Probably, but you're not guaranteed that.
No, you're not.
Right? And so they would want the guaranteed eyeballs off the rip.
888-957-9570. Remember, Kenny Caraway said this last week on Willard or Dibs, and I'm going to remind folks of what Kenny Caraway said. ESPN 1320, a known Sacramento Kings fan.
The matchups are a good look for the Kings. They're a good look. And if we play the Warriors as the 6th seed, I'll tell you right now, we'll backhand the Warriors. I don't want to play the Warriors just because I have a healthy respect and fear for Steph Curry. I don't want to deal with him in the playoffs. I really don't. But if it comes to that, we backhand the Warriors. Because the Warriors don't do nothing on the road. They definitely don't play defense on the road. The Warriors too small. Sabonis would eat all series long.
So Sacramento just gave up 142 points last night to San Antonio at home.
Can I ask about? We haven't talked about that last part. Do you think Sabonis would eat in a playoff series?
He'd be fine. He'd get his numbers. But you have Looney and Draymond.
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Who else would eat? De'Aaron Fox worries me.
Well, he's a very good player. They're both really good players.
Keegan Murray worries me on the perimeter.
Yes.
Kevin Huerter worries me on the perimeter, Red Velvet.
Am I being too dismissive of Harrison Barnes to say that I don't fear him at all?
Yeah, but
he'll have a game.
But the revenge factor will be a thing for Harrison Barnes.
Okay. I'll listen.
I think that home crowd's going to get him a game at Golden One. Are Warrior fans, with the way the Warriors have played this year, or this season, I should say, I feel like it's a bit disrespectful for a lot of Warrior fans to underrate the Kings. I'm not going to underrate the Sacramento Kings with the way the Warriors have played defense. I think Warrior fans overall have been so damn dismissive of the Sacramento Kings.
Do you blame them? They've had a decade of winning, and they've gone to the very end, it seems like, every single time.
But
like
this season,
the earned arrogance is a thing.
This season, they haven't played well on the road. They haven't played well in stretches. Hell, the San Antonio win on Friday night was an ugly win. That was unwatchable basketball for 3 quarters.
I don't think they could sleep on anyone, but the fans will. Like, the fans aren't the players. The fans have earned. If you can't be arrogant right now as a Warrior fan, well, then you just can't be arrogant in sports ever. I mean, they've had a decade of success.
They have, but there's no Andrew Wiggins.
No, believe me.
I don't know if he's coming back for the playoffs. And if you don't have Andrew Wiggins against the Sacramento Kings, who will, by the way, bring Malik Monk off the bench, who's instant offense, why are Warrior fans so confident with the way this team has played?
Well, I think
they haven't played winning back. Think about the Pelicans game. They played well for 2 quarters.
Yeah.
All right. That was not playoff winning basketball against the Pelicans. I don't care what anybody says.
No, I agree.
You did not play playoff winning basketball against San Antonio last Friday night.
There was nothing about that game that screamed playoffs.
And then last night against Denver, you laid down midway through the second quarter.
Yeah, but I think this is the argument that almost is impossible to overcome. Yeah, but the playoffs are different. Yeah, but this team doesn't care about the regular season. Yeah, but they just did it in June. Like that, I don't have a rebuttal for a lot of those things.
But you did it in June with Andrew Wiggins.
I agree. Now that's an element. Let me stop you there. That's an element that I think is part of the optimism this morning, even though you lost that was a rough loss last night, excuse me. The news that Andrew Wiggins is back in the Bay Area gives a lot of people newfound optimism regarding Andrew Wiggins, whether that's real or not.
Now, is he back in the Bay working out? Is he back in the Bay practicing? Is he back with the team? Got no news on that. The only thing we heard from Jason Dumas, and I think Jason Dumas is very credible, and he's been right about a lot of things.
Yeah, he's tapped in.
He's not sending tweets just to send tweets.
No, he's tapped in.
But he tweeted Friday, Andrew Wiggins is back in the Bay Area. He spent most, of course, the last 5 weeks out of town, and that's been known, that he hasn't even been in the state. So apparently Steve Kerr said last week that they sent trainers out. He's been working out a little bit, but he's not in basketball shape. But if you don't have Andrew Wiggins, boy, no one watching Dose of Reality in the morning, Ponce. 510 Comcast Business Text Line. I want unashamed, unabashed, over-optimistic Shasky homerism. All like, I'm a homer too when it comes to the Warriors. But I am a little concerned with if they did play Sacramento in the first round, I feel like we're underestimating them in the 7-game series.
But you're a little concerned. I'm a little concerned in every game. Like, what? Like this thing, like, oh nope, it's gonna be a piece of cake. Like none of them. There's no piece of cake game out there. Whether it's the Kings, whether it's Phoenix, whether it's the Memphis Grizzlies, whoever they end up going, Denver Nuggets. Right. Heck, was it a piece of cake game yesterday with no Jokic?
No, they got schooled. And Michael Porter Jr. went off.
They were lucky to keep that game close at the end.
I mean, they had control of the game, up 46-31. Then they're up 56-44, and all of a sudden the wheels fell off. The train went off the tracks in the second quarter. Michael Porter Jr. gets hot. He scores 14 in the second quarter. He scores 13 in the third quarter. He comes up with a double-double. Aaron Gordon almost drops a triple-double. Jamal Murray did what he did, 26 points, 8 assists.
They had no answer for him.
No, he didn't. Bruce Brown came off the bench with instant energy.
Solid.
That's an upgrade for them.
Yeah,
last year they didn't have Bruce Brown.
You think he's better than Bones Highland for that team?
Absolutely.
Okay, because I was thinking about that when he was playing yesterday. I was like, I know you like Bones Highland. No. Brown might be a better player
Brown's a better fit.
Yeah,
Brown's a better fit for them. And Bones Highland's not even playing with the Clippers. I don't even know
what's going on there.
Don't know what's going on. Contavious Caldwell-Pope played 21 minutes last night, but he's an upgrade at the 2-guard spot over, who did they have last year? Was it Monty Morris?
Yeah, Monty Morris.
He's an upgrade over Monty Morris.
I like KCP.
All right.
I think he's versatile.
Christian Brown. It's spelled Braun, but it's Brown. Out of Kansas. He won a national championship.
He's not bad.
This kid is good.
Yeah, he's not bad.
I like him. He knows where to be. He plays solid defense.
That horrible Dante DiVincenzo pass into transition.
Yes. There was a couple
How bad
passes.
was that?
There was a couple bad passes. The Warriors, 1 turnover in the first quarter, 5 in the second quarter, 5 in the fourth quarter. All right? That's not good enough. Reggie Jackson didn't even play really yesterday because Peyton Watson out of UCLA was giving them instant offense. So you lose a game without Jokic, so you drop to 6. Again, 6 is not the worst thing in the world because if you give me a preference to play Phoenix or Sacramento, I'm taking Sacramento all day long. But without Andrew Wiggins, I don't think that's a slam dunk series for the Warriors. Let's go to the lines. Jay in San Francisco.
I completely agree.
Jay, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, question. If the Lakers and the Warriors win out, where does that put us?
If they're tied with the Lakers win the tiebreaker.
Well, we're half a game ahead, right?
Well, yes,
but
we're tied in the loss column. So each team has 38 losses. Lakers have played one less game than the Warriors. So if they finish tied at the end of the season, Lakers will get the tiebreaker. Now, if they finish tied for 5th, Lakers will get the 5th seed, Warriors will get the 6th seed. If they tie for 6th, Lakers will get the 6th seed, Warriors will get the 7th seed. So the Lakers have the tiebreaker, Jay.
Okay, so that means in order for us to even get the 6th to stay out of the play-in, we have to win out.
Pretty much.
You pretty much have to win out because you don't have the tiebreaker against the Lakers or the Clippers. However, Jay, the Lakers and Clippers play each other on Wednesday. So one of those teams will lose and have 39 losses.
Are you keeping up?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm having a hard time keeping up.
You having
Basically,
a hard time?
Win out is what you're saying.
What I'm saying is win out.
If I were to boil it down.
Boil it down, win out.
Okay.
You'll get at least a 6th seed.
All right.
Because the Pelicans have 4 games left, too. They're not going undefeated over those 4 games. I don't care what anybody says. Their last game of the season is in Minnesota. All right? It's in Minnesota. Tomorrow night, they play Sacramento down in New Orleans. Now, with New Orleans,
so we're rooting for Sacramento.
Basically. But look, the Pelicans play Sacramento, Memphis, and the Knicks at home this week. 3 home games against the Kings, Grizzlies, and Knicks. And then they play at Minnesota at the end of the season. I have a hard time believing the Pelicans are going 4-0 over that stretch.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So then that would knock them down to 39 losses. So that's 1 game behind the Golden State Warriors.
I don't know how you do this in your head. You're so good at it. Keep going.
It's easy.
You're incredible. These scenarios always give me a headache.
Yeah, no, the scenarios are great.
You know what I'm saying?
We get to watch it last week. No doubt.
No, it's been really fun.
No, it's a tongue twister. So look, the Lakers, they have 38 losses. So you have 4 teams right now. Let's simplify this, folks. Clippers, Warriors, Lakers, Pelicans all have 38 losses. Right now, the Warriors are in 6th place. The Lakers went out, and they finished with 38 losses, and the Warriors went out with 38 losses. The Lakers will get the tiebreaker. But a good thing here is that the Clippers and Lakers play each other. So one of those 2 LA teams will have 39 losses. They will have 39 losses. The Pelicans, they have 4 games left, as we just chronicled. Sacramento, Memphis, the Knicks, and the T-Wolves on the road in Minnesota. I have a hard time believing the Pelicans are going 4-0 over that stretch. Now, it's possible, but I do believe they're going to go at least 3-1. That will knock them down to 39 losses. So the Warriors went out at 38. They're going to be no worse than the 6th seed. You want to stay out the play-in, and you want to get that 6th seed. Clippers, look, their schedule's tough, too. You look at the Clippers. Again, they play the Lakers on Wednesday night, a big game at Crypto.com Arena. They beat the Lakers all 3 times so far this season. Then they have a gimme game Saturday night against the Portland Trail Blazers. Then they travel to Phoenix Sunday. Will Phoenix try to win that game? Will Phoenix rest their guys? How will the Phoenix Suns play that situation? That will be determined there. So one of the LA teams will have 39 losses, and if the Pelicans lose 1 game, they'll have 39 losses, which means the Warriors will have to go 3-0. Now, you play the Thunder tomorrow night, win that game. You have to win that game tomorrow night at Chase Center, which sucks about yesterday. You would have had some leeway there. You would have had a little bit of room for a margin of error, and then you got to win a big one Friday night against Sacramento. How does Sacramento play that game out? Will they be locked into the 3 seed? Will they want to send a message to the Golden State Warriors? That's going to be very interesting Friday night at Golden One Center to see how the Kings play that.
I've had this question in my back pocket, and I wanted to ask you now that we're getting closer to the end of the year. Since 2012, 2013, all right, when they first ascended and they made the playoffs and they knocked off the Nuggets, they had 47 wins that year. That is, of all their playoff level teams, that's the low water mark. Let's throw the 15-win team to the side, and let's throw the play-in team to the side. Now, I'm just doing this for this exercise. 47, 51, 67, 73, 67, 58, 57, 53 last year, currently at 41. I know the record isn't as good as any of those other playoff teams. Is this the worst team they've had entering the playoffs of the playoff level teams?
Yes. Hands down. Hands down.
So is this the biggest road ahead
Absolutely.
of all those playoff teams?
Absolutely. If they win a championship this year with the way things
Forget
are
winning
out,
the championship. I'm talking about the travel, the road to get to a finals.
Well, but Yes, it will be difficult, but at the same time, you look at the Western Conference. Does anybody fear the Denver Nuggets?
Not on the level of OKC back in the day or Houston or whatever. Yeah,
Does anybody fear the Memphis Grizzlies?
I mean, I do a little. Yeah, a little. Not a lot, but a little. I just don't know what I'm going to get from them.
Does anybody fear the Sacramento Kings?
I think they deserve to be feared a little.
Nope. They deserve respect.
Nah, that's not fair.
They deserve respect.
Yeah, they do deserve respect. If they went to the second round and lost in 7, would anyone be surprised? No. They've had a great year.
Some people would be surprised.
I didn't think Dallas would get to the finals the Western Conference Finals last year.
But in terms of just a true dominant team in the Western Conference, if the Warriors are wholesome, they could win a series against anybody in the Western Conference. I truly believe that. Now, Andrew Wiggins is the key. Without Andrew Wiggins, I have a hard time seeing the Warriors getting past the first round.
I'm with you. Did you know that of those teams that I referenced, do you believe in like the win share number when they throw that out there?
It's kind of like war to me.
It is, but I do find it to be fascinating. Steph Curry. And then Kevin Durant, back to Steph Curry last year. Who do you think's the top win share guy this year?
In the NBA?
No, for the Warriors.
Top win share guy, Kevon Looney?
Yeah, how'd you know?
I'm just taking a guess.
Yeah. I just find that to be random.
Yeah. I mean,
it's random.
It is random.
It's also indicative of the season they've had.
Shout out Looney, who should win the most improved player in the NBA. He's been dynamic. 7 offensive rebounds yesterday, 14 in all, 33rd game with 10 plus rebounds, the most offensive rebounds for a Warrior since Eric Dampier did it nearly 20 years ago when he had 344 offensive rebounds. Looney with a spectacular season, had a spectacular game yesterday. Let's go to Calvin in St. Louis.
Hi, Calvin.
Calvin. What's going on, man?
Man, come on, man. I'm loving my subscription. You guys are the best, hardest working guys in the industry. How y'all doing, man?
Oh, we're doing good, Calvin. Check is in the mail.
Thank you.
Look here. I know I'm not no coach or anything like that, man, but come on, man. Come on. You don't get to keep on saying the same things after every loss. Oh, we made this mistake, but what I like was, and the other team was this and that. Look, Steve Kerr, I love you, man, but come on, man. Get on the guys a little bit. I ain't telling you to go Bobby Knight or anything like that, but come on, man. Hold your guys accountable. Your one job as a coach is to look at the mistakes that you make and clean it up. How about we learn how to pass the ball and stop being so laxy-daisy like Steph Curry tends to do? How about every time we do something good at the other end, we don't come back and give up a 3 at the other end? Everybody runs on the inside trying to protect it too, instead of standing on the 3-point line like what you said Denver did and making the guys run off the 3-point line. How about we just consistently assist? They're known for assists. This last game they had 24 assists or less. In other words, everybody was out there hot dogging.
Yeah.
And when you got a player like Klay Thompson who can get 30 or 60 in one quarter, how about you get him clean shots? And if you see Klay and Steph got defense on them, how about Draymond Green and Looney turn around and just dunk the ball and put the ball in the basket and play some 2-ball and stop jacking up 73s? What you guys think?
Oh, man, well, you're on fire, Calvin. The ball movement, let's start there. They had 11 assists in the first quarter. What did the Warriors end up with? 26 assists. That means they had 15 assists over the last 3 quarters. That's not Warriors basketball. The turnovers, second quarter, you had 5 turnovers. Got Denver back into the basketball game. You had 4 in the third quarter, then another 5 in the fourth quarter. That's not good enough. 14 of your 15 turnovers in the last 3 quarters. Got to take care of the basketball, especially when you're on the road. As far as getting Klay and Steph open looks, they had plenty of open looks yesterday. They missed a lot of shots. And they also, I thought, was shot hunting at times yesterday. They got out of the offense and they were trying to force it. Instead of going to the rack and trying to get some easy buckets, they were trying to shoot themselves out of a slump in that game yesterday. And Steph was short on a lot of threes, 12-14 yesterday. Klay Thompson, 9 of 28. 25 points on 28 shots. Steph, 21 points on 28 shots. It's not good enough.
Well, and you say how many turnovers yesterday?
15 in all.
Okay.
14 after the first quarter.
I would say it was closer to 25 because of the what I call shot turnovers. That's what Kerr's calling them now. I like that name of them. But like that essentially is a turnover. You know, Jordan Poole wildly going to the rim for where no one's touching it in a half-court set, and he's going 1-on-3, and he just flips it up. And it's like, well, that's a turnover. Like now we're going in the other direction. No one else touched the ball but you. Like, what are we doing? Klay Thompson. Oh, I caught it? I have to hoist it. It's like, dude, like, work the ball a little here. You know, you got just very frustrating.
Yeah, no, and Jordan Poole was efficient yesterday, 7-13 off the bench, but he only played 19 minutes and 43 seconds due to foul trouble. And, you look at Kuminga, 22 minutes, 36 seconds. It's not enough.
It just felt like he had little impact on the game, Kuminga.
No, by the way, Dante DiVincenzo, he had a double-double yesterday, season high, 13 rebounds, but it's the three-point shot that has separated him. His three-point shot over his last 17 games. Now, he's shooting 39% on the season. Last 17 games, Dante DiVincenzo shooting 28.9% from the three-point line. Basically, we're on that number up. That's 29%
the Westbrook
from New
zone.
York. Yeah.
It's the Westbrook. He had a 6 steal at the end of that game on Jamal Murray.
Yeah, he may be tired. Shooting 37.5% from the floor in the last 17 games. So he's playing defense, but this is where you miss Andrew Wiggins. Because now you can slot DiVincenzo back on the bench, and now you can players roll off the bench next to JP. Now the rotations are all out of whack because you don't have number 22, Andrew Wiggins.
Now, there was some finessing of getting everyone acclimated last year. It feels like this year's even more difficult.
Mm-hmm. It does.
I mean, when you have one of the greatest players ever coming off the bench to start the playoffs last year, that's a luxury, and it's a unique situation.
Right.
And Steph's so damn good that he can make it work. I think it's going to be really difficult if Wiggs comes back, if you're trying to reincorporate DiVincenzo and GP2, and you're just trying to rework things. Where does Kuminga slot in? There's a lot there.
Yeah, Steph and Clay were just not they were not good enough offensively yesterday. The team overall was not good enough. 9 of 42 from the three-point line. They shot 40% from the floor. Another frustrating loss. They were trying to win 3 straight road games for the first time all season. Now they're stuck on 9. Let's go down to Palo Alto to Brian. Brian, good morning, Brian. You're on the roast.
Morning, guys. I think the greatest comfort comes when look, it's been a great run with these guys, and it's not going to happen this year. I'm reluctant. I'm not going to say it's the end of everything or that the ride is completely over, but as it currently is constituted, the ride is over, right, for some of these guys. And it's the fault of many, for why we're where we are. But, Klay Thompson on the road, he's not a good basketball player anymore. He's a very good one-way player at home, meaning he shoots the ball and scores well at home. He doesn't really play defense anywhere. And last night, that's who he is on the road. He's a chucker who's disruptive to the offense. Steph is still a superstar. Last night he was bad. By the way, he
was bad.
Yeah,
but that's not who Steph is, and you can't pay $41 million to a one-way home court player. It's just a reality.
Well, he plays defense at times, but you know what? Klay Thompson, 41% on the road, 44.5% at home, 38.5% from the three-point line on the road, which is good for a lot of players. That's up to 42.5% at home. So obviously he shoots a lot better at home than he does on the road. But how about this? Points per game. At home, Klay Thompson, 24 points per game. At home, 24.5 points per game. On the road, 19. So you shave that down. Yeah, that's 5.5. That's 2 threes.
What's the discrepancy look like for Steph Curry in that type of?
I will pull that up in a second here. Steph Curry's been balling everywhere, but
I know. I'm just curious. Like, is that because I'm sure if we did that with a lot of players in the NBA, you'd see a drop off. So I don't know if that's exclusive to just him. You know what I'm saying?
Steph Curry at home, 29 points per game. On the road, 30 points per game.
Well, there you go.
At home,
throw
Steph,
that in the garbage.
At home, Steph shoots 50% from the floor. On the road, he shoots 48%.
I mean, those are damn near identical numbers.
3-point percentage, 45% at home, 40 on the road.
Okay, so there's a tick
There's
down.
a drop off there.
There's a tick down.
But everything else, the numbers overall, is basically the same for Stephen Curry. Let's go to, let's become a fan favorite. May Money apparently was, the street said May Money was at Chase Center Friday night. May Money, is that true?
Winning into the couch, bro.
May Money, was that true? Were you at Chase Center Friday?
I definitely was not. I don't know. I got a doppelganger walking around.
Somebody DM me said May Money's coming to the game Friday. We want to stop by and see you. Maybe somebody was lying and using your name to try to gain some clout.
Oh, well, you know what? Hey, they can have it because I definitely was not there.
Okay, all right. What you got today?
Hey, but what's up, y'all? What's up? Oh my God, I got emotional whiplash. I don't even know what to feel anymore. I think I need to just take some weight off my chest and stop investing my emotions into this because that was the most infuriating mess that I've seen in a minute. Like, what happened?
They couldn't make shots. They turned the ball over. They couldn't play defense. They couldn't close out.
They were passing the ball to the other team like gift baskets. Like, are we colorblind here? Do we not know what jersey that we should be passing the ball to? Like, what on earth was that? It started off so well, and then it just turned into just hot garbage. And I'm just so frustrated. Like, but I think we should stay in the 6th seed, though. Like, you guys
play Sacramento
earlier.
You feel good against Sacramento, May Money? May Money, you feel good against Sacramento? Ah, man, maybe she's blending into the couch.
He be blending into the couch, bro.
Somebody lied. I swear to God, somebody DM it was like, yo, me and May Money coming by. We coming by the gatehouse. And I was like, well, I'm off, buddy.
Oh, hey there.
Yeah, well, hey there. I was not at work Friday night. I was at home on the couch.
I gotta say, we were playing your Chase Center ad at the house over the weekend.
Were you really?
We got some good laughs out of it.
Oh, hey there.
The white shirt, untucked, button down, just the whole look, the side angle view on some of the shots. That is such a great commercial. You pitching Jameson and Irish drink.
You're enjoying it a lot more than I do.
Oh, I'm in love. I'm loving it so much.
I can't believe it's getting so
I'm
much
basically
run.
McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Oh my God. It's good.
15-year-old reference right there. I don't even think they use that anymore.
I'm loving it. No, do you get sued?
What was it? Justin Timberlake?
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? Speaking about that.
What's that? What's funny?
So Anna was like, you mind if I don't make breakfast tomorrow? I'm really tired. I was like, yeah, it's all good.
Yeah.
And I thought, what can I get for breakfast?
McGriddle?
And I thought about hitting you guys up saying, you guys want McDonald's breakfast? Yep. I haven't had McDonald's breakfast in probably 5 years.
I can't remember the last time I had
It
McDonald's
goes so hard still. It's so
the
good.
sausage biscuit?
Oh, yeah. Sausage, egg McMuffin, the hash browns.
Yeah, the hash browns.
The McGriddles, everything.
Yeah, everything. I
thought
like the
about
egg
it.
sausage McMuffin.
Yeah, but
personally.
you know what? I didn't call you guys because I want us eating right. I want us to eat right.
Was that on Friday?
No, this is this morning.
Oh, okay.
I got to admit,
I was up early. Yeah,
coming back from the river yesterday, we had so much tri-tip over the weekend. I was like, oh, I'm going to stop by Chick-fil-A. And I was like, damn it, it's a Sunday.
It is sad.
Oh, it's so frustrating.
I've actually...
So frustrating.
I've driven up to the Chick-fil-A ceremony on the Sunday, forgetting about that, and get to the drive-thru. It's like, oh, man, there's no
Nobody
line.
here.
And I'm like, oh, wait, it's closed on Sundays. Damn it! Chick-fil-A is really good. Shout out to Susanna.
Yeah.
What's her husband's name? We always forget the husband.
But they gave me a cool T-shirt.
Yeah, they hooked you up.
Sundays are for chicken and football.
Yeah, exactly. They hooked Baby Chaz up.
Yeah.
Get the pun? Boom, boom, boom. Let's go to Robin. And by the way, first, before we get to Robin, we got to pay some bills here. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1, San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app. And favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. CJ Holmes, San Francisco Chronicle, will join us at 9:20 to get some lowdown of Dubs. Will Wiggins be back? Can we expect Wiggins to be back?
I don't know.
If they need Wiggins. They
Of
wouldn't
course
make-
they need Wiggins.
I don't know if they could get past. I swear to God, I don't know if they could get past the Kings without Wiggins.
What do you think of this text? 415. If the core stays together, maybe we have one more shot at it next year. But for the most part, it's done, and that's okay.
See, I don't know if the core is going to get a shot next season.
Have they earned it this year? Because we heard that a lot. You got to let them go out on their own.
They played well when they've been on the floor together.
Have they?
Draymond's had a good year.
Okay, no.
Clay's had a good year.
Well, better year than I anticipated. Yeah,
Clay's had a good
better.
year. Steph has put up MVP numbers, just hasn't been on the floor.
Yeah, but is it good enough? Given the restraints of when you keep them together, it makes it more difficult to field out the rest of the roster.
It depends if Draymond opts in or not. If he opts out, what does the deal look like?
So let's say
and it seems like from the sounds of it, when you listen to Steve Kerr, and you listen to Draymond, and you listen to Bob Myers, if you read between the lines, it feels like they're negotiating now in public to try to get their deals and try to get their money.
You're saying Draymond,
Steve Kerr, Bob Myers. If you read between the lines, and I love them all.
Interesting.
There's some gamesmanship happening with these negotiations.
I'm okay with them, with Joe Lacob, letting everything kind of play itself out and see where we're at. I think part of how they got into this position was prematurely extending certain guys. So I understand, like, I'm not a big pay everyone the bag up front. Like, no, we can let it play it out. They're all adults and professionals.
We'll see what Draymond does.
But there's strain, B. When you don't pay people, there is a level of strain that can happen.
And Draymond's very aware of who got paid this year and who didn't get paid.
Of course he is.
Wow, we got Giants lineup out. Looks pretty good. Looks good. Robin in San Francisco, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hi, you guys. First, I want to say very quickly, Chick-fil-A is gross to me. So is In-N-Out Burger. And please don't ever advertise McDonald's breakfast again. That sausage is so greasy. The pancakes taste like corn, like they got corn in. And powdered eggs are the most disgusting eggs I've ever eaten in my life. And I'm not even, you guys.
Damn, Robin.
So, I love it.
Hey, good thing. Hey, Robin, good thing. Listen, real quick, Robin, real quick. Thank God you don't host this show because that means all the sponsorships will be gone. We're going to advocate for McDonald's, Taco Bell, Jack in the Box, Chick-fil-A. They're all good, Robin. They're all good in the hood.
Okay. I get you. I hear you from that standpoint. Listen, I want to say this to the guy in St. Louis who says he loves Kerr, but because he always does that when he calls in. He always criticizes and blames indirectly, passively, aggressively Steve Kerr. What do you want him to get on the air and say? He says that they lose focus. He says that they weren't good enough. He says, in a very calm voice of who he is that they make poor shot selections. I mean, there's only so much you can do if your players are not going to do it, okay? They have to execute. But let's talk about the lousy transitional defense, okay? Now, this is where I feel the Kings would kill them because they just suck. Dunk after dunk after dunk. They lose their man. And then in terms of Clay, you know, there's a saying, Shasky, and I think you're going to appreciate this. It's not a saying, it's a fact, because I'm a recovering addict. It takes you just as long as to recover as it did to take you as an addict. Get it? So it means it's a lifetime. So I use that analogy to say this. He was off 2 years. It's going to take him beyond that, maybe another year. I'm going to give it next year to see if he can get back into form mentally because you still see him chasing shots, anxiety, like he has something to prove. So I'm going to give Clay another year to see if he can at least get to 85% of who he was defensively. I don't know if that's going to happen, you guys.
He's going to be 34.
Yeah. We need to deal with Warrior fans. You don't need to deal in the past. We're an assist team. We're this and that. You need to deal right now what's in front of you. What now in front of you is 3 aging core, and the rest around them is Pookie in them. It's called mediocrity.
Pookie and them. Robin coming in with the heat here on a Monday morning.
I'm not taking that in and out disrespect, by the way.
Well,
come on now.
I mean, overrated. Raising Cane's, very, very good.
Where is the Raising Cane's?
It's in Oakland.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's in Oakland.
Is there one in the North Bay on my way back from the river?
No, I don't think so.
Talk about overrated.
No, Raising Cane's.
Please, it's just chicken and fries. That's all it is.
That
sauce, that's good.
That Raising Cane's sauce.
Have you been to the Bird?
Oh, the Bird right there on New Montgomery.
It's just chicken and fries.
Well, the Oak Station, our studio used to be by
right
there.
Down the street.
The Bird was
New Montgomery.
It was heavy.
I think.
You eat that at about 4 o'clock, you're good for the rest of the day.
Oh yeah, you're done.
You're done.
Yeah.
The Bird will put you into a food coma.
By the way,
Raising Cane's, that sauce. Oh my gosh, you dip it into that sauce. Ooh.
Can I tie another knot here as we get the loose ends sewed up? My dad's also a shoe taker offer on the airplane, and simultaneously, he is someone who says, "I will eat whatever the heck I want on the airplane because I paid for the ticket."
Guy. That's why I love your pops.
You.
That's why I
can't find the Toms.
That's why I love your pops. He was defending me because he know it's real. We pay for the ticket, and if we bring food onto the plane, we didn't have time to eat before we get on the flight. I'm gonna eat. Wear a mask. Look the other way. If I want to take my shoes off, I'm gonna take my damn shoes off. It's just a long flight. That's why I rock with your dad because he keeps it real. All this sense, like. The people who are complaining about people bringing food on the planes are the same people who stand up first when the flight lands.
Oh, those are the worst people.
So screw you guys. Why don't you wait your turn? You're not going anywhere. You got to stand up and get your luggage. You're just sitting there standing over people, hovering over people. Get on those people.
Those are the worst people.
Yes.
I don't advocate for violence, but I do want to fight them.
And those are the same people complaining about me bringing my food onto the plane. So screw you guys. Screw that. I'm rocking with your pops. By the way, JP Money with a nice performance Friday on the roast.
Oh, yeah.
He held it down.
Little guest performance. He says you were destroying him.
Well, the text line was destroying him, and the roasters are destroying him, saying he looks like a banker. Looks like a dude who will sue you. Dude goes to a basketball game with his shirt tucked in, and it's got like, dude, loosen up.
It's guys like him that get Chase Center built, baby.
You're not selling a mortgage to somebody, dude. You're going to a basketball game. All right, let's get, you start talking food, you start getting calls because people want to talk about food. No, I do not need the seat in front of me. I don't do that. That's ignorant. I can't do that. Popeyes is good.
Did you hear what T.O. did on the plane with Howie Roseman?
No.
Did you guys hear that story?
What did
Way
he
back
do?
when. It's a tease. I'll get the sound for you on the other side.
Oh, wow. We got a lot of sound we didn't get to yet. Deli Boy, what's happening? Deli Boy.
Deli Boy. Huh?
How'd you do in the disasters?
Oh, God.
He didn't do well, apparently.
No, I did really well. I won a long drive and close to the pin, so I was on fire.
Yeah, you were playing those forward tees.
After a championship performance the year before. Wow, Deli Boy, better golfer than Butcher Boy?
I almost repeat. I didn't get off the 13th green like my brother, who just said, I'm going to just give up right now.
No, I went to go barbecue for the rest of the crew.
So Deli Boy, it's a true story. He just quit. He just quit during the tournament because he knew he didn't win?
No, that's
he took
not
his clubs
accurate.
and went home?
That's not accurate.
Wow.
No, he went to go cook. He was trying to feed all 20 of us that were there, so I'm just giving him
22 guys were hungry.
But he cooked up some mean tri-tips. I'm going to give him to him. He hosted it. We all had a great time. It was fantastic. Here's what I wanted to say. The thing about Chick-fil-A and In-N-Out, though, is that it used to be better when they weren't in the city or they weren't in Daly City. You actually had to drive out to Sacramento or Fresno or go out of the city and actually take them. It was kind of like a legend. It was like, you've never heard of it? You've never been there before?
Mountain View,
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
The mystique.
And, you actually had to take someone out there. Yeah, the mystique, exactly. The mystique about them. And now that they're here, it's kind of like the novelty of them kind of worn off for me. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to take any slander on no double-doubles. But, it's just not the same anymore when it's like, I can get them anytime I want now. It's not like, I'm going on a road trip and we're going to stop at In-N-Out. You've never been to In-N-Out? We're going to stop at In-N-Out. Now it's like, I could just get there right now and go get it. So
yeah.
I don't know. And about the Warriors, let me just say this about the Warriors, is the problems that we're having now is the problems that we saw in November and December. We haven't done anything about it.
No.
We had a time to make some moves, to get something to kind of get us a chance in the playoffs, and now we just sat pat and did nothing, and now we're paying the price for it. And I just don't know if we're going to go that far. And like what another guy texted in earlier, this might be it. I think this is it. And it's unfortunate that it's going to end kind of like this, just kind of like a low point. It's kind of like
is
we
it.
could have we could have done something. I mean,
we're up against it. I got to cut you off. Sam's in my ear. I love you.
I'd rather you do it to your brother than
I know.
me.
I was going to do it to him.
All right.
Because
All right,
right now it's the delivery of the game. Sorry, it's paid. The delivery of the game is brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby. It's a delivery app, but they're not delivering food. They're delivering the mechanic to your door. Kirby, check them out at Kirby, CURBEE.com. And today's delivery comes from Jordan Poole, who in the third quarter last night blew by the Denver defense to deliver this sweet layup.
Rebound goes to Poole. He hightails across midcourt. Driving into traffic. Goes by two defenders all the way to the cup and scored. He blew by Porter Jr. and Murray.
And that is your delivery of the game brought to you by Kirby. Shout him out one more time. Kirby, CURBEE.com.
There you go. BEE. CURBEE.com. There it is.
Yes!
All right, what's coming up on the game brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. The one and only CJ Holmes from the San Francisco Chronicle on the roast to talk about the Dubs. More on the Dubs here on the roast.
Here's Howie Long for Skechers hands-free slip-in footwear.
The world has gone hands-free. However, if you want to put on a pair of sneakers, you still need to bend down and help your feet in. Until now. Introducing Skechers hands-free slip-in footwear. You don't need to reach down to help your heel in. You just step into them and off you go. So what's the secret? Well, there's a special smooth comfort pillow in the heel that helps your foot slide into
It's been on the road for us all year for the majority of the time where, it's like a 4 or 5 minute stretch and the wheels just fall off and you give a team not only a momentum, but you give them belief that, they're supposed to win that game. And that's a dangerous position to be in, with the amount of talent that's in this league, no matter who you're playing. So sound like a broken record a little bit, but we got to be able to still have faith in ourselves that we can figure it out.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, the Warriors went on a 9-0 run, and you heard from Steph Curry there. It is a broken record winning on the road. Can they flip that switch in the playoffs? Time will tell, right? Time will tell. They have 2 of their final 3 games on the road, Friday night in Sacramento, Sunday in Portland for a 12:30 matinee. Of course, Portland's not trying to win. However, they beat the T-Wolves last night as 19.5-point underdogs. The Blazers, they rose up from the dead and beat the T-Wolves. T-Wolves 0-2 now without Naz Reid. But here's where we stand right now before we bring in C.J. Holmes of the San Francisco Chronicle. Of course, C.J. does a great job covering the Golden State Warriors. He has a lot of fun on the road, too. You follow him on my Instagram, man. He is living. The Clippers, they're tied with the Warriors. The Lakers are tied with the Warriors. And the Pelicans are tied with the Warriors in the loss column. They all have 38 losses. And the Warriors don't have a lot of tiebreakers here, but they need to beat the Thunder tomorrow. Probably need to win out to at least guarantee that 6th seed. So C.J. Holmes, he comes in, and obviously following the Warriors last night in Denver, they lose another road game. And it's the same story, C.J., as we heard from Steph Curry. It's a broken record. Turnovers, bad shot selection, blown defensive assignments. It just continues to go on here. And even Friday night at Chase Center, the Warriors didn't look great against the Spurs. They're not playing playoff winning basketball right now, CJ, and I think that's safe to say.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Yeah, it kind of all goes back to what Steph said after that Spurs game the other night. Heading into this Denver game, I remember I asked him, what do you guys need to clean up, heading out of town? And, what he really wanted to say was everything, but, at the core of what he said was it's about putting together a full effort 48 minutes, something that they've been discussing internally as a team seemingly all season long. And, that same issue reared its ugly head in Denver. Great first quarter, soft first half. Second half, the Warriors just let go of the rope. At some point, they must remember they're on the road. And, as you mentioned, when I first came on, that was a critical loss for them.
Yeah.
To win, they would have been they pretty much would have been in the driver's seat for the 6th seed with 2 games left in the left in the regular season. 3. But now, the play-in term looks like a real possibility. So, we've been speculating all year long on, what this team needs to do to, get back on track and, look like the championship contenders they entered the year as. And, they got a couple of games left to figure it out. This team's playing for their life right now.
I feel obligated to ask because everyone does. Do we have any idea on the Wiggins thing? I know that Jason Dumas was reporting that he's back in the Bay Area. Some people are interpreting it one way. Do you know anything? I don't know. Feels unfair to ask.
Yeah, I mean, we all saw Jason's report about, Andrew being back in the Bay Area, and we have seen, different posts by Andrew's girlfriend on social media posting that they're back in the area, but, it's something that hasn't been confirmed on the team yet, and here we are on the last week of the regular season, and there's still no timetable for Andrew will return. Last week, Steve Kerr was kind of, Steve Kerr's always asked about Andrew, but, one different wrinkle to the line of questioning last week is, are you guys prepared for life without Andrew? At that point, he kind of spoke on Dante DiVincenzo and the job that he's done in the starting lineup. He started every single game since the All-Star break in Andrew's absence. So, the team, although they'd love to have Andrew back, although they know how much they need Andrew, they're preparing for life without Andrew entering the postseason. Dante DiVincenzo is going to be a big part of that. Gary Payton II is going to be a big part of that. And, it's going to take a collective effort to replace such a two-way stud.
Yeah, no doubt. C.J. Holmes, San Francisco Chronicle, does a great job covering the Golden State Warriors. Follow him on Twitter. I believe at C.J. Holmes. I got to look up your Twitter handle. We'll get that right before the interview is over. But you brought up Dante DiVincenzo, and it feels like, if Wiggins did come back, you could bring him back off the bench where he's, where the Warriors wanted him to start the season, and all of a sudden your bench unit looks a lot better with Kuminga, Jordan Poole, DDV, and, of course, Gary Payton II. But DiVincenzo in the month of March shot 29% from the three-point line, and it just looks like at times he's just a bit fatigued for all the different roles he had to play, CJ.
I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of that. Plus, the Warriors have been on the road a lot in the past month or so. So, when they're away from Jason, everyone kind of doesn't necessarily look the part at times. But Dante was great last night. I mean, 18 points, 13 rebounds, and he was fantastic. Those are the kind of efforts they need from him night out. Now, obviously, Dante's not going to shoot the ball as well as he did every night, like he did last night in Denver. But that's the Dante this team needs. They need a guy who can emulate the two-way threat that Wiggins is as close as possible. If there's anyone on this roster who can get that done, it's Dante. Considering his pretty solid offensive repertoire and his defensive intensity out there on the perimeter.
What do you make of some of just the shot selection from this team? Like, we talk so much about the turnovers, and then there's all these, like, what I call hidden turnovers. One guy touches it, and they jack up a 40-foot shot. Clay is prone to do that from time to time. Jordan Poole comes flying down on a 3-on-1 and jacks up an ill-advised layup that leads to a fast break in the other direction. Like, how is that on the coach? Is that just on individual players? How do they fix that aspect? Because that's killing them.
Yeah. Steve likes to call them shot turnovers. When you go down there, you take a bad shot. More times than not, leads to a defensive rebound, team running at the other end. We saw that again last night. When I think of it in its worst cases over the last couple of games, think of that Atlanta game in Atlanta a couple weeks back. They're down, I think, 2 or 3 with like a minute left, and they take like a minute, 2 minutes left, and they're taking 4 or 5 threes in a row. It's a blessing and a curse with this team, right? Those shots go in, no one's complaining, but when they don't go in, it's very noticeable. But at the same time, I remember Steph said after the Atlanta game that, we got to keep taking them with confidence, right? We're all good enough to take them. We're going to take them. It's just that when they're not falling, it looks extra bad. So, like I said, it's a blessing and a curse. So they're dropping, no one's saying anything. But in these close games, they're not falling. They're extremely noticeable, and it's costing the team a chance to close out these games.
No doubt. At CJ Holmes 22 on Twitter, at CJ Holmes 22. Want to follow all his work as he covers the Warriors here. 3 games left in the regular season. And looking at that Denver lineup, look, they're not a better team without Jokic, obviously, but they do look a bit more athletic. And going to Jeff Green at the 5, and Michael Porter Jr. had it going yesterday with 27 points combined in the second and third quarter. And Gordon's probably their X factor there. I'm wondering, and Steve Kerr was asked about this before the game, and I think he probably was asked after the game. Michael Green now, with the addition of Gary Payton II, has not got a lot of playing time, and it feels like JMG was coming into his own off the bench, playing in his role there. Steve Kerr said he's got to stay ready. I believe JMG will stay ready, but boy, he can't get off the bench right now. They need size, CJ. You got to figure that we'll see JMG at some point over the next 3 games, right?
Man, look, everyone was saying the Warriors needed size last year, and playing small ball a lot of the postseason, they're able to go to
no doubt
championship, right? So to say they need size, I mean that's like, I don't know how to put this. It's just kind of like an obvious thing, like a lot of folks will say, but it's not. Size can be countered. The lack of size can be countered as long as there's collective buy-in. Team rebounds and things of that nature. But Steve did say, when Gary was healthy enough to come back from his injury, he said it's going to affect a lot of people. I mean,
no doubt.
Moses Moody was kind of slowly carving out his role again until Gary came back.
Yep.
Jermichael was playing the best basketball he had all season. But the point of the matter is, the Warriors believe that they need Gary Payton on the floor to win, and and that's what they believe. That's what they need on the floor to win, and the way how important Gary was in last year's championship run, kind of supports that.
Well, it's funny because GP2 only played 11 minutes last night, and Jermichael didn't play. Yeah, Jordan Poole on the foul trouble there. Lamb gets to 15 minutes, but look, it's all connected. When Andrew Wiggins, hopefully he does come back. Now everything was slotted. It'll work itself out, but without Andrew Wiggins, of course, it's a who's who. And They're just super small with GP2 in the West. It feels like it did get bigger, but we'll see what happens tomorrow night. Oklahoma City, a pretty big game at Chase Center, the final regular season home game for the Golden State Warriors. We'll see if they can avoid that play-in tournament and finish 6th. CJ, you're always kind to us, man. Thanks for the time.
Thanks,
buddy. Thanks so much for having me.
Anytime. CJ Holmes, at CJ Holmes22, San Francisco Chronicle, does a good job covering the Golden State Warriors. And now the JaMychal Green thing is weird to me. Because, again, Gary Payton II yesterday only plays 11 minutes. Denver's a lot more athletic. They're a little taller, a little longer with Michael Porter Jr. and Aaron Gordon and Jeff Green. I just can't find a couple minutes for James G. I'm not saying it's the end-all, be-all. It's not gonna flip a basketball game, but it seems like you need a little size to give Draymond and Looney a blow. And look, Gary Payton only plays 11 minutes. Jordan Poole plays 19. Kuminga doesn't play 23. The rotations just feel a little out of whack to me.
You and I have kind of discussed this before he made his return, but I felt like we were putting way too much stock as a fan base into GP2 returning. And just in general, his absence and his return. Like, he's a nice role player.
Right.
He's really nice, and no one is saying that they're not better with him.
No.
But to make it like he's a make-or-break player,
right?
I just don't.
It's not right.
No.
It doesn't feel right.
No.
And look, he's banged up a bit. He was questionable Friday night with the Achilles. He's been back for 3 games. Look, the Pelicans game, he didn't play it all in the second quarter. I think he played like 10 minutes in that game. He's not as impactful. He had to steal the half-court, of course, when they trapped Brandon Ingram and they go in for the layup. I think Jordan Poole went in for the dunk at the end of the third quarter against the Pelicans last Tuesday night. But JaMychal Green, as CJ said, was playing some of his best basketball. Against a team like Denver, his former team, where he could space the floor, he get you some easy buckets. They were just chucking from the three-point line. Again, first of all, Denver's probably kicking themselves. They're like, man, how did Steph and Clay get 33-point attempts? But at the same time, be nice to get a guy who could finish around the rim and not get their shot blocked. Finishing around the rim has been a problem. You only have Kuminga and JaMychal Green who could finish at a consistent rate. Yeah.
And then defensively, it just feels like at the top of the key, they come flying out on guys that aren't shooters.
Yeah.
And they're hedging so hard on these high pick and rolls, and then they come flying out, and then they leave themselves completely out of position. And it's like, know the personnel that you're going up against.
It's just, like you said, though, like CJ said, JaMychal's playing some of his better basketball, starting to feel good, starting to become confident. Moses Moody's starting to get some.
Well, I thought he was turning the corner.
And then next, you see DMPs last night.
But like
Steve Kerr's rotations have been all at one point.
So who's sitting? Lamb?
Lamb did a good job on the boards yesterday.
Yeah, I just think he likes Lamb more than I do.
He does more than his fan base does. All right. I saw a lineup yesterday. It was Draymond Green and Gary Payton II. I don't mind it defensively, but when you're trying to stop a run, you're trying to put a halt to a Denver Nuggets run, I need scores on the off. I need guys who look at the basket. You can't have 2 players on the floor at all times who don't look at the basket. And Draymond Green fell into that trap again yesterday. Wasn't as aggressive.
Well,
and Gary Payton II doesn't look for his shot.
Draymond, how many times did Draymond pass out of a layup?
That's what I'm saying.
It drives me crazy. And I feel like they've done that to Kuminga. Unless you are wide open, make the pass.
Yeah.
There are times offensively where I feel Kuminga's second-guessing himself for the fear of either taking a drive that leads to a charge and getting yanked, or taking a bad shot that, Kerr would determine to be a bad shot, which would fit right in with this team, and then get yanked again.
Yeah, Draymond missed a couple layups yesterday. He got his shot blocked by Jamal Murray.
Yeah, the flat three-pointer late.
Yeah, it was not good. Let's go to Bill in Danville. Bill, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. Great show, regular listener. And quick shout-out to you, Bonte. Great job on TV.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
But to follow on, my biggest concern is a lack of low-post scoring. I think you've touched on it last minute or two. They miss Wiggins badly, and other teams are starting to figure it out. Started with Minnesota a week ago, where they double-teamed our big 3-4 scorers, and Gobert just sat back, as a rim protector. We saw a little bit of it last night where the Athletic Nuggets, just double-teamed every one of our guys on 3-point area. And I think if they, I was hoping the Wiggins be back by now, but now I'm concerned that it's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
And without low post scoring, I'm not confident of their playoff future.
Yeah, no, that's a good call, Bill. It's a good call. Now, you could say, did they have low post scoring last season? No, they didn't. But I think the West is different. Kevin Durant is now in the Western Conference. Anthony Davis is now healthy. Jokic has never played better. Memphis, Jaren Jackson Jr. has figured something out for the Memphis Grizzlies. He has. Give him credit. Desmond Bane is a better player than he was a season ago. Domantas Sabonis feast inside the paint. He Debo's cats inside the paint. The West has gotten bigger and more athletic. Zubac has always been a Warriors killer.
Always.
You look at the Pelicans with Valanciunas or Brandon Ingram. And Zion is coming back at some point. I don't know how much you need low post scoring, but boy, it'd be nice to have a low post threat.
Well, but when Wiggins was doing well last year, they did throw him the ball at the block at times and at the mid block and used either the split action off of that or gave him opportunities to kind of get his back down game or a fadeaway jumper on. Like that was a big part of his ascension in the playoffs.
Sure was. And you don't have that right now.
I mean, Curry will never be a post point. Mark Jackson was a post point. Like some guys can do it. Some guys can pull it off. I wish they would use Draymond more in that avenue.
Yeah.
But problem is that Draymond's afraid to shoot at all. And so they clog lanes on guys that cut and move, and they go straight up with him, and they basically say, we'll give you this shot, but we don't think you're even going to take it.
At times he is, no doubt about that. So, again, this is why, forget the offseason. Forget the moves or contract extensions or what Bob Myers or Steve Kerr or Draymond Green's going to do. As of right now, with 3 games left in the regular season, I'm having a hard time seeing this team get past anybody in the first round if you don't have Andrew Wiggins. I think that's a massive, massive loss. You're talking about one of your 4 best players. One of your 4 best players. Now, Steph's the guy. But Andrew Wiggins is one of your 4 best players, and what he does defensively. You talk about a team, you heard Brian the PA saying Clay's a one-way player or Poole's a one-way player, whatever the case. You don't have one of your best 2-way players in the league. He's not on your team right now. So without Andrew Wiggins, and I'm looking at sacking all their firepower, Keegan Murray, Kevin Huerter, Harrison Barnes, De'Aaron Fox, Malik Monk. I don't know if they can win a series without Andrew Wiggins. Let's look at that first. Can they even win a series without Wiggins? It's a massive loss for this team because now all of a sudden, Steve Kerr's rotations. You don't have Wiggins. If you get Wiggins back, and Steve Kerr all of a sudden is like, boy, on my bench now I have DiVincenzo, Poole, GP2, and Kuminga, and JaMychal Green. All of a sudden, I'm 9 to 10 deep, and now I can choose when I want to play Gary Payton's sake. If I need offense, I'm playing DiVincenzo. If I need defense, hey, I'll play GP2, have him pick up full court. But without Wiggins, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, I think they can win a series. I definitely do not think they can win 3 to get to a finals.
Like right now, can they beat Memphis without Andrew Wiggins in a 7-game
It would
series?
be very difficult. But I'm not going to.
Hard.
You could go right down the list 1 through 10, and of the 9 teams that would be qualified, because Warriors would be one of them. And I would say, yeah, it'd be really hard. Every single one of those teams would be really, really, really hard. Could they do it? Yeah, I guess they could do it. But I don't see them winning multiple of those. Like, no.
I don't know, man. Can the Warriors win a series without Andrew Wiggins?
And then
I don't know.
And then, like, if they win these last 3. You go in with a little bit of momentum.
You do have
with
some
a little
juice.
bit of feel good.
You do.
You get some time off. You lick your wounds. You see who the opponent is. It'll probably, hopefully,
maybe Sacramento.
You don't have to travel a whole lot. I think things line up a lot better if you can just win these last 3.
They do, and you avoid.
As dire as it looks right now, I don't think they're as bad as I believe them to be. Nor do I think they're as championship caliber as others do. They're somewhere in between.
On the road, though, they turn the ball over. They don't shoot good shots. They've won 9 road games, dude. 9 road games.
They've been without their second best player in Andrew Wiggins for like 50 games.
Yeah, but they've won 9. They were terrible with Andrew Wiggins.
No, I agree, but he's missed Their record would be better.
Games.
I don't know how much better, but it would be better on the road.
You would think so, but it wasn't good. They went 0-5 on the road trip with Andrew Wiggins.
I mean, how many games this year have you said, damn, we miss Andrew Wiggins?
I've said a lot. I've said that about Steph.
15 to 20.
I said that about Clay. I've said that on back-to-backs.
And they've done actually decent without Steph.
I mean, they still have a 500 record with Andrew Wiggins gone. We did the wins without and with.
I know.
So I don't know. 888-957-9570. Final thoughts coming up at 9:49. Final thoughts coming up at 9:49. Quick thoughts on the national championship game. UConn and San Diego State. Who you got?
Well, I'm rooting for San Diego State just because of the local ties. I don't really, UConn doesn't really do anything for me one way or the other.
Yeah.
I don't get triggered by them. Do you?
No, I like UConn.
Do you? You like UConn?
I used to like Jim Calhoun.
Did
Rip
you?
Hamilton, Ray Allen, Khalid Edelman. Who else did they have? They
Hakeem
had Emeka
Shabi-
Okafor.
Hashit. How do I have
Cardiac
Hashim
Kemba
Tabi-
Walker.
Thank you.
Cardiac Kemba Walker.
Oh, yeah.
Last time these
Rip
two teams
Hamilton.
played each other, it was Kawhi and Kemba.
Yeah, and
Ray
Kemba
Allen.
won in the Sweet 16 at the Pond in Anaheim.
Yeah.
Where
Won
the
a lot
Mighty
of
Ducks
cheddar
play.
that series my senior year of high
Ben
school.
Gordon.
Yeah, Ben Gordon. Ben Gordon was a baller.
Yeah, I like Ben Gordon.
Danielle Marshall. They've had some players at UConn. I don't know. I'm looking for the Darian Trammell, San Diego State.
Yes.
Local kid.
Yeah, I'm rooting for him.
What's our boy from San Leandro? Kashad Johnson.
Yes.
San Leandro.
Yes.
Local kids, but I may be betting on UConn. I may come out of retirement.
Are you coming out of
7
retirement?
7 seems low. Like Miami was under 5.5 point underdogs, and I was like, wow, that spread's not a 10.
They've
Really?
beaten teams by an average of 20 points per game this
In the
tournament.
tournament.
Yeah.
They've been on
Miami's
fire.
13 was
How-
like the best anyone's ever done against UConn.
Explain to me your watching experience Saturday. How did that go down? Because you're the biggest Miami. You went to Miami. You're a proud alum.
I'm surprised he didn't fly down to Houston to go check that
Well,
out.
honestly, again, what I've done it, I thought about it, but to pay all that money to go to that game, and then Spadoni sent the top row view of Energy Stadium, looking down at the games. Like, you need a binoculars just to look at the jumbotron. So all that money just to sit that far away and watch that game. I'm okay watching that from the couch.
I was hoping to see Sam in the student section over there with the shirt off, like all those other SDSU guys. Come on, Sam.
Yeah, I've been there, done that. But yeah, it was. They got to the rough start, then they tied it at 19. You're like, all right, you know what? They're showing some fight here. I think we got it. Then they went on like a 10-0 run right after that, and it was
I'm curious. Do you think tonight will be an average viewership for one of those final games, or do you think it's going to be higher or lower?
Well, there's no NBA games tonight, right?
Yeah, and it's not like baseball's jumping in front of this.
Are you jumping in front of the tube to watch the Giants?
Well, that's
they first pitch at noon.
A non-night game.
Hey, we don't give the times away. They played today.
That's why I
in
went
Chicago.
non-night game.
Yeah, they play in Chicago against the White Sox. Ooh,
I love Tim Anderson.
yeah, Tim Anderson. They've got some good pitching in Chicago. They're not bad.
Luis Robert
Moncada.
had a sick catch against the Astros
He
yesterday.
did. That was a really good series. Really good series, I should say.
Is Moncada on their team right now?
Yeah,
too?
Moncada. He hit a
Yohan?
home run
Yeah.
yesterday. Yohan Moncada. Somebody just picked him up. In
two
my
of the
league.
guys on Team
You know how
Cuba?
Yahoo you get the
Oh, yeah, the
fantasy alerts?
transactions.
Yeah, somebody just picked him up about an hour ago. So I hate when I see moves happening
What
during
happened
the
to
show.
your boy with the Phillies? Boy, you were all in on the Phillies, and boy, they had a rough weekend.
Ooh, who's all in on?
Aren't you? Aren't you the biggest Schwarber?
No, I'm a
Trey
Trey Turner
Turner
guy. I'm a Trey Turner's fine.
Almost a 10 ERA.
Trey
from
Turner's
that
fine.
That staff.
I'm not a Phillies guy. I'm more of a Braves guy.
Oh,
go look at the Braves and what they did. They play the Cardinals.
Or that team that beat the Phillies.
Yeah.
Bruce Bochy looking real good in
I don't
Texas
rock
right
with
now.
I don't rock with
Reno.
anything Philadelphia. You know that.
Is that turf in the new stadium, or is that
Yes,
grass?
it is turf.
It is
Globe
turf.
Life.
Yeah, Globe
Really?
Life Field, Globe Life Park.
Man.
But Bruce Bochy, 3-0 to start.
Oh, weird.
Interesting.
Think he knows a little something?
Yeah, I think
They
he knows
also
a little.
spent a lot of money the last couple of years. So
He retained Donnie Ecker, our boy Donnie Ecker, hitting coach down there in Texas. Nathaniel Lowe from first base.
Yes.
You guys looked at me crazy about Nathaniel Lowe. How you like him now?
Adolis Garcia, he's sick.
How you like him now?
well, they spent $600 million on a middle infield. They should be good this year.
So it'll be a nice little viewership. But the San Diego State Florida Atlantic game,
It felt
it took 30 minutes to get through the
Well-
last 3 minutes of that game with all the whistles and all the reviews and all the timeouts. It was hard to watch.
It was, but the final minute was cool. I actually thought that, if we're being honest, outside of the final shot, I thought the baseball game 9th inning was better. The Giants-Yankees on Fox was better than the first college basketball game
Yeah, no, it was good.
until the very end.
Yeah, until the very end. It was
That was a fun
one
baseball
sometimes.
game Saturday.
It was. That was about all
Sunday,
you
no.
got. Sunday?
No. But Saturday was really fun.
What about Thursday? Let's go to Stuart in Napa. We'll play some quick Joey Part sound clips in a second. Stuart in Napa wants to talk about the fundamentals of the Golden State Warriors. Stuart, what's happening?
The fundamentals, man. Some of the stuff that makes me crazy watching the Warriors and listening to you guys talk. God bless Wiggins for what he's doing the right thing. But if you can't pass the ball, it's not going to matter whether Wiggins is there or not. With all the sloppy passing that goes on, I don't know what the reasons are, but they really they don't have the fundamentals down. That Wiggins is not going to make a difference if they can't get the ball to him. And that's where they're breaking down every time, and they're trying to live by the three when the twos work for them. Yeah. I know you've said that before, but it's like they don't switch off. They keep, like last night, they kept shooting threes, but they weren't turning out to be threes. They were zeros.
Yeah. No, you're right. Easy baskets. Easy baskets has been a problem for the Golden State Warriors. 9 of 42 yesterday. Sprouse brothers, they go 7 of 30 from the three-point line. Combined go 17 of 56. Got to get some easy baskets at some point. They did have 54 points in the paint, but a lot of those cuts early on in the game, just didn't see them in the second half. Defensively, they can't stay in front of anybody. Michael Porter Jr. had all day to shoot. Jamal Murray did what he needed to do. Just, they're not an athletic team. They're not physical at the point of attack. Denver at time, like, Eric Gordon was bailing out the Warriors sometimes with fadeaway jumpers. Like, he had Curry on one time, fading away from the baseline. Like, dude, what are you doing?
Yeah, I know. Go hard.
Go hard,
yeah,
dude.
I agree.
Steph Curry, you're fading away from the basket. Yeah. Eric Gordon, what are you doing? Now, don't slander me down in San Jose. We love you. We love you because you're a midi guy. But I just...
He got some new tats, too.
Yeah, he's got a lot of tats. His whole back was inked up. Yeah, the neck, everything.
Yeah. Are those new this year?
I didn't see him last year. Yeah, I didn't see him last year. Yeah. It just feels like maybe this is the way the season's going to play out. They're 41-38. And the only reason why we give the Warriors a benefit of the doubt is because they won a championship last June. Well, how can I give them the benefit of the doubt when Andrew Wiggins is not here?
Yeah.
Wiggins is not here.
I just
feel like so many people are confident and like, it could end badly in Sacramento.
Doesn't it feel like deja vu? We've been having the same conversation for months on end regarding the team. Yes, they're champions, but boy, it looks bad. Yes, they've got pedigree and DNA.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
What? Speaking of Andrew Wiggins.
Whoa.
Breaking news. Golden State Warriors All-Star forward Andrew Wiggins is nearing a return to the team and is expected back early this week.
Whoa.
He's missed 21 games attending to a family matter. Huge boost for the defending champs in the 6th seed. So give Jason Dumas his flowers. Tweeted out Friday that Andrew Wiggins is back in the Bay Area. Woj from ESPN just tweeting that Andrew Wiggins is nearing a return to the team and is expected back early this week. Wiggins has missed 21 games attending to a family matter. Huge boost for the defending champs in the 6th seed in the Western Conference.
I'm a roaster.
And all of a sudden, whoa, we got action. How quickly can he come back? How quickly can he find that chemistry? How quickly can he be back in shape? How quickly will he get back to his conditioning? Can he play 30 minutes? Can he not? Oh.
This is a game changer.
Oh, it's a game changer.
Does this change everything?
Oh, it changes it. We're just talking about him. Literally having a conversation about him right now saying, I need Andrew Wiggins back.
If we would have done this show, walked off, and Steiny and Goo got that breaking news.
Well, I mean, boy.
I would have been frustrated.
Look at you. You're already thinking about that. I don't care about that. I care about Andrew Wiggins getting back.
But we never get breaking news. We never.
Now it sets up Steiny and Guru for the next 4 888-957-9570. What does it mean that Andrew Wiggins is back?
See,
Give us a call right now.
I think this changes optimism and life for everything. Like, I need him like yesterday.
I just want to see him smile on the court again.
Yeah.
Andrew Wiggins is back. He's back.
So when's the next game?
Tuesday.
You think he's there?
We're going to hear about it today.
So it's Tuesday, Friday?
Tuesday, Friday.
Oof, be there for Tuesday, please.
OKC, Tuesday. Sacramento, Friday. Portland on Sunday. Oh, Andrew Wiggins. According to Adrian Wojnarowski, nearing a return to the team and is expected back early this week. Again, that's the whole thing. Can Wiggins get back? Because without Wiggins, I don't know if the Warriors could beat Sacramento. Honest to God. I don't know if they could beat Memphis. I don't know if they could beat the Clippers, the Suns, the Nuggets. Now, all of a sudden, with Andrew Wiggins, and if Andrew Wiggins can somehow be the Andrew Wiggins you saw last postseason, all of a sudden, I'm not saying there's going to be a parade down Market Street, but I felt a hell of a lot better about the Warriors' chances against the Sacramento, against the Memphis, against the Denver Nuggets. And you're talking about a defender when you got Kevin Durant, and you've got John Morant, you got Devin Booker, you got CP3, you got Desmond Bane, you got all these athletic wings, and you bring Andrew back into the fold. Oh.
I feel like, to me, this like breathes life back into the team.
Oh.
They felt like dead man walking, and I'm just like hanging on to any little glimmer of hope. And now it's like, okay, here we go. I told you the Back to the Future picture, when you start to see the championship fade away. Now I feel like they're holding the championship trophy. At least in the photo, in my mind, there is a path now to doing it. Before, I didn't think there was. Not that they're the favorites, not that it's going to happen. It's that I can actually visualize it now.
What are you looking at, butthead?
Exactly.
Final thoughts. 888-957-9570. Xfinity Fast 5 coming up. Final thoughts. My final thought.
Wow.
Andrew Wiggins is back in the fold. Andrew Wiggins is back in the mix. What does it mean for the Golden State Warriors?
Game changer.
Does it give you new life? Do you feel good about prospects of the Golden State Warriors in the Western Conference playoffs? I feel a lot better. I don't feel great, but I feel a hell of a lot better with Andrew Wiggins back.
What was his last game? 29 points?
29 points against the Wizards, a day before they played the Clippers for the last game of the unofficial first half of the season.
Oh, man. This changes everything.
Again.
This is like the boost of life they did. This is basically like making a trade.
Dude, you're adding an all-star player. You're adding an all-star player. Again, if you're just joining us, 9:44, 5 minutes ago, Adrian Wojnarowski just reporting.
Wow.
Golden State Warriors all-star forward Andrew Wiggins is nearing a return to the team and is expected to be back early this week. He's missed 21 games attending to a family matter, a huge boost for the defending champions in the 6th seed in the Western Conference. Andrew Wiggins. All right, final thoughts. We got a lot of calls lined up.
Yeah,
Let's
line
go to
them
final
up.
thoughts. Go ahead, hit the intro.
Line them up.
And now.
And for the Xfinity Fast.
All right, let's go rat-a-tat-tat.
Let's do
Josie in Oakland. Josie, what's happening? Your final thoughts.
Yo, I'm freaking out. Andrew Wiggins is back. The best news all day. We're going all the way. Our boy's back. Let's go, Dad!
Was that Ballmer? Was that Steve Ballmer?
I love
or was
that.
that?
I love that. Word in Oakland.
Toilets.
Word in Oakland. Optimism here with Dub Nation. Optimism.
Let's go.
Word, what's happening?
Potentially. I just hope we're not all of a sudden done caring about this man. We don't know if he's
No doubt.
We don't know if he's in a place he needs to be. We're celebrating something that we may not be, shouldn't be celebrating. And I love you, Shasky. I wish you would have waited a day before you mentioned not being able to drop that news in your show.
What?
I don't know. Randy Milpitas. Randy, what's happening? Oh, Randy, go on, call back, Randy. Quick thoughts, Lubman. We'll go around the room. Lubman, final thoughts.
I'll give you my final thoughts.
All right, final thoughts.
My final thought, because he wasn't ready. I think this is a game changer. Clearly, like the caller just said, hopefully he's in a good state of mind. Who knows what's going on behind the scenes, but the team needs him desperately. And I think this is a game changer. This puts Dante DiVincenzo eventually back on the bench. Now you've got him, JP, you've got GP2 and Kuminga. Now I could start to visualize what we need. Boy, what a shot in the arm.
Oh, what a
Stay out of that playing game. That's my final thoughts.
Yeah.
You do not want to be in that playing game because everything changes there. You get a week off if you stick into one of those seeds.
Wow. That was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity. The next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. 888-957-9570. Final thoughts. My final thought is...
Yeah, what is it?
We're just discussing... I called Guru last night. We're talking about the game.
Oh.
I was like, before the call, I said, they need Andrew Wiggins.
Oh, yeah.
I hope he's okay. I hope, personally, everything is sorted out. I really do hope his mentals is okay. He missed a lot of time. Obviously, it was a very serious situation. But my thought, watching that game yesterday, and talking to Goon, talking to Bully, talking to Festus, it comes down to you need Andrew Wiggins back. He connects everything. Now, are you guaranteed a championship with Andrew Wiggins? No. The West is going to be difficult for this Golden State Warriors team that struggled to find cohesion, that struggled to find chemistry. But do I feel better with Andrew Wiggins against Sacramento? Hell yeah, I do. Do I feel better with the Warriors against Memphis with Andrew Wiggins? Hell yeah, I do. Do I feel better against the Phoenix Suns? That's still going to be a tough series if they do play Phoenix in the first round with Andrew Wiggins. But I feel a lot better with Andrew Wiggins than I do without Andrew Wiggins.
I keep thinking of, okay, Are they going to start him on the bench? Are they going to try to acclimate him as a starter and limit his minutes? How can he get back up to speed? How quickly can he practice with his team? Where's he at emotionally? Where's he at conditioning wise? There's a million questions I have on this.
A million questions. All right.
Oh, I'm so happy.
We got about 2 minutes here. 2 minutes if you're just joining us. Andrew Wiggins is nearing a return as the Warriors lose to the Nuggets last night, 112-110. Splash Brothers are 7-30 from the three-point line, 17-56 overall. Jordan Poole is 0-3 from the three-point line. However, he did get cooked at 7-13 overall. Jordan Poole's been really good in the fourth quarters as well over the last 5 games. His percentages are over 50% from the floor and 40 from the three-point line in his last 5 in the fourth quarters alone. So he's playing well, and now you bring back Andrew Wiggins. What should the expectations be now? Do we recalibrate the expectations? Is everybody back on board? Sure, Stein Eagle are going to have a lot of questions about that. A lot of people will be able to chime in, so line them up right now, 888-957-9570. But obviously a couple things are true. Andrew Wiggins is in a better headspace for this report to come out. He's in a better headspace. He's back in the Bay. As Dumas reported last Friday, back in the Bay Area. The Warriors had no update on that. But obviously that update was true. We saw Wiggins' significant other posting on Instagram over the weekend saying, I'm looking for hair braiders or hairdressers in the Bay Area. And she's tweeting out Burley Game and Millbrae and everything. So obviously they're back, and he's feeling a lot better. And now we can welcome him with open arms as the Warriors try to get this 5th championship. Wow. What a jolt to Dub Nation.
You went from being so down in the dumps to so excited. It rejuvenated you and me. I agree.
Andrew, because I know how important Andrew Wiggins is.
It felt like they were walking the plank.
Right.
Didn't it?
It felt like they were walking the plank.
It did. It didn't feel like they were a complete team.
We've got action.
Now we've got action. Now we're ready to board your pirate ship.
Oh, my gosh. Andrew Wiggins is back, two-way player. So we'll see what it means for the Golden State Warriors. They got some big games this week. OKC. Again, the tiebreaker situation. Warriors don't have the tiebreaker over the Lakers. Don't have the tiebreaker over the Clippers right now against the Pelicans as well. What?
Kenny Caraway at 11, Steiny and Goo.
Oh, is he worried?
Still want that smoke?
Let's just end it with this. Let's just end the show today. And remember this, Sacramento. We're ending the show like this. Have a good day, everybody. Steiny Goo next. But this is how we're going to end today's show.
The matchups are a good look for the Kings. They're a good look. And if we play the Warriors as a 6th seed, I'll tell you right now, we'll backhand the Warriors. I don't want to play the Warriors just because I have a healthy respect and fear for Steph Curry. I don't want to deal with him in the playoffs. I really don't. But if it comes to that, we backhand the Warriors because the Warriors don't do nothing on the road. They definitely don't play defense on the road. The Warriors too small. Sabonis would eat all series long.
Give your small business one tech solution that checks all the boxes. It's all here with the Comcast Business.
back to Wiggins. All righty. Just breaking about 10 minutes ago, Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN reporting that Wiggins and the Warriors are working on a situation where he comes back. Let me see if I can get this exact.
Man, you said it, Stoney. In the green room.
Let's see. Anyway, Andrew Wiggins. ESPN sources. Golden State Warriors All-Star forward Andrew Wiggins is nearing a return to the team and is expected to be back early this week. Wiggins has missed 21 games, attending to a family matter. It's a huge boost for the defending champions and six-seeded Golden State Warriors. Andrew Wiggins probably going to be back sooner rather than later.
Would you get mad if I said, let's get Wiggy with it?
You can do whatever
Let's
you
get
want.
Wiggy with it, Stoney. I mean, they need him. They need Andrew Wiggins on a good day. The teams have been going at the Warriors, Stoney. They have not been scared. So now you defend your throne, and now you're whole. You're wholesome. But let's get Wiggy with it.
888-957-9570 if you want to jump in. Andrew Wiggins, according to Adrian Wojnarowski, is going to be back early this week. They play tomorrow at home.
Big game.
I don't know. Can he play tomorrow? Will he wait till SAC? Will he wait till Portland? Will he wait till the playoffs? All together. Today was going to be the day we talk about the Denver Nuggets beating the Warriors 112-110.
Bad loss.
And I was going to, I'll tell you what.
Man.
If you want to play, there's a lot going on in that game.
You got a
last
pinata
night.
worth. Yeah.
But, and I challenge anybody to prove me wrong. That was the worst combined shooting game ever for Steph and Clay. They were 17 for 56.
Good Lawrence Taylor.
One was 8 for 28. One was 9 for 28.
Damn.
17 for 56. And I had Evan, our producer, try to go look at some numbers, and we couldn't find anything close to that. So I'm calling it history last night. And if you can prove me wrong, they have never taken as many shots and shot as poorly as they did last night. And I'm talking about Curry and Klay Thompson. So we may have watched the worst shooting night in the last 13 years for those two guys.
And yet
Pretty
they had
amazing.
a chance to win the game.
They did.
Yeah.
Of course, Denver playing without Jokic.
Which, man.
But, yeah, I mean, like it's funny. You know what I kept thinking about with last night's game?
Jealous.
Was, usually we watch the Warriors and then we complain about Jordan Poole. Why did Jordan Poole only play 19 minutes?
When you get that answer, let your partner know.
Why are Steph and Clay playing 38? So, I mean.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I mean, Jordan Poole was good last night. He didn't even reach the 20-minute mark.
Kuminga only 2 more minutes than Lamb. But you pointed out to me, I missed this in real time. I'll give you some love. You know how I feel about Jonathan Kuminga, how I feel about Poole. I'll criticize him when I feel like it's justified. Jonathan Kuminga could not play 23 minutes to get 1 rebound, Donnie. You got too much. You got too many gifts. You got too much size. He got 1 rebound yesterday. So that stood out to me as you pointed it out.
Well,
but Wiggins is back. Is he going to be rusty?
Back to Wiggins, of course.
So there's a give and take. How long is the leash? Because we're talking about 24-hour fitness, LA Fitness. Stoney, you know this. That working out ain't the NBA working out. So brother got to get his groove back. How long is that going to take? And if you're Coach Kerr, is he starting? Is he coming off the bench? So many questions, but yet this removes the stench of last night because they are a half game, my friend, from being in that junk of a play-in tournament.
Yeah, Warriors right now in 6th, but they don't hold a lot of the tiebreakers against some of the teams like the Clippers, like
Lakers.
The Lakers, they don't have it.
I'm going to give you that 20
They don't have
now.
it against the Pelicans either, quite frankly. But Wiggins looks like he's going to be coming back early in the week for the Golden State Warriors, so they will head into the playoffs, it looks like, with a full roster.
I mean, this is just, I was asking you and I was trying to stay in my lane. I got my 20 in my hands, Tony. I'm trying to show the people on YouTube. I'm about to give it to you. About Jason Dumas's from Cron, his report, and it was crickets a little bit because nobody else had jumped on. And then this morning, as we get ready to do the show on a Monday, they get arguably their best two-way player back. Now, again, I was really bothered that Denver beat you without their best player, but not just their best player. I can make an argument that Denver runs their offense through their superstar more than any other superstar, and yet you still couldn't beat them. So that bothered me. 9 wins still on the road. But, Steiny, this changes everything. But what if we, again, I'm not being negative, what if we watch the next 3 games this week and somehow the Warriors slip and we're talking about a play-in game where they're 0-2?
We're talking about a play-in game.
Ooh.
Talking about a play-in
So
game.
you ain't tripping. Too short.
Guy hasn't played in 2 months. I mean, I'm not saying it's obviously it's great news for the Warriors, but I don't know that does this make the Warriors the favorite? Are they better than Phoenix right now? 888-957-9570. Are they better than Phoenix? Are they better than Denver? I mean, Denver just beat you without Jokic.
Yeah, they did.
So it's obviously good news for the Golden State Warriors. And we got to let the last 3 games play out. Warriors play Oklahoma City tomorrow at home. Then they play the Sacramento Kings and then the Portland Trailblazers. I'll tell you what, I'm also interested to see what's going to happen against the Kings. Kings are locked into the 3rd spot.
So they may punt, huh?
But they also are the Kings, and if they think they're, this is a little similar to the 2007 We Believe, when the Warriors had a game against the Dallas Mavericks the last week of the season. The Mavericks, had they won that game, they could have put the Warriors basically out of the playoffs, but they rested everybody. The Warriors won the game, and then they ended up beating the Mavericks in the playoffs.
We believe.
I'm wondering if I'm the Sacramento Kings, if I don't want to play most of my guys that game against the Warriors, even though we've got it clinched. So
our sister station is Sac, Steiny, ESPN 1320. They got D-Lo and KC. We'll have D-Lo on, KC on at 12 o'clock. So 11 o'clock, we'll have some fun with him. But this is not good news for the Western Conference if Andrew Wiggins is the Wiggins that he was last year. Because let's be honest, this road record is just, it stinks, it's trash. But Wiggins was a big part of that too, Steiny. And Wiggins was a big part of this team, kind of just going through the motions. I know he was injured, but damn it, I got to tell you, man, I'm on top of the world because I thought, and I had written off the possibility of him getting back. He's back. Now can they manifest it into a run?
Last night, Golden State lost 112-110. They had a 15-point lead. They lost it. Then they rallied at the end. And, the one thing, I thought Steph and Clay looked a little tired late. And I can't help but wonder, you play the Spurs on Friday. That game was a little more competitive than you would have liked. And then you got to go to Denver and play at altitude. I wonder if it didn't catch up with Golden State last night a little bit. Right now they're 6th. Now that Wiggins is back, do we still do we care about the seeding at all?
Well, you know me, yes. It has nothing to do with Wiggins. I know he gives you a boost. It's just Phoenix. I just don't like Durant. I don't like the smarts of Chris Paul and Devin Booker, so I would rather play them later. It'll be greater later. So if somehow the Warriors can hang on to number 6, I think it would be ideal that they play the Sacramento Kings. And I'll tell our partner coming on at 11 those same thoughts. But big news for the Warriors today. I would rather have lost last night to get this news today than the one last night and still have no word on Andrew Wiggins. That's me.
Well, we'll see how much he plays, when he comes back, if he's going to practice, and when. 3 games left in the regular season for the Golden State Warriors. If they finish 6th or higher, then they get a week off, which I got to believe they want. They could have Wiggins practicing that week and have him ready for game 1 of the playoffs. Or they could have to beat some teams or win a game or 2 in the play-in. So we'll see what happens. But again, if you're just joining us, Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN reporting that Wiggins is close to returning to the Warriors, that he may rejoin the team this week, early this week. So obviously the Oklahoma City Thunder are in town tomorrow. They need that game.
Man, it's a playoff game for them.
So do the Warriors, and we'll see what happens. But 3 more games left in the season, and I forget Wiggins for a sec.
Okay.
Goo.
Yeah.
What was going through your mind? Had we done a show today and not gotten any news about Wiggins?
The teams are no longer scared of the Golden State Warriors. It goes back to Friday night. I know they won that game at the end, but Steiny, teams are attacking the Warriors. They're attacking them in the middle. Last night, Denver. I mean, I can't remember guys just getting dunks in the lane. I'm talking about Brown, smaller statue just going in against the Warriors. Like, that's bothering me. And I don't know if that's age, attrition, or whatnot, but it's got to change. But teams are not afraid of the Warriors. And I'm living so much, Steiny, and you told me this, in the past, that when the Warriors were up 15, I'm like, that's it. I'm pointing to the TV, that's it. This is a wrap. And it hasn't been that, and I just can't get past
what's
that.
A wrap?
The game where the team with the logo on my chest shows up and teams are shaking in their boots. That is not the title of the Jam this year. And I've been tricking myself every time that they get a lead. It's a close game. I'm like, just the silhouette of Steph and Clay and Dre. It's over. And every time it's just thrown in my face like paint. Like, dude, wake up. And now we get Wiggins back. He's my last piece of me holding on to that. And then, when's it going to change? And Kerr, that post-game presser, he didn't sound positive. He sounded like he is fed up, and he's pressed every damn button to get these guys to get their ass in gear. So it's gotta happen soon, Steiny.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking Golden State Warriors. Piece of good news, Andrew Wiggins looks like he'll be rejoining the Warriors at some point this week. My question is if you're a Golden State Warrior fan, are you worried about the seeding game at all? You're 6th right now, or does the fact that Wiggins is somewhere out there on the periphery, does that make you not worried about who you play? Where do you want the Golden State Warriors to fall in this thing? I think conventional wisdom is that Sac's the team they want to play rather than the Phoenix Suns. But my contention is if you're playing the seeding game and you're saying we got to avoid Phoenix in the first round, to me you're already in big trouble. If you're trying, so let me get this straight. You're the defending champions, but you need things to fall into place. Yeah. Wow. Which is it? Are you going to get the Suns? You think you can beat the Suns, or do you want to get the Sacramento Kings?
That's, what's not, and a few days out from going over to Chase Center, seeing the coaches and the players, they're probably not scared like me. They're probably like, bring it on. But I'm going to do what you did to me in the green room, Steiny, and it hit me in the face like a frying pan. It's not a done deal that they're getting that series with the Kings or Phoenix without earning it. So if somehow the Thunder come in here and it's Wiggins' debut or it's not, they are going to be hungry. So you still are a half game up on the Lakers from being in that play-in tournament. So when you throw that question out, I just step back like, boy, they got to be really careful here. And it goes back to Sacramento. How are they going to approach that game? But tomorrow is a big game if the Warriors want no part of this cockamamie play-in tournament.
Yeah, this is what you were talking about with Steve Kerr on what went wrong last night.
Middle of the second quarter, we had total control of the game, and we stopped playing. We just lost our focus at both ends, gave up a ton of offensive rebounds, missed box outs. Offensively, had several mindless possessions in a row, throwing the ball away, a bunch of shot turnovers, just bad shots. I give Denver a lot of credit. I thought they played really well defensively, but we had control of the game mid-second quarter and just handed that back to them. And then it's a game. We gave them life, and they took advantage of it.
That was Steve Kerr. Yeah, he used the word mindless a bunch last night. He wasn't very happy. I don't think he was very happy with last night's game. Obviously, how's that for breaking news?
Well, I get you. And a great point here on the Comcast mobile text line, Steiny. If somehow the Warriors were able to avoid the play-in, you got a week for Andrew Wiggins to get reacclimated with the team and ramped up. So if that ain't enough already,
I mean, if they have a play-in game, I don't think it's going to impact Wiggins. I mean, he's going to need as much time as he's going to need anyway.
Well, I was being more if you didn't win that game, if you had him or not, then it ain't no series to play.
Right.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Golden State Warriors got beat last night by the Denver Nuggets, 112-110. Clay had a shot to win the ball game from straight away, a three-pointer. It didn't go down. Ball popped back to him, but the return shot, or I should say the follow-up, his little 20-footer got blocked. And as usual, people are saying, but Steph was open in the corner.
Curry had just shot an air ball.
He was open, though.
Yeah. Hey, Steiny, I showed everybody, would you please take this $20?
Not right now. They haven't clinched fourth. I think the Lakers can still get the
No,
fourth.
they can't. There's only 3 games left.
Right, but they can finish tie with the Suns, I think.
All right, put it in my pocket. I tried.
Yeah.
Wow.
We just don't spend it.
Big money. Big money, Steiny.
They don't have the tiebreaker against the Suns.
What's that?
They don't.
They don't?
They don't.
So
take this,
so
Steiny.
five's the best the Lakers can do?
That's all. Here, take this,
Spadoni,
man.
is that right? All right.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sister. Hey, there it is, baby. Now I still got that hundo.
Another bet one.
Hey, you called off the other one. Steph knew about that one.
The Warriors played basketball like they wanted to avoid the Suns. It was pathetic. I don't know about that.
They were up 15. I wish it were that. Come on now.
Grow up.
Fans can run. That team ain't running from no smoke. I don't believe. But it's go time, man.
Guru, give Steiny back his 100.
He gave
and
it
tell
to
him
me.
the bet is back on. Oh, that's what you're saying.
You know what?
Tell Steiny to man up and stand on his bet. Ooh,
but you were so proud to tell Steph you called
Guru's
the bet off. I saw you glowing.
Balls in Guru's court. I'll do whatever.
Yeah. You got it back. Tonight they lose, you get that hundo back. You never once thought, I thought you were giving that to me. Look at just Robert Redford's smile. Yeah. You told me to hold it. Now Wiggins is back.
But you didn't have it on Thursday.
You didn't. You're playing, right?
No, remember Thursday?
Yeah, you didn't want it.
No, I was saying, what
you
I
wanted to look at it.
No, I want to share it. Yeah, I want you to spend it on our group.
Well, the bet's still going. It's still. Did you see that home run Stanton hit again? Anyway. Whoa.
Yeah, baseball.
I got an apology to you in baseball.
You know what, Gil? You don't have to.
Tell me why.
Because I'm not going to accept it.
All right, it's bigger than you, though, because you're the least part of the apology.
Well, then who are you apologizing to?
Just to Major League Baseball. We'll get to
they've been smarting ever since you've been disappointed in them. Baseball's really been affected by your opinion.
Well, look at my fantasy ranking. I'm first place in my fantasy league, Steiny.
And, we can do that. So good news for the Warriors. Looks like Andrew Wiggins is on his way back.
What do you expect?
What do I expect?
Yeah, honestly. Because when he was out with that adductor injury, Steiny, he was rusty.
I mean,
that's interesting.
Let me ask Warrior fans what they think. I mean, is this the difference between a team that can win a championship and a team that can't? I'm not there.
But
I'm not there.
There's nobody walking this free earth that thinks it's going to hurt him. Like, if you go down.
If he stinks, it's going to hurt him. If Andrew Wiggins is terrible, yes, then it hurts him, right?
Well, I believe Steve Kerr and company and that training staff, even the player, they'll know if something's going on. But Dante DiVincenzo, we can talk about the ramifications. He'll go back to his role. I do worry about, GP2. Kerr will know how to divvy up the minutes. But
and everybody will be fine with how he does it.
No, it ain't about that. But nobody will be, this ain't the time
the bottom
for
line is
feelings.
Kuminga's going to take, going to get fewer. If Wiggins can play, he's going to take minutes from Wiggins. I'm sorry, he's going to take minutes from Kuminga. He'll probably take some minutes from Peyton II.
Well, Sonny, you're right.
But
their defense has just not been it. San Antonio, the Friday night, that was fun. They got the win. That was a bit concerning.
Yeah, I'm with the 510 here. If Steph and Clay shoot like they did last night, it doesn't matter if Wiggins comes back or not.
But how many times have we actually seen that? It's happened. They've been stinky, but like I said, Stein, if you want to take a positive, they had a shot to win the game. After Clay made a miraculous corner three after the Curry air ball, I just the ball was not tipped. We love you, the chef. But Steiny, I just was like, are they going to win? The old Warriors win that game. That's what I guess.
Exactly. The old Warriors won about 15 games this year that they
no doubt
that they lose.
Remember your old metric goo. If it's 2 minutes or a minute, whatever, they're still alive. That's kind of gone out the window.
Kerr going to have Kuminga down to 10 minutes a game, says the 650. I don't know about that. But they're going to have to figure out. They're going to have to figure out, the rotation. So now they're going into the play-in / playoff game. Wiggins is back. While they get everybody back, they're kind of going to have to figure out who's playing when, who's playing how many minutes, and go from there. But Andrew Wiggins, according to ESPN, is close to returning to the Warriors in the next few days. So that's some good news.
Yeah. I'm looking at you like a coach. And again, there are some fears in regard to where he's at and how he's going to jail. But Steiny, if you're a coach, nobody would take, we'll just go as we are, the way that they've been playing or just the way they've been looking defensively, right? Like, I'll take this all day, every day. Wiggins back. Hopefully he's himself and we take off, as opposed to us just being soft like an Oreo the middle of an Oreo cookie.
So Wiggins makes the Warriors tougher.
You got to believe that.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see what kind of shape he's in. We'll see what he's got in the tank. And we'll see if he can help the Warriors make a push in the postseason. A couple other things to get into real quick. At 11 o'clock, we got Kenny Caraway. He does a show in Sacramento, 1320. And we'll talk about the Kings and the Warriors, and whether that's how realistic that is and how confident the Kings would feel against the Golden State Warriors and vice versa. First week of baseball's in the books. 30 minutes, the average. 30 minutes has been shaved off every game. 30 minutes.
And I'll tell you what.
Good for baseball.
Yeah, it's not just the time. Obviously it is. But for me, it's like you ever go to a batting cage and the ball just keeps coming. You hit one. Stouty, that's what it's like. It's action. Like, I ain't used to it. I'm like, good Lord, if we had a pitch clock on some of the pitchers, the slowest pitchers in the game. But Stouty, you got to get your ass in that box, and it's coming. I got to tip my cap. I thought it was, you got to facelift this and that. But Stouty, I like it.
Also, we had the Women's National Championship yesterday between Iowa and LSU. A little back and forth between Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark. Much ado about nothing. We got to tell you something.
It's more than a little.
We got to readjust our views of women's sports. These guys aren't porcelain dolls. You know what I'm saying?
But it's bigger than porcelain dolls, Stoney. You
don't know where I'm going.
Yeah, I'm telling you where I'm going. I know this country will always be predicated on black and white and double standard. That's how I took it. Ain't men, women. That's how I took this whole. It's black and it's white and double standard.
CBA ratified by the NBA
Good Lord.
On Friday. Draymond Green not happy. Warriors feel picked on.
That's like how you say.
They do. They're going to have a mid-level exception stripped if they're a certain amount above the luxury tax. So a lot of people think that this had something to do with the Warriors, quote-unquote, team building. But here's my question for Golden State Warrior fans. You've heard the good news that it looks like Andrew Wiggins is going to be returning in the next few days. My question is this. It's very simple. After you watch last night's game and you find out Andrew Wiggins is coming back, does it really change your belief that this team can win the title? Is Andrew Wiggins, is he really the difference between the Warriors being able to win the title and the Warriors not win the title? 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll talk about it on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Andrew Wiggins is back.
Fakes to DiVincenzo, goes to Wiggins on the right side. Wiggins behind the screen three. That's up and good. And the Warriors starting to stretch the lead a little bit now, 41-30. They're 7 of 16 from beyond the arc.
Back to Wiggins.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you on a Monday morning. Warriors coming off a loss to the Denver Nuggets, 112-110 in Denver. But about an hour ago, it's been reported that Andrew Wiggins will likely be rejoining the Warriors in the next few days. What that means for when he'll be able to play, I don't know. But it's certainly good news. Looks like Andrew Wiggins, Goo, is on his way back.
You know what? And you asked me a question, Goo, you still running from anybody? I had time during the break to think about it, Steiny, and I'm going to say, okay, obviously, avoid the play-in because we know what that can lead to. But now that they got Wiggins back, I'm being proactive. Warriors probably sitting there smiling like, let's go. Let whoever we play first round, if we get there, let's go. And if somehow the Warriors don't get it done, it's going to be disappointing. But all the fans wanted in Dub Nation was them to be whole. And how many games did he miss? I believe 20, 21?
Something like that,
Man, that's a lot. But, man, if he can hit the ground running, they got action.
Let me ask you this. With Wiggins, are the Warriors better than Denver?
I'm going to say yes.
With Wiggins, are the Warriors better than Phoenix?
I'm going to say yes.
With Wiggins, are the Warriors better than the Lakers?
I'm going to say no.
What about Memphis?
Yes.
All right. So it looks like the Lakers are the only team to be worried about.
Clippers, too. Well, we don't know what's up with Paul George. And Minnesota, dude, what yesterday was just slip-up Sunday by a lot of teams in the West. Minnesota lost to Portland at home.
I don't think 500.
Sac lost to San Antonio.
How can a team that's 39-40 slip up?
Oh, wow. What? Okay, how about this? I like that. They were trending up, though, Stoney. The spread was 18.
They'd lost the game before that.
Yeah. The spread was 18, if that means anything to you.
Let's go to Robert in Emeryville. Wants to talk Warriors. What's up, Robert? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Hey.
Talk to us.
For taking my call.
Sure.
Guru, love you, man. Steiny, I'm undecided on you. No, I'm just playing. But yeah, I think Wiggins coming back strengthens our bench unit. You know what I'm saying? So we can leave Dante with the bench, so he can help those guys make consistent, good decisions. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Our bench unit is going to be a lot more solid. So, yeah.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Robert. You got to assume Wiggins will be, when he's ready, he'll probably start, I would think.
Yeah, that's a real life question, man. He's missed some time. And we've seen Steph come off the bench, but I don't think it was ever because of endurance. But, I mean, now I don't think I've ever watched this Warrior team to where people, and I know Monday morning quarterback, that's what fans are, but just doubt Steve Kerr's rotations and the minute allotment. It's just like, good God. But now here we go again. There's going to be games, Steiny, to where we come in here the next day, and if they don't win, why did Steiny only get 10? Why did Goo only get 12? I mean, just buckle up for that. Because him coming back does change a lot.
888-957-9570 is the number. And a couple texts to real quickly read. When did Andrew Wiggins become Michael Jordan?
Oh, wow.
Oh, God. I got to do this again. And I did it all day Friday. And it gets old, people. 510 from the Comcast Business Text line.
What you got?
March 27th, 2013, Clay and Steph shot worse. They lost the sack, and the Splash Brothers were 6 for 31. That's 19% from the field. And again, how many times do I have to explain exactly what I'm talking about? The Splash Brothers have never taken as many shots as yesterday and shot worse. They took 56 shots yesterday. So find me a game where they took 56 or more and shot that bad.
Good guy. Yeah,
you won't be able to find it. Just like you won't be able to find the son of an NBA coach.
That was good.
Who played in the NBA, who's now an NBA coach.
That was good and it was hard. You ever play in altitude?
What?
Have you ever played in altitude ball? Hoop.
What's in what?
Altitude.
Okay. Like in Denver.
Yeah.
I have, yes.
Spadoni.
I've never
heard it pronounced that way either, Steiny.
Altitude.
There you go.
Yes, I have, and it's a factor. How about that?
So that's what the 17 and 56 was?
If you want to blame it on that, you can. I'm sure it had something to do with it. I mean, that's a tough place to play, Denver, no doubt about it. 925's not happy with you.
Me?
Hold on. Did Guru just say the Warriors aren't as good as the Lakers? LOL. Somebody please call him on that.
With Wiggins back, they still have something you don't have, and that's Anthony Davis when healthy, plus LeBron James, plus those wings. That's what scares me about the Lakers. And Spadoni and Steiner, Evan, you can back me up. I've been consistent all year.
The one thing about Wiggins is, and I'll put the rat on the table. If he's if the Wiggins who comes back is the Wiggins of this year, they're still not going anywhere. He's got to be the Wiggins of last year.
Man.
And
that's what's scary.
Well,
because he wasn't. We saw it. You were right. And that's why I pointed out, hey, let's not act like he was a mulligan all season long. He did ball out, and they still didn't have their groove. But the first game back, his last game played was his best game. And then he vanished. So we'll see. Yes, I did say, okay, we fixed it.
What?
The altitude. We got it.
Oh. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors. Boy.
This is good, though.
So it's okay. So you're not. So you think? You don't mind the loss last night. Now that you know Wiggins is coming back.
Yeah, this is like the Glade in the bathroom, Steiner. You spray it after you use it. This is the Glade. This is the cologne. So now it's just about.
You realize that just covers up the smell. It doesn't eliminate the smell.
After enough time, it's good. Smell goes away because then other people got to come in there and smell it.
The funny thing is I'm watching last night's game, and there's been a couple calls, but mostly about Wiggins, and this has kind of been the theme to the whole season as far as I'm concerned. And I get it. The Warriors are a team. They win as a team and they lose as a team. But if there's I'll tell you exactly where I'm going. If there was one game all year that indicates kind of the pass that the big three get, it's last night. I mean, it's absolutely positively last night. Steph was terrible. Clay was terrible. And I barely noticed Draymond Green out there. Seriously.
I'm not mad at
17 for 56. Draymond had what, 7?
And guys going at his chest.
The big three. If you want to do this, the big three were the reason the Warriors lost last night. Now, I'm not here to talk about how the big three lost the game last night, but what I do want to point out is I am kind of sick and tired of coming in on nights and mornings after the Warriors lose, and everybody's going to get on Jordan Poole.
Who, can I ask you a question? Last night was 7 of 13, played only 20 minutes.
Well, to everybody, nobody wants him to play more than that. I asked the other day, who deserves to play in crunch time, even if they stink?
I had him on my list.
Well, fine. Well, he can't play every crunch time if they need defense.
But last night was kind of odd.
Yeah, he only played 19 minutes. But again, all I'm saying is we would have come in if Jordan Poole last night would have shot 4 for 14.
Oh, Lord.
We would have come in and blamed Poole, even though technically that would have been as good a shooting night as those two guys had. And I'm talking about Clay and Steph last night. They lost the Warriors that game last night.
So I'll tell you this with this news. We don't know when Wiggins is going to make his debut. But do you have any type of feel for tomorrow's game with OKC with the ramifications that the Warriors need to stay ahead of the Lakers? Right now, they're a half game ahead of them. Are you giving the Thunder a chance?
Of course. Ooh. They need the game, too. It's an important game for the Thunder.
No doubt. Dallas on their ass.
So this is this is Steph Curry from last night after the loss.
It's kind of a vibe of how it's been on the road for us all year for the majority of the time where, it's like a 4 or 5 minute stretch and the wheels just fall off and you give a team not only a momentum, but you give them belief that, they're supposed to win that game. And that's a dangerous position to be in, with the amount of talent that's in this league, no matter who you're playing. So sound like a broken record a little bit, but we got to be able to still have faith in ourselves that we can figure it out.
Well, dude, they got 3 games left and they haven't figured it out. That's what's scary.
And now they got to incorporate Wiggins at some point. This is also Curry about championship pedigree.
Sustaining a level of play for 82 games is difficult for any team, but also knowing like you got the championship target on your back. And it's wild saying that after game 78, but it still feels like teams are, playing above their numbers when they play against us. And then, you get to a situation where you just can't find a good momentum or good rhythm on a nightly basis. But even when you're winning, sustaining that is difficult for different reasons. But like I said, we have a lot of confidence, and hopefully you ask anybody in that locker room, we have a lot of confidence that, we can beat anybody on a given night, and we have what it takes to, to show up again in a playoff type situation where you're locked in on just winning that particular game, that particular night. But nights like these are tough to swallow just because you kind of let it slip.
Well, what he left out was, and unfortunately, we can get beat by anybody in the playoffs.
Yeah, and that's been just from a fan perspective, Stani and me this whole year is scary, man. I can admit when you checked me or told me, Goo, you living in the past. And when I talk about that, it's kind of insecurity. That's where it's coming from, a place of insecurity for me when I talk about that championship blood, that pedigree. It's like, they would have got that game. They would have got those 2 games in Memphis. They would have got the Clipper game when Steph went for 50. And they get these leads and they evaporate. But when it's all said and done, all I've been asking for here in the last 2 weeks, clamoring, when is Wiggins going to come back? Then I gave it up. And today, the Bay gets that news. That's bigger than any game that was played this past weekend for them. Now it's about, where are you at, Drew and Kerr? You got your rotations down, and you're going to call me crazy. How big is the leash that Andrew Wiggins has? Because if he's not on point, Steiner, you got to
they don't have the rotation set. That's the point. Like, they got to get Wiggins back to figure out what the rotation's going to be. It's got to start over now. That's the thing.
Do you like
95.7 The Game breaking news?
All right, some more details on Andrew Wiggins. Golden State's Andrew Wiggins plans to attend the Warriors-Thunder game on Tuesday. The reasons for Wiggins' leave of absence since mid-February is that his father, Mitchell Wiggins, has been dealing with a serious medical situation. Sources close to the situation say that's Shams Charania of The Athletic.
Wow. Well, that's a bad wow, because you and I both have fathers. So the streets got it wrong. He's back. Thoughts and prayers. But wow.
I mean,
good Lord, man. And Shiny,
maybe he had more than one thing going on.
Oh, okay.
I'm not,
right.
I don't.
Right.
I don't.
Yeah, I hear you.
I don't disagree.
Yeah.
Mitchell Wiggins, of course, an NBA player in his own right back in the day. He was good, too. Houston Rockets. Joe's in Concord. What's up, Joe? Talk to me, buddy.
Yeah. I'm just as excited as all you guys about Wiggins coming back, but he is not back. You know who has been back? Gary Payton. How come it took it to the fourth quarter for him to come in the game? And I would argue he's one of our best defensive players because we suck at defense.
I mean, look, the problem with the Warriors, I shouldn't say the problem. One of the issues with the Warriors is that their defensive players aren't great offensively, and sometimes their offensive players aren't great defensively, so you got to make a choice. That's why Poole doesn't play guaranteed in the fourth quarter.
Go ahead.
And that's why Wiggins has been a mainstay for the Warriors since he's gotten here, because he's gives you 18 and he defends.
You asked Peyton in his face when we were out there, Steiny, and I guess I'm the only – Evan was there. We were all there, but I guess I'm the only one that and I'm not saying this is a bad thing, but I found it odd. You said to Gary Payton II, how you feeling? You all the way back. He said he's getting there. So I'm not saying he played bad last night, but Steiny, he only had 11 minutes last night. And I'm wondering if that's part of I'm getting there. And then Friday night, he made some plays. But, just like other people in Dub Nation, I'm expecting maybe 20 to 25 minutes from him. He played 18 on Friday night. So I don't know. I just expected more. Hopefully that number grows, but he didn't have a big impact last night, just 11 minutes.
I'm thinking about a bunch of this stuff regarding Wiggins, and once again, a couple pieces of news to share. Andrew Wiggins is going to be on, he's going to be in the arena tomorrow. He's going to attend the Warriors-Thunder game. And according to Sham Charania, the reason for Wiggins' leave of absence since mid-February, his dad, Mitchell Wiggins, has been dealing with a serious medical issue. Sources close to the situation say, well, let's lay it on the line. What was Draymond talking about?
What was being reported out there?
Why did he do that? Now it really looks bad to me what Draymond did on his podcast by affirming something that was said that nobody had any idea about.
Huh?
And you know what? Can I what about the is it you tell me.
Yeah.
If you want to say Steiny, shut up. Steiny, we can't talk about it. Fine. All right. Well, so Wiggins has missed 2 months because his dad's been very ill. Okay.
Oh, I see where you're going. Okay.
I'm not making any judgment.
Right. No, I got you.
But will that question be asked or not?
Sham Charania also did add the Warriors have given Wiggins complete space and freedom to deal with his family matters. So that was the internal decision by Golden State.
Right, way back in the day. Are you talking about today? You're talking about when it started.
Yeah, across the last 21 games that he's missed.
No doubt. Absolutely. I mean, that became clear. They told Wiggins clearly if he didn't want to come back, he didn't have to. But Wiggins apparently will be at the game tomorrow. And then the question is, when does he play for the Golden State Warriors? And what's his role?
It sounds like it won't be tomorrow, right?
I don't think so. I don't think so. But we'll see. We'll see. Surprising news this morning.
It's incredible. And again, here I am, because we both have fathers, Steiny. The worst part about that is we didn't hear if it doesn't sound like his father's getting better. So that's what you obviously want. So, he's going to be out there playing basketball for the first time in a long time with a heavy heart and thoughts, with things on his mind. And I'm not saying he's the only basketball player to do that, but whoever plays the Golden State Warriors, whether it be in a play-in game or in a series, are going to play them whole. And that's all we've been asking for. And I was just kind of hoping he got back tomorrow because the Thunder are going to come in here, like you said. They got something to play for, hungry. And, San Antonio just went and beat Sacramento yesterday. So the Warriors, they played the Warriors tough Friday. I've just taken nothing for granted with this Warrior team. That's going to be a game tomorrow.
Coming up in 10 minutes, we got Kenny Caraway, 1320 Sacramento, radio show with D-Lo.
Yeah, D-Lo.
And we'll talk about the Sacramento Kings. Right now, if the playoffs were to start, Warriors would be playing the Sacramento Kings. And I think the real issue with Warrior fans is how scared are you of the Phoenix Suns? How scared of the Phoenix Suns are you?
They still your pick to come out the West?
Yeah. If they stay healthy.
What is it? Undefeated with Kevin Durant. I know it's a short sample size, but
Olivia's in Richmond. Hey, Olivia, how you doing?
I'm good. Hi, Sonny. Hey, Guru.
Hey.
I am calling
I just wonder, what did Draymond say? What did he tweet out about Andrew Wiggins? Because I keep missing it. I'm not really savvy going onto the internet and trying to find it. So what did he say?
There was a rumor out on the internet about Andrew Wiggins that was
having some trouble at home.
Yeah, there's a rumor about Wiggins that was out there that was on the periphery of current events. And Draymond went on his podcast and flat out referenced that rumor and who said it. And if Sham Sharania, if his report's true, then
it wasn't
had nothing to do with that. And so Draymond ends up bringing attention to something that should have never been brought attention to. And on this show, we've never said a word about that. So we'll see.
Well, I got to say this, Donnie. We almost got to give Draymond credit in the sense that he was flabbergasted that people ate up what was being reported.
Nobody was eating
and
up.
All I came down this road. We haven't even put a clip up.
Wasn't his business to do what he did.
But he was. It was in the sense of like, I can't believe people are falling for it. And now that we get the why of why he was out, that wasn't it. But people were falling for it.
But more people fell for it because he brought it up. You wouldn't believe how many people said they had never heard of what anything.
You're saying he introduced it to him?
Yes.
Okay.
He did.
Right.
Or he affirmed something that was out there, but nobody knew or not. But anyway,
they got him
we'll
back.
Move on.
Yeah.
Coming up on the other side, we got Kenny Caraway, works in Sacramento. A lot of Sacramento Kings talk. The Kings are locked into 3.
Yeah.
So I guess we're going to wonder what they are going to do on Thursday and whether they're going to play their guys, whether they're not going to play their guys. But the funny thing is Mike Brown was asked over the weekend about, it looks like everybody wants to play the Kings. And he said, yeah, no, they should. He said, I see why everybody would want to play us. We don't have a lot of experience on this team. This particular group together hasn't had a lot of time together. He was like, yeah, I get it. So we'll see. Tomorrow night, though, Oklahoma City Thunder in town. Thunder need that game, too, tomorrow to stay up high in the play-in situation. And the Lakers are coming. What's the game tonight? Oh, Lakers play. Oh, no.
No game tonight
because of national championship.
UConn, San Diego State.
Right. So, anyway, on the other side, we got Kenny Caraway of 1320 ESPN radio station in Sacramento. We're going to be talking about what happens if the Golden State Warriors play the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk about it on 95.7 after this.
Andrew Wiggins is back.
Jammed home by Wiggins!
Levine got wide open. Blocked by Wiggins. A great recovery from behind.
Wow.
Knocked it away.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you. Talking about the Golden State Warriors. Bad news, they lost last night. Good news, Andrew Wiggins is on his way back. Apparently he's going to be at the game tomorrow. So he's rejoining the team. When he'll play, who knows?
Yeah.
But it looks like he is on his way back. Andrew Wiggins on his way back, and now we'll find out what kind of shape he's in, what kind of role he's going to have, and whether he'll face the Sacramento Kings in the first round, if it is in fact the Kings. Let's go out to the Comcast Business text line and introduce Kenny Caraway from D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 Sacramento. What is going on, Kenny? How you doing, man?
Matt Steinmetz, my main man, Guru, man. What's going on with you guys?
It might be going down 3-6, possibly.
I know. We getting all lathered up. We getting juiced up for it around here. It's as if it wasn't enough to make your first playoff appearance in 16 years. To do it against the Warriors with this whole Sacramento Bay Area thing going on, friendly, of course, but there is a little bit of tension there. It's gonna, if that happens, it's going to be electric in Northern California for about a week and a half, 2 weeks.
Let me ask you this, Kenny. Do you get the sense from Kings fans that they have a preference? Like, do they want the Warriors, or are they a little worried of the Warriors? What's your read on that?
No, we're not worried about anybody. Now, let me say this. Last time I was on 95.7, people didn't like my tone. They didn't like what I had to say. It wasn't anything against the Warriors per se, okay? It's just a situation where the Kings aren't really worried about anybody they face for two reasons, for a couple of reasons. Number one, we're happy to be here. You know, you could put us against the 2016 Warriors, and we'd be up there elated to be in the playoffs, having a good time. There's no guarantee that the Kings get out of the first round. People are confident in this team and what they're able to do, but there's no guarantee. They could lose in the first round. They could get swept, whatever the case may be. It's a team that does have a flaw where they don't play defense, and we'll see how that translates to playoff basketball with the way that they can score. The other thing about it is the Kings fans, people here in Sacramento, myself, we genuinely feel good about everybody in the West that we can match up against. Once again, doesn't mean that the Kings can't lose. It's just a situation where, and I think this goes for everybody in the Western Conference, there's pros to playing Team A, and there's cons to playing Team A. And I don't think the Kings are any different than anybody in the Western Conference this year when it comes to that.
K. Diddy, I'm going to say this. Mike Brown, to me, is Coach of the Year. The light the beam thing, I mean, I told Steiny it's the greatest invention, and it's led to wins. But when you talk about the Sacramento Kings as a whole, you know, who's their Steph? Is it just Sabonis and Fox? Like, who are the Sacramento Kings?
Well, it is Sabonis and Sabonis and Fox. Sabonis has been phenomenal, all-NBA player. He has changed the course of this franchise the day he was brought in and traded for Tyrese Halliburton. He made everything work. He got De'Aaron Fox to blossom as a player and took a lot of pressure off of him with the things that he had to deal with before the trade. So Sabonis is that guy. But when you get to De'Aaron Fox, we talk about this all the time, I still think he's the best player on the team. He is a dynamic player. He is one of them ones, as we like to say. People compare him to, like, Tyrese's numbers and things of that nature. Tyrese, I think, is averaging like 21, 22, and 10 and stuff like that. People will look at that as De'Aaron Fox taking a step back if he put up those numbers. He's a 25-point-per-game scorer. His assists take a little bit of a dip because of the offense they run. They run it through Sabonis. So Sabonis, with a lot of them dribble handoffs and being the focal point, he takes away some of the assists to De'Aaron Fox. But make no bones about it. When the clock hits 12 minutes to go and that period says fourth quarter, that's De'Aaron Fox time. He's the clutch player of the year in the NBA. He's going to get that award. He's done it time and time again this year in the fourth quarter. I think he had another about 18 points last night in the fourth quarter, even though they lost. I think that's the 30th time this year he's had double-digit scoring in that fourth quarter. Don't quote me on that, but it's something about 20, 30 times this year he's had double-digit scoring in the fourth quarter. When it becomes the fourth quarter, it's Fox time, man. So they play off each other really well, and it's a dynamic duo.
Kenny Caraway from D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 in Sacramento, joining us on 95.7 The Game. If I'm not mistaken, the Kings are locked into the third spot. How do you think they'll play the remainder of the season? Will they rest guys, or will they just do what's gotten them this far?
It's interesting because they technically have a shot at the 2 seed still. Yesterday really hurt. If they would have won that game like they were supposed to yesterday against the Spurs, Memphis lost to Chicago. That would have put them a game back of Memphis with 4 to play, I think it is. And they have the tiebreaker against Memphis. So essentially all they had to do was tie them, and they would have had a real shot at getting that 2 seed. Yesterday really hurt them. I think Mike Brown, because the Kings aren't clicking the way he would like to and everybody else would like to, I think they're going to play the majority of these games down the stretch to try and get a little bit of cohesion going into the playoffs. Also, this is just what they do. They play basketball games. I know some people, they look at it as a knock. Our guy Willard, he says it a little condescending in the afternoon when he says they're as good as they are because they play all the games and everybody else is doing load management and all this other stuff. He's not wrong. They play all the games, but that's also their strength. Like, they don't have to ramp up. They don't have to get guys integrated into the offense because this is what they've done all year. So there may be a game or two towards the end, maybe the Denver game, maybe the Warriors game, depending on how things go, where you may not see somebody outright sitting, but you may see reduced minutes for Sabonis, Fox, and Herter trying to get these guys ready for the playoffs. But I think for the most part, they're going to play this final week of the season and try and get themselves right because with them being in the third seed, they're going to have a week off. So you don't want to make it a week and a half, almost 2 weeks, where you don't play any type of high-level basketball. So I think they're going to go into this final week playing the majority of the time in these last 4 games.
Okay, Diddy, we keep receipts here. You mentioned Willard. Wiggins is back. We just got that news now. So I want you to hear this and react to it and see if you still stand by this. Go ahead, Spadoni.
The matchups are a good look for the Kings. They're a good look. And if we play the Warriors as a 6 seed, I'll tell you right now, we'll backhand the Warriors. I don't want to play the Warriors just because I have a healthy respect and fear for Steph Curry. I don't want to deal with him in the playoffs. I really don't. But if it comes to that, we backhand the Warriors because the Warriors don't do nothing on the road. They definitely don't play defense on the road. The Warriors too small. Sabonis would eat all series long.
I had to do that to you. Do you still stand by that now with the Wiggins news?
See, Guru, this is why I don't like the media. This is why I don't like the media. Listen to the media. They take your sound bites, they take them out of context. Now, later in that same interview, I said, if Wiggins comes back, things are different.
See, okay.
See the media? I'll tell you, man, you got to watch the media, man. I tell you, got to watch. I'm just joking. But look, I do think things are different if Wiggins comes. That's a tougher situation for the Kings. But people in the Bay Area, they didn't like the way I said it. Look, I understand you don't like the way I said it, but I said what I said. I think the Kings are a better team than the Warriors this year. I think they would beat the Warriors in a 7-game series with Andrew Wiggins. I'm not backing down off of that. I think when you look at Andrew Wiggins, he's a game changer with what they do defensively. But Andrew Wiggins, I don't care how long he's been working out in the Bay or anything like that. Number one, I'm glad that he's back. I hope everything is okay with his personal life because I like Andrew Wiggins as a man, let alone a basketball player. But he also hasn't played basketball in, 2.5, 3 months? And he's just going to jump into playoff basketball and everything's going to go seamless and be okay. I would keep my eye on that. I would keep my eye, especially when you talk about the Kings and the movement that they have on the offensive end, the way they get up and down. I mean, he's going right into the deep end when you talk about being in basketball shape and being in conditioning. So it does make a Warriors-Kings matchup tighter, in my opinion. And I think it's a 50-50 series when you look at it on paper. But I'm not backing up. Like Bernie Mac once said, I ain't afraid of y'all.
All right.
The Kings are going to win that series if it happens. I'm telling you that right now. I'm not backing up.
Well, there you go.
I'm saying they might get backhanded. Look, I didn't have to say it that way. I understand what you're talking about. But Kings are still winning that series. I make no bones about that.
Let me ask you this. You're joined by Kenny Caraway from D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 Sacramento. Last time the Kings were in the playoffs, I think they had maybe the greatest home court advantage of any team in the league. It was raucous. It was a zoo. They had the cowbells. It was unbelievable, but it was a long time ago. What kind of atmosphere do you think we'll expect in the playoffs compared with the way it used to be?
It's going to be a mosh pit at the Golden One Center. It's going to be a mosh pit. And I know people, and I understand, I completely understand. A lot of people in the Bay Area, Warrior fans are, excited if they play the Kings because they think it's going to be another home game. Not this year. I can promise you that. Not this year. There will be Warrior fans in the building. I don't dispute that. But when you talk about the first playoff series in 16 years and what this city has waited for, what this fan base has waited for, it's not. I'll tell you like this. It's not going to look like a Warriors football series when you talk about the fan. It ain't going to be that. I'll tell you that. Warrior fans will be in the building because they live in the region now. They got a lot of money. I understand all that. But it's not going to be like that. It is going to be an absolute mosh pit at the Golden One Center. It's going to be a tough place for people to play. People are going to be losing their mind on every little thing that happens in a game for the Kings in these playoffs. And it's going to be like Oracle and what was that with the We Believe team. It's going to be exactly like that. Exactly like that. So if Warrior fans hold that to their heart and look at the crowd and how everything played out that year in Oracle for that We Believe team, expect the same thing in the Golden One Center. Make no bones about it.
K. Diddy, I got eyes and ears everywhere. I'm going to leave you with this one. I heard you say, people need to start drawing the line. I met your missus. I've been to your home. We broken bread. But I'm from the Yay, so you know what side of the fence I'm on, right?
Hey, man, friend or foe, Guru.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Hey, look, you might die, but we're gonna rekindle this friendship in about 2 or 3 weeks.
There you
go.
It
ain't happening during the series.
There you go.
It's friend or foe, 98.
Let's get it on, baby. Marvin Gaye.
The lines have been drawn. We're ready to go out here.
I love it.
Bring it on, Warriors, Cub Nation. Bring it on. Bernie Mac said it again. I ain't afraid of y'all.
There it is.
All right. Hey, Kenny, hopefully
take it easy.
3 versus 6 will be Kings versus Warriors.
Man.
Hey, it'll be a lot of fun. I for a long time, I didn't want to deal with it, but as we get closer and closer to the reality that happened, I think it'll be great for the region. I think it'll be a lot of fun. We both have a lot of people that we know as Kings fans and Warriors fans. It's going to be a lot of friendly banter back and forth. We're going to have a good time if this happens, man. It'll be good to see.
Appreciate the appearance, my man.
Absolutely. Anytime, man. Y'all be good.
Take it easy.
Here, big dog.
Yes, sir.
That's Kenny Caraway from D-Lo and KC, 1320 in Sacramento. And we'll see if they play the Golden State Warriors.
You think Sabonis, with what the Warriors have and Looney, would be that big of a – and nobody said this. He's not on Jokic's level. But do you think he's kind of undersized like Looney, and he's great. Talking about Sabonis, Donnie, but I don't think he would be the reason he would give the Warriors fits.
He's pretty good player. Sabonis. So's Fox. It's a good team. They've been healthy all year. They know their roles. Yo.
I'm random. I got a question. Last thing about Wiggins. So the Warriors come out today and say where he was at, and I was thinking during the break.
What do you mean?
That he was dealing with. Had they done that at the beginning?
That's not the Warriors. That's Shams Charania. The Warriors haven't said a word.
Well, yeah, okay. So I guess the powers that be, had they just done this from the get-go, nothing would even, I believe, got started,
Well, if
I just a thought I had, yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Andrew Wiggins set to rejoin the Golden State Warriors. He'll be at Chase Center tomorrow. Warriors play the Oklahoma City Thunder. Then they finish up the season at Sacramento and at Portland. And I guess the question is, if he's back, when will he return to action? But here's my question for Warrior fans. Does he turn them into a title team if they weren't without him?
There's no
QB doubt. Queen on my Twitter feed, big Warrior fan. She said, Wiggins being back is great, but it does not change the fact that they have terrible shot selection and we still turn the ball over too much with Steph, Clay, Poole, Green, etc.
Okay, but they're still with Andrew Wiggins, defending champs. So those are all true. And we saw that happen while Andrew Wiggins was a part of this team. But there's nobody in Dub Nation thinking the Warriors have a less chance now that he's back. Now you're whole. You roll the ball out there, and you try to just create that rapport that you had last year that allowed you to go on a run. But damn, there were many a nights, Donnie, I thought that Andrew Wiggins was no longer going to be a part of this season. He's back now. They got to go handle it.
888-957-9570 is the number. Good news. Andrew Wiggins looks like he's on the way back for the Golden State Warriors. You got to wonder, will he get a regular season game in before the postseason, or will he just start practicing right now and try to gear up for their first playoff or play-in game? You could make the case maybe that would be the way to do it. What's going to happen with Gary Payton II? What's going to happen with Jonathan Kuminga? How will those minutes be affected? I got to believe Anthony Lamb just got less playing time if Andrew Wiggins is coming back. I'm sure that doesn't really bother Warrior fans, but they're going to have to figure out the rotations. They're going to have to figure out how much Wiggins plays to start, how much they ease him in, how they increase his workload, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and it was – look, you can have your favorite players, but that will be something I won't come talk to you about no matter how these games play out, Stoney, assuming a playoff series, because, again, when you say on this team, this current Golden State Warrior team, that a person like Andrew Wiggins is arguably your best player on both sides of the court, I mean, man, I want as much of that person as possible. And if he's struggling, he's earned the license to struggle, but I won't come in here and start talking about who didn't get what, especially if they're coming off the bench. You got to trust in Kerr, and at this point, I know you talked about it at certain junctures in this season, he's getting slander on Twitter about his rotations. The Warriors just got a shot in the arm, a double shot, and I'll go espresso. So
what's the
this is it,
Can
man.
somebody tell me what their problem is with Steve Kerr's rotation? I mean, what's the issue? You know what the issue is? Last night he didn't get Steph or Clay off the floor.
I'm gonna give 4.
I mean, seriously, like what is the problem with Kerr's rotation from the people who are concocting ways to criticize the head coach? Nobody's mad at him because Steph, Dre, and Clay all played 36 or more minutes. And that was kind of my point of saying he should have taken one of those guys off the floor. My point is that nobody's ever going to say that he should have taken any of the big three off. So if you're playing the big three, 36 to 38 minutes, like what else? What else could he possibly do, Steve Kerr, to make you say, I don't like his rotations? He's playing the best three players 37 minutes a night.
I'll take it all day.
Who cares if Anthony Lamb's playing 11 minutes? I mean, Kuminga's got a chance to play every game. DiVincenzo's been helping. Now Wiggins is coming back. I mean, you know what? If these people that don't like Kerr and his rotations, give me more specifics.
Yeah.
Or here's always the great one. I need to make adjustments. Yeah, give me one adjustment he made or didn't make instead of just saying, oh, he made adjustments. You don't even know what the adjustments were. Let's be honest. Guru, I dare you to double down on your bet with Steiny and the Warriors. I'm out of this. It's all up to Goo. He can do whatever he wants. The bet's over as far as I'm concerned. If he wants to, I probably won't take a bet at this point.
No, I'm going to give it back to you. The 100's yours.
I'm not going to take it if they win. If they win at all.
Okay. That's the stipulation.
650. Andrew Wiggins is going to make a huge impact on the Warriors. Wiggins can help defensively. A lot, especially with the Warriors having one of the worst defenses in the league when playing on the road, not to mention his rebounding and offensive impact, which he brings to the table.
Yeah, speaking of rebounding, and you pointed this out to me, and I watched it in real time. Anthony Lamb, 15 minutes, 8 total rebounds. Kuminga, 8 more minutes. He had 23 minutes and lodged and recorded only 1. And I know, oh, come on, good, that's just you cooking the books, but I mean, young fella, if you're going to stay out there, especially in go time, you got to get me more than 1 rebound in 23 minutes when your counterpart is giving you 7 more with 8 less minutes.
510 says, Goo, just do the bet now with Dan Dibley. You could do that. I backed out entirely.
You know what? And this has been running hot just on a little bit of everything, so I've been wanting some of that smoke. I was wondering what you would think if I did that, but that would be my. So I got something for him today.
No.
Yeah, I got something for him today, Lo.
Yeah, maybe he won't take the bet.
Did you see his picture in his seat, Dan Dibley at the game Friday, and then put a caption, "Guru, I don't need to be in Bob's seats," as if I'm some smug pompous past the Grey Poupon Bentley riding. Like, God, Bob hooked me up, but where's the vitriol?
You asked that he hook you up.
How about you enjoy the game without comparing where? No, I'm yelling at him. I'm pre-yelling. Before, why do I got anything to do with where? Enjoy your outing, pimp. Leave me out of it. I got them for him today. I'm tired of being pushed around. Man, into enjoying the game. Didn't look like he was enjoying it either. Back the camera up, Dibs. And then I don't need to be in Bob. And put it on Twitter. That's all that hurt me, Steiny. Don't come for me. I'm enjoying my Friday night. You enjoy your rendezvous.
Wait,
now I'm some.
You went out Friday night?
No, I was in the bed. Yeah, I got mad at you.
You better not have.
Hey, dude, that was a 3.
There's something to this from the 224. From the 510. I'm sorry, 707. Kuminga plays out on the perimeter a lot. He's picking up full court, so he's not going to be able to rebound like a typical 4, even though he's used as a 4. But that does have something to do with it. But the question's going to become now, how much does Wiggins play? 415. Can Clay cover anybody? Oh, boy. I didn't say that.
Murray was giving everybody the business last night, man. He looks back. Murray was giving everybody the business. Bruce Brown putting it on the floor, going to the rack, 2-handed flush. Yikes.
If Wiggins still has his wind, the Warriors will be a problem. Well, he'll have plenty of time to get his wind, I think.
So that, let's say they avoid the play-in, you kind of scoffed at that week that they would get to
Well, he's right. Okay, so it's Monday right now. When do the playoffs start? Like 2 weeks? Season's over next Sunday, right?
Yep.
Then the playoffs would start the following weekend. He's got 2 weeks. Almost 2 weeks of practice.
Unless they're a part of that play-in.
But he can still practice during that time. Like, that's the thing.
I'm going to go Iverson. Practice, but I hear you.
Well, everybody's worried about if he's going to be in shape or not.
Well, Steve Kerr did say that he was aware that he was working out, yeah.
Right.
Good call.
Right. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors have a lot of news buzzing around them right now. Andrew Wiggins, it looks as though he's going to be returning. He's going to be at the arena tomorrow for the game against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Not sure if he's going to play or not. Likely not, but I guess the question then becomes, when will Andrew Wiggins play? And I'm assuming the Warriors practice today, so I'm sure Steve Kerr will be asked about some details as it relates to Andrew Wiggins. So, good news.
Yeah. No, here I go, Snotty. You know I'm a sports romantic. I was thinking about the standing ovation he'll get, but that will only come if he plays tomorrow, because the last 2 games are on the road, if I'm correct, right? So that would be a playoff game or play-in game that he would get that standing O as a player checking into the game or even actually starting. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, he'll have either a play-in game at home or game 3 of the first.
Not
first
game 1.
Series.
You're right.
Yeah, they won't have it.
Wow, think about that.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors take a tough loss last night, but the news is good this morning. Andrew Wiggins is on his way back. He'll be at the arena tomorrow when the Warriors take on the Oklahoma City Thunder. We'll talk about it on the other side. If you want to jump into the conversation, 888-957-9570 is the number. It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Andrew Wiggins is back.
Looney leads Wiggins on the break. Goes up and dunked it. Jordan Clarkson tried to ride with him, and Wiggins said, come on board.
Back to Wiggins.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Andrew Wiggins going to be in the building tomorrow night, according to Shams Charania of The Athletic. And he will be rejoining the Warriors, it looks like, at some point in the near future. They have 3 regular season games left. Then it's either play in or play off. And we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But Andrew Wiggins looks like he's going to be back sooner rather than later.
I got a question for you, almost like I'm on your couch in your office, and I set an appointment. So I explained in the first block, I like using that I've been living in the past with these Warriors, and the example was this season, all of it, and especially them not being able to do anything on the road. And throughout this basketball season, you've reminded me at every stop, Goo, this ain't the same team. Last year took a lot out of them. Where I'm going, with Wiggins back, do you still, as I'm on your couch, say, you know what, Goo, you're still living in the past because I don't expect anything to change with Wiggins back because of what I told you all year?
I mean, to me, they don't win it without Wiggins. I don't think they can go all the way without Wiggins. Now they have Wiggins. Can they go all the way? I'll give them a puncher's chance. But this team was a 500 team with Wiggins. They're a 500 team without Wiggins. They're a 500 team without this guy. They're a 500 team with that guy.
And you're including Curry.
They've been the exact same team all year long. All year long, they've been essentially a 500 team. They haven't won on the road. They don't play defense like Warrior teams of the past. Their big three's a year older. So the question becomes, does Wiggins put him into we can get this thing done and win it all category? I'm not ready to do that. Like, I guess what I'm saying is, okay, they got Wiggins back, but they've been the same team, essentially. They're a 6 seed. That's what they are. That's who they've been all year. Can they catch lightning in a bottle? Yes, they can catch lightning in a bottle. But why would you believe that when they haven't done it all year? That's the only question I have.
And that's why I set the appointment.
They have not played one solid stretch of basketball that's lasted more than 3 weeks.
Nope. But that's why I set the appointment, Stoney. I'm going to, if the people will allow me, I'm going to last year. I'm hanging on to last year like Van Gundy was on the morning's foot. I'm hanging. I know that's not this year, so you could say, "Goo, that ain't worthy."
Because
that's all I got at this point. And when Wiggins was gone, do you think the Warriors hit the low point? Because it was still the same. It was a steady. It was what, like you just pointed out, they were what they were when Drew was here. But now I got to believe. Okay, you just hit me in the face with the sobering news of Steve Kerr's tenure. They've never started a playoff series on the road. That is going to be a first now, no matter what pops off these last 3 games. So do I sit here and tell you, because I almost want to, none of the regular season games this year matter. It's the first 2 games when they're on the road. And if they do still win that series, guess what? They're going to have to do it the next series and the next series and the next series. That's where you start. That's where I start just like I need a V8 because it gets sobering.
925 says the Warriors sandbag the season. They know they can win in the playoffs. Okay. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't know what does sandbag the regular season mean?
They've been just chilling, sleepwalking, and I guess the Warriors did start one series against Memphis years back against Zach Randolph and company.
888-957-9570 is the number. Explain to me, and I'm open to it because I thought a couple weeks ago I was saying. I mean, yes, it's within the realm of possibility that if they get Peyton back and they get Wiggins back, they can start setting more of a defensive tone than they've ever had, and maybe that'll spread, and those 2 guys can kind of dictate a new defensive intensity.
Oof.
Can it happen, though? That's the question. 888-957-9570. Tell me how Wiggins takes this team to championship level, if you believe he does, or doesn't he? Or do the Warriors have bigger problems than just getting Andrew Wiggins back? Let's go to Dr. Hustle. What's up, Dr. Hustle?
What's going on, fellas? Usually, I'm coming in all rah-rah. I got to ask a question for you, Simon.
Yeah.
And I want you to honestly answer it. Okay? Yes, the Warriors have not displayed all season long that they are a championship-caliber team. But who in the West has? The Nuggets? Memphis? So those are the only two teams that have really played. Everybody else has played at the Warriors level. I mean, I don't feel uncomfortable going to Sacramento to play the Kings.
What about
I'm
Phoenix?
not saying the Warriors are going to win this thing hands down, easily. I'm not saying any of that. This is going to be the biggest challenge they've ever had to win it. That's neither here nor there. That's 100%. But I want to know, you tell me, what team in the West, the Warriors can win this thing. And that's amazing that we're in this point as a 6th seed who's played 500 basketball pretty much all season, and they have a legit chance to win it. And welcome back, Andrew Wiggins. Let's go, baby. Doctor's notes. Let me know, Simon.
Not a doctor.
What was his question again?
Yes, you.
Who in the West?
Phoenix,
Yep.
Denver, Memphis, Phoenix.
With the whole field.
The Lakers. See, I'm willing to say the Warriors
Clippers.
could knock anybody off, but anybody can knock the Warriors off.
That's what
The
makes it
Warriors
so
could get
exciting.
They could easily get beat by Sacramento. Easily get beat by Sacramento. But they could beat Sacramento.
Yeah.
But then they got to beat somebody else. The thing that's going to be the hardest part for the Warriors is winning 4 series. And here's the other thing. I thought, and I know people
That sounds
say,
like a bear now.
I know people say that, in the playoffs, there's no back-to-backs. Okay, there aren't any back-to-backs, but you do get stretches in the playoffs where it's game off, game off, game off.
All right.
And I saw fatigue last night in the Warriors, and they played Friday against San Antonio. They won the title last year. All right, they played into June last year. Then they came back, and their veterans played more minutes than they wanted them to all year long. Curry's probably played more minutes this year than any in the last 2 or 3, I would think. I'll double-check that. But he's playing a lot.
His leg looked a little wobbly last night.
So will they have enough? I mean, will they have enough to repeat?
He played 37 minutes, Curry did.
Look at Clay.
Damn,
Well, Clay deserved it.
39. What do you mean he did? And do you not, I ain't got to tell you, you used to shoot, but when you're shooting, hoisting up, that takes energy out of you too. Right. You know what I'm saying? You ain't on no chair throwing the ball around your ass. You're jumping up and you're out there that long. Boy.
925, if the Warriors get a lead in any playoff game, then I'd put Wiggins, Payton, Draymond, Looney, and Curry to close out the game, not Klay Thompson. I mean,
go ahead. What you mean? Because
Clay's got to play.
Yeah. And they got 4 closers.
There's no, what do you mean?
Like, remember how I was telling you, even when Klay wasn't going good, that I have decided that this dude can get hot for a fraction of the game. And when Curry was out like Christmas time and it was Poole and Klay was just won the game against Detroit and Bay came down, stole it from him. Wasn't his fault, but he was a marksman. So now I'm looking at this Warrior team like, okay, Klay could kind of be the man in the 4th. Wiggins, hopefully if he's back, he can be the man in the 4th. Jordan Poole, come up here. You can do it. We've seen it. And the chef. So that's 4 guys that I feel like on any given playoff scenario or part of the game, not afraid to take the shot, they can close, Steiny. Like me at the club when I was single, I could close. They got 4 guys who can do that. Tell me on Denver who can close. I got Murray, Jokic, but whoever you give me, I don't think they're proven.
What do you mean by close?
Like be that guy last
Porter?
5 or 6.
Porter?
Oh, not saying he's not worth. But have we seen that?
Jokic?
Yeah. No, I gave you Jokic. I gave you Jokic and Murray.
Well, you're not gonna
That's where I'm saying the Warriors got 4 that we've seen it, Steiny. And that's what gives me Clippers. Okay, you got 2. They might have 5, but we haven't seen it because they being injured. LeBron, KD, AD, you got that. But outside of that,
you only need one closer.
Yeah. That's conventional thinking, but I feel like the more you have, you're more lethal because now the defense is like, okay, all right, we're all on Steph. Here comes Clay. Here comes JP. Here comes Wiggins. And that's why I believe the Warriors were able to beat Boston and win that chip last year is they had it. They have more than a lot of teams. Like Sacramento, we don't know. They may not know. You think Fox and Sabonis, but I think that means something. Now, every game may be decided by 10 or more points. But to me, Stoney, that just before the ball tips, that now what's scaring me is your Phoenix. They might have 3. Chris Paul, KD, Booker.
What about Ayton?
He may, but I just haven't seen. When you talk about Ayton, I just go to that Game 7, not blaming him. He was benched because of whatever was going on with that team.
510 Warriors are the 95 Rockets, trying for back-to-back championships. Not as great as the year before, but 2 Hall of Famers, and I think the Warriors can do it.
It's going to be exciting, man.
Come on, Goo. Poole can't close. He can't close out nothing with that Teflon defense.
Wow, man. There it is, Donnie, the slander. The poster boy for what ails the Warriors. I love Clay as much as the next person. Nobody will ever talk about his defense. Nobody will talk about the Chef's defense. Nobody will talk. It's just Jordan Poole is the poster child for this team's lack of defense.
Let's go to Pacifica. Let's go to Sophomore. What's up, Sophomore in Pacifica?
Gentlemen, hey, I'm a little bit down right now. I hope you can cheer me up. But we are not the same team we were last year, quite. A percentage points fall off. And instead of Curry needing to play himself back in this year, we'll have Wiggins, I hope, ready to go, but rusty. So we need to avoid that play-in tournament, and we need the best possible matchup in the first round just to get him up to speed. Now, to the point you guys were arguing, I think that takes us from being in trouble without Wiggins to having a puncher's chance with him. I don't think the word dominant comes up for us this year. I think we got to thread a needle or two to get where we want to go. But I'm excited and worried all at the same time.
Huh? Yeah, the Warrior experience, 2022, 23.
I mean, I don't think there's any doubt that conventional wisdom is the Warriors couldn't get it done without Wiggins. Very few people were out there saying we can win it all without Wiggins. I mean, let's face it.
And your boy, I tried to get out the bed. That's how much I believe that. I tried to cancel the bet.
So we'll see. I mean, what can Andrew Wiggins give the Golden State Warriors that they don't have or that they haven't had this second half of the season?
Spark.
Andrew Wiggins, the savior.
Hey, I love that title because that's
he's not that.
That's what it is.
He's a good piece. He's a good piece on a good team. He ain't Michael Jordan.
Well, how about this? Boy, we look at life differently. He's a good piece coming back to a championship team. Hey.
But this isn't a championship team right now.
I'm sorry, who won it last year?
Doesn't matter.
They're
a 500 team.
They're
500.
They're
500.
Defending champs, right?
Yeah, 500. They're 500 this year. So I that's great that you can that the June game last year, a year ago,
the series
is more important than the last 6 months of basketball. I get it. No, it is.
I'm talking about titles, man.
No, I get it.
They're defending champs.
That's right, and it means nada.
We're gonna.
It means absolutely nothing.
Hey, the bottle's low, but there's a squig in that thing. Maybe more than a squig now. A couple corners now that Wiggins is back.
A squig?
Yeah.
What's a squig?
Like when you got to, you
That's a swig.
I call it squig.
206. Warriors have no chance this year, and that's okay. The time has come and gone for the dynasty.
Oh, stop.
Oh, yeah. Never mind. This is about. Never mind. That was something different. Forget it. By the way, Jordan Poole.
JP.
You see those guys going nuts after they thought he got fouled on that drive?
Now, this ain't Curry. We should be able to get along here. Steiny, Nancy Kerrigan would have called it a foul. I mean, what the man got? That was a mugging.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't a
so
mugging.
He threw his body into the punch?
About 6 guys threw their body. First of all, even Kalena said, oh, man, from that angle, it actually wasn't bad. You might not even hit him. Didn't you hear Kalena say that?
I had to.
It looked bad.
TV.
It looked bad from the live, but.
Jesus. So what do you think of the play? Was there no foul?
It probably was a foul, but it wasn't.
For you to say probably, that means your boy got slapped. Hey, 1980s NBA on line 1. Jordan just looked like, what do I got to do?
Yeah, he got a technical, too, last night.
Chris A. on YouTube, it didn't look like a foul on one of the replays.
Exactly. That's what Kalena was saying. Fitz and Kalena throw a fit for a minute about the injustice of the NBA officials. Right. And then there's a replay shown, and Kalena goes, well, actually, it might not have been a foul. Huh.
Oh, our guys.
Interesting.
That's pretty good.
Steiny, check it out. The Warriors have done now is essentially traded Anthony Lamb, Moses Moody, and Ty Jerome's minutes for GP2 and Andrew Wiggins. Minutes. That's how big this is. Well, I mean, you're dismissing that Anthony Lamb has helped the Warriors this year, and you're not factoring into that Wiggins is going to have to get his game back like he did last year.
And every game is going to present, not a dilemma, but a different challenge. So you can't just go into each game saying, "Oh, these are who he's going to use off the bench." It changes, and that's what makes good coaches, and it's why Steve Kerr has 4 rings.
Brian and Hayward, what's going on, Brian? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? Always a pleasure to listen to you guys on a beautiful Monday morning.
Thank you.
I am very excited about Wiggins coming back. I just want to say that I have been telling everybody, the narrative is going to be he'll be right back before the end of the season, right in the nick of time, and we'll slowly see all the pieces fall back together. Man, I don't know about you guys, but my heart left my body last night when Klay let that first one go, and then it departed farther from my body when he let the second one go, but never returned. So I'm waiting for next game, and we need to take a couple more wins, and I'll leave you guys with this. If you can, I'll take your answer off the air. What's going on with that Dallas game, and how's that going to affect the standings, et cetera, et cetera? If you guys have any info on that, I'll take your answer off there. Thanks.
What Dallas game? That they lost last night or yesterday?
Well, no, that affected them to where they're still 1 game behind OKC.
I think he was talking about Mark Cuban protesting the game a few weeks ago.
That's already been. He already got told to hit the mic.
Yeah, rejected.
206 says, Steiny, don't shortchange my take. No, it was just you wanted to stick it to Guru.
To JP.
I just didn't want to say do the right thing, Guru, and give Steiny his money back. I didn't want to say that.
You told Steph you called the bet off.
I have.
That had nothing to do with me.
Let's go to George.
I got a new bet coming. Yeah.
What's up, George?
Hello, how you guys doing?
Talk to us.
Long-time Warriors fan, ever since 6 years old.
All right.
And let me tell you something. The Warriors will be at worst 16-2 when they pick up ring this edition, pick up ring number 5.
I'll bet you on that. You want to bet? I'll bet they lose. I'll bet if the Warriors win it, even if they win it, I'll bet they lose more than 2 games in the postseason.
You know what, sir? If I was anywhere close to you, I'll say 3 and the bet is on.
Well, hey, we got Cash App, sir. Doesn't matter where you're at.
I tell you what.
Look at him.
I take a good 50.
Tell you what, George.
There we go.
Hey, George. Seriously, where are you calling from?
Stone Mountain, Georgia.
Wow.
Oh, well, that is too far. But you do believe in them, huh?
Sir, I believe in karma. And see, the Warriors have lost a whole lot of games this year that they should not have lost. But see, you're talking about a champion. And if we give Wiggins back, that's going to be, like I said, the Warriors are going to go through the West. And only if we go to get Milwaukee will I say the champion for the East get 2 games.
Wow, look at this guy.
All right.
Wow.
George, don't be a stranger. Thanks
George
for
the
listening.
believer, Steiny. Yeah. I thought you were going to bet. He won 50.
16-2, Steiny.
No worse. You know what? I'm sick of taking on suckers.
S-U-C-K-A-S.
I don't know how you spell it.
I heard. No, you said it.
I don't know how you spell it. I just know that.
Let's have
you
a
know
squig.
what? My man from Georgia. George from Georgia.
Wow, there you go.
Class act, George. But you know what? I'm a class act too. I'm not going to take your money. 16.
Hey,
man.
Called you sir too.
Yeah, he did.
That's why I have respect for George.
Wow.
Absolutely.
I got a question for you and the listeners. Clay makes that shot last night. What we talking about today?
Oh, he's so clutch. And look at his defense. And man.
And look at them with that championship pedigree to come back.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
How did they beat the Warriors without Jokic? But the Warriors, you know what? Let's put the rat on the table, Spadoni. The Warriors weren't complete. They were missing 22. He's back.
Okay. Well, he's not yet.
Well, he's in the Bay.
Yeah, but he's not back. He's not playing. You have no idea what you're going to get out of him.
It's better than what we've been getting from everybody else.
You don't know that, Goo. See, that's the What about Kuminga? What about Kuminga?
They can see you throw your hands up. Wow.
I mean, he's got to play at the expense of somebody.
You may not get it done. That's a reality. But, Steiny, you want to know that you had everything at your disposal, right?
What I'm saying is you cannot talk about how great Wiggins has been for the last 3 weeks and then, he won't play or how great Kuminga's been, and then, Wiggins is going to make us better. Well,
you
just said Kuminga has been great for us.
I'm operating from a point of hope. I'm hoping. We're all hoping.
925 says, stop it. Wiggins is not KD. Well, Wiggins play defense.
Yep. Wow.
At least he did last year.
Man. And he'll be on KD if they get that Suns back.
Trading. Yeah, I want to see that. Trading minutes from those players who are combining for 2 players coming on, or nothing, get you out of the first round. Wait a minute. Trading minutes from those players who are contributing for 2 players coming off injury and mental health breakdown are nothing getting. Oh, I see what you're saying.
What? Help me.
He's saying that Peyton and Wiggins, if they got to play in a first round series, maybe they're not going to be at their tip-top shape.
Snotty, that's a reality.
Right. So, in other words, oh my God, if Wiggins can't come back, we can't win it. If Wiggins can't come back,
that is so great.
Okay, Wiggins is back, but he might not be Wiggins. It's like, stop it.
Oh,
stop it.
Boy, that's pretty good for me.
Listen, Warrior fans, you got your out if they don't win it.
You go, what?
Wiggins is not the player he was last year.
Ain't no out. He's back.
He's out. Warrior fans will make out.
Right.
Oh.
All right. Coming up on the other side, 888-957-9570 is the number. Andrew Wiggins is on his way back. What's it mean for the Warriors' championship hopes? You tell us. 888-957-9570.
Andrew Wiggins Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, looks like Andrew Wiggins on his way back for the Golden State Warriors.
Hey, Dub.
He's going to be in the building tomorrow. Warriors playing the Oklahoma City Thunder, and then 2 games after that. And then it's either the play-in or the playoffs. But the Warriors look like they're going to be getting Andrew Wiggins back after about 2 months of not playing. He missed more than half the season now. But, hey, if they get him back for the postseason, see what happens, right?
So I know the Warriors put this out. He'll be in the building.
No, they didn't put it out.
Oh, okay.
It's a report from Shams Charania. Saying,
you expect him in there, Steiny, to play it all tomorrow? Nah. If you had to bet.
I don't know. It says Wiggins plans to attend the Warriors Thunder game on Tuesday.
All right.
So I'm
getting a little greedy. I am.
Let's go to Rich. Rich is in San Jose. What's up, Rich? How you doing, man? All right, thank you.
Man, I'm having a bad Monday.
How about Matt Zach in Oakland? What's up, Matt?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
How you guys doing?
Doing well.
I love your show.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to get on here and kind of remind the listeners that, well, I'm 53. I grew up in Oakland, and the Warriors, man, they were a team that we identify with because it's like a blue-collar type city. We didn't have a lot in Oakland, the ragtag Raiders and the Warriors. And, I remember I had season tickets the year that the Warriors played at the SAP. And so the fan base now is like, well, back then you were either a Warrior or you were a Laker fan because the Lakers were winners.
Right.
And so I was a diehard Warrior fan just because, this is our team.
Right.
And so now you got a lot of, they've won a lot over the last 10 years, and I enjoy it, but I really don't know what I'm looking at, because this is not the norm for me. So for us to sit here and not enjoy it because we're, so much gnashing our teeth trying to get into the championship tournament, it's to me, it's like, what are we doing, man? We're, this is not Warrior, the Warrior Nation, man. This is something different. And, I'm just kind of sick of, these bandwagoners trying to, puff us up to be, more than just the team that we love.
A lot there. He hit me. I got chills listening to him.
Bottom line is, what he's saying is the bandwagoners think they're the diehards.
Well,
bandwagoners think they're the diehards.
I mean,
think they've been around
for
30 years.
How do you cut that? How do you divvy that up?
You divvy it up.
How do you know who's part of the bandwagon?
Who have no understanding of the history of the team.
So the ones expecting,
it's not hard to understand.
The ones expect
kids,
the Warriors to go on a run now. Is he saying I'm coming from a bandwagon standpoint?
No, what he's saying is that the Warriors struggled for a long time before Steph Curry. So the bandwagon fans who became Warrior fans because of Steph Curry,
nothing but winning.
They think this is just the way it is, and
so if the Warriors were to lose, that fan he would look at the whole big picture. He would be okay.
That's what it sounded like to me. Dirty. What's up, Dirty?
Yo, what up,
Dirty
guys?
Alum-Rock? Is that Alum-Rock,
yeah,
Dirty?
I wish I would have stuck around at the Bay Break to meet you, Steiny. I wanted to shake hands with you, get to know you, and also wanted to tell you to your face, man, that I think you're delusional. But I also, in the back of my mind, think that you do this on purpose for shock value. And I love you for it because the Warriors listen to the show. They know what's going on. They get pissed off when they hear things they don't like. And I know you get under their skin with some of this stuff, man. And I'm not blaming you because I think it helps them. But you also got to sit back and know this too, Steiny. You real in touch with the team. You got a real good pulse on that team. So what you say, man, it carries a lot of weight, man. It really carries a lot of weight. Just for you too, Goo. You know how it is, man. I love the show. Y'all words carry a lot of weight. So with that being said, what the last caller was talking about, if the Warriors lost in this playoff run, I love them the same as when they first won. I've been a fan forever. I've seen the bottom. I've seen the top. I'm really appreciative of everything that they do, the performance they put on. But they are wildcats waiting to pounce. They're waiting for their moment, and they're smarter. They're getting smarter as we go on. That's the reason why people said we were light years ahead, not because of talent and shooting, but because of the way we think, the way we can control ourselves, and the way we can stay patient, man.
Appreciate it, Dirty. I got
go ahead.
Got to disagree with Dirty.
He said your words carry weight.
They
Steiner.
carry nothing.
Well, you're hurting them now.
They carry nothing with the Warriors. Nothing. Zero.
I believe that, but go to call him
negative.
Steph said he hears that. He listens to this show, but yeah,
means nothing. He hears everything.
Steiner, he said I like that call. Dirty.
Let's go to Philmo Mike. Hey, Philmo, what's up, man?
Hey, man. I'm a proud San Franciscan, man, and for me, when I hear people complaining about the Warriors leaving, first of all, let's get this straight. I'm going to give you because Steph Curry tried to say some slick stuff a couple of weeks ago talking about, well, we started in Oakland. No, fool, you started in San Francisco. You feel me? So let's just set the record straight.
Where's this coming from?
San Francisco being a source.
All right, Philmo, where's this coming from? Where's this coming from?
Oakland's a blue-collar town, man. Frisco, a white-collar, blue-collar, yellow, black-collar. You better have hella collars to afford San Francisco. You feel me? And I stand Oakland, and I love Oakland. I do. But all the people that be talking about, you left. You didn't leave.
Hey, Philmo, I ain't playing that. Oakland versus San Francisco. I'm with you.
Nah, but he was saying something bigger than
San Jose.
Yeah.
What was he saying?
The origin of this team, you can't. It's the Bays team. It ain't just one sector. But he interrupted him. Sometimes you got to know when to let him go. Like when you get Steiny unplugged, I sit back, turn the mic off.
No, you don't. You haven't turned the mic off in 6 years.
Now I'm offended.
You should be.
Steiny, please. Jeff Garcia interview, I had to turn the mic off.
Where did that come from Philmo?
We would have known it had you let him go.
I know where it came from. It came from the guy.
I'm stealing from dibs.
Philmo, you got triggered because a guy actually said Oakland was blue collar. He didn't even say. He didn't even say that San Francisco wasn't.
But Curry had said something about they started in Oakland that said mic off.
Steph was talking about how this dynasty was created in Oakland. Oh
well,
can I say something?
Yeah.
Who the F cares?
The people
Who
from
cares?
Oakland.
I live in Oakland.
I know, the Oakland resident.
What do I care about?
Golf.
What do I care about Warrior related?
Oh. Now you're
I don't hate San Francisco because the Warriors are there.
I got you. They started in the city.
I don't even know if that's true. They started in Philly. If you want to really get technical.
I'm talking about out here.
Well, what's the difference?
They came to the city first. That's why those city yellow ones are just clean.
The Cow Palace.
There you go. My first concert.
I agree, 408. Fillmore Mike came in way too hot.
Well,
I don't even know where he was coming from.
But you didn't let him dance.
That's a shame.
You took his money and didn't let him dance.
Rich is in San Jose.
Rich.
What's up, Rich?
Hey, gentlemen, can you hear me this time? Sorry, I had a bad connection.
Oh, yeah.
What's up, Rich?
Thank you.
Okay, good. Oh, so a couple callers ago, a guy was talking about how his heart left his chest when Clay let that shot go, and I'm the biggest Clay fan ever. I thought it was going to go in, but could we possibly, while Jokic is out, possibly just give a two a shot, just take it down low and try to get some contact? I don't know, whatever. But what bothered me about that is you don't have to win in regulation. You can win it in overtime by getting an easy two. That was an unnecessary three, and the Warriors shot themselves out of the opportunity by shooting that shot. But my second point, real quick, was about Andrew Wiggins. It's not like he was nursing an injury. He was out dealing with some family stuff. You don't think he's been working out this entire time, getting ready to come back when his family situation, like, he's not going to come back and have to work and have to play his way back in more than maybe one game. He's going to get 4 or 5 practices, maybe even half a dozen before the playoffs start, and then he's going to get some games. I think he's going to be just fine. And if you put him, Peyton, Dre, and Looney, you could put literally anyone else out there. You could put Poole out there as the 5th guy, and that is a lockdown defense from the word go.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah.
Appreciate the call. One of the reasons. What's the what's that old? Oh gosh, what is it? The what's it called? Fable. Fable about the scorpion and the frog. And the scorpion. The punchline is something like, "That's my nature. It's just my nature." So when you ask why the Warriors don't go to the basket, it's because they don't. Well, Steph Curry and Klay Thompson aren't great drivers.
Now Jordan Poole, he'll go to the basket.
He doesn't play enough.
And the guy coming back, which has been understated, he'll go get you some twos too. Andrew Wiggins.
888-957-9570. That's an unnecessary shot at Poole? What is?
He don't play enough.
That's not an unnecessary shot. That's saying Poole doesn't have the leash that other guys on the team do.
Well, Poole's going to be a big part of where this team can go in the postseason.
Really?
Yep. I told you he's one of my 4 closers. Poole.
What does that mean, Goo? And don't look at me like you're going to punch me in the face.
No, I would never do that. I wanted to wrestle sometime. But, Steiny, guys that got the ability to get hot to where you don't even got to draw up a play. They can score in flurries and kind of put the game away. Right. We've seen Poole do it. But
he's not, like, you act as though he's going to be on the court every crunch time.
Well, I don't know about every crunch time. I know there will be crunch times to where he was in fuego to get him to in crunch time, so he'll take over crunch time. And it's not a selfish component at all. It's just another reason why people that are doubting this Warrior team forget sometimes and get blinded by Steph's greatness that you got Klay's marksmanship. You got Poole, if he's on, marksmanship. You got Wiggins that will take a big shot. They got a lot of guys, a lot more guys that can do that in the fourth quarter in crunch time than a lot of these other teams. That's all. So when you say
you can't put all the
but when just to finish this, when you and I get it, when you say Poole, I'm dreaming or thinking about a scenario to where Poole will be hot late third. Poole will be hot all game to where he's kind of guaranteed he's going to be out there in crunch time. So let's not, all the slander that's coming Jordan's way. And I know Dan Dibley and Fetzes, Dan said he wouldn't even have Poole on the floor finishing. I just believe there's going to be times. It's like, when you know where Poole's going good, he'll be out there.
No. Why wasn't he out there last night?
That was
why did he play the last 4 minutes last night?
I didn't get that. So I'll tell you what, they were down 10.
So when you say he's a closer,
he can be. I'm doing you today. I'm gonna be real with my word. He can be a closer. But last night, I never once said where was Jordan Poole, because that was kind of a fluke comeback. Sorry, Warriors, I love you. That was kind of like the game was over and then it wasn't over. But I kind of got hey. If you want to tell me Poole should have been in there, anybody, I get it.
My point is the people that like to play that game. Well, he should have played more last night. Well, for who? Oh, I don't know.
Dante was going good, so I won't dare say him. But
Klay Thompson was 9 for 28. Steph Curry was 8 for 28. But that's the game Jordan Poole can't play in the fourth quarter, in the last 4 minutes.
I got nothing for you there, man.
So, listen, I'm different than you. I'm not saying Steve Kerr messed up last night. But the point is, if you want to play that game, you can play it every single game. But the funny part is, I don't hear anybody playing it today.
Huh?
Why isn't anybody saying Steph and Klay didn't get it done, but Poole was pretty good?
And you know what it got me to thinking? What if Poole had shot that shot?
He would have made it. Maybe. Troy's in Richmond. What's up, Troy? How you doing, man?
What's up, boss man? Yeah, I've just been listening to you, and you sound great. I like the enthusiasm.
Oh, thanks.
But I just was tired of you talking about Wiggins. Him coming in will just be a difference between the 10-point games that we're losing, 5-point games. Not just his offense, his defense will less than 10 points. And like the other caller said, he's not coming off injury. He's just coming back. He probably got to get his wind back, get his rhythm. But there's people icing injuries right now, trying to get better off of their injury. He's just coming back. So everything that will happen will be the same as before he left, such as I'm looking at a license plate right now, Warriors 2022 Finals champions.
They lost in 22. They didn't even make the playoffs, right? They won it. No,
22 was last. Yeah, I was like, where we go? My fault.
Yeah, my bad.
I just
my thinking is 24. No, it's 23.
Yeah. Back to back. I'm about Poole last night. It's not anybody wants to call me. Where was he at?
Nobody's going to call. Because in order to call, you'd have to criticize Steph and Clay. We don't do that
That's
here.
pretty good. Yeah, that's some of your best.
You haven't done it.
Stop. I said they were.
You haven't even mentioned their names today.
What? We're talking about Wiggins.
Well, I'm not.
Hey, I told you. Let's put another rat on the table. I told you in the green room. I don't remember a game Curry getting swatted like that, going to the rack.
No, he was fouled. You got to call those fouls.
On who?
The Nuggets.
Dude, they were making that ball into Nuggets. Dude, Nuggets had a couple dudes. Draymond got stuff. What about when Dre went to the racks? Now he went out of bounds and the ball was on him.
Nice job, Gil.
Yeah.
Let's go to Rich, Oscar. Let me see.
We got people. I don't even got it up.
Let's go to Oscar. Oscar's in Stockton. What's up, Oscar? How you doing, man? Johnny in San Francisco. Hey, Johnny. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, I'm good, man. I was listening to you guys on my lunch.
Nice.
Yeah, unfortunately, he missed that shot last night. I thought he had it. I thought it was in, but unfortunately, he missed it.
Right.
And I just want to say, give him a chance. We'll see what happens when the playoffs start and they start kicking it in. And hopefully Wiggins comes back and doesn't need no freshen up and get right back in and get it going. And then I just want to remind you, did you see Kittle yesterday on the WWE or WW wrestling? Wiggins comes back. And that's going to be nice, because he'll take you to parking lot A, Steiny, if you need it.
You know what? I appreciate Johnny. And you know what? You need to explain yourself because you don't get it.
Oh, I'll do it. Wrestling.
They just brought up WWE
fake.
And you went,
yeah, it's Snoop. What are we doing? It's not boxing. It's wrestling. It's
entertainment.
And grown men that I respect, friends, close ones.
You're in the wrong here.
Are into this bit.
You're in the wrong.
WrestleMania?
That's right. Had 79,000 at SoFi last night.
Are you saying you were watching it?
I wasn't watching it, but I enjoy it.
I would have really been hurt. When you think you know somebody.
Okay, I was watching it.
You're lying.
No, I wasn't. Did you see
grown men in their deductinuts?
I did
wrestling?
watch it. I did watch it.
Now,
I saw Snoop do his thing.
I
saw George Kittle clothesline that dude. And I saw that guy McMahon blow out his knee. It's entertainment. It's just like the NBA.
And now you better watch yourself. You better be careful.
Hey, last year, 2022, WrestleMania 38 outpaced the Super Bowl in social media metric views.
We got everywhere. That we got sheep. I don't understand it. I'm just telling you how I feel. It's fake. There are no Hall of Fame wrestlers. It's not tech. It's fake.
You couldn't survive 3 minutes in one of those matches.
In a wrestle match?
You couldn't.
I almost tried
First of all, you need dexterity. You need athleticism.
And wind.
You need to be in shape.
Endurance.
Exactly.
We're talking high school, please. I was hooping Saturday night to check my IG.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah.
Wrestling ain't hooping.
It's worse.
It's harder.
It's like boxing. You ain't stepped in no rink. You ain't even been in a fight.
Hey, Goo, you said you like boxing.
Not a rink.
Did you see Roy Jones Jr. fought this weekend?
No.
About 54. Lost to a former MMA fighter.
And that's sad that we're allowing him in that. But, man.
What's the Goo cooking?
Had about 3 buckets. Yep. One and one.
Just because you don't like WrestleMania doesn't mean it's not good.
It's fake. What do you like fake?
Hey, listen to Goo. It's 2023. Hey, you know what? Why don't you hit the breaking news sounder? Hit the breaking news sounder.
95.7 The Game.
What is this man doing?
It's 2023, and Guru is reporting wrestling is fake.
What's its appeal?
Thank you. It's just like theater. It's just like ballet. It's just like a Broadway musical.
Defend something you don't like.
You don't even know what you're talking.
Fake.
You know what?
F-A-K-E. You gonna sit up here and spar with me about something you don't even partake in? Stop it. That's as fake as it comes. Hey, give me my line. I'll fight Daryl over wrestling, and you don't even watch it. Stop it. Talk to me about golf. Something you're passionate about. Don't concoct you're defending something. They didn't hire you.
It's not a sport, Goo.
Some people act like it is, and it bothers me. Yes, they do.
No, they don't, Goo. Goo, talk about something you know a little something about.
What did he just tell you? He compared the numbers to what?
Wrestling
the Super Bowl, which is real. I don't care about it being choreographed. What has that got to do with it? It's fake. I don't like it.
It's not
Why
fake.
are you defending? What is it?
Because you're wrong.
What is it?
Why.
Is it not fake?
It's choreographed.
What does that mean? It's fake. You're acting like an ass now. You're acting like an ass because you're defending something you don't even partake in. Damn it, man. You don't get called on the carpet enough for some of the most ridiculous stuff in the world that comes out your pie hole. You're going to fight with me because I say it's fake.
That's right.
And you don't even watch it. Now it's... Oh, my goodness.
I said I did watch it last night.
Oh, 2 o'clock, please come. 2 p.m.
You put your foot, you stepped in it. You stepped in it.
I ain't stepped in nothing.
See,
but
when Vince McMahon...
a fraud.
Okay, when Vince McMahon... Okay, he made it officially entertainment. Okay, it's officially entertainment. So if you want to call it fake, you're like ignoring the fact that everybody knows it's entertainment. It's entertainment, Goo. Entertainment. It's not fake. It's entertainment.
You done?
You're asking me if I'm done? You just went off for 5 minutes yelling at me about something you have no idea about?
You were yelling at me.
No, I was. Okay.
Yes, you were for 3 minutes, bud.
Okay. All right. Try to get that one back.
Try to get that wrestling. And you can't get mad at me for saying it's fake when you don't even like it. But then you want to sit there and shoot bullets at me, a Uzi, like you like it. Let somebody else do that. You can't do it because you don't like it.
Yes, I do. You've never heard.
So did you lie to us? You said you watched it. You didn't watch it. You watched it. I'm asking you which one is. Did you watch it, man?
Let me know when I can speak.
Yeah. You can speak whenever you want.
No,
Did you watch it?
Stop interrupting me, and maybe I'll speak.
Oh, stop interrupting me, and maybe I'll speak.
Back to Wiggins. Let's watch what happens here. I said I saw it. I said I saw George Kittle clothesline a guy. I said I saw Snoop Dogg give the elbow. The atomic arm drop, or whatever it's called. I saw McMahon blow out a knee. And you know what, Goo? Don't tell me I don't know wrestling. I know more about old-time wrestling than anybody in here. I love old-time wrestling. I love wrestling. So just because you say it's fake doesn't mean you're right. It's entertainment. And just because you yell for 4 minutes doesn't mean that there's a different point of view out there. Please.
That's all you had to say at the beginning.
Calm down, dude.
No, you sit there don't try to claim wrestling.
Calm down.
That's where you went wrong.
Down.
You tried to claim something.
Wrestling.
No.
I like wrestling.
So did you watch it or not? We all saw highlights of Snoop and Kittle. And I know somebody told you Kittle was in there in the green room. Don't come up here and get on the air like you sat down and ordered it and watched it.
You didn't have
That's
to order
what's
it. It was on
triggering me.
national television.
Be real. Shout out, what's the rap group?
I don't know, but they yell probably.
Be real. I'm forgetting her name. Jesus, man.
Okay.
Steiny, I could be this 24/7
do it.
and you couldn't handle it.
Do it.
You're Cypress Hill.
Because
you couldn't
you're acting
handle
like
it.
an imbecile.
You couldn't handle it. You do it every day.
We got to come back.
You couldn't handle it.
Andrew Wiggins is back.
Jammed home by Wiggins. He came down the lane and threw it down with one hand.
Dub Nation has supported Wiggy for the last month, and he's coming back for a playoff run.
Wiggins in the corner. Baseline goes up. Oh, dunked it over Towns. Came right from the left corner and says, no, you're not going to get this.
Warriors talk, Warriors action, all right here on 95.7 The Game.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through April 23rd, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration.
Curry will bring it across. Takes the logo, goes left on Brunson. Driving in, skipped it over to Wiggins. Wiggins puts it on the deck. He'll drive the glass, goes up for the jam. Oh, my goodness. Oh, they're going to call it an offensive foul on Wiggins. Not a team foul. Steve Kerr's going to call a timeout.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, the good news is Andrew Wiggins is on his way back to the Golden State Warriors, according to Shams Charania of The Athletic. Golden State's Andrew Wiggins plans to attend the Warriors Thunder game on Tuesday. The reason for Wiggins' leave of absence, according to Charania, is that his father, Mitchell Wiggins, has been dealing with a serious medical situation. That's what sources close to Shams are telling him. So the question now becomes, does Wiggins make the Warriors a legitimate contender, a favorite in the West? 888-957-9570 if you want to jump in to the conversation. But it looks like Wiggins is going to be back sooner rather than later.
And I don't think they ever were not a contender. I know this year has not gone according to plan. But, Stoney, I told you this the last hour. They are defending champs. And you could say, you know what, you're living in the past. Bottom line is somebody's got to knock them out. So they are better with Drew back. They haven't been lighting the world on fire with them, but, man, they need them now because these, my friends, are the most important games and times of the season.
From the 240, funny how y'all can blame the vets, but you often omit
didn't do that.
Pointing fingers at Kerr and Poole. Last I checked, we lost last week at 2 points. Opposition, I got it. Yeah. Those two technicals cost the war.
But we said the Splash Brothers didn't have their best night.
Rich is in Hayward. What's going on, Rich? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up? I'm going to say right now, Poole ain't going nowhere at the CBA. And I love the Warriors. We're going to win this thing, even if we got to do it play-in. Doesn't matter. Last year, nobody expected us from third seed. We're going to do this. And I'll tell you right now, it's just we're the best. And, you know, I have no doubt about this. I'm not just being a homer.
No, go ahead. Tell me why.
I got relatives who've been MVPs. And, you know, I won't tell you the last thing because I'm at work.
Wow.
And it's like, wow. Went from Lakers and Clippers. And I'm like, wow. Seriously.
Thanks.
Wow. I want to know.
Does he have a translator?
I'm not sure what he's talking about.
He didn't want to get in trouble at work, it sounds like.
But he knows Kevin Durant. He knows an MVP.
MVPs. There was an S on it.
Roxana. Roxana's in Lafayette. What's up, Roxana? How you doing?
I am doing good, but man, that was intense on the wrestling. Are you guys okay?
What happened?
No, between you two, because I was like, whoo, I was just calling about the Warriors on the Dubs. But let me just say with Guru, I agree with him in terms of the wrestling. I do not like it. Yes, I agree it's entertainment. Yes, I agree it's fake. The part that I don't like, and then I'll talk about Poole, is the fact that it's entertainment with violence. And that's the part I don't like, even though it's, how would you say, it's choreographed, you know, like they have to see blood, they have to, chairs and stuff, and anyway. So that's on the wrestling part. On the Poole part, when you were asking Steiny about where was Poole was out because I think he got a text. So Kerr took him out, and he was pissed off, and he was like cussing and kind of to the rest. You know, when he was on the bench, at least what I could say, he was kind of saying that they're not calling fouls on him. But yeah, I agree. I think Curry and Clay were tired, and they kept trying to shoot the threes, and nobody was going in the basket. To the paint, and so I just feel like they just make dumb mistakes. And they did really well in the first quarter, but I don't think there has been a game where they played the whole game excellent. Because usually the first quarter is great, and then the second half is great. This time was like only the first quarter was great. So.
Right. Thanks, Roxanne. Appreciate the time. What's the longest stretch of good basketball the Warriors have played this year?
the 5-game winning streak at home when they reeled off 5 in a row and then dropped the last 3. So I'm going to say that 5-game stretch.
Man, that lasted about 10 days. All the games were at home.
Well, quietly, if Clay hits that shot last night, they would have won 6 of 7. So potentially they were on the verge of maybe putting together the best basketball.
And that, if I'm correct, help me out, Evans, Donnie, that would have been 3 in a row on the road, right, had they got that.
Yeah, going back to Houston, yeah.
Greg's in Vallejo. What's up, Greg? How you doing, man?
Hey, good. A first-time caller, long-time listener. But I just wanted to say that, with Wiggins coming back, do you think it's a good idea to just bring him back into the game as a starter or slowly implement him, with the playoffs coming up? Like, what do you think is the best strategy? Because I do think they are missing out on him. And
what do you think?
The last night's game was impressive against the Nuggets, and I think they are contenders. But I think in a series for playoffs, I think the Warriors could beat them. I just want to know, like, your input, like, if Wiggins is coming back, what you guys look on the playoff situation?
I mean, he's probably going to start at some point. So the question is, do you put him right back into the starting lineup when he's ready to play or no? That's the question.
I'll tell you this. We've seen Steph, and you talked about it, how it helped the Warriors when he missed the last slab of games at the end of last season. That was a physical leave of absence. Wiggins, we love our dad, Steiny. It's family. So from that perspective, I just need to know, and we won't, where he's at physically. And I believe the Warriors, Steve Kerr included, will get a look at him, but that will decipher to me if he's going to start or come off the bench.
Yeah,
it just is.
I don't know what he's going to do to start, meaning starting when Andrew Wiggins comes back. Let's say Wiggins says he's ready to play the last 2 away games against the Sacramento Kings and the Portland Trail Blazers. Then the question is, does he come off the bench? I mean, chances are, if you make the playoffs, if you avoid the play-in, and you don't have to play a game for 11 or 12 more days, I think he's going to I'd put him right back into the starting lineup. That's just me. Jason's in Oakland. What's going on, Jason? How you doing, man?
Doing good. How you guys doing? I want to first pivot into Goo. You were sounding like a wrestler when you was arguing with Steiny earlier. So you need to you love wrestling because, man, you sounded like you was hyping up somebody's fight.
Oh, wow.
But, what I want to say to Steiny is when just going into Wiggins. Yeah. When Wiggins come back here, they world-class athletes. He's going to start. Everybody was acting like the world was coming to the end since Wiggins hasn't been there. And with him and GP on the perimeter, with Draymond, we got a chance of beating Sac, because Sac is a good team. Everybody trying to act like Sac is not in the 3 spot for nothing. And we got a good chance of beating Sac, and I feel like Suns is going to be the matchup. 9 times out of 10, we probably beat in the first round. We're going to make the playoffs. We're not going to be in the play-in. We're going to beat OKC. We sure enough going to beat Portland. Lakers going to lose at least 1 game. That's going to put us in a 6th or 5th spot. We're going to play in that first round. We're going to beat the first round 9 times out of 10 the way the NBA is set up. We're going to set up, and we're going to be playing Durant and the Suns in that round. And our perimeter D is going to shut them down. And I'm not just making a wish. With GP, Wiggins, and Draymond Green and them knowing Durant, yes, we are probably going to be luckily playing in the for the championship. We're going to be playing Memphis. And 9 times out of 10, we probably don't beat Memphis.
Let me ask you this before you leave, because I agree with a lot of points. And you are right. They are world-class athletes. But what if his stamina, there's nothing like game NBA, duplicating an NBA game like playing in it. What if his stamina needs to be, he needs to ramp up that way? You're not concerned.
What does the NBA say about Wiggins? They say that he got probably one of the best motors in the league. He don't get tired. That's what they always say about Wiggins. And with him and GP, Wiggins is going to be back in the starting lineup. Everybody know that. The way the Warriors been harping about having Wiggins back, the whole NBA, they got to put him in the starting lineup. Because we can't keep on putting Kuminga out there and he having mental lapse. We love Kuminga, and he's going to be one of the guys in the future. with the mental lapses you have, and that's why Kirby putting him on the bench. And he's put Poole. He sat Poole down because Poole was griping too much and letting guys get in front of him and scoring. So that's just my take for the day. And Steiny,
yo,
I want to know what would be your lineup last night at the end of the game. I really want to hear who you would have had in the game at the end of the game after watching the game for the 3 quarters.
That's a good question. It's a real good question. I just know that if Poole can't be on the floor when he's offensively clicking, well, then honestly, I'm not being a jerk. I'm not being a jerk. Then he should not. Then he shouldn't play at all in the fourth quarter because you're not going to put him in for defense. And they were down to like 38% in the midway through the fourth quarter with their shooting. I'm just saying, I think Poole is a guy you got to play it by ear at the 4 or 5 minute mark. And I thought last night he was kind of the only guy going to the basket. He was the only guy of the three guards. I mean, he was clearly the best of them.
But you asked that question Friday about Goo, who's off limits. And I agree with you, but I just got Jordan Poole on that list, Donnie. It's the big three, Wiggins and Poole, if Poole's going good. And if he's not, everybody's going to be able to see it. We've lived through it. Then I would have maybe GP2 out there or Dante DiVincenzo. But, man, I do not know why Poole wasn't out there and why he only got 20 minutes last night and was 7-13 with only 1 turnover.
Let's go to Chris is in Vallejo. What's up, Chris?
Hey, how you guys doing? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm glad to have Wiggins back as well. I just, based on what Draymond Green said on his podcast, people are just making these false rumors, and I'm glad that he's back.
Yeah.
And, I hope that his mental is okay, the things that he was going through, because everybody in Dub Nation was concerned. We had speculation and everything. But these other, haters, these other podcast people from the mainstream media, putting out these false rumors. And
yeah, appreciate it. Appreciate it, man. I don't want to get into that.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. He's coming back now.
Yeah. He's back.
Who knows why? Shams Charania reporting that it was Wiggins' father has been dealing with a serious medical issue. I guess it doesn't,
Yeah.
At this point, now the only thing that matters is when he's coming back. When does he return to the Warriors lineup?
What about this from the 415 Comcast Business Text Line? 3 weeks to get in proper shape, 4 weeks for real.
I don't know. I've never been in shape like Andrew Wiggins. So,
man,
I'm sure he keeps himself in pretty. I'm not really worried. He's in the prime of his career. What is he, 27? I'm not worried about how long it's going to take him to get ready. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he's put right back in the starting lineup. Let's go to Jan. Jan's in Sunnyvale. Hey, Jan.
Yes. My point is, yes, can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The point I want to make is that regardless who's on the team, until they clean up their turnovers and, get focusing, it doesn't matter who's on the team. They need to wake up and clean up these turnovers and get real if they want to advance in the playoffs. That's all.
We've been talking about turnovers for 12 years.
Well, I guess that's a good thing, too, though, if you look at it, Snotty. They got 4 rings, and that was just a staple of who they are, but they were good enough to overcome them. Are they good enough now?
Well, the question becomes, are they, were they good enough in 16 to overcome them?
Hell yes.
No, 16.
Oh, I ain't going to do it. I know they lost, but in my world, they were up 3-1, Snotty.
I know. Kevin in Oakland. Hey, Kevin, how you doing, man?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm trying to talk about Wiggins because I feel like y'all not giving him enough credit. This man is an all-star, a walking 20 points per game, premier defender, and the only player on the Warriors in his peak prime. He's like the bridge between the old guys and the young guys. And he's going to ball out in the playoffs this year again. and just like he did last year against Luka and Tatum. So that's my thought.
All right.
Unless
Do we
I've
know
been
that?
or hearing the wrong show, I think we've given Wiggins all the love today. Have we?
Well, the question is, how much more of a contender are the Warriors today than they were yesterday?
If I could put a percent, Snotty, 79, 89%. This team was hemorrhaging. They couldn't stop anybody. The Spurs were doing what they wanted. I'm going back to Friday, Ice Cube. I mean, at some point, it has to stop. And now I feel like you got the best last option antidote, which is Andrew Wiggins, if he's on point, with Peyton, Dre. And what about what Dre said about what Wiggins does defensively on the perimeter and kind of drives the defender a certain way right into him? And they kind of got that telepathy. I'm like, man, let's see it. And Looney, I can't forget Looney.
888-957-9570 is the number. Just to update you, Andrew Wiggins is going to rejoin the Golden State Warriors early this week. He will be in the house tomorrow when the Warriors play the Oklahoma City Thunder, and then that leaves 2 games remaining at Sacramento and at Portland. The Sacramento Kings locked into the 3rd spot for the most part. And you wonder how they may attack that game against the Warriors later in the week. Are the Sacramento Kings going to be the team that rests players against the Warriors as opposed to vice versa? It's the way it used to go.
What would you do? If you were Sac and you got it wrapped up, why would Mike Brown even, especially if it's about to be, a possible opponent, wouldn't you kind of call the dogs off?
I do whatever I've been doing all year. They're a young team, pretty much. They're key. A lot of their key players are young. So
you think they want to crack at the Warriors? Like even
I don't know.
I guess I would.
Sean in Oakland. Let's talk about Andrew Wiggins. What's up, Sean? How you doing, buddy?
Oh, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Steiny, you asked the question, will this make the Warriors, Wiggins coming back, will it make the Warriors a championship team? And I say, hell no, because Wiggins, while he'll help on defense, I don't think it would help the bad shot taking the Warriors do, because when Wiggins plays, if people just watch him play, he just floats out down the 3-point line. He doesn't really shoot much mid-range. He doesn't drive the ball that much. So it'll be the same old with Curry, Steph, Wiggins, and Jordan Poole. Majority of their shots are going to come from 3 still. So I don't think it really helps that much. But the defensively, they'll be better. But I still just don't see them beating the Lakers, Phoenix, Clippers, or Denver, any of those 4 teams.
What about Memphis?
That's all I got.
Didn't hear me?
Yeah, Memphis, who blew a 23-point. I know, Stoney, it's the NBA. Teams blow lead all the time, but they were up 23 on Chicago. Bulls came back and beat them.
888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, this is a big Monday for the Warriors, considering they lost a tough game last night to the Denver Nuggets. Klay Thompson with a shot to win it. Couldn't get it to go down. We wake up this morning. Warriors are in 6th. Lakers are coming. Clippers are there. But the Warriors get a pick-me-up because Andrew Wiggins looks like he's coming back.
22.
707. Let's get real. How big of a difference does one person make defensively? The other is just pick up the slack. So how much difference can one player make defensively? That's the question.
Well, in my world, Steiny, you went out and brought GP2 back, but you really didn't bring him back because you didn't bring him back to a team that was whole. The team is whole now. So now you're hoping what you saw last year in the offs will reap benefits and pay benefits and reap dividends coming this playoff series. So it's kind of like you're getting more than just Wiggins back. You're getting that continuity that you were hoping for when you went out to bring GP2 back. Because right now, Steiny, let's be honest, right on the table, defensively, teams are going at them.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Although even last night, 112's not a terrible number to give up.
What would that have been with Jokic? Am I wrong for asking that?
Might be a little slower with Jokic. He may play a little slower, but it's a good question.
Sustaining a level
of play. This is Curry from last night. My bad. Yeah, I wanted to talk about Curry talking about this team still having championship pedigree.
sustaining a level of play for 82 games is difficult for any team, but also knowing like you got the championship target on your back. And it's wild saying that after game 78, but it still feels like teams are, playing above their numbers when they play against us. And then, you get to a situation where you just can't find a good momentum or good rhythm on a nightly basis. But even when you're winning, sustaining that is difficult for different reasons. But like I said, we have a lot of confidence, and hopefully you ask anybody in that locker room, we have a lot of confidence that, we can beat anybody on a given night, and we have what it takes to show up again in a playoff type situation where you're locked in on just winning that particular game, that particular night. But nights like these are tough to swallow just because you kind of let it slip.
Yeah, wow. Steph Curry saying, in essence, they know in that locker room they got the championship pedigree.
Well,
and that is going to be worth something, according to Steph Curry.
Help me out, because I've heard Bonte numerous times on the pre and the post down. He talk about the team, their average 3-pointers, and when they play the Warriors, they blow past it. So Steph kind of alluded to it, but who's that on? That's on the Warriors, right? Defensively.
Yeah, defensively, they've not been good this year. I don't think there's any doubt about it. They've been one of the worst defensive teams in the league. They're struggling keeping players in front of them on the perimeter. But,
man,
that's
you
why
got to stop them. Like, I could say it's a fluke, Stoney, but you got to go out and stop them.
That's why Peyton and Wiggins hopefully will help this team. Keeping guards out of the middle, keeping guards from penetrating and kicking out to open 3-point shooters. To me, it all starts with, the point of attack. And can either Gary Payton II or Wiggins or Kuminga put pressure on the ball and keep that ball from getting into the lane, because that's where the Warriors have struggled this year. When the ball's gotten into the lane and they can kick out to shooters, and then the shooters, the shots that other teams are getting, to me, have been better than they usually are against the Warrior team that's been a better defensive team in the past than they are this year. So that's kind of where I'm coming from on that. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors take on the Oklahoma City Thunder tomorrow, 7 o'clock game at Chase Center. Both teams with something to play for. Warriors, they probably want to be 6 or 5. Obviously, 6 is probably going to land on the Sacramento Kings, but that's one thing we can talk about on the other side at 888-957-9570. Do the Warriors, do you want them to chase something? Is there anything to chase, or do you go try to win all 3 games? Should the Warriors even be looking at 5 or 6 or 4? Or should they just finish where they finish? Because conventional wisdom is they'd rather play the Sacramento Kings than the Phoenix Suns. Where are you at with the Golden State Warriors? 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll talk about it on the other side.
Andrew Wiggins is back.
Jammed home by Wiggins! He came down the lane and threw it down with one hand!
Dub Nation has supported Wiggy for the last month, and he's coming back.
Feeds Wiggins. Wiggins gets a dunk. What a pass by Draymond Green. Warriors lead 112-110.
That's how you break down the defense, one by one.
Back to Wiggins.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, if you want to know why we're playing Andrew Wiggins highlights, it's because Andrew Wiggins is on his way back to the Warriors. That according to Shams Charania of The Athletic. And here was what he reported about an hour ago, a little more. Andrew Wiggins plans to attend the Warriors Thunder game on Tuesday. That's tomorrow at Chase Center. The reason for Wiggins' leave of absence since mid-February is that his father, Mitchell Wiggins, has been dealing with a serious medical situation. Sources close to the situation say that's Shams Charania. So it looks like Andrew Wiggins is on his way back. And now it's just a matter, Goo, of when he comes back into the lineup and kind of what role he starts out with.
Yeah, you are right. And you asked before we went to the break, what are the Warriors playing for in these last three games? And to me, partner, is positioning. And I got to tell you, Stoney, I'm not an NBA player, shocker, but I got to believe with this news of Wiggins coming back and the fact that it's going to take some time to reincorporate him back. Maybe you might want to play the team that doesn't have a Kevin Durant. Or maybe it doesn't matter. But I'll tell you what, the operation of these last three games is not losing two that has you 7, 8, 9 for 10th. Then you're playing in that damn tournament that nobody wants a part of.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. How much difference does Andrew Wiggins make? I mean, clearly to me, and we've had a lot of guests on in the last 3 or 4 weeks, whether it's Jeff Van Gundy, I heard Frank Isola on with the morning crew. Yep. Anytime anybody nationally has been asked about can the Warriors win it without Andrew Wiggins, essentially the answer is no. I don't think they can. Now, a lot of people qualify it by saying, well, it'll be really hard. But I think conventional wisdom is the Warriors probably couldn't win it if Andrew Wiggins didn't come back. Well, now Andrew Wiggins looks like he's coming back. So where do you put the Warriors in the pecking order? Are they the best team right now in the Western Conference? I mean, if they won that title last year and it's essentially the same team, the question becomes, are the Warriors the favorites? Where do they fit now in the Western Conference? But the one point I want to make about Wiggins, and somebody on the text line was going back and forth. I said they got to figure out whether Wiggins is going to start or come off the bench to start, and he's going to take minutes from somebody, and they got to get their rotations down, this, that, and the other thing. And the texter was like, I thought you said Wiggins' return will be seamless. And I do think it's going to be seamless offensively.
All right.
Like, I don't see Andrew Wiggins being dropped onto the Warriors, and he's not going to take shots from any, that's what he does. He's your third scorer. You don't have to call plays for him. He can get you a couple threes outside the context of a play and get a couple offensive rebounds, a couple drives, and the next thing you know, Wiggins has 16, 18 points, but you didn't have to spoon feed him. Defensively, I think defensively he's going to be okay too because he knows he'll probably have to be picking up full court. The adjustment's going to come to me for guys like Kuminga and maybe Peyton and to a lesser extent Anthony Lamb.
Well, when you break it down like that, wouldn't you rather take that as being the problems you face than not having Andrew at all?
Of course.
And, Sonny, I'll say this on the offensive end, as you know, the ball's got to go in the basket. So there is a scenario to where Drew comes back, great move, ball doesn't go in. Great form, ball doesn't go in, and then what we talk about are the field goal percentage, the point production. But to me, defensively, it's not that. So I'm thinking on the defensive end, it'll be easier for him to kind of, you know what I mean, make his way back, and we can see the impact quicker than if, Curry and everybody's looking at Andrew, make a move or whatnot, but the ball not go in. All people will call the show and say, oh, he should have gave it to this and that. But I just feel like him getting back defensively will be easier and quicker than on the offensive end.
Yeah, I think seamless is the word when Wiggins gets back. But it's not going to be quite seamless for the guys whose minutes he ends up taking and how many. Can Kuminga do more with less?
Man, Steiny.
It's tough a lot of times for young players. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about Andrew Wiggins, who looks like he's on his way back to the Golden State Warriors, and he'll be at the arena tomorrow night. And that's the Chase Center.
And a big game.
Yeah. Absolutely, positively. The women's championship game.
Oh, thank you, Stoney.
Yesterday. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was going to give it to you because you had a theory about when you came in. I was like, Stoney, say this for the show. So I'll let you start if you don't mind. But how did you process this? Because I don't know if you're going to agree. It's not even about you agreeing. But after you go, I'll tell you what I thought of it.
Well, I guess we're talking about Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese.
Yes, sir.
I actually didn't think anything one way or the other. To me, the biggest issue, I'm not saying the racial component.
All right, go ahead.
I'm not saying the fallout from the racial component isn't important, but to me, the reality of the situation, the real issue is officials, fans, you don't know how to watch women's sports. I mean, you really don't. It's like and I'm going to be honest with you. I watch my daughter play soccer all the time.
Okay.
And physicality is frowned upon for the most part. And I just don't understand why.
So you think that was used or applied to...
Why can't women players be as physical as men players without she's being too rough? That, to me, is the biggest problem here. Caitlin Clark... Yeah, she's a trash talker.
Yeah, I love it.
So what that she's a woman?
Yeah.
So men are trash talkers, and Angel Reese came back and trash talked her back. It's like, what? They shouldn't. People
talk to me.
They just don't want women to do it.
I hadn't. Wow, Snotty, I hadn't. I'm coming from a different vantage point.
Not nobody, but there are people that just aren't ready for women to be as competitive as men.
Now, that's interesting, Stoney. I'm going to be honest. I didn't think of that at all. I really didn't. And I got a daughter just like you, so I know where you're going. But to me, I love what Caitlin Clark is and what she represents, the pizzazz she has in her game. But she was being Draymond Green, if I can say, in a good way, the game before LSU against South Carolina. And the LSU basketball team, along with Angel Reese, they didn't like how she was doing that. So my whole perspective on it was, okay, it was kind of cool that they hit her with her own medicine, but how is our society going to be more mad and disappointed in Angel Reese than Caitlin Clark was? Caitlin Clark had no problem with I was doing it against South Carolina. You guys beat our tail. Now you're going to do it. But to me, Steiny, on the news outlets, reporters who I respect, Angel Reese, you would have thought she broke into a bank with the energy and the monster, I'm using my verbiage now, that she was painted out to be from her doing it than when Caitlin Clark was doing it, when it was all good. It was fun. It was Princess Diana-esque when she was doing it. And then when, Angel Reese is doing it, Stoney, I'm just sitting back like, okay, I had enough, me personally, like, man, this is not 50-50. So here I go, a black man, I'm asking myself, does this have something to do with race? And I honestly, and I know you're going to be like, Guru, what are you doing listening to him? Keith Olbermann calling her an idiot? Like, that's over the top to me. Now you could be like, Goose, stay off his timeline. What do you care what he thinks? But there was different energy for sure from Angel Reese doing the Sienna than Caitlin Clark.
From the 408, the whole drama with NCAA women's tournament is much ado about nothing. If it was a male game, nobody would have thought anything about it. It's actually good for women's sports to see them talk a little trash. I don't know if it's good or bad, but it's
people were talking about the sport, but
it's the way it is.
And let's not forget, Stoney, Caitlin Clark put on a show. She took over the week, so that's not getting lost. But just again, I appreciate you bringing that to. You said that we're not ready for I didn't even think of that, but to me, Stoney, this was a black or white issue from my vantage point, and it was bothersome.
The thing that I guess people will say was different is Caitlin Clark just did it, and Angel Reese did it to Caitlin Clark's face. But I didn't really have a big problem with any of it. And my biggest frustration with women's sports, to me, is that they're not officiated like men's sports, but they want to be officiated like men's sports, and they should be officiated by men's sports. I mean, if you want me to be honest, my daughter in soccer, she's pretty tough. Guess what? I think it gets held against her a little bit. Okay. I don't think physicality, and you kind of said this, not that you're wrong or anything, but you said, she was kind of like Draymond Green, the good way. Just by saying that, it means that Draymond Green does good things and bad things. Why can't a woman player play the same way? That's the only thing. Yeah, go ahead.
I also think, too, just this is good for the exposure of women's sports, the fact that people are able to have these conversations, because I think there's a lot of people that weren't even aware that Caitlin Clark had done what she did in the Elite Eight and then the Final Four, because they didn't start watching until the national championship because of this kind of buildup. So hopefully these type of conversations will be able to promote the women's game to the point where either the officiating or the conversation around these two athletes and the great athletes in women's sports are able to be seen on the same level as men.
Yeah, great point, Evan. And Steiny, right here on YouTube, Kim Johnson points out, I'm just using him again as an example, Oberman walked back those comments because he didn't know the backstory, that she had did it before. So, I just, the things our society, what we get, how we can be so different on so many, it's incredible.
Let's go to Vince. Vince wants to jump in here. He's in San Jose. What's up, Vince?
Hey, Steiny and Guru. How we doing, fellas?
Hey. What's up, man?
So I think Wiggins coming back. One thing I've noticed about the Warriors getting the recent W's, especially against Dallas, other teams like that, is there's been a lot of improvement on team rebounding. I've seen improvement, very quickly. I'm not when Wiggins comes back, eventually when he does, I'm not looking for him to shoot the ball. And boy, by the way, what an ice cold shooting night it was last night. Terrible.
Worst ever.
But I'm looking for it was horrific. I'm like, I got to change the channel here, fellas. What's going on? But going back to Wiggins, I'm not looking for him to take 20 jumpers. What I want him to do is just continue to slash. And if we can our best shot, and again, look at the standings. We are staring in the mirror, and we're staring a play-in game right in the face. I was jolly a couple days ago. I was hip and happy. But now I'm looking at the standings, and it's like, what the heck is going on? So, again, when Wiggins comes back, we got to focus on team rebounding. Our shooting numbers have to go up. And, hey, Steve, run a set, run a play. Thank you.
Wow.
They don't like to run plays.
And
they like to play by instinct.
Yeah. And I think, Steiny, I'm telling you, I am uncomfortable. The fact that they're only a half game up on the Lakers. And that Spurs game, it bothered me. It really penetrated my soul in the sense that, forget what Vegas had the Warriors winning by, San Antonio was up in the fourth quarter. You take that tomorrow night at home against OKC, that could end up being an L.
Possibly. But, and
then now you're talking about, Wiggins, come back. It's the play-in game. Like, that has the ingredients to combust or, blow up in your face.
It's possible. But I think, obviously, Wiggins coming back it's definitely going to be an emotional boost, you would think.
No doubt.
You would think. And then the question is now how much can he help once we get out onto the court? You hear the report about the Dallas Mavericks?
No, because I'm going to act like I didn't want to process it. But tell us.
They're looking at shutting down Doncic and Kyrie so as to preserve a top 10 pick.
Oh, boy.
That there should be a fine involved
Why?
if this is true. Like
everybody shuts down.
But you can't
Are
tell
you fining Portland? Are
well,
you going to
that's
fine
different.
Portland?
They've
Why?
just been terrible. They've been consistent. Right now, Matt, Dallas is one game behind OKC. This was the reason for the inception of the play-in tournament. You gave it your all to the end, but to announce we're about to be in the Wemby sweepstakes, I think, come on. That I would hope Dallas tries to get into the play-in with two. I'm going to go now, top 15 players.
I disagree.
I like watching them
I mean,
play. I watched all that Dallas-Atlanta game. Get a life.
I mean, I just, to me, the biggest misconception out there, and I vehemently disagree that the play-in game have made things more competitive. No, they haven't. The play-in games have completely taken the urgency out of games. I'm sorry. Yeah. Teams want to avoid the play-in game.
I was going to go Portland, San Antonio, Houston's the only three that are out right now. Like, don't that make it, you know what I mean, like that? But here in Dallas,
Dallas doesn't care. Dallas is proving my point. They're one game out of the play-in. They know even if they make the 10th spot in the play-in, they're not going anywhere. The biggest misconception about these play-in games is it adds to the competitiveness of the regular season. And anybody who's watched this whole year knows this year's been a joke. It's been a flat-out joke in terms of the regular season. Why? I'll tell you why. Is because if you get to the play-in game, like teams like Dallas, they're just deciding what they want to do. They're not going for it. At the 11th spot, why would you not play your guys if that's the case? So I mean,
Stoney, you hurt me last week, and you hurt me with this. You got a Luka, and I get that. If you got two top 10 players, one guy you only had half the season, one guy talking about Kyrie that was hurt. What happened to let's get in, and we got Luka and Kyrie, and let's try to make some noise, but. To behind closed doors, let's just call it night and try to get a top 10 pick. I'm on naive island, man.
The Mavericks they're not a good team.
Well, how does Adam Silver, if this is true, you got to come down with a fine, right? Just for saying it out loud. If Cuban,
of course not. What's the difference between Portland?
Because they've been bad all year.
What? So what? I mean, you're still. If a team's given up, whether they're in the playoffs or on the verge of it. Like, that's the point. It's
yikes.
Yeah, it's like, what did they think? Oh, Dallas, they're going to be an 11. They are going to fight like hell for 10. They are not going down without a fight. This is all what this play-in's about. It's bringing out competition. No, it's not. It's bringing out the opposite of competition. You know why? Because every team in the NBA knows, or 2 out of 3 teams in the NBA know that come the last 3 weeks of the season, guess what? They'll be able to get into the playoff play-in game if they want.
Wow.
And I know people want to avoid it, but, like, that's the other thing. You think the Warriors are afraid of the play-in game? No. They just would prefer not to play in the play-in game. But they're not readjusting this is a must-win tomorrow. OKC. No. Warriors are going to go in with the same impetus, whether they're 8, 7, 6.
But the stakes are so different.
They're playing the same way. They didn't play any harder last night, the Warriors. If the Warriors would have won last night, they could have clinched non-play-in. Okay. How'd that go?
Well, I'll tell you what.
Care?
Listening to Fitz and Kalina, Donnie, when they were up 15, you would have thought that they packed their defense. And I thought, you know what, it's go time. That was why they were out. Obviously, Jokic not being there. But to see the lead, just disintegrate, I mean, the Warriors, man, it's epic. The whole playoffs are epic right now. But if the Warriors can somehow make some noise after this season has gone the way it has, getting Drew back at the last stop on the BART train is Andrew Wiggins, dude, and they get him and try to make some noise, wow.
888-957-9570 is the number. Andrew Wiggins is on his way back to the Golden State Warriors. He'll be in the arena tomorrow when the Warriors play the Oklahoma City Thunder. And that's at Chase Center. 7 o'clock start, 6 o'clock. Warriors live. Warriors live at 6 o'clock.
I would assume he'd be on the bench tomorrow, right? If he is attending the game.
No doubt.
Maybe.
Like Iggy.
He might be on. I could see him in a suite if he's not ready to sit on the bench.
That standing nose coming, but you want him in uniform, right?
Might get Bob seats.
669 says Kyrie's not a top 10 player.
Well, I think differently. He's got top 10 talent. Luka's the problem, Snotty. I'm watching these games. Luka's more the problem than Kyrie. He's still a baller fat. They just gave up. They sold their soul for their defenders. I know you're going to be like, who? Finney Smith, Dinwiddie. They have perimeter D. They have no D. Jason Kidd, I'll wait till the fourth quarter with 2 minutes left to put in my 7-footer JaVale McGee because people are just doing whatever they want. Oh, look, it worked. And they had a chance. They're like, why didn't you go to that sooner? Throw the kitchen sink at your problems, Stoney, before you say you can't fix it.
Isn't that what they did by trying to get Irving in the first place?
Or was that to appease what's Luka? Like Luka might dip out of Dallas.
How?
I thought he had one more season.
No, I think he's got 4. He's
no,
been paid. Kyrie's a free agent. I'm pretty sure Luka's been paid. What's he been in the league 5, 6 years? He's like Trae Young. I think he got paid like $200+ million. So he's locked in.
The dudes on the Dallas radio, not that I listen, were like, oh, they did that to appease Luka to make him happy because of whispers. He was unhappy.
About what?
No help.
He doesn't want any help. He doesn't know how to make anybody better at this point.
I wonder what he was saying.
That's not necessarily true.
Yeah, he's locked in through 2027.
I'm going to take that back.
Jesus. He ain't.
I just don't think his style can win it.
Man.
Connor in Alameda. What's going on, Connor? How you doing, buddy?
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I think Andrew Wiggins plays a very key role in the Warriors, and I think with him, they can go far, and without him, I don't know how far they will be able to go. And, I think the Warriors just focus on what they're doing now and just beating the games as they come along, just trying their best instead of focusing on what's ahead. That's all I got.
Appreciate it, Connor. That's Connor from Alameda, and we'll find out what an Andrew Wiggins is worth, hopefully, in the next couple months. And notice I said months, because that's how long this playoff
no doubt
push could possibly last.
Yes, sir.
Andrew Wiggins on his way back. He'll be at the game tomorrow. And question now becomes, how formidable are the Warriors in the postseason? Can they catch lightning in a bottle like last year? Yes? No?
They caught the bottle early on, though, Stoney. They let you know they were looking for the lightning.
510 Brunson. Yeah, Brunson. Gone. But Brunson didn't want to be there either. Why would Brunson want to play with Luka?
Wow, man.
Brunson's a point guard. Why would he want to play with Luka?
But they got to the Western. Well, they beat Phoenix. I ain't gonna make no. They got to the Western. Now they can't even stop a nosebleed. Yeah, they got no D, Stoney, in any sport. It's over. Baseball, you can't field. It's a wrap. Football, we already know what that is, man. Defense is everything.
Dallas Mavericks are the Atlanta Hawks of the West, and they both have similar players.
Atlanta will be in the play-in, though.
Trae Young and Luka Doncic, similar players. Very similar.
Yeah. Atlanta they'll be in the play-in, though, Stoney.
888-957-9570 is the number. We got a 10-minute segment on the other side, then Willard and Dibbs on 95.7, The Game.
Hey, Brad. I thought you had a date tonight.
Hey, Mom. She just left. Using my phone for a Wi-Fi hotspot backfired again.
I keep telling you to get Xfinity. What happened?
Well, everything was great until the movie started buffering. Then she started asking questions like, why are you using bed sheets for curtains? Why is this hamster?
Boston logo, goes left on Brunson, driving in, skipped it over to Wiggins. Wiggins puts it on the deck. He'll drive the glass, goes up for the jam. Oh, my goodness. Oh, they're going to call it an offensive foul on Wiggins. Not a team foul. Steve Kerr's going to call a timeout.
You going to challenge it?
He may challenge that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz now, the Guru Johnson with you. Be here for another 12 minutes, and then we'll bring in Dan Dibley and Mark Willard on the changeover. Big news of the day. Andrew Wiggins is on his way back to the Golden State Warriors. According to Sham Charania of The Athletic, Wiggins is going to be joining the team early this week, and that the reason for Wiggins' leave of absence since mid-February is that his father, Mitchell Wiggins, has been dealing with a serious medical situation, sources close to the situation say. So,
thoughts and prayers to the Wiggins family.
According to Sham Charania, Wiggins has missed about 2 months because his father, Mitchell, has been dealing with a serious medical issue. But Wiggins will be at Chase Center tomorrow. Warriors play the Oklahoma City Thunder. 3 games left. And it looks like they'll have Andrew Wiggins back, though, at some point. I don't know if it'll be in the regular season, the play-in situation, or the playoffs, but it looks like Wiggins is on his way back. Let's go to Anthony. Anthony's in Napa, wants to talk about Andrew Wiggins. How you doing, Anthony? What's going on, man?
I'm doing good. Thanks for asking, fellas. Happy Monday to you. So, I want to just reserve my excitement, for the announcement of Wiggins coming back, just because this team hadn't really played that good with him on the court. And they've kind of been consistent in the way that they play, which is chucking up threes, the lack of getting to the line, passing up, point blank layups to pass it out. Like last night, I couldn't believe Anthony Lamb had a point blank layup and passed it out, which turned into a turnover and transition buckets. And then Loon had one point blank in the middle of the right there under the hoop, and he passed it out to Clay. And kind of bounced around and got back to Clay, and Clay did hit a 3, but it's like, man, you guys pass up these easy shots that are right there because you're so reliant on the three-pointer. But we'll see what it looks like when Wiggins comes back. I feel like it's a lot, but it's too late in the season to really get some momentum going. The Warriors have really, really been consistently just not playing well on the road. But I wanted to get in just a little bit about the Luka Doncic thing. I feel like Luka's style of play is more suited for like a half-court 3-on-3 type of basketball, and I just don't feel like he plays traditional ball when you come to setting some down screens, pick and rolls, 3-man weave, different things like that, like the basic fundamentals of basketball to kind of get the ball moving and hopping to where you can kind of get some easy buckets like the Warriors used to do. So I don't think it's going to work down there with Luka, period. But I definitely want the Warriors to get back to that style of ball, like passing up good shots or better shots, setting up the other man, maybe even Jordan Poole not going 1-on-3, just choosing your spots better. If they can do that, we'll see what's up. But that's all I had, guys.
Appreciate it, Anthony, as always.
I was watching Get a Life, Stoney, the Hawks in Dallas, and Dominique Wilkins was he was falling in love on air with Kyrie Irving, who was having a good game, and he got hot. And Dallas had got hot, tied the game up. Luka comes in the game, and you could tell they weren't afraid of Luka, but it was like, to get the ball out of Kyrie's hands. Luka's in the game now. He has to dribble the ball, and Dominique was just on there like, I don't understand, Fred, why they took the ball out of... Well, you kind of do, Dominique. They're scared of Luka, and he's the Don. I get it, but the basketball in me, the guy in me was, give it to Kyrie. He can initiate and get it to Luka. I'm not saying Kyrie shoots it every time, but that goes to, I think they're scared of the guy.
I just don't think they fit together.
Man, and you very well may be right.
Neither plays defense.
Good.
Neither plays defense. Both must have the ball in their hands.
Dribble, dribble, dribble.
Neither of them move without the ball particularly well. One of them's not in great shape. Yeah, I'm out. It's true.
I wonder what's going to happen with Dallas. Yeah, man.
No, they're either going to re-sign Kyrie or they're not.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
Lucas,
pretty much what it's about.
I don't know why I thought Luka had Luka's there. Wow.
415 says the main reason the Warriors are losing is our turnovers. The main culprit is Draymond Green, followed by Steph Curry, and then Jordan Poole. No matter how much we love these guys, they're losing the game. Yeah, I mean, I've always been fascinated by this with the Warriors.
Tell me.
And their fans. It is a truism that if you're going to have a guy be ball dominant, you're not going to turn the ball over as much. You're just not. Yeah, that one guy might have 4 turnovers, but because he holds it so long.
Right.
You're just, guess what? Dallas doesn't turn the ball over as much as the Warriors. You want to play that way? The reason the Warriors turn the ball over more than any other team is essentially because they pass it more than any other team. They throw more passes than the other team, so therefore it stands to reason that they're going to turn it over a little bit more. So I've never understood the consternation about the turnovers. I get it. Sometimes they commit too many. Every team does. Yeah. But, I have never thought turnovers are killing this team. They're going to kill this team because their offense dictates that they're probably going to turn the ball over more than other teams. That's the offense. That's the deal they made with the devil by running this offense. That's so difficult to guard.
You're right, and I'll tell you what, Donnie, after you break it down that way, I just think about Friday's game with the Spurs. This is not what you're saying, but it kind of comes with the territory is my point. The Spurs are the best offensive rebounding team in the league. Why, Steiny? Because they missed the most, too. You know what I mean? So it just goes with the territory. But I get that, but I will say in that Game 7 against going back to 16, turnovers, it's like when they happened, did kill them. And that Curry pass to Clay behind that wasn't good. Because that's when it kind of comes and bites you.
510, question, gentlemen. Why didn't the last few seconds of the game Steph or Clay drive to the basket?
They were gassed.
That's a fair question. And they were only down 2.
Let me ask you this about being gassed. Everybody's tired at this juncture, but everybody's not 35 and had a fabulous season like Steph. And I'll even throw Clay in there, Stoney. Is that a one-off in Denver last night in regard to them being somewhat tired or fatigued? You talk about Curry last year, missing the last sector of games, going into the playoffs like a Wiggins. I'm going to be watching Steph tomorrow night. Are the legs a little weary?
I mean,
because
they played Friday night.
Yeah.
They played the Spurs. I'm not sure if they left for Denver after that game or on Saturday, but Denver's got altitude.
Drew down.
And
it's almost like they played in elevation. I get you, Drew down. But
the Warriors definitely look a step slower on defense, especially. Yeah, I would agree with that, 650. And I think that's something that's been noticeable all year. The Warriors have gone from a team that can keep opposing teams out of the lane to a team that can't. They haven't, let's put it that way. They haven't been able to this year. Question is, if everything starts clicking, can Peyton and Wiggins and even Kuminga start doing that more and more?
When I watch,
we'll see.
Okay, and you're going to laugh. Yeah, what are you going to laugh? When I see Kuminga cut Steiny and just get the dunk, I know, Guru, they're not playing against chairs. It ain't going to be that easy every time, but I'm just like, good God, if you could just give me more of that. Steiny, it's like, it ain't unstoppable, but it's just like easy basketball.
Let's go to Steve. Steve's in San Francisco. What's up, Steve? How you doing, buddy? Stevie.
Hey.
What's up, man?
Hey, so my question is, is part of our transition defense problems a case of where we leave ourselves on offense? Is the fact that we've got the split action and we're doing the pick and rolls, and if we miss that ball, all our guys are down on the baseline, and that's part of the problem with our transition defense, which we all recognize is just not competitive enough.
I hear you,
man.
415. Yes, the Warriors pass the ball more than other teams, so they'll have more turnovers, but this doesn't take into account the terrible telegraphed passes and lazy passes that the Warriors are prone to making. I don't know, man. I mean,
that's the title of the. I don't know.
If you look at the pass that Steph threw Clay, on Friday, that hook pass way out to the perimeter.
Yeah.
Was that against the Spurs?
The one against Denver?
The one against
that was the Pelicans.
New Orleans.
Last Tuesday. Right. Pelicans. It's incredible. Like, you look at that. Well, it is incredible, but guess what? Every other pass that may be a turnover. That's a gutsy pass.
I got you.
It's a risky pass with your left hand to throw it 35 feet across the court. Now it worked, and Clay makes the shot. So, that's why I don't like to kind of pick and choose. Yeah. They're going to turn the ball over a little more, and then they're going to be greater in terms of ball movement than any other team. So it's just all a matter of when the turnovers are committed and kind of what kind they are. Are they forced? Are they not forced? Are they live ball? Are they not live ball? Yeah. All right. Here's what we got coming up. We got Willard and Dibbs on the other side on 95.7 The Game. Change overtime on 95.7 The Game.
You are now free to move about the country. I thought learning a language would be too much work. Then I discovered Babbel. They make learning fun. J'aime Babel.
Babbel's lessons only take 10 or 15 minutes. Quick.
Curry will bring it across. Takes it to Logo, goes left on Brunson. Driving in, skipped it over to Wiggins. Wiggins puts it on the deck. He'll drive the glass, goes up for the jam! Oh, my goodness! Oh, they're going to call it an offensive foul on Wiggins.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. Let's see who wins out. It's tough finish. Yeah.
You guys are the best.
You guys got to explain to me what's going on here.
What do you mean? Nothing. We're just,
yeah.
Oh, I thought we were having studio guests.
Oh, just people.
Don't
Just
change
people.
up on me, guys.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they might pop in, but
yeah,
Marin Catholic.
Well, and the one gentleman, Chris Stromberg, is class of '80, who used to coach against my brother in Marin County, and he's a friend of Kieran, who's one of our sales executives.
Okay.
And so Strom came in, and so there was a lot of feels going on out there in the green room because I hadn't seen him in a long time, and his son's here, both going about 6'5".
Dude, they are tall.
Yeah. Large human beings.
Yeah.
And then, there were cookies also, which there's nothing really in life.
But take mine to my dad.
Chocolate chip cookie,
Nice,
man.
dude.
Is there, right?
For real. Yeah.
What's the list of things better than a chocolate chip cookie?
A sugar cookie.
See, I disagree.
sugar cookie.
I
Man.
disagree.
Yeah.
I'll go with chocolate chip cookie over sugar cookie.
Yeah.
For sure. Anyway, that's what's going on.
I go
You know when-
snickerdoodle over the sugar cookie
I ain't mad
myself.
at that.
Yeah. A little bit of that cinnamon.
Can we start
that goes in
gambling
there?
first? Can
Let's
we start
go.
with gambling?
Bet the under tonight.
So I just gave this man
Bet the under
$20 for
tonight.
my Laker bet. I had him 4th seed. They can't win the tiebreaker with
They
me.
can get the 5 though, which is
5,
crazy.
but I had 4. Damn it!
Man, it's a
so I
shame.
gave him the $20 on camera, and then said,
Laker
"Stein,
girl.
would you
Nice.
have a problem if I tried to get some action back on the Warriors now that Wiggins is back?" But this is the caveat: Warriors come out of the West. Dibs 400.
No.
Oh,
you
man.
you already took his money.
Well, I'm holding it.
What you're holding it, but you already spent 20 of it. According to I'm a
was my
P1,
20.
yeah.
Yes.
I'm a P1. You already spent 20 of it, and then now you gave 20 back. So if I'm Steiny, I'm thinking, no, you got to double down. If you want future action, you got to make it
we're
200.
clean. We're done. Me and him, I'm gonna give him the 100 back if the Warriors don't win. I'm that type
80,
of dude.
yeah.
But what
Yeah.
about you and me? You wanted action.
I wanted it bad, but you refused
Coming out
me.
the
You
West
gave me the
ain't good
Heisman.
enough?
No, coming out the West, please.
Willard. Yeah.
Whoever comes out of the
Don't-
West is the 4th best team in the NBA right now, according to the guru math or the Dibley math. Right now, Boston's better, Philly's better, Milwaukee's
And
better.
that was the scary part
Then
of the bet,
Denver.
right?
Then Denver.
No doubt.
And then you know what? The Warriors might be 5th on that list if they get Wiggins back or when they get Wiggins back.
Don't look over here for
Yeah,
any
I know.
action.
You my
I'm
brother.
not
You
betting.
ain't-
I'm not betting against it. In fact, today sort of like seeing the Woj bomb that we all knew was coming at some point.
And the ShamWow.
Yeah, I do. ShamWow for me is usually only late at night, but I will do it during the day just on special
But
days
wait,
like this.
there's more.
It just sort of crystallized how I feel about this particular team because yes, it's reached the point of comedy when they leave Chase Center. It's ridiculous what happens, and Kerr was all mad after the game
He was
last night,
hot.
right? And then when they're at home, they always find a way. And even when they're at home, if you notice, when they find a way, it's let's get punched in the mouth for 24 minutes, and then we react. And that's sort of like that talent, that gift to be able to react when something upsets you, I think is going to serve them very well in the playoffs. Combined now with their guy who drives. They need somebody who drives, for crying out loud. Stop shooting threes on every possession.
And it's been that
They
way
need
a while.
Right.
Well,
right. So combine all that and the timing and what they did last year, and you get this news today, and I go, just watch these guys work. Watch this. Just watch. I'm not saying they're winning a championship, but they are. This is going to go better than I think a lot of us think. It's felt for a little while like it's all gonna come together at the right time, and that's what this news feels like to me.
If the Warriors lose tomorrow, will you feel that way?
Yes.
Yes.
Come on, Willard.
I think, so first of all, they're not going to lose tomorrow. But second of all, they're not going to.
I mean, I kind of lightweight need them to lose.
That's not the way the story goes.
I got bets out there.
I will.
And by the way, Bonte Hill, I know you're listening. Bonte, you haven't reached back out. We had a bet about Dallas. I said Dallas would not be a playoff team. He said they would. We bet a box of diapers.
Wow.
I put it out on Twitter. And
go get those things, but
dude, diapers ain't cheap.
Well, you
now.
need the Warriors to win tomorrow, because
no, that's a separate bet. I've got a bet with a listener, Liana Pons.
Oh, our girl, Union City.
Playoff Warriors. I lose. I get her a T-shirt, and I actually got a T-shirt Friday night when I went to the game, and I'll give her that shirt, and I got her another shirt. She'll get about 5 shirts.
Wait, not just playoffs, top 6. Right?
Well, that's what that means.
Well,
yeah.
no, but you still make the playoffs if you come out of the play-in tournament.
Well,
it's
who
a playoff
cares?
team.
Who cares?
What do you mean, who cares?
If you don't qualify for the playoffs, it was a qualification sensation.
Anyway.
No. Not anyway.
Right? You make the playoffs.
Yes, and you and I have a bet, and you don't seem to remember.
I don't. I remember the bet.
It has to do with Andrew Wiggins, I said that we would know about Andrew Wiggins. We would know why he was gone. And you actually gave me until next year at the start of camp to.
I remember the discussion. I do not remember the bet.
payoff.
No, I remember
it was $1,000.
No,
Ernie Chavez will have the receipts.
Yeah,
he will.
So we'll ask Ernie. I remember the debate. I do. I remember the debate. I don't remember the bet. I do remember
because I told Mark that we would find out why Andrew Wiggins was gone.
Okay,
and I think the Shams report, while not confirmed. We said second source. We needed a second source.
I'm not going to get into it. I ain't going to get into it. You want $100,000? Hey, here, you got $1,000. I don't want to.
Oh, yeah.
My big thing is, and this is, we could just set the table for it right now. I know you guys have been talking about it because it broke right before your show. I want to talk all about where this is going. I have no interest in talking about where it's been.
It's going up.
I have no interest.
It's going up.
I don't know. I don't care.
I don't know.
Yeah. And so his dad and the other rumor, whatever.
Yeah. He's back in town, baby.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's play basketball.
There you go.
Have so what game is the return?
They haven't said.
Right.
Nobody said.
I'm asking you guys.
Oh.
No, but the report is that he will be in action.
Attendance.
He'll be in attendance.
attendance.
Thank you.
Yeah.
In attendance.
I couldn't figure that out.
Goose say
He'll be there tomorrow.
Yeah. So he's there tomorrow,
But
and then there's 3 days until the next game. So during that 3 days, can he, I don't know, run up and down and maybe attack the rim and maybe dunk on somebody and then be ready for Friday?
He's going to play in Sacramento, isn't he? Yeah, he'll probably play a few minutes in Sacramento.
We're going to be in Sacramento, right? We're broadcasting live in Sacramento.
For the first round of the playoffs, yes.
Oh, I thought we were going to do
Not
it.
for this one.
Is that true?
Oh, according to
We're
sources.
going to sneak it into existence.
Yeah,
Steiny.
much like my
We're gonna do it.
half-cock Linden trip came in.
No, but you guys were
by the
out
way,
there.
Yeah, we were.
So the prediction.
And we'll get to that. This guy.
The prediction.
Oh, here's the strike, Aaron. We miss you. Skapow.
Oh, no. Whatever.
Yeah.
No, don't dot him. Don't dot him. Throw him strikes.
We already did this, and it didn't go well, so we're not going to do it again.
And it didn't go well again.
No, yeah. So,
gone.
So I think we're going to get to the end of the week, and we're going to think that last night's win ended up being a gift.
Oh, because you don't want that Suns pack.
Nope. Play the Kings. Everybody's
That
freaking
is
out.
real talk.
Everybody is freaking out about what happened to the Warriors last night, and they are not paying attention to what happened to the Wolves and the Kings last night.
Oh, I did.
It was embarrassing enough that the Warriors took 3 quarters to shake the Spurs. Kings went and found a way to actually lose to them.
Man.
That's impossible.
Spread was 16.
Mike Brown,
Minnesota was 18.
The disrespect is really bad.
Mike Brown is in official reverse psychology mode. I don't know if y'all noticed his post-game press conferences. He is in reverse psychology mode. He's basically telling his team, I'd like you to know that you guys stink. You're nowhere near as good as you think you are. You can't play defense. This won't work in the playoffs. And he's right.
Wow.
He's absolutely right.
Kings are locked into 3 pretty much.
So that may not even be. Well, the Warriors might need the game.
I want the 6.
Yeah.
I don't want the 5.
There's no doubt that King
I
pack.
want the 6.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying I wouldn't make a big deal out of
KC
loss
on
to the
earlier,
Spurs.
Donnie,
What's that?
I wouldn't make a big deal out of loss to the Spurs.
You watched the Spurs the other night. That's not an NBA team.
I almost beat the Warriors.
And they beat Sac.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
They had a lead in the fourth.
Yeah, I mean, like,
hey, speaking of which.
Dude, I was at that game,
Willard.
and I was about to march down and ask for my money back, and then I remembered I got free tickets.
But
I'm an upper deck guy, by the way. Just so you know.
I'm living my life Friday, real quick if I can.
No,
Dib,
go
since
ahead,
you bring it
Goo,
up.
go ahead.
Stoney, I'm tired. Had a long Thursday. We had the company party, but I fought for my life. And Friday, I get this tweet of his mug, my guy, my mentor, with the caption, I don't need to be in, because his face looked like he was saying it in this voice, it's my dip voice, I don't need to be in Bob's seats.
No.
But I'm like, why not enjoy your outing? It was late night when I got it. I'm like, why is he coming at me?
Because he's Dibs, and that's what he does.
No.
That's the deal.
What was that?
I love
when
my
did
outing.
I become past the Great Poupon bougie?
You tell me when you became past the Great Poupon bougie. Oh, the chef is here.
I said it one time.
I have a
That's
tummy
my
ache.
staple, Willard.
Oh,
the
the chef.
Speaking of which, Willard, I found a picture with you and Steph.
You didn't find it. I sent
You
it to
were
you.
thicker than
I
you.
sent
I
it to
gotta show it to you. You were a
Little
little thicker.
Little bit.
Yeah, not fat.
Little bit. And he was a little thinner.
Looked like a kid.
He was a little thinner.
You have to answer that when you became past the Great Poupon Goo, because the Goo I knew, the Goo I met, the OG Goo who used to write his show notes down on a napkin.
Right.
That Goo, the old Goo is dead and gone.
It happened
dead
one
and
time.
gone.
Come on. That hurt me, Diz.
How many times you been in Bob's seats?
Listen.
Top 5.
Snotty, go ahead. Other time was filling in for Snotty. He couldn't make it.
Before you get to the legal, I just wanted to point out that being in the upper deck felt right to me. It reminded me of who I am, who I was born to
Willard.
be. When I used to go to the old Oakland County Coliseum Arena when I was 12 years old, we would drive from Marin County. When we didn't have any money, we would scalp tickets, and my brother would have me smuggle whatever I had to smuggle in my down jacket, and we would sit in the upper deck. I knew where I belonged. And when I got back there on Friday and I sat up there by myself, I got stood up by my +1. He had a tick bite. And I went up there and I sat up there and I'm like, you know what? This feels right to me.
So these are the things people say when they reach out for free tickets and someone only has upper deck available.
Okay.
That's false.
These are the things people say.
I could have gone Mark Willard and glad-handed my way into the lower bowl. I could have tried to +1 my way down. And you know what I did actually mention is that the old me would have gotten tickets in the upper deck, and I would have snuck down. And I would have snuck down in the 12th row, then the 8th row, then the 3rd row.
It's a little harder to do now.
It's actually even easier than ever before.
Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, shout out the
Well,
Chase
you
Center
have a
ushers.
credential. You can go wherever the hell you want.
Didn't have a credential.
Why not?
Didn't have it on me.
But you do have one, so you're in the club that I'm in, that we're all in. You just don't use it. Well,
you know what club I'm in? I'm in the club of real people, Goo.
Oh, stop.
Yeah.
Started.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and
You
HD1
really are.
San Francisco, an Odyssey station.
Good
job.
I want to give Snotty some credit. Go ahead,
Caitlin
Snotty.
Clark.
Oh, that's what I
Angel
want to
Reese. Your thoughts?
I didn't sleep good last night.
Well, listen. We did the we were covered up locally by the Warrior game on the show last night, but Ephraim and I got into it, and I just said I can't tell which is the winning horse in this race. Is it racism or sexism?
Oh man,
I cannot figure out which one is
and
bigger.
I missed the sex. Steiny had to point that out to me.
Listen. This market has had no problem with Klay Thompson flashing 4s to anybody who will look all year long. And now we've got, for some reason, we've got problems with a female basketball player, one, simply mimicking back the other player's stated trash-talking maneuver.
Sienna. Yeah.
Steph Curry, and I quote, don't shimmy if
with
you're
the best
not
of them.
willing to get shimmied back, right? So that was number one. And then the point to the ring, I mean, if that happens in the NBA, we don't even notice. We don't even notice James Harden is stirring the drink after every. What are we doing? Why did that even get anybody's attention?
You know why?
And go ahead.
Well, I just stated it.
But right. No, but it's
anybody
interesting,
who was
though.
bothered needs to ask themselves that. Why did you even notice?
Correct.
Why did you even notice?
You noticed it because it was the African-American athlete taunting the white athlete.
Angel Reese.
And we don't want to talk about what she
Female.
did. Well, the female part, I think, is secondary, unfortunately, in this country. I do think that racism wins by a nose at the line because you're right. Sexism-wise, if it was, Grayson Allen or if it whatever player you want to pick out, I think that we wouldn't even think about the fact that they're men because we expect that. But when it's women's basketball players, and we don't think about what Caitlin Clark had done, quote unquote, in the semifinals against South Carolina, where she's not guarding a player and she's basically like, dismissively.
You mean like the Warriors did to Russell Westbrook
exactly
all year long?
Or what they did to,
and what teams do to Draymond.
Exactly, all the time.
Yeah.
But when we don't watch women's basketball and then we see this, we get triggered by the fact that, we're not expecting this to happen.
I was bummed that is what people
but why?
I was fascinated.
Will remember from the women's national championship
Keith
game.
Olbermann, Danny Kanell.
That's the one that sent me over the
from
top.
Barstool
But Keith
Sports.
walked his back and said he didn't know. To his credit, he didn't know the backstory.
Do your homework, Olbermann.
Keith lately has been walking them all back, but nobody sees the walk back. They see the original.
Okay, correct. And I'm a Caitlin Clark fan. What she was doing and has done has been phenomenal. But Dibbs had the tweet of the night. If she didn't take it personal, how could the people take it personal?
Right.
And that's when I sat in the lab like, Guru, don't you? I call myself Daryl. You know this world is still black and white, son. It's when Reese did it, thug, ghetto, unprofessional, bad for the sport.
Classless.
And then they got, when our girl did it, Caitlin, queen, harmony, good for the sport, champion in our heart. Like it was so much bigger than what it was, but it was black and white. And I was just like, holy crap. And for Steiny and you to bring up what I missed, the sexism part of it,
I didn't even think of that until he actually mentioned it before the show.
There's no doubt because women are you're supposed to act a certain way. You're supposed to be ladylike.
Wow.
Like it's one thing if you're celebrating something, but the right back at you kind of thing.
Wow.
Oh, that just people don't want to see that. But they have zero problem if we see that in any other sport. I mean, hell, we've got marketing campaigns in Major League Baseball. Let the kids play. What does let the kids play mean? It means let them bat flip, let them pirouette, let them stare at it a little bit.
Fun.
This is all in-your-face stuff, and we are out here with marketing campaigns encouraging it. Yeah. And the second a woman does it, it's like, oh, that's classless.
Right. Bad sportsmanship.
Get the hell out of here.
The thing that hit me this morning was, if she's not mad about it, and I looked at her Twitter in case she was like, oh, I wish the game would have ended better. I wish we could have just shaken
But you're using her, though, Dibbs, for the people that say what you really want to say about Angel, and if you got a problem with her skin tone.
Yeah.
Because if Caitlin is not mad, who are you?
What I'm saying
what
is
you're really mad
the
at.
athletes who participated in the actual game itself, Caitlin Clark, where Angel does it on the foul line, whatever, no reaction. And then Angel, as her team is winning the championship, comes over again and is basically begging for a reaction.
Right.
Begging. Whatever you think about that, fine.
Yeah.
I thought it might have been a little bit too much of a thirsty taunt, trying to get the reaction. But Caitlin Clark never reacted, and she hasn't subsequently.
Almost like
so why would I
it.
get mad over it? Exactly.
So, we don't know what dialogue the two of them had all afternoon long. So whatever the in-your-face part of it is, that's the deal. And then secondarily, to me, your point is kind of the capper on all this, because didn't we just say that about Wiggins? The Warriors try to tell you, if we're not mad at him, this was a direct quote. Do you remember? Marcus Thompson and the unnamed Warrior player. If we're not upset about it, why are you upset about it?
Wow, Dibbs.
Right?
Yeah,
if
that's
you're not,
bad.
and so same thing here. If Caitlin's not upset about it, why would you be upset about it?
That's real
That's
talk.
ridiculous.
I had two issues with it. One, Angel Reese was pointing to her ring finger. You're not getting married, okay? Point to the index.
How do you know?
She's not marrying the national championship.
Maybe the national championship identifies as her husband. You have no idea.
Whatever, and non-binary
But that was
gender.
our society,
The second piece of it,
Whatever.
I should have bet LSU. I mean, that thing was
what
the
about
biggest
tonight?
slam
I got
dunk.
UConn.
No.
I got the
bet
Aztecs and the
San Diego
points.
State shouldn't have won that
7.5 is a lot
the
of
coach
points.
had his scores off the floor, and they still made it.
Y'all
He would have got killed.
Y'all are in the wrong space if you're betting the spread tonight.
69 points.
Under.
Okay.
Under.
Well, San Diego,
listen, these two teams play defense. They are going to be tight. It is the national championship game. I'll never forget when Kemba Walker's team went to the national title game, and it was Brick City miracles all night long. I just think in that big arena, on a big stage that none of these kids have been in tonight.
I took over 69 for Connecticut.
Under 132. Right. Under 132.
132, that's 66 apiece.
Yeah. I mean, look, I thought FAU was almost out of control with how good their offense was early against San Diego State. They still only ended up with 71. And that's not going to happen again.
The two biggest problems I had with the women's game, one is the ticky-tack fouls. And to me, that almost, and I'm going to make a connection that people may disagree with, but ticky-tack fouls is sexism. That is sexism. That means
three female officials.
They do,
black.
It doesn't necessarily mean that, but there's something about being physical in a women's sport that's not, you like Draymond Green? Woo! There is no Draymond Green.
Unless you're the coach.
Well, that's the other thing.
She was Draymond Green.
You got to be kidding me.
What was that?
That was
unbelievable.
We didn't even.
Kim Mulkey, you're talking about.
She should have been teed up so early to send a message. I mean, like, why was that? Why does she get to do that?
I have no idea.
Seriously.
Let's go with the sexism game again in the reverse order. If Draymond does that, we're freaking out that he's not thrown out of the game. Forget technical. You mean put your hands on a ref and shove?
Well, that was like the 12th incident Steiny's talking about. Yeah. I'll say this about the officials. That game, the way that it played out from the opening tip was going to be a tough one to ref because LSU plays like their head coach.
Right.
Very physical.
Yeah.
So either you were going to let a lot go or you were going to call it all. And if you call it all, which they did, well, now Iowa, who doesn't have the depth and the athleticism, they're in real trouble.
Yeah.
The other piece, yes, Kim Mulkey absolutely deserved a tech, and I'm going to defend the refs on this one. The Caitlin Clark technical foul.
Oh, that was. Go ahead.
The reason why she got a technical foul,
please,
delay a game. And if you remember, you probably didn't watch the game. I watched every second of it. The big Cinzano for Iowa had earlier in the quarter delayed the game. When the ball went through the basket and she slapped it away, they stopped the game, delay a game. So when Caitlin Clark takes the ball and goes behind the back, throws it away, that's delay a game. That's a technical foul by rule. By rule. And unfortunately, and I looked it up this morning, Mark, before you try to come at me about the rule book, because Mila and I, it was story time, and I read the rule book to her. There is no Class B technical foul in the women's game. There is for the men. If that happens in the men's game, it's a Class B. It's not a personal. But in the women's game, it's a personal foul. That's 4 on you, double C's. You should have known better.
Did Mila fall asleep when you read that to her?
Of course she did.
Love it. Let me ask you this before we get out of here. Let's act like no Wiggins news today.
True story.
What were your thoughts of the Warriors losing to the Nuggets? No Wiggins news today without Jokic. That bothered me. Well, after being up 15.
It's expected. But they stink on the road.
Like, see, I thought that was going to be the platform I'm on naive island. This Jokic, is the game.
The Jokic part about it is
Jokic.
I know, but that's to me. We watch this.
He's their offense.
I know, but we watch this with all the teams, right? Like all these Western Conference teams have been playing without their stars, and it's like we expect them to come out and just be 50% of themselves, and they're not. They're not. That's not the part about it for me. Is just the Warriors and the way they're playing.
All right.
It's not. Jokic was out. It doesn't matter whether Jokic was in or not. It's
the Warriors.
It's the Warriors and the way they're playing. And the fact that they seem it's so easy for them to lose their focus and lose their way.
All right.
But then it's also amazing how they gather it back. I mean, hell.
They were 19 and 18 with Wiggins. And I'm just throwing that out there.
And they
I hope that's all you got left.
What are they without Wiggins? Like 21 and 20?
Yeah. 19 and 18.
Thank you.
What are they without Curry? What are they with Curry?
It's all the same.
It's all the same team. It's all the same.
And they had that game, and then they gave it away.
Man.
And then Klay Thompson had a shot to win it.
After he hits a miraculous shot in the corner. Yeah.
Steiny, let me channel my inner Steph Curry.
Okay.
And let me just ask you this. Are you still taking the field? Because I know Steph's out there listening.
I don't want to make a bet. I'm just done.
You don't have to make. You don't have
I'm
to
not
make
asking you to
a bet.
make a
Well,
bet.
what do you think? What do you think?
You know what the old Dibs would do?
I think the Warriors. I think
Jock, ready?
I think they're getting it together.
Whether do you believe that?
Man.
You look like
No, I do.
He looks defeated over there.
We got the argument.
Hey,
earlier.
it's only Monday, Steiner.
Dude, wow.
It's only Monday. You're already out of gas?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Chance. I'll talk to you. Goo, you can stay if you want.
They don't want me. Yeah.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So I don't want to assume that anybody is out there on Twitter. So let me read it to you word for word. This was about, what was it, about 9:50, 9:55 this morning. Poor Bonte and Joe. Sat there, it was funny. Actually, what happened, you'll love this. So they're sitting there going, well, what about Wiggins? And maybe Wiggins. And then, Wiggins. There could be a Wiggins, and we're not sure about Wiggins. And then I pulled up, where was I going? I wasn't dropping my boy at school. Oh, I must have been
Must have been a grocery run.
I was coming back from the dog park.
Oh, wow.
That's what it was.
Penny.
Dog park run. And we go out there. It wasn't just Penny. Had Atlas, too. The lovely Christie's dog was out there.
Nice.
A little rough and tumble at the dog park today.
All right.
Yeah, there was some, I think people knew that Wiggins was about to come back.
Little Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark going on?
Yeah, a little bit. And the dogs, they got up in each
Little
other's
trash
faces.
bark?
And I was like, you're female dogs. You act nice around one another.
Exactly.
Oh, my gosh.
You're
Ridiculous.
not wrong about the gender angle, by the way.
It's
I didn't want
both.
to demean that.
It's both.
Yeah.
But anyway, so get in the car, coming back with the dogs. And as I hear them say that, and then I take one of the dog. I go drop Christy's dog at her place. I get back in the car, and both of the guys are like, "Oh my gosh, we were just talking about Wiggins. I can't believe this happened." And I'm like, "What happened?" Well, here's what happened. It was a tweet from Adrian Wojnarowski that just was, quite frankly, the one that we've been waiting for. And the sources, we still, by the way, have the blue checks. So I'm going to assume that this is real.
Yeah.
But here it comes with regard to the imminent return of Andrew Wiggins. Golden State Warriors All-Star forward Andrew Wiggins is nearing a return to the team and is expected to be back early this week. Wiggins has missed 21 games, attending to a family matter. Huge boost for the defending champions and 6th seed in the West. I want you to hear those exact words because I think in a story like this, the way it's written matters. So what do you make of that? Nearing a return and expected back early this week.
Then he will be back this week. He's not coming back tomorrow, and then he'll be back probably for Friday's game. At the very least, he'll be back for Sunday's game. He's back. Wiggins is back. And we heard the Shams report, Shams Charania, saying that it was his father who reportedly had, health issues, which is why he was out. We don't know if that's absolutely the reason why he was gone, but what we do know is this. Andrew Wiggins is coming back, and he's in shape enough to where all he needs is a day or two. They play tomorrow, and then they're going to have a practice Wednesday and or Thursday. He'll play in that practice, I would imagine. Andrew Wiggins is coming back.
So here's the thing, and I said this a second ago. I'll say it again. This is just me personally. I got no interest in the conversation around where Andrew Wiggins and where it's been. I have all the interest in the world in terms of Andrew Wiggins and where it's going. So let's all fill in this blank together, and we are wide open for your calls at 888-957-9570. Fill in the blank. Andrew Wiggins' return to the Golden State Warriors means what? How would you answer that?
It means they are a Western Conference Finals team for sure, and they very rightly should be. They're one of the favorites now in the West based on the fact that they've got everybody back That's where this team is. No doubt. They're alive. They're a live team. No matter who they play, if it's Sacramento, if it's even Phoenix, Andrew Wiggins is the huge X factor for this team.
I wish I could answer this with a facial expression rather than words. Facial expressions don't work well on the radio.
Nah.
Unless you're joining us on YouTube or Twitch. Good afternoon to each and every one of you. We appreciate you being there. Your comments are being read. Comcast Business Text Line, same thing. And yes, wide open for your calls at 888-957-9570. But let me just describe the facial expression to you if I can. And that way you can understand how I would answer that question. Andrew Wiggins' return to the Warriors means blank. Fill in the blank. Here's my facial expression. I'll give it to you, Dibs, and then we'll describe it. Here we go. Ready? All right, here it is.
It's contentment, satisfaction.
It's a smile.
Quiet confidence.
It's a smile with a gasp and a head shake. And the head shake is not a bad head shake. It's one of those, will you just look at these guys?
Yeah. Are they adorable?
No, they're not adorable. No.
They're
actually
ferocious.
To the rest of the NBA, they're exactly the opposite. They are cockroaches. They are not going to go away. And I made the joke to you. This was walking back to the car after the Warriors defeated the Philadelphia 76ers a couple of Friday nights ago. And Christy goes, man, watch. Here's what I think happened. Draymond got everybody together for a preseason barbecue, and they sat down like Hollywood script writers. And they're like, here's the deal. Everybody draw straws. Whoever gets the shortest straw is the one who's going to get the punch in the face in training camp. Oh, Jordan, gosh, sorry. Low straw, you're going to have to deal with this. You're taking a haymaker in training camp. And then we're going to have little nagging injuries. We're going to have some poor play. Clay, why don't you start off the season playing like crap? That would be great. How about if you miss all of your shots? And then Wiseman, how about if you come in and you're just terrible? Like you're the big future, you're the hope. You're going to actually end up being terrible. Okay, Steph, couple of nagging injuries. Draymond, couple of nagging injuries. Gosh, what else could we do? How about if one of our really big names just goes AWOL? Poof, gone. Right at the most dramatic point of the season. And we'll make it look the whole year like we might miss the playoffs. But we won't miss the playoffs. We'll be there in the end. It literally feels like what she was joking about is real. Of course the tweet came today. Why? Because it's the last week of the season.
Well, he's now ready to come back.
And the playoffs are here.
You're talking like WWE right now is what you're talking about.
It's not that, but it feels
that way. Is the NBA the same as the WWE, Mark?
No, it's not.
Okay.
No, it's not. And I'm not minimizing whatever it was Andrew has been through. That's not my point. However, even I am cynical enough to realize
even you
that Andrew is. When is he coming back? When is he coming back?
This week, not Tuesday, probably Friday.
For the playoffs.
Sure.
That's when he's coming back. So,
well, why wouldn't he come back for the playoffs? And whatever he's gone through, he understands, they understand what the regular season is. The regular season is a ownership money grab. It's what it is. That's all it is. Because unless you're terrible, then the regular season doesn't mean anything. And look at the NBA right now in the standings. Of the, 30 teams in the association, 20 teams will at least make the play-in. And of those 20 going for at least the play-in, there's like 23 or 24 that have a chance for it. The other 6 don't care. But the rest of the league is like, we'll just subsist. We'll be here. We'll be around. And come April, we'll either be in or we'll be out.
So many Warrior fans hate load management. We hate the way that they go about business in the NBA. I wonder if y'all understand. The Golden State Warriors are the biggest offender in the entire league. They're the biggest offender in the entire league. Not just load management. Forget that for a second. But the bigger picture is what you're saying. They're
light years ahead.
They actually are.
And the Lakers are close, by the way.
You're right. They're a close second. Oh, isn't it fascinating that here they come? And they might.
I told you not to sleep on the Lakers.
I'm still asleep on it. I'm not going anywhere. But
they might be the 5 seed.
They might.
Man,
the Lakers and the Golden State Warriors are sitting there toying with our emotions for 5 months. And am I overstating it? Yes, because they actually do care and they do want to win these games. And I think they've lost some that they didn't think they would win. But have you noticed one thing about both of their teams and especially their stars? They don't ever look stressed. I mean, Draymond sometimes looks stressed, but that's Draymond. That's just the way he rolls.
Well, he got stressed and then they got angry and then they won a big game. He got stressed because they were down 17 at the half.
Right.
And he knew that was a game they had to have.
But even within games, I've decided that this characteristic is a great one, but it also is a window into the way the Warriors operate. No, while the Warriors lose always on the road, and they always win at home, and boy, they've choked some away in the final minutes. Those are all true. Do you want to know what characteristic grabs my attention? No team in the NBA, when they fall down by 20, goes, okay, fine, let's go win. Now we'll try. And they come out and they do. That tells you that whether it's true or not, there is something inside the Warriors that would suggest they really don't believe the rest of the league is on their level. They really don't. They may not be right, but they think that they can just go, click, all right, let's go win the game. Even in the last minute and a half last night, all right, let's try to win it. Oh my gosh, they might win it.
That was crazy last night.
Right, it was crazy, but they've done that so many
times. Klay had 2 looks to win it.
So what does that look like when the playoffs actually start? When in theory, their focus would start before halfway through the third quarter.
You would hope, but the way it looks is it's harder to do that then than it is now. And if you face Sacramento, maybe it's not as hard to do then as it would be if you took on Phoenix or Memphis or Denver, because Denver's a team that's had your number. Even they didn't have Jokic, and they still were able to control you for the most part from the second quarter on, and the Warriors lost a game that they very much should have and could have won. So can this team continue to throw that switch? I don't know, but to do it 16 times in the playoffs as a 6 seed or a 5 seed or wherever they wind up, it's tougher.
Yeah, but my mind's not even going there yet. And I think that's just Warrior fan. We're so used to all of these championships and deep runs and everything. My mind's not on 16 wins. It's on 4. It's on 4.
It might be on 1.
Well,
might be in the play-in.
You might. It might. It might. I doubt it, but it might. I still think that this is going exactly the way that we thought it was going to go. It's going exactly the way we thought it was going to go. They're going to finish 43-39. They're going to win tomorrow night. They're going to win in Portland. Maybe they win 44 if something funky happens in Sacramento, but I have a feeling the Kings are going to turn that into their own mini regular season Super Bowl. So we'll see. We'll see, but I think the Warriors are going to be the 6th seed, and then you're going to get into the playoffs and probably see a little bit of a different group. That is, I think, a rational feel. But I'm not thinking 16. I've told you all year I'm here for whatever wackadoodle journey this is. So I'll go series by series in this one.
But you better get 4, and if you have Wiggins back, you need to get 8. And quite frankly, you should be in a position where you can get 12 postseason wins, I think. You got Wiggins back, rested. You've got championship pedigree. You've got Kuminga as a real one. You got DDV as a legitimate bench weapon, and you've got Jordan Poole, who, by the way, if we were in need of a closer, he's not that. Hey, Festus, I know you're out there listening, but you can call in and apologize if you want. 888-957-9570. Jordan Poole was not in the closing lineup against Denver. How about that?
Well,
how about that, Fezzi?
I wouldn't use that as your point, though.
No, I just did.
Yeah, but
I just did.
But you made it.
You make your points, I'll make mine.
No, but it makes it sound like he played poorly yesterday. And
no, but he was not in the closing lineup. That was my point.
But I think Festus,
the point that you took for your question for Festus,
right? But that I felt like your point at that time was. Because you didn't like the way Jordan was playing when he is in at the end of games.
My point was that they don't like the way he's playing. You're down by 10.
Right.
He's a scorer, and he still couldn't be in the closing lineup.
And I think he should have been. That would have been my point today.
They closed without him.
But Steve, how about a little Jordan Poole?
They had a chance to win the game without him. I don't think that you can look at Steve Kerr and say anything other than great job with the rotation.
He had one less field goal than Steph Curry. He had 2 less field goals than Klay Thompson, and then he had fewer than half their attempts.
Yet he wasn't on the floor in the close.
Right.
Why?
I don't know.
It's because he can't defend.
Because he should have been.
Well,
he should have been. Who was defending? No one was defending last night.
They only gave up $112.
Yeah,
and you
but
could
that
say
was
he
'cause of
should have been, but you had a Hall of Famer with an open 3-pointer to give you the lead under 10 seconds left.
Yeah.
That's not a Steve Kerr issue.
No, well, no. I would just have it. It's not an issue as much as it's a question. I mean, Steph Curry and Klay Thompson went 7 for 30 from 3-point range last
17
night.
for 56 from the floor.
They were brutal. It was a brutal night shooting the basketball.
And still they had a chance to win it.
Still had a chance
without
to win.
Jordan Poole.
Yeah. All right.
On the
888.
floor. Yeah.
We're taking your phone calls. So those of you who are ready to roll, stay right there. The rest of you, let's go. Fill in the blank. Andrew Wiggins' return means what for the Golden State Warriors? 888-957-9570 is the number. 2 to 6. We're taking you all the way up till dinner time talking about this and so much more right here on Willard and Dibs.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
What if you could do business without busy work? With Ramp, you can. Ramp is the future of finance with smart automation.
DiVincenzo left side. Hand off Clay. Pump fake. Don't need to take a three here. Clay to Dante. Back to Clay. Dribbles in. Throws out Curry for three. It's short. DiVincenzo saved it to Thompson. Corner three. Got it! With 20.7 to go. It's 112 to 110.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Poor Tim Roy. How many times last night was he like, don't need a three here. You don't need a three here. Oh, gosh, they're just going to shoot another three here. You don't need a three here. That is my lightweight response to what does it mean that Wiggins is back. I have an idea. Somebody who will drive to the hole. That'd be fun. That'd be fun.
At times.
Haven't seen that in a couple months with Warriors.
But let's not miscast Andrew Wiggins as some basket attacking savant. He, at times, will drift. He'll float. He'll be on the weak side, chilling like a villain.
Well, he can. I don't mind a three-pointer when it's the right shot, but I do like somebody that also has the ability to dunk the ball on Luka's head. That's fun, too.
Right, but let's not portray him as this guy who gets the ball and is hell-bent on attacking the rim. That's not him.
No, he's just the best one at it in terms of the Warriors.
Sure.
It's the best one on the team. Streaming live at YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live. Maybe you'll catch us swearing. And actually, I'm excited that actually made the read list. We brought that up last week. And it appears that we have inspired somebody. So
nice.
That's wonderful. Like and subscribe for all the 95.7 The Game content on YouTube, whether it is vile or regular. Thank you for being with us. So wait, no NBA games tonight?
Not a game.
And that bothers you?
It's ridiculous.
I love that.
Why, Mark? Why do you love that?
For the kids. Let's focus on the kids. National championship. This is NBA's way of saying college hoops. We see you. You take tonight. We'll take tomorrow.
I think it's an accident that they actually
You do?
Well, why didn't they schedule no games yesterday for the ladies? For the ladies, the ladies.
Because the WNBA had no games yesterday.
That's a good point. The season hasn't started yet, and I'm going to give it that point goes in the Willard column early. That's 1-0 Willard over Wibbs.
It's a little different on a Sunday.
I will say this
on a Sunday.
Yesterday's game, LSU against Iowa, will be more entertaining than tonight's game. I would imagine. That game last night was one of the most entertaining women's college basketball games I've ever seen, I've seen a bunch of them.
I totally agree.
That game was fun.
Listen, San Diego...
And forget the, cash me outside.
No, don't forget
face
that.
washing.
No, that too.
But that's the takeaway for many. I watched the whole game, and that game was high-level basketball no matter what your pronoun is.
I agree with you that in the end, that will probably be more entertaining than this. And I say that even though I have done full San Diego State adoption. I love it. My niece just graduated there last year, and so I was always kind of pulling for them on her part. If you've heard any of the shows since March Madness started on Sunday night with Ephraim, I didn't even realize this. He's the biggest San Diego State hoops fan in the history of, he is out of his mind. Out of his mind. He's there in Houston. He's been there since Thursday. He is all about it. So for those friends and family I have out there, full adoption, plus the local angles.
Yeah.
Right? You got Trammell and Marin City and all of that. So go Aztecs big time. But I'm telling you, you're going to get 52-50 tonight. You're going to get 52-50 tonight.
I don't think so.
I do.
I don't think so. I think that UConn offensively is closer to Florida Atlantic, a team that was able to get over 50 on the Aztecs. The Aztecs had held everyone under 60 up to that point. I'm only concerned about the foul trouble for the Aztecs because they don't have the depth in the interior that UConn has. I think it's going to be more of a 64-59 ball game. I also like the under.
Add those up. Yeah, I'm
That's
fine
123.
with that. I'm fine with that.
I'm on the Aztecs and the 7.5, and that thing keeps going up. So I do like the Aztecs and the points. The system, by the way, says UConn wins by 1. So,
really?
Yeah.
Okay.
The system has it as a much closer game than what Vegas would tell you.
Beautiful. I love the system.
Yeah.
Boy, do I love the system.
And
I love the Aztecs.
I'm already getting third in my March Madness pool based on...
No matter what?
No matter what.
Okay.
I needed Florida Atlantic and or Miami.
But do you get a little something for third?
Yeah, 10X.
10X?
10X my investment. which is nice.
What was the investment?
$10, a little hundo.
You get $100 for third?
Yeah, a little hundo.
Oh, see, third I thought was going to be like get your money back.
New 135 entries in this pool.
Oh, I'm proud.
So the winner gets
I'm
like
proud of you.
$650 though.
I mean,
second's like $225. Third is a clean hundo.
Okay,
I'll take it. I'm not crying.
Go get some dinner.
Would have been a lot cooler if Miami would have won, so I would have gotten second.
Free pizza tonight for you and.
I already got free pizza coming from you.
No,
so.
you don't. No, you don't.
And Ernie, when you're out there, Ernie Chavez, remind us what the wager was
No, you
on
know
Mark's
me.
bet.
I'll pay this thing off.
I know
just
you
don't-
will, but I want to
do
make
not-
sure.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I remember betting pizza, but I thought it was when the Warriors had 9 left. You said they're either going to win 4 or 5. I took the over. I said they'd go 6-3, and I believe that they are 4-2 so far since then. Right? I think so.
Right. It wasn't an over/under bet. What the bet was?
Well, yeah, it was. You said that they were going to go either 4 or 5 and 5 and 4, and you said, would you take that number or the under or the over? And I said over. They're going to go 6-3. Then they got to go 2-1 the rest of the way for that to be true. Again,
Ernie, where are you?
I can't remember.
Let's go to the tape. And by go to the tape, we go to Ernie Chavez on YouTube.
Exactly.
He'll help us.
He'll pay for
Thank
the
you.
comment that he's going to put on YouTube.
I need him.
All right, let's hear it from you, Jonathan in the city. Hey, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. Jonathan, fill in the blank. Wiggins' return means what for the Warriors?
A deep playoff run, and because they never wavered, they kept it in house to his liking, very private. Man, he's gonna be so appreciative of that. I expect him to be on fire by the time the playoff comes. It's so great that they're getting him, and still have a few games remaining in the regular season to tune up. It's nice to know that he was keeping up in shape, but timing is everything. So, hey, I told Whitey and JP one Saturday before the start of the second season, after the All-Star, that I wanted them to finish strong, and they're on schedule, man. So let's go Dubs.
I thought you were a postal employee, Jonathan. Is that not true?
Hey, it's true, bro.
Oh, so
like I said,
but you're working on the weekends? You're calling 95.7 the game on Saturday also?
Yeah, well, you guys are not on, and I gotta speak my.
Oh, I mean, I got to take one day off every week. For crying out
Hello,
loud.
they deliver the mail on Saturday. Do you ever check your mailbox on Saturday and there's mail in there?
I'm just mad because the thing I've been waiting for hasn't been showing up to lately. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting on something myself.
Supposed to be a lot of money coming. It's not coming.
I'm waiting on last year's tax return. So.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, I gave them a wrong address, and so they sent it to my old address.
Sounds like a you problem.
No, it was. And I sent it to the old address, and then, hey, I never got it. And they're like, well, we sent it, and I never got it. Okay, that'll be 12 to 16 weeks.
Exactly. And it's the government, so actually it'll be 16 to never. Let's go to SF Bay Drummer.
I'm so mad right
in
now.
Houston.
You're so right.
And what's up, Drummer? What are you doing?
Just picking up my daughters from school. But Andrew Wiggins' return, it puts a stop to this nasty speculation sensation.
That's a buck.
And for two, it gives us some more defense and some more offensive help, and hopefully a deep playoff run. And then secondly, I didn't get the call last week, but I'm with Dibbs. Man, like Aaron Judge should have got belted by Logan Webb, man, because our days won't be complete without hearing a dipper snicker.
Well, I'm glad with your bad opinion. You at least gave an equally ridiculous reason as to why you have that opinion. If you want that opinion because you think it's funny, because you think Dibbs would give a snicker, then that's fine.
So good, Drummer.
If you actually think that the Giants should dot free agents who choose to go elsewhere, I don't know what to tell you. I'm done with that argument. I already made my point. I'm out.
Yeah, thank you,
I'm
Drummer.
out.
No, he's right. I mean, it's better to just throw strikes to a guy. And by the way, shout out 5 Ross Striplings.
Yeah.
Did he give up 5 home runs in that inning?
He did not.
It's a cookie for Judge.
he
And
did
then,
not.
okay, how do I react? Here, Giancarlo, No supposed to parlo.
Just came in here with cookies and handed them out to everybody, and they were delicious.
And I'm about to have a
they
second
were
cookie.
enjoyable,
Much
right?
like the Yankees got a second
Who
cookie.
doesn't like it when someone shows up with cookies for everybody?
You play to win the game.
Doesn't sound like it.
Hello?
Well, I'm not getting this argument with you again. Playing to win the game means trying to get the other people out.
Right.
Not putting them on first base because you're mad.
Not throwing him 87-mile-an-hour sliders over the plate. That's what he did.
That's not what he's trying to do.
Whatever. I was proven correct, and you can defend. Yes, they gave up 2 bombs to Judge.
No, even it was funny. I was reading Bonte's Twitter over the weekend, or I wasn't like reading Bonte's Twitter. I was on Twitter, and there came Bonte.
You subscribe to Bonte's Twitter?
I do, a subscriber. Yep. And no, it was funny because. He said something that made me go, and no one wants to hear about professional athletes, and, well, at least they're trying. No one wants to hear that. But it just, the way he wrote it, I totally understood what he was saying, but it made me laugh because he was talking about Stripling and the home runs that he gave up to Judge and Stanton. And he goes, I just don't understand the pitch selection. And I'm like, that wasn't the pitch selection. I don't think Gabe was like, timeout. Let's go out to the mound. Ross, we believe that you should throw a soft one.
87-mile-an-hour slider.
Right down the middle of the plate. And we think
middle away
that's going to work rather well. That's not what they're trying to do. They're trying to get him out. They missed their spot.
Yeah.
And it ended up 487 feet away. And so I know no one wants to hear that they're trying, but it made me chuckle when people were like, it felt very similar to what you said about Judge. Like, don't give him a cookie. Well, that's not what he was trying to do.
No.
He wasn't trying to hand him a cookie.
Right.
He's trying to get him out.
The best way to avoid giving him a cookie is to square him up in the ribs.
No, it's not.
Then he doesn't have a chance to extend those beautiful long linden arms and take you over the wall.
Speaking of pizza.
Talk to me.
Let's go to Mystic in San Francisco. Who remembers Mystic Pizza? Anybody?
I do, sadly.
Lucas, damn it. I hate when we're old. I hate it. Julia Roberts, you wouldn't even know who she was if it weren't for Mystic Pizza. Just trust me. Hey, Mystic, what are you doing?
Okay. I appreciate that. I am driving right now, and I'm fired up because Andrew Wiggins is coming back.
Yeah, boy.
I mean, one thing people don't realize is that because he's such a dynamic player offensively, now you've got Clay and Curry and Wiggins who can go off for 30 or more any night. But then on top of that, defensively now, you've got the flexibility with Wiggins, Peyton, Kuminga, Draymond. I mean, you've got guys you can throw at any team in the league who has a bunch of scorers. So I'm looking at Phoenix in particular. I'm looking at Milwaukee. I think we match up great with those teams with Wiggins in the fold. Get the parade ready. It's time.
Mystic, thank you. I'll agree with you on something you said earlier, Dibs, which is that it changes the calculus a little bit.
Yeah, it does.
I'm not big on expectations. I think they ruin everything. I like to just try to be like, let's sit down and watch the game. Let's see what happens, and then I'll react to what I see, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. But if the Warriors are going to be full strength, and who the hell is full strength? I mean, like, I don't even know how many games this year in the NBA have the good teams been like, yeah, we got all our guys. Like, it seems like that just doesn't even exist.
The Warriors, probably 25 of the 82.
But even all of them.
Right.
How many? LeBron, Jokic, Ja Morant, Paul George.
Doncic.
We could go on. Thank you. Kyrie,
All that, yeah.
we go on. Nobody's ever full strength.
KD, who are you?
Even Nas Reed now. I know that's not a big name, but it's a big deal for Minnesota.
Dame Lillard shut it down.
There you go. So I would say the teams, the good teams, more often than not, are not at full strength. If the Warriors defending a title, they go into this process, however it looks, and they are truly full strength, and it doesn't go well, then you do have to shrug your shoulders a little bit and go, all right, then what is it? And then to go to Steph Curry's point last week, I mean, if you're full strength and it doesn't go well, don't you need wholesale changes in the offseason?
Or at least the changes that you can make, because wholesale changes would be everybody must go or a lot of people must go and a new head coach and the rest of it. Steph's coming back. Clay's coming back. Wiggins is coming back. Jordan Poole, in theory, is coming back, although he is more tradable than anybody else. Draymond Green can decide on his own. DDV, Dante DiVincenzo.
Go on.
He's not coming back, and he's not going to opt in. He's going to make at least 2 times of what he's going to make next year, if not 3 times.
Although
double would be $9.5 million, so he's going to make probably at least $10 million per. I would imagine.
He's chilling out though. I don't know if you've noticed. It's not really been like when we've been saying restaurant quality all year. It's kind of been fast food in March. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I like In-N-Out. Okay, I really do. I'll go. I'll do a drive-through. I have no problem with it. But
this is an ill-timed comment coming off of 8 of 12 in Denver,
Yes,
and I
it
know
is.
that was in April.
But it's exactly
That was in April.
March was not good.
No,
I mean
but
we've been talking about.
he was the best Warrior in Denver in that game.
Yeah, I
Bar
guess
none.
so.
Bar none. Better than
right.
Poole. Better than the Miss brothers, who weren't very splashy.
The Miss brothers.
Whatever. Steph is out there listening. 17 of 56. He gets the bit. They, too, were highly inaccurate.
Yeah.
Draymond Green was his usual triple single self. He was solid. The best player on the team was Dante DiVincenzo. So he's getting paid. He's not coming back. But to your point about wholesale changes, if they go and they lose in the first round, yes, you need changes. If you lose in the second round, I agree with you. If you go to the NBA Western Conference Finals and you lose in 7 to Denver, Memphis, Phoenix, whomever it might be.
That's different.
That's different. It depends on how this goes. Is it an April ouster? Is it a May ouster? Is it a June ouster? Or is it confetti on Market Street?
Yeah. No, I think you'll find out right away if they're full strength. And even though they've been so back and forth and can't win a damn road game, and obviously they're going to have to win road games in the playoffs, or they're gone right away. Like they're going to be on the road in the very first round, assuming that they get there. But if it's a first round ouster at full strength, you're like, I mean, what is this? What are we even chasing? What are we doing? But if it boogies, if they click a little bit and they start moving through the playoffs, I'm almost never. Now, when KD was here, maybe. But this whole championship or bust thing, I honestly think is the stupidest thing we do in sports. Championship or bust.
Outside of the KD, I'm totally with you.
Right. Like but even for all
when
of
you've
them.
got that team and you've got Steph, Clay, Draymond, and KD, and you are like, you're toying with everybody for 2 straight years, that is absolutely championship or bust. I'm with you, though.
You can be championship or disappointed. Like the 49ers right now. I mean, this is a championship level team that hasn't done it. So you can be critical, you can be upset, but this idea that you're just like, you're a bust if you don't win the whole thing, that's so
Football's
stupid.
different,
I mean, the guy's arm falls off and that's it. You know what I mean?
Football is different.
Right.
The only one I would think about in football
Baseball is too.
Tom Brady and the Patriots when they went undefeated in the regular season and then they lost to the Giants in the Super Bowl.
Sure.
That's one where you could say that was a bust.
I'll agree. Same with the Warriors and the 73 wins. Like that still hurts. That still hurts. By the way, DiVincenzo, can I get a little game show music, please? He is restaurant quality. He is Dante DiVincenzo. But I'm going to give you plus or minus 1%. One plus or minus in either direction. 1%.
Tougher on me than you are on your own students. And your own kids. We know that.
Sure, that, yeah.
Hey, Jude, want a cookie?
They're probably already.
They're
probably already playing video games, and school hasn't even ended yet. Anyway,
tough on the dibber.
3-point percentage in March. Dante DiVincenzo.
In March?
Just in March.
The month of March.
What other March is there?
The March to a
There's
championship.
the Million Man March. I ain't talking about that.
Too soon.
Yeah.
Wow. Plus or minus how much? 1%?
In either direction.
Dude, you're brutal.
I give you a 2% window. You got to hit that dang thing. Because you already got the premise. You know I'm only asking because it wasn't what it was.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's probably not 40. It's probably closer to 30. I don't think that it was below 30, so I'm going to say 31.2%.
31.2 is... I'm sorry. It was below 30.
Really?
29.1.
I'm only 2% off.
29.1.
Mark the teacher gives me an A. Mark the radio host, I get an F.
Mark the teacher is going to allow you to resubmit. Okay?
Totally.
So you can take another lap around the block and try again. And when you come back in and say 29.1, I'll be like, it's right. You got an A. Good job. Atta babe. Yeah, man. 29.1% from 3 in the month of March and averaged, after averaging in February 13.3 points per game and shot 50% from 3.
Yeah.
That was in February. In March, 29.1, 7.8 points per game.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough month.
Now he's averaging 18 a game in April, so it's looking up.
Killing it. Yeah. I mean, no matter what he ends up doing in terms of month to month, I think that what he's done on this team,
I agree,
as a pro, he's not going to come back and say, hey, 4.7 on a player option, that's the best I can do. In this NBA, he's going to have a deal out there probably for 4 years and $50 million, which is 12.5 per on average.
He might. He might.
That's a good, solid bench contract. If I put it at 4 years and $50 million,
well, it's like I said to you a few weeks ago. I don't even know that he's a bench player. He doesn't have to be. He hasn't been for the Warriors.
On a good team, he's a bench player.
Yeah,
I think.
Well, the Warriors are a good team, and he's
a bench player
and been a starter for a while now.
Yeah,
I know that it's partially because Wiggins is there, but that's kind of what I mean. Like he is somebody. He's not going to be the focal point of your offense, but can he be one of the first 5 guys on the floor? And can he be one of your finishing 5? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, like he's a smart ball player. He can knock down a 3. Heck, he can even fly in and do a put-back dunk if you want him to every now and again. So,
69 games, 34 starts. So to your point, he's almost 50-50.
He can be.
In terms of what he's done. Yes, he can start 26 minutes a night. He's been rock solid. But I think that any other team is going to look at him and say, if you could be our 6th man, here's $50 million over 4, and I don't think the Warriors would or could match that.
So you can keep on filling in the blank. Wiggins is back, and for the Warriors, that means what? 888-957-9570. Anthony Slates is going to join us a little bit later on in the show, because what I also am really interested in today, like we've all been sitting here like, okay, who could add to this conversation? To me, it's somebody who's in the locker room every day. It's somebody who is around the team. I would love to know a little bit more about the dynamics that are in play and what this emotionally means for the Golden State Warriors, because we can't really, like fans can't sit out here and answer that. And so I'm very much interested in that answer. So Anthony Slater is going to join us a little bit later. We're also working on some things with the San Francisco Giants, who you can go on and take off of your naughty list. They have just completed a victory against the Chicago White Sox. We can be your post-game show. The Giants, who remember, they can't hit. They can't hit. 7 home runs today. And they were in last place 7 minutes ago. And now they're in first.
Yeah.
See how that works?
Yeah, a lot of empty calories today. In a game that was already put away. Let's go ahead and pad the numbers now so that when people talk about our run differential, they'll think about us kindly.
Well,
empty calories.
My mom always uses that one. I've never understood this, but people, save some runs for tomorrow. Actually, it doesn't work in this case. They don't play tomorrow. I don't.
Joke.
Yeah, I don't think it works. But the Giants blow out the White Sox to get to 2-2, so we can get into that because there are some stories to share on that as well. You know who we're presented by, Dibs? It's we're presented by.
You don't have it?
Yeah. Do you have it?
Yeah, Fremont Bank.
Yeah,
full service banking. No compromises.
All right, more of your calls next. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart with the new 2023 Aerojet woods and irons from Cobra Golf. The new Aerojet woods are designed with a unique aerodynamic.
I remember the opening series deal where it's like game, day off, and then get to the weekend. What is this Banana Land clam bake where now tomorrow they're off and then they play 2 more games and they're going to wake up in Chicago, like fly home Thursday night for a day home opener on Friday? What the hell what are you doing? What is this? What is this?
Do I need to channel our open, Mark, and say, Major League Baseball, you stink?
Well, some people have been saying this is like baked in because of the weather.
Right, and it rained today, I know, on the south side.
Yeah. So like they have these days sitting there in case there are rainouts or even snowouts, so that you can move the games a little bit. I don't know if that's what's really behind it, but I'm out on it. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
I don't either. And as a result, today you saw Sean Manaea out of the bullpen because he's not going to start otherwise. So they go to D. Sclafani, who I thought would be the one to give up 7 home runs, but I was wrong. And Manaea came out of the pen because he won't start otherwise because it's going to be a Logan Webb on Wednesday?
Logan Webb on Wednesday.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Manaea would have gotten skipped.
They want to ease Manaea in. He obviously dealt with injury last year. He hasn't pitched in a while.
Sure.
He hasn't pitched in a while, so they wanted to ease him in. You know what? This is also interesting, and I wonder, because we can do this overreaction, both positive and negative, to games, 4 games in. They're 2-2, like whatever right now. Okay, the Giants have been shut out twice, and anybody looks bad when they've been shut out. And so the people who think that the Giants lineup really stinks were plenty activated this weekend. However, now in the 2 games where they have scored runs, they've scored 19 in those 2. So in other words, here would be my quick take on what we've seen. I don't know anything. We don't know anything yet. We haven't even gone through all of their rotation. They've had 2 games where they looked really good offensively. They've had 2 games where they totally got it shoved to them. Was that Garrett Cole and the rookie from the Yankees who got him yesterday?
Right.
I got no idea. What's interesting to me is the way fans sort of approach what we're seeing so far and what highlights in your brain when you see it. Fun conversation on my way to the office today. So call mom and dad. It's Monday. A little weekend recap with mom and dad. And they go, hey, how did Jude's Little League game go? I go, mom and dad, the KC Monarchs are having a hard time scoring runs.
Man, we got 1-2-1.
We're having a hard time. In fact, I just had to report 2 scores from the last 2 weekends. Last Saturday, we tied 0-0.
Yeah.
We went into extra innings and still didn't score. This weekend, we lost 4-0.
Man.
You can see the trend. We're having a hard time.
Sounds like coaching.
Scoring runs.
Yeah.
It is. There's no question. So I say this, and my dad goes, he's like the dibs of this conversation. Like, he's just like, all right, I'm going to run some material here. Here we go.
Nice.
Check this. Yeah, he goes, oh, they're having a hard time scoring runs? You mean kind of like the San Francisco Giants?
Am I right?
Am I right? Huh?
Yeah.
I go, Dad, do you even know they're up 7-0 in the 4th inning right now? And they're hitting bombs out of Chicago like it's their job? He goes, oh, I didn't know that. So then Mom pipes in. She goes, yeah, I'm glad they're doing well today, but did you know, Mark, that in the NL West, they're literally already in last place by themselves?
Oh, Jesus.
They're in last place.
Oh, Ellen.
And I went, you know what? I actually didn't know that because I haven't looked at what all the, you know what I mean? Like, what are the Diamondbacks? I don't know.
Wait me in June for the standings, right?
We're in last place. So then I pull out my phone and I go, oh my God. Yeah, they're in last place, a half game behind all of the other teams who are all 2-2, and they're up 7-0, which means they're about to be in first place. And so it just clicked. I go, is that your perspective? Is that is that the baseline? Oh, we're in last place already. It's like, it's just so, you're expecting bad things. So then when you get some of those bad, you're going to highlight those bad. And then there's people like me who are over here on the other side of the fence who are going, hey, 7 home runs
Yeah,
on Monday. All of that. There's so much more of the negativity than the positivity, and I get that. But I also think, isn't the right answer, there's time for that. We're not at assessment of the team level yet. There's been 4 games.
No, not at all. Especially when you open up against the best team in baseball, arguably, and certainly one of the best offenses in baseball. And then you go to a team, the White Sox, who were expected to be an American League favorite to win the whole thing. So you go to New York and you lose 2 or 3. That's not terrible to me. And now you go to Chicago and you face the White Sox and you come out and you put the absolute thump on them. And if I can defend your parents for a minute,
sure.
By the end of the night, the Giants will be in 3rd place, and that's a guarantee.
Is that true?
Well, the Dodgers play the Rockies.
Okay, so
and
someone's
the
winning
Padres
that
play
game.
the Diamondbacks.
Oh.
So they're just middle of the pack, Mark. You can sugarcoat it all you want this afternoon, but by the time you put your head on your pillow, they're going to be back in the middle of the pack.
And I can guarantee you that they won't be in last place.
That's true.
How about that? See, and that's kind of exactly what I'm talking about. It's all a matter of whatever
perspective,
whatever your entry point wants to be.
What if I told you that the Giants would have a season much like the season that the Warriors had? And I'll say this in terms of the Warriors. The Warriors were never more than 4 games below 500, nor have they been more than 4 games above 500. And if you extrapolate the Warriors season right now, their record into a baseball campaign, they would be 84-78. If I gave you 84-78 right now for your Giants, would you take it?
No.
You think they'll be better than that?
It's not that I think they will. It's that I hope they will. That's not good enough.
If I gave you 88-74, you might take that.
Yeah, because
84-78,
88-74, you're probably playing postseason baseball.
90% chance you're a wild card.
To me, that's all it is. I don't care what the record is. I want them to be one of the 7 best teams in the National League.
7.
Well, but that's what it is.
No, but if I can spend 30 seconds on that statement,
you can hate that, but that's what it is.
Flipping joke,
and that's fine. But the Phillies,
16 teams in the National League.
Was that the Phillies' record last year, or did they have 87?
I thought they were 88-74.
It was either 88 or 87, and they went to the World Series.
But the very fact that you said, I just want them to be one of the 7 best teams in the league, because that means you're a playoff team.
That's
that
the deal.
To me is an unmitigated joke.
Philadelphia Phillies 87-75 last year and finished in 3rd place in their division.
And they went
to the World Series.
And they had a good chance to win the World Series.
Yeah.
And that to me is baseball's biggest problem with their regular season. And I love what baseball did with the rule changes, although I would say I don't think that we needed all of these changes at once. I think the pitch clock, first and foremost, was the best rule change they could have made. And I know that game times are down by almost 30 minutes a game.
Yeah.
I don't know if we needed necessarily bigger bases and an elimination of the shift. I thought they could have just started with the pitch clock. To me, was the biggest issue.
Listen, there's a couple things I noticed in watching baseball over the weekend. A couple things I noticed. A, you can no longer go to the bathroom and not miss anything.
Correct.
That's the deal. And this is good for y'all to know if you head out to the ballpark when home games start coming up this weekend. My gosh, you will miss an inning. This, by the way, word to the wise Oracle Park, because this was already a problem. You better do something about those concession stands, because I'm telling you, if those lines are anything like they were last year, you will miss 2 innings to go get a dog.
Yeah.
These things are
2
going
innings
so
outside,
fast. And 2 innings, I mean, these things are going so fast. And I think, that's great. That's great. You sped it up. My other reaction is they didn't take care of what is still my least favorite thing in baseball, which is you got to do one of 2 things. Either just give us the damn robo-umps now, or get the damn box off the screen. I can't.
Well, the box is not going anywhere.
Well,
you know that.
And we are. Here's the other thing. We know robo-umps are coming, so just do it. Just do it. Because as a viewer, I get it. I understand why that bothers some people, but as a viewer, the box only serves to anger me. I don't get mad at the ump, Dibs. The ball's coming in at 100 miles an hour. How am I supposed to expect a human being to know if it painted the black or if it missed by an inch? I can't ask a human being to know that. But if I'm sitting here looking at the box and the thing is 2 inches outside, and my favorite player is getting rung up, and he's going into the Enrico Palazzo so he can send a guy to the bench, it ticks you off.
We need less AI in society, not more. Artificial intelligence is coming for you, Mark.
Then get the damn box off the screen.
It starts with the strike zone. Next thing you know, they're going to be breathing for us, and they're going to snuff us all out.
I mean, tennis has a box. The ball's either in the box or out of the box. We don't ask a human being to see that. Same thing here. That's it. It's the only A to B mathematical fact in sports that we do not put to a review.
Well, you think it's a mathematical fact, but in fact, it's not.
No, it is. It is. Out the black of the plate and the height of the player, whatever that midsection is.
You know
to
the
knees.
black is not a strike. It's got to be over the white.
No, it's on the black. I mean, that's a baseball. If it's touching the black, it's touching the right?
Just read the rules.
No, but there's the box.
All right.
Yeah, but you can't see that. The ball is bigger than the black.
I can see it.
Oh, God, here we go.
That's why I've upped at the highest levels of 12 and under baseball.
Exactly.
Thank you.
All right, 888-957-9570. Wiggins is back, and Steve Kerr is mad. They're not about the same thing, but we'll get you all of those comments coming up next. Anthony Slater is going to join us later on in the show. It's Willard and Dibs.
It was a consideration.
Power Trip in Indio, California. 3 nights, 6 legendary bands. Friday, Guns N' Roses.
for three. It's on the way. No good. Rebound. Clay. Blocked out of the air. And the horn sounds. The ball game is over.
He got a great look, Tim. A great look.
A fantastic finish. But the Warriors can only look in the mirror on this one.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, and that's one of I think there are two somewhat uncomfortable realities with Andrew Wiggins' return, which is all good. It's wonderful. I'm so glad he's back. If you're just joining us, the news broke just before 10 o'clock this morning. Andrew Wiggins is expected to return. The word was early this week, so he's around the team obviously already. Probably going to be in the building tomorrow. As for when he actually plays, don't know that yet. Maybe some reporters will get that answer from Steve Kerr tomorrow at the game. Maybe it won't come till later in the week right here on 95.7 The Game. I don't know. I don't know when he's going to play, but it's absolutely wonderful. But there's sort of two things that come with it. One of them is, as Tim says, the Warriors only need to look themselves in the mirror on this one. Well, that's going to be true in all of them now. That's going to be true in all of them. You're the defending champs. I know your roster's different, but you've got all of your core. They're all there. You have Steph and Clay and Trey and Poole and Wiggins and Looney. They're all there and ready to go, right? And that stat that we've seen from earlier in the year, like when that starting group is on the floor by metrics, that's still the best team in the NBA.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you've got all that, then somebody tell me the reason why they wouldn't win. What's the reason why they wouldn't beat other Western Conference teams?
Well, because that 5 doesn't play 48 minutes a night.
Okay.
That's why. So then you go to the bench, and your bench is not as highly rated as your starters. And you know that your starters aren't going to all play. If they all play 36 minutes, it's not 36 minutes together. So that whole stat about, that starting 5 is the highest rated. Well, they play about 12 minutes of the 48 together a night.
No, I'm not. I don't want to overly focus on that, but you would have that, and then in theory, you're going to have pieces of that group throughout the entire night.
Right.
You
pieces, but not the full 5.
But your bench at this point is much better than what it was at the beginning of the year.
But not as good as last year.
I wonder because GP.
I'll say that definitively.
Well, but GP2 is back.
He's not the same player he was last year.
He's not?
Not yet. No.
He looks great.
He looks fine.
Yeah.
He doesn't look to be in peak playoff form like he did last year.
Huh. What are you seeing that looks different?
I'm not seeing him offensively really do much in terms of attacking the basket. And, he gets the corner 3 occasionally, but right now he's basically a defense-only kind of player on the floor.
Yeah, that's a party foul.
I mean, I think his attacking of the basket is always circumstantial. It's never you're never gonna give Gary the ball and like if some lobs and some finishes, if that's there, then great. I think he looks really good.
11 minutes the other night. So I mean, let's look at half of the time that he played last year. So he's not playing the minutes that he did play. So he's not as good to me right now as he was last year in May and June.
Still ramping up, I guess.
Sure.
So even if I buy that, let's go last year's bench and this year's bench, but as we know it now to be, because at the beginning of the year they were handing things over to young pups. In some cases, those guys aren't even on the team anymore.
Last year's bench, April, May, and June.
You have Jordan Poole on that bench. You got Jordan Poole on this bench. You got Gary Payton II on that bench. You got Gary Payton II on this bench. Right now, this bench includes a lot more of a rising Jonathan Kuminga.
Sure.
Which I think is a feather in the cap of this particular bench.
I would take the rock-solid veteran stewardship of Otto Porter Jr. over Jonathan Kuminga.
I don't think I disagree with you. However, I think we're getting to a spot where the drop-off is not that much and it's different. It's different. Kuminga is a bigger presence on the floor than Porter. No?
At times, but bigger presence, does that mean better presence? I would say no.
Sometimes
because
yes,
Otto
sometimes
Porter Jr., I think, has a greater understanding of what his role is on a championship team. And Jonathan Kuminga will get there. He's a better athlete. He can do more in terms of highlights, but also I think that he's more likely to produce lowlights.
And then you've got DiVincenzo, who we've spent the year saying, well, he's playing the GP2 role. Well, no, now he's playing the DiVincenzo role, and GP2 is here also. So that is, I would contend.
Well, he's starting right now, but in terms of when Wiggins comes back.
When Wiggins comes back. You look at this group, wouldn't I contend that if the problem this year has been defense, in theory, this year's team should now be better defensively than last year's team.
But
Kuminga,
even
Porter,
when they had Wiggins, they weren't better.
Yeah, but are they going to flip that switch or whatever you want to say? I mean, now they're headed for full health. GP2's back on the roster. They didn't have guard lineups that you could throw at people off of the bench like they do this year with GP2 and DiVincenzo both coming into the game. Kuminga's a better defender, at least in spots, than Porter was last year.
I disagree with that.
You do?
Porter, better rebounder, absolutely.
Better rebounder, but Kuminga, in terms of like go take on the star player on the other team, and can you slow him down a bit? Kuminga's got a shot to do that. Porter didn't.
He's got a shot, but I think Porter has had a greater understanding of what defensively you needed to do from a team defensive standpoint, and certainly to be able to rebound better than Jonathan Kuminga's been able to rebound.
Yeah. And then there's Anthony Lamb, who people will bring up. He had what word could I use? That was an unfortunate game for him last night.
If you're counting on Anthony Lamb to do anything more than that's a you problem.
No, wait.
This guy's a two-way player. If you're counting on Anthony Lamb to do anything more than just be out there in the playoffs, then you're not going anywhere. And this is not to disrespect Anthony Lamb, but he was signed as a two-way player, and he played his way into a spot where they gave him a contract more out of need than out of him being like, whoa, God, we got to absolutely play this guy. When Wiggins comes back, Anthony Lamb is going the way of JaMychal Green, another guy who, by the way, suddenly is unplayable.
Yeah, well, I don't know if he's unplayable as much as he just,
they just don't play him.
Yeah, he got pushed out of the rotation by some other guys showing up, GP2 being one of them.
Right.
I guess what I'm saying, you're not counting on Anthony Lamb to do anything key. You're counting on Anthony Lamb to be an NBA player and not mess everything up. Last night, every time he touched the ball, something went really bad. And in fact, sometimes it was on the defensive end. He went for a couple of ridiculous steals that turned into easy dunks for the Denver Nuggets. He just played what I thought was not a very smart basketball game. And that's what happens with this Warrior team, which is what's really odd to me, because if anybody should be able to go out there and outsmart the opponent, isn't it the Golden State Warriors? Like, when we talk about experience in sports, isn't that essentially what we're talking about? They may not be as athletic as the Memphis Grizzlies, but they're smarter than them.
Well, it depends who you're talking about. So Anthony Lamb is a guy who doesn't have any experience in the playoffs. He did not play last year on the championship team. Jonathan Kuminga was largely a change of pace guy, a guy who got crumbs last year. Jordan Poole, as we have seen at times in this regular season, is not a player that Steve Kerr has faith in, Festus, closing basketball games, as we saw last night in Denver, Mr. Azili. So, yeah, Gary Payton II, absolutely. And when Wiggins comes back, DiVincenzo on the bench. But if you look at their top 9, and you're going to give me Anthony Lamb, he's a guy who was a two-way player. Jonathan Kuminga isn't even 21 years of age. Jordan Poole at times cannot be in a finishing lineup. And then you're left with Gary Payton II and DiVincenzo. You have a pretty thin bench this year.
Okay, but I don't know if I agree with this.
Last year you had Juan Toscano Anderson, in whom I had more faith than Anthony Lamb.
I mean,
without a doubt.
JTA?
Who would you rather have on this team? Anthony Lamb or JTA?
Lamb's a better shooter.
Yeah, but JTA is a guy who, you don't need shooting. You've got Poole.
You always need shooting.
Steph, and you've got Clay.
And they're guarded. Lamb has hit some big shots this year.
Not in big games.
Sure, they're all big down the stretch.
They're all not big, which is the point.
Let me throw this at you, because I'm looking at last year's roster. You tell me why we're buying, and I don't mean at the beginning of the year. Look, I know the journey and the story, but now, headed into, you hope, the playoffs, okay?
Yeah.
Tell me what it is they're really missing on the bench. here are the bench players who actually got minutes. I'm not going to talk about Chris Chioza. Actually got minutes.
Cheese.
On last year's team. Bielitsa.
Kinda.
Okay?
I mean,
Damian Lee.
At times.
Jonathan Kuminga. He's here. And
Rarely.
And he's better. Moses Moody.
Barely.
He's here and he's worse. Jordan Poole. And Juan Toscano-Anderson. What exactly is it that they're having a hard time replacing? Oh, and Otto Porter. Did I mention Otto Porter? What is it that they are missing out of that group? GP2, still here. DiVincenzo, that's high level at the guard play on both ends of the floor that they actually did not have last year. You've mentioned Porter. I give you Kuminga at a higher level than last year. There's JTA and there's Bielitsa, and their roles are being filled by Anthony Lamb and partially Kuminga. Are there little things here and there that you could point to? Sure. Is there something monstrous there? I'm like, oh my God.
Yes.
They can't do this
Maturity,
without Bielitsa.
Experience.
Really?
Yes. And if you want to look
what
at the
was the playoff
NBA finals
for Bielitsa and Porter?
They didn't play.
Yes,
Bielitsa played 48 seconds in game 1 of the NBA finals.
That's my point.
These guys, they didn't even play a minute.
That's my point.
That's my point.
This isn't a great bench from last year that they need to replace.
That's my point, is that you've got, like, Otto Porter Jr. is a guy who played 23 minutes in game 1 of the NBA Finals. Are you going to play Jonathan Kuminga 23 minutes in game 1 of the NBA Finals? If you do,
maybe
he's not going to be as good as Otto Porter Jr., a guy who's been in the league for a long time. He's a grown man. He knows where to be and what to do. The only players they played off the bench, Jordan Poole, Otto Porter Jr., and Andre Iguodala. Iguodala played 12 minutes in game 1. They didn't go to any of these other youngsters. They played veterans in Jordan Poole.
But you're forgetting that DiVincenzo is on this team. Like, they're going to get that off the bench, which they don't currently have on the bench, but Wiggins is back, so he's going to the bench. In other words, and by the way, I think you're going to get a better DiVincenzo because I think that the minutes are starting to wear him down. That's my only guess, is that why did he not play well in March? The minutes are probably, he's never played this many minutes in a season before.
He actually has. If you look at his Milwaukee season, he played almost identical minutes in terms of total minutes played. He's almost exactly where he was for that Milwaukee team.
Pacing or where he's at now?
No, where he's at right now.
Okay.
Total minutes.
Okay.
TMP, total minutes played. But I don't think you're wrong. And I think you could look at the way Dante's playing. It looks like he's starting to fatigue. Maybe it's because he's playing more minutes now than he did for the Milwaukee team. Maybe he's being asked to do more than he did for that Milwaukee team. But in terms of total minutes, he's right on par with where he was.
I mean, again, part of what I'm saying is a projection because Wiggins is not back yet, but he's about to be. And when he does, changes the calculus on the bench for sure. DiVincenzo is there. GP2 is there. The Kuminga we're talking about now versus last year is obviously a completely different player. Lamb has nights where it works out okay, others where it doesn't. I'm not quite sure exactly what's going on with you, Michael Green. But to me, you look at last year's bench, and we've fallen into this, oh, well, the bench last year was so much better than it. Is it? Is it? You even just detailed. They barely used the bench last year.
Right, but the guys they used were players with real experience and real gravitas.
They have that this year now.
They don't have that with Jonathan Kuminga.
They do.
He's a 20-year-old kid who has never been in this position being asked to do what he's doing in this spot.
But they have DiVincenzo, an experienced player. Kuminga is a more experienced player this year than he was last year.
No doubt, but
GP2,
I don't think that GP2 is
player.
not the same player he was last year right now.
No.
Whether or not he can ramp it up and get back to being able to play 20 to 25 minutes, I don't know if he can do that yet.
My original point, though, was I don't think they get to use that as an excuse.
Oh, I agree with you.
I don't think there is an excuse, and that is, and you can call this an unfortunate reality. I don't think it's that unfortunate. I don't know if they even really care. But if Andrew Wiggins is going to be back, GP2 is back, DiVincenzo goes to the bench, and they are blessed with health and a seed in the top 6 starting next week, what exactly is it that they can say if it doesn't go well? oh, well, our bench, this, that. No. They get the best roster. They get the best team. They won it all last year.
And if they're healthy, I'm with you.
They're all here. So we circle back to the beginning with regard to their record this year. In the final analysis, I don't get it. Do you? I don't get it. 9-30? Is that where they are right now?
Yeah, I get it.
9-30 on the road?
I get it.
I don't get it. Well, that doesn't make any sense at all.
Having seen every one of those 39 road games, I get it.
You do?
They're not playing with the same urgency that they played with last year. When they started the year 18-2, that was a team that was hell-bent on getting back to tasting what they had tasted in the past. They were coming off a year where they lost in the play-in. That team came out with its hair on fire. 18-2. If you look at what they did the rest of the regular season, they were much more like this team than they were the team that started 18-2. They were barely above 500, quite frankly, over the final 62 games of the regular year. They got healthy, they got right, they went on a run. Can this team do the same thing? And this is where you and I are in complete agreement. Forget their regular season record. Forget their road record. Forget their home record. Forget the fact that Andrew Wiggins misses 24 games and that Steph was out and that Clay was awful for 2 months. Forget everything. If you get to a week from now and they're the 6th seed, watch out, NBA. If they're healthy, they've got championship pedigree, and they have a deep enough bench, whether it's a little Kuminga here, maybe a touch of Moody on the side, whatever it is, they've got enough if they're healthy to go on the run.
All that said, the loss last night clearly bugged Steve Kerr.
Middle of the second quarter, we had total control of the game, and we stopped playing. We just lost our focus at both ends, gave up a ton of offensive rebounds, missed box outs, offensively had several mindless possessions in a row, throwing the ball away, a bunch of shot turnovers, just bad shots. I give Denver a lot of credit. I thought they played really well defensively, but we had control of the game mid-second quarter and just handed that back to them. And then it's a game. We gave them life, and they took advantage of it.
Okay, so if it's a focus issue, he called it mindless possessions in some cases. So why? Why did they lose focus?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. I wish I could have done a better job of getting them, locked in at that point. I tried to take a couple timeouts and, get them organized and, get them focused. But, those last 5 or 6 minutes of the quarter were really a mess, and it carried over to the third. I love the way our guys finished the game. We gave ourselves a chance. Steph made a great pass to Clay and, back rims a three with a chance to win. So the guys really fought in those last 4 minutes. But, from mid-second quarter until those last 4 minutes, we were mindless out there. We weren't tough enough, not disciplined enough. Ultimately, didn't deserve to win the game.
This is not a good word that Steve Kerr is using mindless? The final week of the regular season. Mindless.
Yeah.
3 times he sat there and just said that. And that's what we're getting at. And I guess only next week can answer this question for us. Only this week can answer. It goes right back to the thing we've been playing with all year long. Can't or won't. Can't or won't. That's the whole motto for the whole season. It's not strength in numbers this year. It's can't or won't. And what I mean by that is, are you out there mindless because you just can't muster the brain activity to do this right anymore? Or even in the face of the potential play-in, can you just not muster the focus because you've been down this road too many times, and come a couple weeks from now, bink, light goes on, watch us work? I don't know the answer.
Well, we're going to find out the answer, and he doesn't know the answer. Steve Kerr rather doesn't know the answer to it. He'd like to think that what you're talking about will be the case where, yes, your championship team, you've got 4 titles. When you understand that these games actually now matter more than any other game before, you can, boom, flip the switch. You can make it happen, and you can go on that run. But Steve Kerr's talking about last night where Clay hits a 2-point shot. They go up 56-44, 4 minutes to go in the second quarter. Timeout Denver. Poole in for Curry. Then it's a couple of free throws from Murray. Michael Porter hits a 3, 7-point game. Timeout Warriors. And then you go on from there, and things don't necessarily go much better and you wind up going to the locker room with a 3-point lead at the half. And even though you brought Steph Curry back in, Steph with a bad pass, missed a 30-footer, Draymond Green with a bad pass. So it wasn't just the young players coming in there and making inexperienced mistakes. It was the whole team. And you go from being up 13 or 15 to go to the locker room up 3 on the road at Denver.
Yep.
That's a recipe for a loss.
Oh, I was just looking at the box score because you mentioned Porter, and I'm like, did he miss last night? It felt like he didn't miss. Felt like he didn't miss the entire night. So I looked it up. He went 10 of 17. He was 4 of 8 from 3. Not as dominant as it sounded like, but not bad. Not bad. Man, it just felt like everything he threw up was going in. Let's go to Grant in San Francisco on with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Grant, what are you doing?
Oh, my goodness. I'm trying not to drive off the freeway here, listening to the game last night. My goodness. The problem is everyone keeps talking about these role players with the Warriors. It's not the role players. It is the core. You got to understand, and no one's saying this, Curry is 35 years old, and they expect him to be this boy wonder. He's not a boy anymore, okay? He airballed a three-pointer. I thought, is the broadcaster getting this right? Am I hearing that correctly? I had to watch the highlights. He airballed a three-pointer. Klay Thompson had 2 bites of the apple on the end of the game, and he missed 2 3-pointers in a row.
Yeah, but Grant,
really,
hey, slow down. What are you? What are you getting at? Are you saying Curry and Thompson are worse than they were last year? Because all I can do is show you every metric that actually would suggest the opposite.
I'm sorry, but if the metrics you're showing me aren't wins and losses, they don't matter.
Well, I mean,
that's the bottom line.
That's an interesting point, Grant. Thanks. All of sports is being run differently than what you're suggesting. I'm sure you've heard of analytics, and analytics are a deeper dive into what's actually happening in sports. And Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, Klay for sure. Hell, Klay didn't even play till January last year. Like, Klay is better this year than last year. That's factual.
But correct? He's talking about record wins and losses, and that's ultimately, as a fan, you can talk about all the analytics you want. As a fan, you want to talk about wins and losses.
Yes, but he's pinning it on those 2 players.
Well, those 2 players are at the top of the pyramid, and to pin it anywhere else, to me, is foolhardy.
Wow.
To me, it comes down to Steph, Klay, and Draymond. You get the most credit when you win. You get the most blame when you don't.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And they were bad last night. But to say that the whole reason this year that they've been much worse is because of Steph and Klay, I don't know. I got a hard time with that. I got a hard time with that for sure. We are presented by.
It's Fremont Bank, Mark. Full service banking, no compromises.
Okay, Anthony Slates is not far away. We're not done with the Warriors, but someone from the Giants team bus is going to join the show shortly as well. Find out who in just moments. This is Willard and Dibbs.
There's a reason Golden State has become the
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
All right, Steph. I might just do that. I didn't know that. Is that true?
Yeah, I'm just looking at it right here on Yahoo Sports. From hello again, friends, to goodbye, friends. Jim Nantz calling his final NCAA Final Four basketball game.
Last shining moment.
So long, friends.
Yeah.
It's heartbreaking, yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, he started in 1986.
He's doing exactly what, the year that I always tell you about. I think it was 06.
Yeah, I can't wait till tonight.
It's my favorite sports trip I've ever taken, where for work, we went to the Final Four and did shows. And as soon as the Final Four was over, I took some vacation. By the way, this is funny. I don't know why.
I was there for that Final Four.
I don't know why Nahigian and I have never dealt with this before.
Yeah?
You know that Nahigian was my boss in a former life also. Different market, different network, different everything.
Look.
Right? And now that I think back to it, he was the one. I tried to take vacation after the Final Four, and he's like, look, you're our golf guy. We can't have you take vacation during the Masters.
Yeah.
We need you on during the Masters. I'm like, but I'm taking vacation to go to the Masters.
How funny.
My friend is in the Masters.
Yeah.
So I need to go to the Masters, and we ended up striking a deal where the network had some double eagle club across the street deal where I could walk, because you can't bring your phone out there. I'm like, I'll do reports for you from the Masters. He's like, can't have your phone out there at the Masters. So I had to leave the course twice a day to go across the street to this club to do call-ins.
Man.
And so we struck a deal that I would take vacation but still work. By the way, I did have to use vacation in order to do it.
That's awkward.
Total BS. But
one time I went to the Masters, I went from the Final Four in Indianapolis. I think you and I were hanging out.
Yep, to the
down
Masters.
And I had to do a couple of days of radio in downtown Atlanta.
Oh, so good. See, I flew into Savannah, Georgia.
Oh, I flew to Atlanta.
I flew to Savannah.
My brother flew in. I picked him up, and we drove down to hello, friends.
But that's what Jim Nantz has been doing every year of his life, which is to call the one shining moment
too.
And then get his butt down to Augusta. Let's get our butt out to our guest line. And the great Anthony Slater, our Warrior insider, joining us now. By the way, I promised to let you know what's going on with the Giants. Mike Yastrzemski is going to join us here in a little bit. Within the next half hour or so, after the team bus gets back to the hotel, Yaz, one of the 7 home runs today for the Giants, is going to be on the show with us. So looking forward to that. But let's hang with Slater a little bit here, especially with the Wiggins news. Hey, Anthony, how you doing?
7 home runs for the Giants today. Geez.
I mean, right?
Your boys in hog heaven over here.
Trying to
Slates.
tell you, these guys can hit, man. I can tell you, they can hit.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's breaking news to me. I mean, some teams don't have 7 home runs this season.
Yeah. Some teams also haven't been shut out twice in the first 4 games too, but that's a different story. But hey, let's talk about Andrew Wiggins. First of all, to what level did you see this coming over the last handful of days?
I would say the last couple of weeks there's been increased hinting behind the scenes of he could, don't rule it out, but also he hadn't shown yet. So you got a sense that they were not closing the door, and there was a reason they weren't closing the door. And I'd say over the last week or so, this clearly has, somewhat been kind of targeted this week, but it's still kind of, we're waiting for it to become a little bit more official, and it seems it will be, and the plan is for him to show up in the next 24 hours and attend the game tomorrow night, not necessarily play in it.
Which would be big, and I'm sure the ovation if he comes out. And I was saying this to Mark about Friday. It would be cool if he kind of came out midway through the first quarter and word got out that there he is and the crowd can give him the ovation that he deserves. But in terms of ramp up, how much do you think that he's going to need in terms of being able to be out there on the floor before he's actually able to be back to the two-way Wiggs we all know?
They don't know because Rick Celebrini makes those decisions, like when guys are greenlit to play again. And Rick Celebrini hasn't been around him for, at this point, 48, 49 days. Now he's told them that he's been in Minneapolis. He's been working out with a trainer. But that's not an NBA game. I mean, that's not a pennant race type atmosphere. So I think he needs to get a couple workouts in, let Rick Celebrini see where he is. That's checkpoint number 1, just physically where's he at. And then they'll probably come up with a ramp-up plan that, comes from a very cautious approach of Rick Celebrini. I mean, you guys follow the team. He's generally on the cautious side. So I wouldn't be surprised if you don't see him this week. If they do get the 6th seed or the 5th seed, if they just stay out of the play-in, then they actually have a very nice buffer before the playoffs. You guys remember last year Steph missed the last 22 games, something like that, after he sprained his foot. But they got him back in those big-time practices right before the playoffs. Those are like training camp-style practices because you have 5 days off. And then he played game 1 of the playoffs after a long absence. Maybe it trends that way, but again, they're not going to know till they kind of get their hands on him, and he hasn't been in the facility in more than a month, so they'll know more in the next 48 hours.
Anthony Slater with us here, our Warrior Insider, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Anthony, less basketball side, more emotional side. What do you think this does for the locker room?
I think it injects some belief that a title run, as ambitious or unrealistic even at times as it seemed over the last several months, the pieces are at least coming together where it's not out of the question. If there's no Andrew Wiggins in the playoffs, I'm sure Steph Curry, Draymond will still believe they had a puncher's chance. But, as an unbiased observer, I think we all know, if your two-way wing that was so awesome in the playoffs last season is not there, I didn't think they had a chance in the West. The fact that he's going to show up, at least I think a glimmer of hope is there, and that usually injects the locker room with some life. Also, just seeing Andrew Wiggins, he's a very well-liked figure over the last couple of years since he's joined the franchise. So it should help, but at the same time, I'm also skeptical the version of Andrew Wiggins we saw last April is going to show up because, I mean, even before he just left for 50 days, he wasn't having that great of a season. He had the groin injury. He had, he looked rusty when he came back. He got sick a couple times. He was already out of rhythm. He really hasn't been in a rhythm since December.
Yeah, and he's only played, I'm just looking at it now, 15 games since December 3rd when he played his last game against Houston before he dipped out. And if he comes back in mid-April, it'll be 2 months while he was gone. Mark and I were having a little bit of a friendly debate, always friendly here from 2 to 6, always. Anthony, about the bench strength. Which bench do you think shapes up to be better, last year's championship bench or this year's bench?
I think last year's was more of a sure thing. I think Gary Payton was in a better, physical place. We'll see with, Gary, maybe, he materializes back into what he used to be, but Otto Porter and Nemanja Bjelica, even in small doses in the playoffs, gave them, to me, more size and defensive acumen while allowing them to, kind of go small and space the floor a little bit more. But the way Porter rebounded as a stretch four is different than they don't have that on the roster this year. And, the youth hasn't blossomed as much. Now, Kuminga is showing some signs of life lately, but I want to see him in a playoff setting. He's a little bit harder to fit into lineups. So DiVincenzo's been really solid, but he's been starting, with Wiggins out. So last year's bench proved it. I think Poole was the best version of himself during last year's playoffs. He's shown glimpses of that lately. But I would take last year's just because they showed it. This year's, it's been so kind of hit and miss.
Hey, Anthony, was Steve Kerr mad last night? He used the word mindless 3 times in one sound clip. This one bug him a little bit more than some of the other ones?
Yeah, I mean, for 2 reasons. Number one, I mean, it's the type of mistakes he made are the ones that have been angering him all season, where, he mentioned the word mindless, but just, bad, kind of ill-advised, brain-dead turnovers, which I thought was kind of really the result. But the other thing is, if they had a chance to create some separation and really, ease into this final week in the driver's seat for either the 5th or 6th seed, they just drag themselves back into danger. They don't control their own destiny. If the Lakers went out, Lakers are the 5th seed. They're ahead of the Warriors, which is crazy considering where the Lakers were a month ago. But it was just a bad loss at a bad time when you felt like they were maybe ready to trampoline themselves towards the playoffs. Just kind of brought them back down to earth. That, he is a competitive, fiery guy, and I think you saw a little of that last night.
So if the Warriors can win out, which would be a nice win over Oklahoma City, it's predictable that they get that. Sacramento may be shutting it down, and then Portland, who knows about the Blazers at this point. If the Warriors do win out, they're guaranteed at least a 6, right?
Not necessarily, because the Pelicans can go 4-0, and they'd have the same record, and I believe the Pelicans right now are 1 game better from a conference record standpoint. So let's say the Pelicans and Lakers went out. I believe Pelicans and Lakers would probably be 5-6 with the Warriors at 7. Now, it's kind of an unrealistic scenario. You think the Pelicans probably have a loss ahead of them. The Lakers facing the Clippers is a big game, but no, I do not believe the Warriors control their own destiny at this point.
Anthony Slater with us, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Hey, Anthony, just because you've been doing such a good job covering both teams, and we're watching the full-level Mike Brown reverse psychology game has begun after they lost to the Spurs yesterday, and he's starting to be critical of his team in a public space. What do you think would happen if that matchup comes to pass?
Well, the Kings are not playing that well right now. I went to their supposed clinching playoff game when they lost to the Wolves without Towns, and some of their worst habits are showing up. They have no rim protection. They have some youth on the roster, obviously inexperienced. They lost the other day to the Spurs. I mean, their defense gave up 140 something to a San Antonio team that had Malachi Branham basically was their top scorer. So they don't appear as sharp as they did, but they're going to score. They're going to score well. They're going to play really fast. I think they're going to, hit the Warriors in some pressure points that their defense hasn't been capable of guarding. I think, you're going to need Andrew Wiggins and a healthy Gary Payton II to contain Fox and Herter and some of the dribble handoffs with Sabonis. I think you need to go small with Draymond a lot in that series. I can't imagine what the stat will be going into the series of playoff games played on both sides, how lopsided that'll be. And that'll probably make Vegas peg the Warriors as the favorite, but it's dangerous, and that's a dangerous place to play. And the Kings have been the best team in the conference on the road, so that, their style has traveled this year. It would be very interesting. But I wouldn't call it a gimme either way. I think it would be a competitive series.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app.
Anthony, assuming that the Warriors are able to get Andrew Wiggins back and they're fully healthy coming up here in 10 or 12 days to start the playoff push, what's the one team that could be the most daunting in their way?
Oh, man, I think you saw the Nuggets last night without Jokic, kind of showing off to anybody that was watching what how much better their supporting cast is around Jokic than it has been. You know, Jamal Murray is starting to get further away from his return and look sharper, like the bubble Jamal Murray, you might say. Michael Porter Jr., I'm not a huge believer in him, especially in a playoff atmosphere, but man, the guy can get hot on any random night, shoot you to a win. Aaron Gordon, I think, learned a lot from that playoff series last season, and he's just playing like a tougher brand. And then they added Kentavious Caldwell-Pope and Bruce Brown. Those are playoff players. They're versatile. They play both sides of the ball. They can hit an open three. I think Denver's being slept on because what they haven't been able to do in the previous season's playoffs, people kind of are in wait-and-see mode, which is understandable. But to me, this is just a much better supporting cast than Jokic has ever had. There's a reason they've been the 1 seed in the West basically all season. I would pick them as the toughest matchup.
Anthony, I'll ask it to you this way. I don't know what seed they're going to be playing. Who knows what's going on. But when the playoffs start, let's assume the Warriors are in it. You expect them to look like a different team or not?
I think, different on the road would be like the big question, right? They've looked like a title contender at home. I do think that the stage raises their just like focus level and mental approach. Their coaching staff, the Steve Kerr coaching staff has always shown to be really sharp in series adjustments. He's been great at that over his time. And then you're going to get, if you escape the play-in, you get like 5 or 6 off days before game one. And then usually in the first round, you get 1, often 2 off days before every game. That, I think, benefits an older team, a creakier team at times. You could expect a fresher Klay Thompson more, regularly, a fresher Draymond Green. So I think that plays well for them, but I also think a lot of the flaws they've shown all season, like, they still exist. They're extremely small. They're turnover prone. They can have bad shooting nights, and I don't love them defensively as much as I did last season. So I wouldn't call them the favorite in the West, but I don't like the West isn't that good. So I'm a little wishy-washy.
You could pick your opponent not based on how the Warriors could advance, but based on where Anthony Slater wants to spend his off day on the road. What's your opponent?
Oh, man, can they play the Miami Heat in the first round?
I'll see if I can petition the commish.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I wouldn't mind Kings for the proximity. I wouldn't mind Phoenix at some point, or even in the first round, because I like Phoenix. And then just like last year was such a bear. You had Memphis and Dallas as part of the West playoffs. Boston, which I like the city of Boston, which is so far away. That was like kind of a grueling path where this year, if you do, maybe you get a Clippers, maybe you get Kings, maybe you get Phoenix. That's not that bad. I like the setup of that, because at this point, I'm getting a little bit older. I just like a little bit of like a lack of travel miles. That's the big thing.
Man, those mid-30s can sneak up on the slates.
Gosh, the grueling nature of travel for somebody who does nothing physically when they get there. I'm just saying, Anthony.
Hey, year 10 covering the league, 41 road games, but really when you have to playoffs, like 50 a year, we're talking about like 500 road games.
Man.
They get to you. I'll tell you that.
I have seen no gray in that beard, Anthony. No. I see none.
You look a little closer next time, because I've been seeing some gray in the goatee area of the beard lately, and it's scaring me a little bit. Maybe that's why I just want a low travel playoff.
I mean, as long as you're inviting me, I thought that would have been weird if I just walked up to you and got like right up in your beard. I thought, without even saying hello, that would have been weird.
The problem is you can probably see it from about 6 feet away now.
Well,
wow.
Okay.
There you go.
All right, social distancing next time we see you. There it is. Anthony, thanks, brother.
All right, fellas.
Okay, there it is. Slates. Right here on Willard and Debs. Yeah.
That is a little bit of a grueling, and think about the players who actually have to get up and down.
That's what's always funny when a media person, oh, man.
No,
travel.
But the media person, he's not on the charter. So he's like,
that's true. That's a good point.
I'm picking an airline, and do they fly direct? And if they don't, then now I got to change over and make sure I got my bag. And, you got day game after night game and all the rest of it. It's a little bit of a different party when you're a media guy.
The food is different when it's not a charter.
Everything's
just
different.
A little bit different.
A little Cinnabon as opposed to crack crab.
You ever been on a charter for anyone?
Oh, yeah. So good. The good life. San Jose Sabercats.
I'm like, I hope this thing doesn't land. I'm like, let's just circle around up here for a little while.
Oh, yeah. I did 1 year of Sabercats. It's when Bob Fitzgerald, shout out Bobby Fitz, he was busy with the Warriors, and so February, March, and even into April. Back then, the Warriors weren't a playoff team, so I didn't get that May and June goodness. But I got a good 6 or 7 trips with the Cats, where it's like, man,
dude, I got
every seat's first class.
I got foot space. I got filet mignon, and you can't once 2 desserts have come through, they bring 2 more. I'm like, this is bananas, man. This is like we do not.
You want bananas? We got bananas.
Yeah, we got that too. Do not land this bird.
And it's especially good with a football team because it's like we actually kind of want you to put on extra pounds.
Exactly. And then the broadcasters eat all the Reese's. It's weird, but anyway, that's the way it went. Speaking of things that were a little bit off, your question of Anthony Slater. Talk about a misrepresentation sensation.
That's a buck.
I would like to point out 2 things that you
in
did.
Your face. I'm giving you my Angel Reese right now.
Objection, leading the witness. I don't know why I'm objecting by throwing a red hanky.
Yeah.
They don't do that in court, although they should. You bring the red hanky to court. No, don't give me your
you're getting
Caitlin
Angel
Clark
Reese
either,
right now.
Angel Reese.
Because I put it in your face,
No, you
and
didn't.
I got one right here.
No, well, you've won too many. Anyway, point being, way, way, way off in 2 facets of your question.
Wrong.
First of all,
which team had a better bench? That's all I asked.
But the debate, you made it sound like the debate was me saying that this year's bench is better.
That's all you said.
That's not what I said at all.
You've been beating that drum.
I said from last year's bench, what's the big deal that this year's bench needs to replace? We're talking about it as if last year's bench was like, oh my God.
Anthony and I agree it was better.
That bench turned the key and the game just gets out of hand in a second when Bielitsa comes in. Stop.
Nemanja.
It was not that elite. We know what's elite on this team.
Bielitsa.
It's the starters.
You can't spell elite without Bielitsa.
You can't even be Bielitsa if you want to be. But anyway, and then the second thing you did, which clearly the judge will agree with me on this, you led the witness.
Your Honor, I object.
Dibs goes, which bench is better, this year's bench or last year's championship bench?
Oh, so good.
It's like, fact, but come on, leading the witness.
First of all,
what
you had a chance to object in the moment.
I'm not going to step on your question. It's your question.
You hijacked my question for Festus.
I would never take a question from you.
I was in need of a question.
Yeah, you were.
It's a great question, and he agreed with me, and I had to Angel Reese you. I put it right in your face.
He can't see. You just outed yourself. He can't agree with you. It was a question. It's not a statement. You can't agree with a question.
He agreed with the point that I made. I asked the question.
All you said was we had a debate. You didn't even say who was on what side.
That's what professionalism is.
And you're running victory laps during the answer.
That's what a pro does. I didn't lead him. I said we were having a debate. And I didn't say what side I was on, and he answered it like the journalist he is.
It was obvious. Championship bench.
Ooh, and I even heard it, too.
Otto Porter. Remember all those injuries? Oh, it was so good.
JTA is okay.
JTA.
Shout out to 95th, East Oakland. Don't you come at me on East Oakland.
Wonderful story.
JTA. I used to live in East Oakland.
I love and
the Upper East.
What a good dude.
Yeah,
what a good dude. JTA.
Yeah, no doubt. Part of a key bench.
He's a Laker now.
Whatever. He's dead to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Is he still a Laker? No, I think he's a Jazz.
Did he get traded?
Yeah.
I don't even know
he's
that.
a Jazz, and he's always going to be a Jazz.
Is he a Jazz?
I think he's a Jazz. Yeah, I saw him in a Jazz uni. Yeah, no, for real. It actually hit me the same way. I was like, oh my God, he's a Jazz?
Wait a minute. I didn't know he was a Jazz.
You can Google it or you can believe me.
No, I believe you.
No, you don't believe me because you're Googling it.
No,
I see your eyes.
I'm Googling what the trade was. Was that in the Westbrook deal? That was in the Westbrook deal, wasn't it? I guess it was.
Lucas, I won't go.
He
doesn't believe me. Lucas is pointing me saying, talk. You do radio, talk.
He was part of the Westbrook deal, correct.
Thank you, Mark.
Okay. I was just trying to find out what the deal was. I believed you.
You didn't be elite to me.
I believe.
If you did, you wouldn't have been Googling it.
I believe the children are our future.
Thank you. Teach them well and let them Google the answer because you don't believe your partner.
I do believe in open book tests, too. I really do.
Oh, my God.
I do. What's the point? I said this to you about the calculators last week.
That's different.
Stop, math teachers. You're going to do it without a calculator. No, I have a calculator in real life. That's how I'm going to do it in real life. Let me do it that way in real life.
It's different because if you're doing, like my kid is in, Keon's now in like 5th or 6th year calculus. So the calculator that he uses is not like, what's 8 times 7? I can't seem to recall.
Is it one of those deals with the extension up
with
top
letters
with
and all the
bajillion
other
buttons?
nonsense?
I don't even know what the hell that thing does.
I don't either.
It's a scientific calculator. It's a mess,
It's
is what
exactly
it is.
what it is.
Looks like one of those remote controls you get when you go to VRBO and you sit down and you're like, is anybody going to tell me how to turn this TV on?
Right.
Oh, my gosh.
Where's that laminated play sheet that tells me how to do any of this crap?
Hit on. I can't find on.
Vacation's half over by the time I'm able to turn the heat down. But yes, I'm with you in terms of the calculator and the open book test. If it's something that's knowledge-based, just learn it, memorize it, study it.
But that's memorization.
What's the capital of Iowa?
But I want
it's Caitlin Clark.
I want you to know the answer. It's not about memorization. By the way, lovely Christy and I had that conversation the other day. We go out to a nice dinner over the weekend, and like all my PTSD comes back because here comes a nice server, and you can tell she's making weird facial expressions because she's trying to remember the specials and the way Captain Mean Chef in the back told her that she has to say it. And I'm like, I remember this from when I was a server. Hey, servers in restaurants, will you just let people have a little index card in their hand? And then you can tell me about the house-infused whatever. Just tell me what it is. Don't sit there and have a weird look on your face. Like, it's tortellini with a red wine reduction. Like, stop. Just pull the card out and read the damn thing. I want the specials. I don't want a weird facial expression.
Right.
Stop doing that to the servers.
Yeah, there's a lot of jobs where memorization is a part of it, and you know
what
this.
that is.
Well, I mean, it's a memorization sensation, is what it is. Yeah.
All right. Make sure you check out 95.7 The Game's merch store. We got merch. It's featuring new items like I'm just here for a $9 beer. Shirts and hoodies. Get yours today. 957thegameshop.com. All right. We think Yaz is going to call in here just about any minute and talk about all 7 of the Giants' home runs today. And then your calls continue. 888-957-9570. Wiggins is back. And here we go to the final 3 games with everything still on the line for the Warriors. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Attention facility professionals, property managers, and building owners.
at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
Yes, hits one high. It's a deep. Out of here. Kopech immediately looked in the dugout.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
By the way, some interesting things out of the Giants game today. And I got confirmation on whatever the Anthony DeSclafani deal was with Andrew Vaughn.
Okay.
You know how you had said that he, and if you saw this earlier today, there was
weird.
Little dust up. Yeah, you guys got a little mad at each other.
Yeah, not even the dust up.
Yeah, whatever you want to call it. But anyway, there were some feelings. People were all up in their feelings.
Sure. Game 4.
And you thought maybe that it was that DeSclafani was upset that Vaughn swung 3-0. And I was like, that can't be it. Why the hell would he be?
In the second inning.
So here's the deal. Vaughn swung 3-0, but it was a breaking ball. And I think he grounded out. And on his way to first, he yelled at DeSclafani for not throwing a fastball. And DeSclafani was like, you're going to yell at me, I'm going to come back at you because my last name is DeSclafani.
Sure.
It's not DiVincenzo.
No.
But
It'd be
it's
a lot cooler if it was.
DeSclafani. So I'm not going to sit here and have you yell at me because you didn't like that pitch that I threw you. It's 3-0. What is this, Little League? We got it's 3-0. Just toss it in. Especially in the day and age of people swinging 3-0.
Exactly.
Throw whatever the hell you want.
Exactly.
So he threw us, and for Camilo Duvall, like he likes his slider more than his fastball in terms of what he can control. So for some guys, that is their 3-0 pitch. So Anthony throws the slider. Vaughn didn't like that.
He didn't like it.
He didn't like it.
It's so great.
And he wants to like it, Dibbs. He wants to like it.
Well, at 3-0, throw me a fastball. That's the unwritten rules. You're trying to just get one over, and I'm not supposed to swing. So you throw a fastball, I don't swing. You throw a fastball, and then I'm going to swing, and I'm going to hit this one 440 into the right field pavilion, but you throw me a curveball, how dare you? Get out of here, Vaughn.
Yeah, seriously. You, Andrew Vaughn, Ricky Vaughn, all of you. Get the hell out of here.
Now, if it's 8-0 at that point, and I don't believe it was, I think it was 2-0 at that point, but if we're in the ninth inning and the game is already decided, then I still don't buy the unwritten rules of you're supposed to this and I will that, but it would be cut a little bit differently for me.
I guess, but baseball, you got to stop this. We got to stop. We got to stop with you're not supposed to do that at this time and in this situation. You're not supposed to steal. You're not supposed to swing. You're not supposed to throw the ball hard. You're not supposed to throw it soft. You're not supposed to bunt. You're not supposed to look at me. You're not supposed to look at him. You're not supposed to stop. You're not supposed to. That's my statement. Just play the game. You play yours. I'll play mine. Then we go home. That's how we do it.
Well, and baseball's a simple game. I'm the pitcher. I'm trying to get you out. You're the hitter. You're trying to not get out. That's the essence of baseball. Forget the count, the score, the weather, all the other factors. Because when you're up there on the slab, 60 feet, 6 inches away, with the ball in your hand, you're thinking one thing only. I want to get you out. And when I'm the dude with the piece of wood in my hands in between the chalk lines in the rectangle, all I'm thinking about is get on base, get a base hit a home run. Because at the end of the year, the GM's not going to look and say, well, there was that time in April where it was a 3-0 count and you thought he was going to throw you a fastball. He threw you a curve and you got out. We're not going to count that one.
I mean,
get out of here.
You're exactly right. And in analytics, and there's so much money attached to statistics now and how you perform. Like, yeah, get a hit. I don't care if the score is 13-0. I want a hit. Hey, in the NBA, and actually this is switched spreads a few times just in the conversations we've had in the last few weeks. Game's decided, okay? You're down by 7 with 3.2 seconds to go. Do we flip out when the dude runs down to the other end of the court and puts one in the bucket and we lose by 5? No, we don't flip out.
Well, we do if we're laying 5.5.
Yeah, but this cat wants 2 more points. He wants 2 more points. So go get 2 more points. I don't know.
But we do flip out in the NBA, and there is that unwritten.
We do?
We do flip out,
If
yes.
it flips the spread, I guess we do.
Well,
but we don't
especially
get
if a team is winning. Like if you're up by 7.
That's true.
And you
That's
go down
true.
and you double clutch reverse dunk on me.
Well, but that's showing someone up. I guess in baseball, we've got things that we've decided are showing people up that aren't actually showing people up. I mean, you and I have had this conversation even about umpires. Umpires have decided they're being shown up if you speak to them. This is my favorite thing in baseball. Oh my gosh, he's talking to the ump, but he's got to look straight down so that you don't know that he's talking to. Why am I not allowed to talk to you? That's not showing you up. I can't look at you. I can't be like, Blue, I thought that was a little bit outside. I can't do that? What is that? Baseball is full of all of these actions that people take offense to that are just garden variety. Like, leave it alone. Just move on. There's nothing to see. There's plenty of stuff in this world that's actually offensive, can actually get you hot and bothered. Please stop worrying if the baseball player who just hit it 400 feet takes 1.2 seconds to start running to first or 1.7 seconds to start running to first.
Big difference, Mark.
Relax.
Yeah.
Everybody needs to RELAX. Relax.
There you go.
RELAX.
Okay?
Relax.
Yeah, you could have purred it a little bit more.
Could have a little bit more, yeah.
Yeah, you could have brought that down, but I give you 3 anyway because the pause was nice.
Yeah.
It's really fascinating, especially when we look at the women's college basketball national championship game, and you've got the LSU coach all but frisking the referee as she's 2 feet onto the court, and that's okay. It's okay for you to basically grab the ref and pull the referee back, and the ref has to shake you off. That's not a technical foul. But in baseball, God forbid you even turn your head around to try to question anything. It's just a weird thing.
No, and then, by the way, today was an historic day, and the Giants now have 2 players on their roster who already have multiple home runs this season. By the way, do you know off the top of your head who those 2 players are?
I know
Two Giants,
one of them.
2 Giants have 2 home runs this year.
I know one of them. And it's not our next guest, but it is the left-hand hitting DH. Please don't play me at first base, Jock Peterson. I know he's
correct.
got 2.
Yeah. You know who the other one is?
I'm thinking about it, and I know who it's not. I know it's not Mike Yastrzemski, and I know it's not Joey Bart.
It's not Joey. Are we going to do all the people it's not?
Well, I'm trying
Are we going all the way back to Will
process
Clark
of
here, or-
elimination it
okay,
right now.
I got it.
I don't think that it's Blake Sable.
It's not.
Sabey Saves, we call him. Do we call him that? We
should start.
I think I'm going to.
I don't know how long he's going to be on the team, but anyway.
Something tells me David VR. I know he's got at least 1. I know that Tyro has been on fire.
Yeah. Well, he's just a good baseball player, by the way.
Yeah. I think J.D. Davis has 1. I'm running out of names.
You're just naming the whole roster.
Well, they all have
This
home
is like
runs.
an all-time stall. I didn't ask you where were you last night. I didn't ask you
None
why
of your
you were
business.
late.
Yeah,
I
seriously.
asked you who hit 2 home runs for the Giants. Man, you're going into
David VR
this
is
an
my answer.
all-time
You're
stall.
pressuring me. You're pressing me.
Filibuster. That is correct.
Oh, it is VR.
He hit 2 today.
Oh, he hit 2 today.
He hit 2 today.
Call that a brace in soccer.
2 balls. Over the fence.
Outside.
Yeah, outside the stadium. Yeah, he hit 2 today. So he is one of, you know what, bring the music back up. How many players in Major League Baseball do you think have hit multiple home runs already on this young season?
Well, I know a guy who did that against the Giants.
Plus or minus 3.
Oh.
How many Major League Baseball players have hit their second home run already this year? Plus or minus 3.
Well, I know Aaron Judge has at least 2. Because, we don't want to dot him. We're going to throw you strikes, Judgy Poo.
There we go.
I'm going to say 9, Mark. 9.
Double it. 18.
Well, I blew that because 2 of the Giants had to be more than that.
Did you know that Clay's little brother had a 3-homer game over the weekend?
Yeah.
Yeah, Trace Thompson
and 8
for the Dodgers.
ribbies, right?
Yeah.
What a game.
Yeah, he's only played 2 games, and he's leading the major leagues in homers with 3. Him and C.J. Cron both have 3 home runs, and then a bunch of guys have 2. But yeah.
And Joey Gallo just hit his 3rd today.
There you go. There you go. So, yeah, but by the way, where's Correa on this list? And I'm not trying to be funny. I haven't looked at him yet. How's he doing?
I think he has like 2 hits on the season.
Is he hurt? Is his knee hurt? Is his ankle hurt?
That's funny?
No. I haven't checked in on him yet.
Spirit.
No, there's 2 guys.
Is he hurt?
Regional competitor. All right. Oh, yeah.
That's usually not your bit.
It's not.
He's 2 for 13, Mark. He does have 1 R, which I believe is run scored.
He scored a run.
No RBI, no SB, no HR.
Wait a minute. He's 2. No HR? Well, that's good. You don't want HR. Oh, that kind of HR.
Yeah, seriously.
All right. So wait a minute. No, he's 2. Here we go. Carlos Correa, so far this year.
I just told you.
No, I'm going deep, man. I'm going deep. 2 for 13, but they're both singles. No doubles.
Right.
No triples, no homers. He struck out 4 times in the 13 at-bats, and he's walked once. And this all adds up. What's the OPS here for Carlos Correa?
368.
368.
His OPS plus is 3. I don't know what his BABIP is.
Yaz's OPS is over 1,200. How about that?
You're so fun. I love when you do small sample size radio.
Yaz is way better than Correa.
No doubt. Always has been.
Uh-huh.
Is he pre-ARB 3?
I don't even know.
I'm going to ask Yaz about that when he joins us.
No, but by the way, all I'm doing is mimicking the other crap that I hear on social media and around this house, by the way. This is what we do. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Carlos Correa's hitting 154. Take that, Giants fans. Farhan was right. Sitting 154 this year. Stir that in your iced coffee. Take a big old sip. Farhan was right. Correa's hitting 154. He's dust. He's unhealthy. He got nothing.
Well, he is healthy. That's just factually incorrect.
He's over the hill. He is hitting 154. Thank God the Giants didn't sign him. Oh, they escaped. He's got fewer home runs than Brandon Crawford.
Smartest front office in baseball.
Oh, my gosh.
You're so mad you got spittle on your lip now.
Light years ahead, my rear end. It's across the parking lot with the Giants front office. Jeez. So they know what they're doing or what? They're in first place. They're in first place, Dibs.
Kinda.
No kinda about it. Are they?
They're in a 5-way tie.
They're also in last. But anyway, are they or are they
They're
not?
in third place because the teams tonight, somebody will win unless there's double rainouts.
If the playoffs began today.
Right.
This is the stuff we do. This is what we do.
This is what you do.
No, it's not what I do.
It serves you, it's really what I do all the time. You're kind of stealing my bit.
Exactly. It's what
feels a little uncomfortable.
I wanted to kind of come a roundabout way of saying. I mean, all I got is facts. All I got is facts.
Yeah.
Correa has 0 home runs on the year. None.
What's he on pace to hit this year, Mark?
0.
Yeah, thank you. That's an even better way to do the bit.
Yaz. Hang on. Let's see. 162.
That's 40. He's on pace to hit 80.
Divided by
Jesus, do I have to do everything for you?
40. No, but he's hit. Yeah.
He's hit 2.
What's that?
40 times 2 is 80.
Yaz has only hit 1.
Oh, he's only hit 1?
Yeah.
Dude,
Number 1.
Yaz is slumping.
Oh, hang on. They're getting in touch. Hold on.
He's on pace to hit 40. That'd be a good year. And you know what? Farhan would be thrilled knowing that he's still pre-ARB 3. Tweener?
We want to wait, right? We want to wait? Do we want to wait?
Yeah.
We want to wait.
45.
Okay. All right, yeah. Yaz in 15 minutes.
Okay.
Sorry. Some live producing right here on the radio. Yeah, okay. So
and I'm happy for Mike because
Giants really escaped.
Mike's making 6.1 this year. And he, at the end of this year, for the first time in his baseball career, will be... Oh, no, never mind. That's in 3 years. Sorry. I thought he was going to be an unrestricted free agent, but I just looked. That's 2026. So they got a couple more ARB years for poor Mike.
He's going to be aged out by the time the ARB thing's over.
Yeah.
I use him as an example of why the arbitration process in baseball is so freaking awful.
Well, he debuted at almost 29.
He's like 28 years old. Yeah. It's like you're dead. I mean, I don't feel bad for the guy. He's doing great. Like
making 6 this year.
He's got a major league career, which, at the age 27, he probably was questioning whether or not that was going to happen.
Yeah.
So I don't think he's losing any sleep over it. But by the same token, it ain't right. It's not right. It's not right for young players. It's not right for old players, and it's not good for the game. It's not good for the game the way they do this.
It's not bad for the game. I mean, I don't think that any fan is thinking, geez, Yastrzemski's pre-arb too. I can't be a fan of his. I mean, I don't think that fans connect on the level that we do in the business in terms of just how unequal the system is. Because if you are a young phenom, Juan Soto, Tatis, if you break in when you're 19 or 20, you've got a chance to get maybe 3 massive contracts if you're even a player of Yastrzemski's caliber. You know, if Yaz right now was 27 years old, he'd be in a spot to get 2 more contracts realistically. But being his age, he's only getting 1 deal. And he's probably not getting a whopper long deal, even if he continues to play great.
Well, Tatis ended up with only 1 deal. That's it. They were like, you're good. We like you. We'll sign you till you're 40.
But he's got an out, I think, in there.
Does he?
I thought he did, to where I thought that he could, or maybe that's Machado who could have opted out.
Yeah, he definitely, But Fernando not going to opt out after what he's been going through.
Yeah.
The Padres would probably like to opt out of that deal.
Well, he'll be back soon.
He'll be back soon, but I think there's a fair question as to whether or not some of what they saw in his early years, was it aided by steroids? I'm sure that's a question in their minds after what has taken place. Yeah, Fernando Tatis right now in this year, 2023, year 3, he's actually he signed a 14-year, $340 million contract that goes all the way through 2034, his age 35 season.
Wow.
He signed that at age 22. So if Tatis, and by the way, I'm not a believer in that. Like, I do think he's a hell of a ball player. I think he'll still produce. But if he comes back and something isn't good with whatever the hell's going on, right, and he's not the player that we thought he was, he has, let's see, including this year, 12 more years on his deal.
Yeah. And just looking at the numbers, it's
12 more years.
Well, this year is only $7 million.
Right.
Then it goes to 11, 20, 20, 25, 25, 36 for 6 years. So let's just say that he isn't any better than this, and in fact he deteriorates. Well, the Padres are on the hook for 6 years at 36 per, starting in 2029.
Yeah, but at the same token,
backloaded that baby.
Right, $36 million a year starting at age 30 for him in 2029. Let's say he is still an elite player at age 30. What is $36 million going to be in 2029? It's going to be a relative bargain.
Yeah.
Shohei is going to make way more than that.
For sure.
Juan Soto is going to make way more than that, right? So,
yeah.
I mean, it's in the end, and this is kind of what I mean, it's smart for the teams to do this stuff. It's smart when they see the Braves have been artistic about this. When they see a young player, they put a big number in front of their faces and go, look, we're going to rock this for 12 years, 10 years, 15 years,
like
whatever
Acuna
it is.
Jr.
And the player is like, of course, because all the player hears is, I'm 21 years old, and you're sticking a piece of paper in front of me that takes money off of the worry plate for the rest of my life. Why would I not sign that? And a fan or an agent may say, well, in 6 years, you're going to be woefully underpaid potentially.
That's where Acuna is now.
But so what? You have to do it. You have to take that deal because you could also rip your ACL in the very next play.
As he did.
Right.
But
got to sign that deal.
The deal he signed, and these numbers are massive for the common fan, but just in terms of like pro sports and baseball, he signed an 8-year, $100 million contract.
Right.
8 in 100. A player as good as he is and as good as he was, he should be getting closer to 10 and 400.
That's why the Braves are so good. They've been artistic, but it's a bad system because that player knows if I don't sign that, what am I in 3 years? I'm pre-arb 3.
Exactly.
And I'm making, if I'm awesome, I'm going to make $15 million one time.
And you better be good again.
And you better be good again.
Yeah.
You better not get hurt for 3, 4, 5 years running. And I think that is not only it's bad for the players, but I do think that's bad for the fans. I think it's bad for the game. It shouldn't be that way. It also leads to sometimes bad feelings between team and player. And when you have a young homegrown player come up, as a fan, that's the guy you want to keep. Like to this day, Chris Bryant and the Chicago Cubs, were there some hurt feelings there because they were messing with his service time a little bit? I think you can make the case, yes. I think you can make the case, yes. Now, the Cubs ended up trading everybody. But still, that's not good. That's the player that should have a chance at Buster Poseyville. You should have a chance to just be on that team for your entire life.
Well, and that should matter to teams, but a lot of times it doesn't matter as much as the bottom line, the almighty dollar. And that's where, you look at Bryce Johnson, who did get recalled and did go yard today.
First Major League home run.
One of the 7 Giants to hit a home run, and it makes you feel good about the fact that they weren't trying to, jerry-rig his clock and hold him down.
He's not an amazing prospect. But I mean,
Right.
that, whether it's Kyle Harrison or Casey Schmidt, like there was a little bit of talk about that with Casey Schmidt over the last couple of weeks. It's like, are they not bringing him up to camp because they don't want to start his clock already? I don't think that at all. I don't think this is one of those situations. That guy has had very, very few at-bats, at the AA or AAA level and the Major League level. Very few at-bats. So they don't think he's ready. But this conversation happens with certain organizations every single year in terms of young player, he is the best option for us at X position, but why don't we wait until May? And then we buy a full another year of control of this player's future at a bargain rate. It's patently unfair.
And we'll see in eyes on Casey Schmidt in terms of how this goes. If the Giants are playing well and they don't need him, quote unquote, then, come May 25th or whatever that date is, when they can bring him up and not have it cost them a year, we can look at it. But already 4 for 12 in Sacramento with a couple of doubles.
Got to get him up. Got to get him up right now.
We will see. I mean, right now you don't have to get him up because, especially off of today, feels like you have enough offense right now with VR doing what he's doing at third. But if he continues to rip the cover off the baseball, and if the Giants keep getting shut out every other game, you're going to hear a louder drum beat.
Well, that's what's funny. You're like, it doesn't look like they need offense now. You see how quickly our opinions change. Doesn't look like they need offense.
Are they averaging 5 runs a game?
Yeah, exactly. They've been shut out twice, and then they scored 12 one time.
And did they get 8 in the win over the Yankees?
7.
So
7.
19
runs in 4 games.
Yeah, I mean, this team is like, they got to be among the Major League leaders.
Exactly.
Such a joke. I love small sample size baseball.
All right. You want to take a crack at who we're presented by?
Yeah, I would guess Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Yeah, and we're also expecting to talk to Yaz here coming up next. So as soon as we talk to Yaz, we'll have that conversation, bat that around a little bit, and then continue with the big news of the day that Andrew Wiggins is back with the Warriors. Your phone calls on what this means. Fill in that blank. Andrew Wiggins is back, and it means blank for the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570 is the number every day now from 2 to 6 on 95.7 The Game. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Growing a business brings pressure. Staying compliant and retaining top talent in challenging times.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We, as an organization, believe that Mike Yastrzemski will be calling us at some point in the next 10 to 20 or 30 minutes.
Okay. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, he's calling it.
Good.
I think he might want a shower or something like that. I don't know. Out there in Chicago.
Well, I know he's not going to take BP. That's for sure. As hot as he is.
Hot.
Double and a bomb ski today.
What do we got for the we got for the OPS for Mike Yastrzemski? What do we got?
A couple thousand.
What do we Yeah. Yeah, well it's funny to go hop into stats 3 and 4 days in and you get all kinds of weird stuff. I was just telling you that the Toronto Blue Jays, Vlad Guerrero Jr., Bichette, all those great young players, Toronto Blue Jays, 3 games in. You know how many home runs they've hit this year?
8?
None.
What?
0. And the Giants now lead Major League Baseball with 9. The Giants are 9 times better than the Toronto Blue Jays. That's what I got out of that.
Well,
That's
9.
all I know.
Yeah, if they had 1, you could say 9 times, but it's an infinite number of times better.
That's a good
infinite number of outcomes.
Yeah, Yaz's OPS is 1223. 1223. Now, if he can keep that up for the rest of the year, then I think we got something.
Do you know how many teams in Major League Baseball are yet to homer?
I do, because I was just looking at it.
Oh, okay.
How do you think I got the Blue Jays? Yeah, it's just 2.
Yeah. Milwaukee.
Yeah, Brewers haven't hit one either. What the hell are you guys doing, Brewers and Blue Jays? Get your act together.
Giants coming into today were 6th to last. Now they're first.
Yeah. Boy.
Early season extrapolation.
What one good day does for you. And the Giants definitely had one today. So Yaz will join us shortly. It's Willard and Dibs. So glad you're with us. YouTube and Twitch. And those of you hitting up the Comcast business text line and your phone calls at 888-957-9570. The return of Wiggins means what for the Golden State Warriors? I had said earlier today there are a couple of things, and maybe it's wrong to call them unfortunate, but I do think they're outside of the norm, if you will. There's 2 immediate emotions, I think, when Wiggins comes back. And the first of one is just, yes, like that's good. The Warriors are better when Andrew Wiggins is playing. And then the second one is whatever is going on in the personal end. You know, Shams tweeted about his father being ill, whatever the rumors have been on Twitter for the last 3 weeks.
Haven't been that.
Just wrap all of it into one big bucket and just say, look, I'm glad that he's able on some level to work his way through this to get back to his professional life. So those are my first 2 thoughts. But the second 2 are different, which is if the Warriors don't start playing better upon his return or into the playoffs, what exactly is the excuse? They have more than everything they need to at least defend their title with some gravitas, with some dignity, for crying out loud. You can't win a road game? You're going to be a first round out? Are you going to be a play-in tournament team? So that's one of the thoughts. And then the other one is interesting timing, isn't it? In other words, how long ago, and this is cynical, I get it, but how long ago do you think the Warriors actually knew when Andrew Wiggins was coming back and it would be the Monday before the end of the regular season so that we can ramp up for the playoffs?
It's probably been a week or maybe 2 weeks, depending on exactly why he was missing all these games. And he missed 22 games so far, and they're 12-10 since he's been gone. And shout out Kelly Clarkson since he's been gone. 19-18 with Andrew on the floor this year. He's played 37 games. So if you look at what they've done without him, 22-20 without him. So they've been mediocre with him. They've been mediocre without him. They've been bad at home or bad on the road with him. They've been good at home with him and the same without him.
It's true with almost every individual player this year.
There's no one player where you look and go, damn, they're 23-7 when they have this guy on the floor. But that's been the case for everyone. So I do think that the timing is more than just circumstantial. I think that, depending on exactly why he's been away, they've always been looking at this moment as a time if you can come back by April 3rd, if you can be ready for a couple, and I said this a few weeks ago, if you remember, I said if he can just be ready for Sacramento and Portland, 2 games, can you just play 2 games and be able to ramp up and be ready for the playoffs? That's all you need.
Yeah, and I think that that's maybe a different way to put it, because that's the question that I know no one wanted to ask. But as far as Andrew missing time and whatever the reason was, we know that Andrew's not a guy. He's not a game misser. This is not someone who he doesn't do load management a whole lot. We've seen some of the things in his past where he moved heaven and earth to make games. Like, this is someone who likes to play all of the games. He takes it very seriously. So there was a thought in the back of my mind, as insignificant as this may have sounded, and I went, okay, he's whatever this is, it's enough for him to miss regular season games. Is it enough for him to miss playoff games? Let's be honest, that's different.
Yeah.
It is. It's different. And I finally got to the thought about a week and a half ago where I'm like, man, if he was going to miss the rest of the year, they would have said he's going to be out for the rest of the year.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're not saying that. So I'm sort of thinking the playoffs are still a target for him. And then here we go. They get through the Denver game, show up on Monday, bang, Andrew Wiggins is coming back. So I guess what I'm saying is, not to have it sound cynical, but there is a piece of this. I believe the Warriors and Andrew have been working on this for a while, and this has probably been the targeted date for some time. I don't think he woke up this morning and went, okay, guys, I'm ready to come back.
Agreed, and I think we can go back to the comments made by Steve Kerr about a week ago, or I think Steph Curry might have spoken to it as well. When you heard them use words like hopeful, when Steve Kerr says, we're hopeful that Andrew will be able to come back, nothing definitive yet. Well, when Steve Kerr talks about how they are, quote, hopeful that he'll return, I think at that moment, at that point, Andrew Wiggins probably came to the organization and said, yeah, I'm coming back. I need another week. And at that point, Steve Kerr says, yeah, we're hopeful. And I think when he says we're hopeful, he knew at that point exactly what the return would be like.
The only thing that would, with this news, it being a positive day, what a good thing, to sort of erase the bad taste of the loss in Denver, to have Andrew Wiggins coming back. And I do think that they're going to be better in the playoffs. I think they're going to be full strength. I think all those things are still on the table all the way up to the top and competing till the end. But if there's one thing as a Warrior fan that would really concern me, it's the idea that this team seems worn out by their own deficiencies, and they also seem confused by them. That has to be a concern. They're confused by their own deficiencies. Steve Kerr was on with us a week and a half ago. What's up with the road thing? We can't figure it out.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Listen to Curry last night about the lack of focus on the road.
Most of the questions I know, and if we obviously knew what to do about it, we wouldn't do it. So it's just a matter of executing, being mindful of what it takes to win that particular game that night. Maintain our momentum that we've worked hard to create in the first half, but weren't able to do it. Still, the grit in the fight allows us to be one shot away from stealing a game that we had no business being in. But we got to come to a realization, like, if we're going to win or do anything, in a playoff kind of scenario, a game like tonight can't happen.
Okay, he wasn't done.
It's kind of a vibe of how it's been on the road for us all year, for the majority of the time, where it's like a 4 or 5 minute stretch and the wheels just fall off, and you give a team not only a momentum, but you give them belief that, they're supposed to win that game. And that's a dangerous position to be in, with the amount of talent that's in this league, no matter who you're playing. So sound like a broken record a little bit, but we got to be able to still have faith in ourselves that we can figure it out.
Sound like a broken record.
Yeah.
And he's right.
Well, the record is broken. Just look at the record. 9-30? On the road.
Yep.
That's broken. 9-30.
9-30, you're right.
That's a broken record. So you can talk about 30 road losses, and you can give 30 different reasons why you've lost 30 road games, but it's all the same. It's a broken record. They haven't been good enough on the road, and this game that they lost in Denver was a unique way to lose it. You lost it in the second and the third quarters. You were left for dead in the fourth. That game was over. You weren't going to come back. Down 9 with 2 minutes to go, and I heard Kalena say, you're going to need a perfect game from here. And everything was perfect until the last sequence with Clay missing the three.
Just missed a shot. That's really all it was. He missed a shot. It was an inch too long. And that's it. North Bay Jay in Napa. Hey, North Bay Jay, what are you doing?
Hey, man, getting off work, driving home. I just wanted to ask you guys a really basic question. How much energy do you think other teams are putting into their scheme based off of Wiggins potentially coming in or not late in the regular season or right now in the early playoffs, depending on how he lasts in these last couple games? But, I just want to see your take on that as far as how much they're putting into a Wiggins aspect in the Warriors starting.
You talking about their opponents? Are you talking about their opponents or the Warriors themselves?
Their opponents.
Jay, thanks. Appreciate the call, man.
Thanks,
Glad you're off work. I don't really think this Western Conference is such a mess that I think everybody in the end, for right now, just worries about themselves. That's kind of how you do it. Like this.
I don't think Denver worries about anybody. I think Denver looks at what they're doing this year and they think we're the best team going. And I think Memphis looks at itself and they think we're going to whoop that team. Memphis is, Steve Kerr used the phrase mindless. I think Memphis, in large part, is a mindless club. They don't realize how fragile they are. They think that they're the best team ever.
Don't you think that all the teams think that way? Even we talk about this with individuals. How many NBA players think they're the best player in the world?
Probably 75 to 80.
Exactly, right? Like when you're that good. So are you telling me that the Phoenix Suns think that, boy, Denver, Memphis, I don't know. No, they don't think that at all.
No, but I do think that the Kings, for example, look at what they've done and what they're going to do totally different. I don't think that they look at themselves and say, we're adorable, but they understand that they haven't been there before, and they understand that nobody is taking them seriously.
But they're using that. They're using that as their motivator. They're using that as their rallying cry. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. The Lakers think they're the best team. The Warriors think they're the best team. The Clippers and the Suns think they're the best team. The Kings think that they're going to get ready to prove that they're so much better than anyone's giving them credit for. Memphis, Denver, you're right. They think they're the best team. They are like that's what all these teams think. Now, Denver doesn't need to worry about much right now. Neither does Memphis. But the rest of these teams, as far as are they thinking about how to attack the Warriors? Yo, man, everyone right now is thinking about how the hell to get in. That's it. And so they are just
4 through 11 or 10.
They are wrapped up in themselves in terms of we have just got to do what we have to do correctly in our next basketball game. The Suns have separated enough. They're going to be the 4. We can go ahead and say this now. Denver 1, Memphis 2, Sac 3, Phoenix 4. That's the way it's going to be. And then after that, it's still a feather flying around in the wind.
It feels like 5, 6, 7, and 8 are going to be 5, 6, 7, and 8, but we don't know who will be where and who will not be.
That's right.
Where. And I think 9 and 10 is a bit of a slugfest, and Dallas has got, Dallas only has 3 games left.
Yeah.
Even if Dallas wins out, they need help in a big way.
Well, this is actually the relevance for the Warriors with the comment you just made is that OKC is coming in here tomorrow night, but on fire.
Yes.
I don't mean they're playing well. I mean this is a must-have game for them.
Well, they can all but knock Dallas out in a win tomorrow because if they beat the Warriors, they go to 39-41, and if Dallas loses, they'll have a 2-game lead on Dallas in the loss column with 2 games left to go. That's basically night-night for the Dallas Mavericks. So
where's Dallas tomorrow? Dallas doesn't play tomorrow.
They don't?
No.
I thought everyone played tomorrow.
Not everybody.
Nobody plays tonight.
Most of them.
Which is an absolute crock.
Wednesday must be the next game for the Mavericks host the Kings on Wednesday night. They host Sacramento.
And I don't think that the Team Beam, is going to be one to shut it down. Maybe a little bit toward the very, very end. But
but Mike Brown he's
not happy with how they're playing.
Yeah, he's on him right now.
No doubt.
He's on him. And then I'm looking at what else Dallas still has left. After that, the Mavericks host the Bulls on Friday night.
Chicago's playing for a ton.
And then and then the Sunday game where everybody plays. Oh, they host the Spurs. Mavericks are home the rest of the way, and they go Kings, Bulls, Spurs. I mean,
well, they need to win all three and get help,
and they might. That's no slight on the Kings. I'm with you that they're not going to shut it down, but they are a little short on motivation when you compare it with Dallas. They're also not playing very well. They're not playing very well right now. So the Mavericks could win all three of those. The point is that Oklahoma City is going to put everything they have into tomorrow night.
And Dallas holds the tiebreaker on Oklahoma City, I believe.
Yeah.
I'll have to check the head-to-head, but I think I know they have a better conference record. So Oklahoma City's thinking we need to be clear of Dallas in order to still keep that 10 spot. So you're right. Oklahoma City's coming in here. It's not a must-win for OKC, but it's the kind of game that if they beat Golden State, it's a deep breath kind of game because you can then exhale.
Yeah, I was really thinking going into last night. I mean, when we looked at this from afar a week ago, it was like, well, they're probably going to lose in Denver because they're a bad road team, and Denver is the 1 seed.
Yeah.
Like, that all makes sense.
Yeah.
But then you experience it. Jokic isn't playing, and you're leading the game most of the way for the first half and beyond, and then all of a sudden now it feels different. Like I was thinking in my head over those last 9 games, that was going to be one of the ones that the Warriors lost. But now that they actually lost it and the way they lost it, all of a sudden you look at this and you go, oh, crap. Like didn't you feel like when they beat the Spurs the other night, got back on track, you're like, okay, still heading for their 43 wins. They're going to get the 5 or the 6 seed. Every time you lose a game in these Western Conference standings, it feels like all hell is breaking loose. It really does.
Yeah.
You lose one game and you're like, oh my God, if they don't win the next game, really bad stuff's going to happen. When they were down 20 against New Orleans, you're like, this is really bad. Like they're going to be in the play-in tournament bad. And then they rallied and they won. And you went, okay, everything's we're going to be championship. And then you go on the road and you lose a game. You're like, oh, hell. So now, to me, tomorrow night, you are right back in the same place you were against the New Orleans Pelicans. If you lose that game, really bad stuff is going to happen. I'm telling you. I'll call it. You don't have to call it a must-win because I guess it's not.
It's not.
If the Warriors lose tomorrow night, they're going to be in the play-in tournament. I think that.
No, I'll buy that.
I believe it. And if they win tomorrow night, they won't be.
That's probable.
I think tomorrow is the pivot.
Well, if they end up winning the final 3, they go 44-38, and at that point, the Lakers and the Clippers would both have to win out to beat you, and they play each other, so that won't happen. So you'll be ahead of 1. The Pelicans have 38 losses. If you end up with 38 losses, you're going to be a top 6 team. If you have 39,
Probably.
Although there's tiebreaker machinations that don't favor you, and that's what hurts you.
There's no doubt. I know the Lakers play the Clippers, so that's a loss that's baked in for one of them for sure. All right, we'll get back to all of that here in just a second, but first, let's experience this together for a second, shall we?
Yes, hits one high. Hits it deep. Out of here. Kopak immediately looked in the dugout.
Yeah, and there was no help there either. And here he is now, live in Chicago. Mike Yastrzemski joining us here on 95.7 The Game and Willard and Dibbs. Hey, man, it's great to have you. A 1223 OPS. Is that your plan this year? What the hell's going on?
Hopefully. I mean, it's still shy of what Barry would do,
Yes, it's true. Although, come on, man, let us know what some of the conversations were that were spilling out of the dugout on what was a very Barry Bonds type day. 7 home runs for the team. You guys were 1 shy of the all-time franchise record. What was the feeling inside the dugout today?
I think guys were just, it was kind of a dreary day, and we flew in last night, so I think no one was trying too hard, and that's sometimes the best recipe. You just go in there and trust what you have for that day.
What's the 5th inning like where it's almost like beer league softball where you got guys just sipping on a Coors Light and hitting it 400? It's just homer after homer, and then you get your crack at it. Did you feel added pressure there to go deep because everyone else had?
No, not at all. Honestly, I hadn't even thought about it. It was more so just trying to put together a good at bat and not let that inning come to a halt. That was kind of the most important thing.
Mike Yastrzemski with us on Willard and Dibs, goes 2 for 3 with a homer and a double. The Giants beat the White Sox 12-3. Hey, Mike, Farhan had said before the year that he thinks this could be a team that hits a lot of home runs. Is that almost part of the philosophy offensively? What do you think this is going to look like for the whole group toward the end of the year?
I don't necessarily think it's part of the philosophy, but just a result of good at bats and good training. We've got great hitting coaches, and obviously Farhan sees great talent, so we've got a lot of talented guys, and I think it's just one of those things where you just try and put together good at bat for the guy behind you, the guy in front of you, and good things just start to roll.
Is it frustrating when you have, and it's been a small sample size, but you've got a couple of games where nobody hits anything and then other games where everybody's hitting everything? Is it hard to stay locked in and confident when you go from zeros to heroes in the course of just hours?
I think that's just baseball. There's nobody who can be amazing every single day. This game will humble you very quickly, and I think as long as we keep the mindset that we have, where we have short-term memory loss after a bad game, and we focus on how to get back to what we want to be doing on the field, then we'll be in great shape. But it's those times where you actually mentally and emotionally ride those highs and lows. As long as you're kind of staying somewhere in the middle, then you can hopefully be in a better spot for most of the days.
Mike, can you tell everybody what happened to Bryce Johnson in the clubhouse after the game?
Yeah, he had a nice little beer shower, just to make sure he enjoyed it and had a good memorable moment. There may have been some like baby powder thrown in there, some smoothies, but that's the best part about hitting your first homer in the show.
I heard also, ketchup, mustard, and anything that goes on a pancake. True or false?
That's and plus some.
Nice, like powdered sugar and syrup. And
tremendous.
Who is the auteur or the author of kind of the add-ons? Because the beer shower is kind of a standard, but then who decides whether it's going to be a syrup day or a salsa day?
Usually the chefs. Whatever's ready for post-game spread. Anything's an option at that point.
Hey, Yaz, Mike Yastrzemski's with us here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, what do you think about this one game and then a day off in these series to start? How's that working for you guys?
It's fine. It's interesting. I've never really understood why so many teams in the North open up games at home, especially with all the bad weather. And that kind of seems like why we have the off days in between is there's almost guaranteed to be rain at this point. So it's just one of those things where you just got to deal with what you're thrown and just kind of handle however that is. Even if you got something rolling, that's all right. You just got to take a little breather and then work on it the next day.
How do you compare and contrast your New York off day to what's going to come tomorrow in another great American city in Chicago?
I a whole lot in New York. Hopefully I'll be able to get out a little more in Chicago. It's supposed to be rainy, unfortunately. So nothing too fun. Just get a little family time, hang out with my wife and daughter, and make some memories in a different city.
How is being a dad, by the way?
It's awesome. You always hear about all the work and all the tough times, but nobody can really give you a full experience of what the good times are like, and they're so worth every tantrum and food thrown on the floor. It's all worth it.
How old is your child, and what is what's your diapering technique like? Because I have a 7-month-old. I'm a little bit older than most dads, and I could go one-handed on that now if need be.
That's pretty good. I'm impressed by that. She's 16 months, and I'm more of like a pit crew. I'm in and out real quick.
That's good.
You got to contain the legs, especially if we're dealing with a heavy diaper, no doubt.
Yaz is with us. Hey, having the last name Yastrzemski and opening up at Yankee Stadium, what was that experience like?
That was pretty cool. It was obviously it was a tough day when you got to face Garrett Cole, but it was a really cool experience to play there, and it was surreal. The crowd was great, and I'd never really there are a few places where, you know, you go through the big leagues and they're a little more underwhelming, but there's nothing that's really as big of a stage as Yankee Stadium, and that was really cool to experience.
Now, it was fun to see you guys with that schedule spot to start and be able to come home here. And by the way, the sun is actually out here in the Bay Area now, so you've got...
How about it?
Yeah, it's, I mean, shocking.
The home opener this weekend. It's supposed to be really, really nice.
It's going to be gorgeous. But what's it like playing outfield with, you know, some new mates out there, and including, you know, you got Sable out there, you got Johnson, Conforto. Is it a little bit different with some new outfield mates?
Yeah, but I think it's been really good so far. It's been fun. It'll be nice to have Slade and Haniger back too. Just playing with guys that are going to be out in the outfield every day is awesome and kind of a sigh of relief, because it's always in the back of your head when you've got somebody who's not playing their natural position. You know, it's not their fault or anything, but you just always have it in the back of your head of, you know, do I have to cover extra ground? Do I have to shade over here? So it's really nice having guys who are very experienced in the outfield out there.
Yes, I got 2 new rules questions. One of them,
right.
Pitch clock. What do you think?
I think it's been fine. I don't really know if I've seen much of a difference in terms of, you know, how the game's actually being played. But I was told from some family that they'd be like, well, we blinked and the game was over. Like they didn't enjoy it at the field, but they enjoyed it when they watched it on TV. You know, they explained it as, you know, with, you know, the way that ticket prices are and beer prices and everything. It's like, you're going to go to 1 or 2 games a year, and that's what they're, like, you know, really hoping for. They want to enjoy that ballpark experience and be there for as long as possible. And, you know, some people think that way, some people don't, but I thought that was an interesting take.
I got to admit, like, that's been on my brain what this is going to feel like. Like, if you go to get a beer and a dog and you come back and you missed an inning and a half, like, what's that going to feel like for people?
Yeah, that was the other thing I was asking them. I was like, you catch a long line and all of a sudden there's 2 innings gone.
Right.
You know?
All right, and then here's the other one. The idea with the shift going away has been more balls in play. And then you guys went to Yankee Stadium and struck out 417 times in 3 games. Is the shift going away changing your philosophy at the plate, or what happened there?
I don't think so. I think, you know, we just ran into a buzzsaw a couple times. You know, there's the reason why Garrett Cole gets paid over $300 million, you know? And you obviously want to try and do as much as you can and have great at-bats. And I think there will be a lot more emphasis on two-strike contact at some point. You know, I think the analytics is going to see how important that is at one point or another, and that'll be interesting.
Bigger bases, do you even notice when you're out there?
You mean the pizza boxes?
Exactly.
No, I haven't noticed anything different on that, but it does seem like stolen base numbers are up with all the new rule changes and stuff like that. So that'll be something to keep an eye on for sure.
Is that your daughter right there in the background? What's she got going on? Yeah.
Yeah, she's going nuts over here. She loves running around in hotels right now.
Oh my gosh, that's
so great.
That's perfect. So and
my wife calls it hotel room parkour.
Well, and it's the witching hour too, right? 7:15 where you are. This is when it's like the last gasp where they freak out and scream and roll around, and then they pass out, and that's it for the night, right?
Yeah, we're right at that point. So she's running around everywhere, having herself a great time.
It's the beauty of the hotel, though, is the long, long hallway. You can just, turn her loose and check her 40 time.
Exactly, yeah. Just hope that it's everybody else on the team that's on the floor, not other guests.
Yeah, true.
Yes, thanks so much for calling in, man. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Okay, there he goes. Mike Yastrzemski with his lovely wife and daughter in Chicago. And a full day off in one of America's greatest cities, as you said.
Yeah.
And, of course, it's going to rain.
Well, and it's family time. So, and again, that's kind of a nightmare, though, when you have a 1.5-year-old. So it's rainy. And if you had an off day with the wife and your young daughter and the weather is good in Chicago, there's only about 87 different things that you could do.
Doubt, man.
It'd be a full day of let's go to the Millennium Fountain. Let's go here. Let's go there. But rain, there's only so much you can do. and so many places that you want to tote your rainy daughter around.
Tell me all about rain in Chicago as somebody who went to that 49er game in September.
I don't think that it even rained that day. Like a little drizzle, you big baby.
It's so funny. Like even you think back to it, and my shoulders immediately tighten. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so wet. It's so cold.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I've never been outside in rain like that in my entire life.
So I'm watching that game on TV, and I know you're there, and it's the weather's bad early, and it's like, okay, it's a little, foul weather. Hey, I'm sure Mark is fine. He and his boys, he's probably 1 or 2 drinks in, feeling it big time.
It was a crazy day. I had a drink. Yeah.
I mean, super crazy.
It was wacky.
And I'm like,
It was crazy.
It's wet, but it's a memorable wet day. And then, my God, late third quarter into the early fourth, when the rain is going sideways, and it's just literally sheets.
And I have a sports fan philosophy.
Thank you.
Listen to me, people sitting with me. We aren't leaving. Especially that day, because I'm like, I got all you these tickets. All 8 of you. I got you your ticket. Get your butt back in this seat and take it.
But all 8 didn't stay, like 5 of them left, right?
Gone.
Totally.
Gone.
And that was a ball game, too. It wasn't like 38-7 where, if your team's up 4 touchdowns or down 4 touchdowns with 8 minutes to go, I'll allow it. You can go. I mean, this game is over. But that thing was a ball game.
No, it was a ball game, but it was like incredibly uncomfortable rain and drunk Chicago fans giving it to us.
Oh, boy.
Giving it to us. And I'm like,
stuck it in you.
Yeah, we got to take it. We dished it. It's kind of like...
you dished it early.
Yeah, I dished it. They kicked that field goal to go 10-0. I'm like, this thing's over. You're not scoring twice? You think you can score twice? You can't score once.
You're not scoring twice?
It's over.
Oh, boy.
And then I got it. But it's like Steph Curry says, man, don't shimmy if you don't want someone to shimmy back at you.
And this takes us back to the national championship game from last night.
Exactly.
Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark, don't do the you can't see me John Cena unless you want me to not do it back to you when we're running you off the floor.
It was one, I'll be honest with you, I did not watch most of that game. We had weekend soccer games. We had all kinds of stuff going on.
I happened to catch a nice sweet spot between baby nap and like the lone time I had. So I actually posted up for most of that.
Good. I mean, it
was a good basketball
game. I caught a little bit, but then I wasn't even prepared for what was going to happen next.
Right.
I was not ready for social media to be angry because a basketball player emotionally reacted to another basketball player. I'm like, is this a story? Have any of you ever watched a basketball game?
Right.
Have you ever seen a basketball game where there isn't trash talk, where there isn't in your face? Dikembe Mutombo.
No.
He puts a finger in between people's eyes. And everyone's like, oh, that's so funny, Dikembe Mutombo. And then
they actually had to outlaw that because it got to be so inflammatory.
I mean, but then now here a black woman does it, and oh my
don't do that.
gosh, no, that's what it was.
You can't do that.
It is that.
The plucky white girl from West Des Moines, she can talk trash all she wants, Mark, because that's how it works here in America.
I was just thankful for it because I'm like, look, sometimes racism and sexism need to be explained to people. I was like, just killed 2 birds with 1 stone right here.
Am I
show
right?
you
Yeah.
both of them at once.
And you pulled that out in the green room, and I hadn't thought about it from the sexism standpoint because I was so wrapped up in just the racism part of it, which to me, it hit me like a slap in the face at just another, and all the people coming out and condemning Angel Reese for, she was too aggressive. She did it once in the foul line. She didn't have to follow her around the court and do it again and all the rest of it. And then come to find out, Caitlin had actually kind of done it first and done it at equal levels and been equally disrespectful. But all of a sudden now she's the face of the sport.
You may know this. I've got no names and no teams, but maybe round 3 in the women's tournament. What was that trash talk that happened in the handshake line after the game? Remember those 2 ladies started barking at each other? And John Boy Media did one of those breakdowns of the moment, which are hilarious because he's a great lip reader. And I'm telling you, some of the things that were being said back and forth to one, not very savory things.
Right.
You could read the lips. And by the way, it was a white girl who was saying it to an African American, and nobody said anything.
Right.
Everyone's just like, oh, look at that. It's trash talk in the women's game. Okay, let's make peanut butter and jelly. And they moved on. And then we see it in the national title game going the other direction. And I saw the word classless online at least 15 times. And I couldn't believe it. You ever watch basketball?
Right.
This is basketball.
And just know the backstory of the individual involved who, and I actually was looking at some press clips, some videos today from the University of Iowa that they put out, and Caitlin is talking about how she loves to talk trash, and she trash talks her coach, and she trash talks her teammates, and it's what she does. It's what motivates her. And that's what I said on Twitter, where if the young lady is not offended by what Angel Reese did to her, then why is everyone else going to be upset? Why are you going to cape up for Caitlin Clark when she hasn't said one word?
Yeah.
She hadn't said, oh, Angel, that was classless. Act like you've won before. Nothing. She didn't even look at her when she was doing the trash talk to John Cena because she knew that that's part of the deal.
That's how you do it. Yeah, that's absolutely how you do it. So, I mean,
I'm with you.
Players did nothing wrong here. Just everybody else. The coaches, fans,
and I'll say this,
everything.
and I'll only say this once, and I hope they don't record this, but the refs all but ruined that game.
Please record that.
Please don't, because I hate to turn on my fellow officials, but
Mark,
they had no hold of that ball game.
I beg you to send me an MP3 copy of the sentence that just came out of Dibs' mouth.
He dumped it.
No, I'll pay you.
No, he
I'm
dumped
not kidding.
it. It was too bad.
Are you full-time, Mark? Because I'll pay you. I'll pay you.
I'll promote you on the spot.
I'll pay you for this. Seriously.
Are you rolling, Luke? Because I got bad news. I was just cutting up the Yaz interview, and I was not actively rolling.
And he's eating a cookie. You can hear it. He's talking with his
It's
mouth.
actually an apple slice.
Oh, my fault. Always fit. Always healthy.
I'll just go back on the Odyssey app or to YouTube later, and
good knowledge.
I'll record it myself.
No, do it.
Yeah.
Do it, because
I will.
I'll never say that again.
I'll do it.
And I know you didn't watch the game because you have a life. I just regret that I didn't bet LSU. They were getting a point and a hook. My God. I mean, that was, you want to talk about Ottoman.
Bet the under tonight. Game starts in an hour. I'm telling you, bet the under tonight, San Diego State, UConn. And if I'm wrong, I'll apologize tomorrow. But I feel this one. This is one of those that I feel.
Yeah.
I feel it.
I'm on the Aztecs and the 7.5.
All right. Yeah, I hope. I hope they win. I hope they win this thing.
The under had hit in 12 in a row before the last San Diego State game.
I know, which is why I think the number, like there's a little reaction in there, but it's also just the style of game that I think is coming. I think this is
the under hit on every game. Lucas, is that what you mean?
12-0.
12 straight games
12.
played, right?
12.
Not San Diego State
Correct.
game. Okay.
No, San Diego State games.
See, this is where you need to clarify.
Yeah.
It needs to be.
It.
Yeah.
The audience, Lucas, it's not about Mark.
The under.
Wait a minute.
Okay, so the over-under.
It's not about Mark. It's always about Mark.
It's a bet where you total
I agree.
points.
Yeah. Thank you, Mark.
You two Marks can get a room. So what you're saying is, in San Diego State tournament games, the under hit 12 straight times.
Not all tournament games. They've played, 4 or 5?
Thank you. 12 straight tournament games. What are we going back to 2020? Well, I mean, 2000.
The Big West had a tournament.
2018. Mm-hmm. That's a different tournament.
That's also a tournament game, though, Marks.
I
better at your job.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, please, Dibs. Let's at least,
Anyway.
there's at least an easy insinuation that you should have been able to pick up there.
You know what that would have been?
What would it have been?
An insinuation sensation.
You pay the buck.
I'll pay it. I still have that jar of money, by the way. What are we going to do with that?
Oof.
We're supposed to donate it, but...
We could put it to my Uber tab.
Yeah?
Dude, you made a joke about me in Chicago having a big day where I might have gotten to 2 drinks.
Yeah.
You know what happened? A Saturday night? Oh, gosh. I hope the lovely Christy's listening.
Whew. This past weekend.
I had to go get in my own passenger seat.
Wait. You were unable to drive?
Oh, no, I just made a good decision.
Which means you were unable to drive.
Actually, she made a good decision.
Yeah.
She made a good
I
decision.
can do it, Christina. Is that Kathy?
There's such a good bit. Y'all should go Google Bill Burr and his bit about drunk driving.
You got to Google it.
He's like, you walk into your car, you feel like you're Elvis or a Beatle. People are throwing themselves at you. And you're like, no, I'll see you tomorrow. I'm going, and people are diving at your legs, pulling at your shirt. There's no better feeling in the world than when you're trying to get to your car when you shouldn't. It's pretty funny. He's so good. Skeels in Vallejo is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Skeels, what are you doing?
Hey, Willard. Hey, Dibs. I was hoping to shoot some hoops, but I can't find my left shoe. I was looking for that.
Man, shout out Daniel Day-Lewis. My left foot.
Yeah. That's totally what it is, Dan. I decided I would just call you guys real quick. I heard you were doing afternoons now, and I just want to be the first to wish you well in this new time slot.
Well, you're not the first, but you're about the 32nd. So is that good enough? You're in the top 32, Skills.
I'll take it as long as you guys are on the air. I love me some Dillard Whips.
Made the tournament.
Thank you.
Exactly. Yes.
Thank you, Skills.
You are you got an at-large bid. Did you have something on Farhan? What'd you got?
Well, basically, this past off season, we signed a bunch of guys. I should say he signed a bunch of guys who either missed all or part of last season. I don't know what kind of trend it's supposed to be starting, but I'm hoping it doesn't last. And even though the Giants had a great day today, they had a very good day at the plate today, I'm still not sold on this team. We have just no real identity. And I know we tried to get Aaron Judge, and that didn't work out. I know we tried to get Carlos Correa, who has proven himself to be healthy the last few years, but no, it's so backwards. We don't sign the guy who's proven to be healthy, and we do sign the guys who have not proven to be healthy. Just real quick, when I was a youngster, I had all kinds of problems, and I was always getting in and out of trouble, and things were happening. I got, bad grades, bad everything. And one day my uncle pulled me aside, and he just said, "Skills, yo, dog." And basically he's telling me I need to get my life together. Someone needs to pull Farhan aside and say the same thing to him so he can get his act together before this team loses 110 games. And I'll let you guys go on that note. Have a good day.
All right, Skills.
Thank
See you later.
Skills.
First of all, I gathered that Skills was called Skills all the way back when he was a kid, so that's amazing.
Might be his real first name.
Might be.
I tried to name my firstborn Styles, but I was vetoed, so we named him Quest.
And then it ended up being the last name of a coworker years later.
Yes.
Amazing.
And it would be cool if he named his kid Styles. But I believe he's having a girl very soon. Well,
yeah.
his better half. He's not actually.
I would like his girl to be named Fights, because then Styles
make fights. That's pretty good.
Styles make fights. Anyway.
That was a convoluted 3. I like it.
That is
great.
great.
A little bit of a wobbly approach, but we got there. So anyway, thank you.
Wow, Grandy, mark on mark crime.
So what about what he's saying here? Here's how I would respond. There's nothing anyone can say to take away the disappointment of the offseason, but saying, hey, you didn't sign Correa, who has been healthy, and then you signed a bunch of people who haven't been healthy. What's the deal? Well, but you signed a bunch of people who haven't been healthy for like billions fewer dollars and all like 1, 2, or 3 years as opposed to 13. So that would be their response there.
It would be. As a fan, though, that none of that matters to me.
But it has to.
Well, what matters to me is what the team is like on the field.
Fair. Of course.
If it means that after Conforto and Hanny are here for 2 or 3 years and then they move on and they're replaced by the next Conforto and the next Haniger, and those guys are as good, and this thing keeps moving forward and you continue to be a good team, a competitive team, and all the rest of it, then yeah, I'm all for that, Farhan. But the net going into this year is you went after 2 big time bats, and we were excited for those 2 guys, and you didn't have either one of them sign with you. So it falls on the guys you did bring in to be pretty good.
There's no doubt about that. And like I said, there's nothing anybody can do to take away the disappointment of the offseason. I do want to point this out, though. The Giants are being criticized for having a characteristic that I think almost every team now has. Certainly the other teams here in the Bay Area. Have you not noticed all of the teams in the Bay Area are targeting guys who are coming off injury, who they think they can get for cheaper?
Upside.
They're like, this is the 49ers have absolutely done that.
Have the Warriors?
What did DiVincenzo do last year?
Not much. Not much.
But and I believe dealt with a lot of injury, right?
I'd have to Google it.
I the Warriors are a little different because you're only bringing in
pieces.
You're bringing in
not
2-3 people
centerpieces.
per year. But this idea of we're targeting that person because we think their market is depressed compared to their likely production, that's just the game now. That's not the Giants. Do the Giants do it maybe a little bit more than others? I guess I could hear that. But, like, my gosh, that's Parag and Kyle and John have made a job out of that with the 49ers the last few years. Just go look at the entire repetitive Jason Verrett experience.
The torn ACLs.
And over and over and over again. Why they brought back Jimmy Ward years ago when nobody wanted them to bring him back. Why were they able to bring him back? Because everyone thought this guy can't stay healthy.
Yeah.
Right? So
DiVincenzo played 25 games last year. So to your point, his market was depressed.
Why was his market depressed compared to GP2's? GP2 was healthy. Dante wasn't. What happened this year? Whoop, it flipped.
Yeah.
So I just, it's not that you can't criticize for that, but don't hang that on the Giants. Because that's everybody.
Well, it's not everybody.
It is kind of everybody.
Well, if you look at teams like the Dodgers and the Yankees, then the Padres are not doing that.
They're doing it too.
The
Sure
Padres are taking
they're doing
the biggest of the biggest of the biggest names and giving them an extra $100 million and saying, "Look at us, we're the Padres. We're not plucky anymore." So it's not everyone.
They are doing it. They're just doing that also, and that's what that's what a fan wants.
That's exactly what I was going to say. That's what a fan wants. And you know what? If Conforto hits 32 home runs and Haniger has 46 doubles, then we're all going to line up and say, Farhan, you crazy genius, you've done it again.
It is an odd year. That's what we're supposed to do now.
Right.
Yeah.
An odd year.
Well,
No more even years for these guys?
It's just like Warrior games. The Giants seasons, Farhan's reign has been no different than this year's Warrior season. Lose a game, and we'll be here the next day to be like, you suck. You can't win.
Right.
You're not good enough. Win one game. Watch what happens Wednesday morning if and when the Warriors beat the Thunder. Dibs?
We're back. We beat championship.
They can win it all.
That's 4 for your Google.
They can win it all. And this is what we do. And it's
Sonny, I'm not giving back the 100.
A year and a half ago, Farhan was on statue track.
No, stop.
107. You couldn't mess. Giants
we
players.
Throw statues around too frivolously.
Okay, fine, whatever you want to call it. But how often
he was on contract track?
He was on genius track. I heard that word all the time. Giants players are coming on the show going, in Farhan we trust. They said it out loud. And then a year later, this guy's the biggest loser, nerd, what? They just freak out.
Spreadsheet, moron, backfill the roster.
Right. And then he gets Correa, and for 3 days, we got to do
about 30 hours.
Spend some money, blah, blah, blah. And then here comes the press conference, and we're right back. And then you're even watching it like in a very small sample right now. No runs, 7 runs.
Sure.
No runs, 12 runs.
That's right.
And so each day it swings back and forth.
So that means Wednesday, no runs, and then...
Wow, that's going to be tough.
It'll be 17 runs the next day.
Perfect.
And then no runs, and then 22 runs.
And a 3-3 trip, you'd have taken it if I had offered it to you beforehand.
Probably.
No
yeah, it
doubt.
felt like a 2-4.
Well, yeah.
You lose both series.
You go on a 6-game road trip where 3 of them are at New York? Yeah, you take
And the
3-3.
White Sox are a much better team than they were last year.
You take 3-3. Absolutely, you take 3-3.
I wonder if the Giants do exactly what the Warriors have done in terms of their proximity to 500, because the Warriors have not been more than 4 above or 4 below the entire year. So will the Giants be in that same sort of realm? You know, plus or minus 8 would be a baseball equivalent because you play twice as many games. I wonder if the Giants don't have that same kind of year where they're 14-22, and then you wake up and it's like they're 38-38.
Yeah, Dusty Baker's old philosophy was just try to play 500 on the road, and then do your damn thing at home, and whatever you can do at home, that can be your differential between wins and losses in the standings, and that's enough. And that's I completely subscribe to that. The Giants can go get 38, 39, 40 road wins this year. I think they'll be in the playoffs. What was their split last year? I don't even know off the top of my head.
When they went 81 and 81.
What was their split? They were 44-37 at home, 37-44 on the road. You get to 40 wins On the road, I think that's
500. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that this will go well. I go well for any team. Take the Phillies last year. What were they on the road? 40-41.
Yeah.
Playoffs, 87 wins. So that was his philosophy. I think it's a pretty good one.
Giants 53-28 the year before on the road, and 54-27 at home.
That's stupid.
I mean, that's absurd.
That is absolutely ridiculous.
54-27 at home. To your case, if you go 40-41 on the road, that's a 94 win year. You would take that every single year from here until the end of days.
Dodgers last year on the road, 54-27.
Jesus.
Only to be bettered by their home record, 57-24 for 111 wins.
And a World Series.
Oh.
Shoot. I might have had that wrong. Sorry. Damn it. First mistake. There goes my perfect game.
Still feels good, too, doesn't it? By the way, speaking of those Padres, I mean, look, nobody's wrong. Everybody wants that kind of fun, okay? It like San Diego right now is fun. They're in the national championship game tonight. They got that ballpark. It's full. They got stars coming at you every single batter, it feels like. When Tatis gets back, they're going to roll that out in a row. Machado, Soto, Bogarts. Tatis.
Yeah.
All that. I mean, my God, that's fun.
They still got Cronenworth?
Yep. Just signed him to a new deal.
Yeah.
And so far, it has all added up to...
They're 2-2, Mark. They're all 2-2.
I don't mean this year. I mean the whole experience. So, who wouldn't trade places with that roster? I would too. That's not my point. My point is they haven't rolled the ball in the hole yet either. The Padres is a little bit of a 49ers thing going on there. Where it's like, this is really fun. You got a great roster. You're competing. You're there at the end every year. You're on everybody's list, but you haven't gotten that whole deal yet. You haven't gotten all the way to the end. They haven't even made it to the World Series. So anyway, long experience ahead as far as this one is concerned. Remember to go to YouTube. That's where you can not only hear the show, but you can watch it. You can see who gets red in the face. You can see Dibbs' beard. You can see when people spill coffee, all of that stuff. YouTube.com/957 The Game to watch us live. And most importantly, when someone cusses, you get to be the only one to hear it. Like and subscribe for all of the 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. Time for more of your calls. It's a Wiggins Day here at 95.7 The Game, and this is Willard and Dibbs.
Don't talk about that.
and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, that's it. We don't get any more Sterling this year, right? Yanks don't come here. This unbalanced schedule thing will be weird. The Giants are like promoting all over social media, like get your tickets now. The Dodgers are coming next week, right?
Yeah.
I think they come next week. Their promotion goes, hey, get your seats now. The Dodgers don't come back till September.
September? I thought it was August, but wow.
Crying out loud. Really?
Good job, baseball.
I already don't like it.
I didn't like it when they came up with it.
I don't like it.
So you've got, instead of 19 against your division rivals, it's only 12, which means 6 here and 6 there, as opposed to 10 here and 9 there, or 9 here and 10 there, the traditional 19, which I get it. It's fun to see different teams like the Yankees. It's nice. I had to go to the neck.
No, I appreciate it.
It's fun to have that, but at the expense of real rivalry games against the Dodgers, I'm out. I'm a Giants fan.
Yeah. I mean,
always have been.
Just look at, I know you have. I mean, look at the start of the season here for the Giants. Look at this. 3 with the Yankees, 3 with the White Sox, and then they're coming home for their traditional battle on the home opener against the Kansas City Royals.
World Series rematch.
The Dodgers will be the first National League team the Giants play this year. It'll be like almost 2 weeks into the season.
Yeah.
That's weird.
It's super weird, but
nothing like it.
I think baseball is getting closer to just straight up doing away with American League and National League. I don't even know what the point is anymore. If your schedule is going to be mostly balanced and you're playing now by the same rules, no more DH in either league, why have a league at all?
I mean, other
than tradition.
I do understand the idea of getting their best players to every city, at least every other year. That I understand. If you are still mad at Aaron Judge, like you seem to be.
Oh, I'm not mad at him now.
In theory,
let's just keep throwing him strikes.
You get to boo him in person next year. Like, we don't get to see Aaron Judge in person, but we do now. And in theory, every 2 years, every single star in the game will come to your ballpark. I do understand that. But I also hear what you're saying. It's a high price to pay, man. It like that midsummer games or game against the Dodgers, that series against the Dodgers, and what happens to that stadium and their stadium down in L.A. when the teams are visiting, and what that's like for the fans and everything. I don't know how you replace that. I don't know how you replace that with, but it's okay because the Twins are coming.
Exactly.
Like,
Kansas City.
I don't know how you replace that.
You don't, and they're not interested in replacing it.
The Twins are coming, right? Didn't we decide that the Twins were coming?
You don't want to face Carlos Correa.
Here he comes, man.
He's hot. 2 for 4 today with 2 runs batted in.
Really?
And a double.
Is that true?
Of course it's true.
It's not true.
Okay, here's what we like to do on the show. I say something that's factual. Mark doesn't believe it, and he spends the next 30 seconds Googling it.
No. I was actually looking at when the Twins were coming, but they're not. We go there. Giants are going to go there.
We
are going there.
They're 2-2, so now it's we.
Oh,
We've already gotten to the we portion of the program.
It was a consideration.
Yeah,
Atta babe.
Infinite number of things to call them.
And they all start with we.
Yeah, the Giants are going to Minnesota May 22, 23, 24. Not too far.
It's a big series.
Coming up soon. It is big. Carlos Correa Bowl. All right, Charles in South City with Willard and Dibs. Hi, Charles. What are you doing?
I am currently listening to you guys. How are you guys doing this Monday?
Well, we're currently listening to you, Charles. We're doing great.
Quite went for the Giants earlier, huh? Anyway, for the Warriors, with Wiggins coming back, I feel like it could definitely impact something like the defense and the offense a little bit on the floor. Definitely DiVincenzo going on the bench. Obviously, you guys know a lot more about basketball than me, but this is the way I see it. You got the restaurant quality of Dante, a DiVincenzo.
This is going really well.
Bench, and then you got Wiggins out there on the floor when he's up and ready to go. That's my take. And if you guys can cut this, if you can, I want the restaurant quality, not fast food quality, my friends.
Charles, it's a great call. We're going to go ahead and rack him. That was so good. He wants restaurant quality. He talked about the floor.
He tried to tuck in like 15 Willard and Dibsisms.
Great.
into one call and still have it make sense. And it almost worked.
Right.
Almost.
It's kind of like our show.
I'm not sure. Yeah, that's a good point.
It almost works.
Like, it made me laugh, but I don't know what the point. What was the point? That Wiggins is a good basketball player?
Yes.
Got it.
And
It's true.
when he comes back on the floor,
On the floor.
and he's alongside the restaurant quality of DiVincenzo. Yeah, he had it all in there.
But
That was a
then
good
what?
call.
You have to finish that.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
No, you don't. You can just leave that one alone.
On the floor.
Exactly.
So I go, when Wiggins is on the floor, and then he's next to the restaurant quality of a DiVincenzo, then what? What happens?
Then we'll see tomorrow.
Just like
It's
re-rack it and
OKC.
say it again.
Exactly. Just run more material after that.
I believe what I said to you about a half hour ago about that game tomorrow night. I think if the Warriors lose, they're going to be in the play-in tournament.
And I believe what I said to you must have been last Friday. And I think that this is actually going to happen tomorrow if the Warriors do it right. And that'll be an Andrew Wiggins out of the tunnel in street clothes at the first media timeout. Ladies and gentlemen, joining the Warriors for the first time in 2 months in street clothes, Andrew Wiggins.
Ooh.
It'd be great to have him be able to come out and do a quick little I call it the Lee Corso for those of you on YouTube.
Yeah,
you can see my.
It's a little like pageant. There's some pageantry to it. Like
right,
you
but if you
like
watch College Game Day and you see Lee Corso after he puts on the mascot head.
The mascot head.
This is the wave that he does.
Yeah, and also it's like very Miss America-ish too.
Totally.
Yeah, when you're walking.
I think that's where Lee gets
on
it.
that catwalk. There.
It would be great if Wiggins did that.
I don't think they will.
I don't think that he will.
Yeah, I don't think that they will or he.
Well, I think that they should. But I don't think that he would. I think it would be a great moment.
It'd be fun, but I don't necessarily know the why. Do you know what I mean?
To let the fans be able to shower him with an ovation and let him know how much we love him and how much we've missed him.
Does he need that? Or does he want that?
I don't know if he needs it, but I would guess he doesn't want it because he's a shy kid.
Right, he doesn't like attention.
No.
Or he doesn't like, right? He doesn't want a lot of attention.
Right.
Especially about this.
And
who knows what the hell would happen? I mean, yes, everybody would cheer.
Go home, Wiggins.
No, it's not that. But who knows what one person might say? I just think if it's on brand for Andrew, it's just sneak in, sneak out, go home.
Yeah. Are you saying that they're going to boo because it rhymes with Andrew?
No, I'm not. They're not saying boo.
They're saying Andrew.
No, I'm not saying anything.
What they'll probably do, and this would be a lot more in keeping with Andrew Wiggins and his low-key personality, he'll already be in the second row behind the bench, and then during a timeout, they'll just cut and show him on the jumbo.
They might.
And then,
might not,
Andrew!
Might not even come out on the bench at all.
You're right.
Might not. Might watch this thing from the.
All I'm saying is it would be cool if he did.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
Totally.
You know what
And
I'm saying?
I don't know. Not that the fans need a lift, but that'd be a great way for the fans to welcome him back because 99% of the fans are of the correct mind of wherever you've been, we support you. We know we need you. We love you. We miss you. It's a small sliver of the fan base saying, oh, I bet you it was X, Y, and Z.
Well, I think important to note right now that the Golden State Warriors franchise has not said a word yet. They have not confirmed anything. They have not denied anything. They have not given you a plan. Anthony Slater came on with us earlier and told us there probably isn't a plan yet. The Warriors need to get with Andrew and see where he's at.
Celebrini.
Right? They got to formulate the physical approach to this whole thing. But the Warriors you haven't heard them come out today and issue a statement saying that Andrew Wiggins will be on the bench tomorrow, or that Andrew's back with the team, or that Andrew's starting to ramp up, or he's going to be reevaluated on Thursday, or you haven't heard anything. So I'm gonna operate under the idea that the Warriors are going to go into tomorrow night totally zipped lip. Now, Steve Kerr's going to get asked, obviously, pregame, postgame, so will the players. So I think that's the next thing that we're going to get is whatever they would like to say about it in that point. And my guess is it's going to be something along the lines of we're thrilled to see Andrew walk through the door, and now we're formulating a plan, and here we go.
And hopefully that happens tomorrow night in Steve's pregame avail.
Yeah, but I don't think it's a big celebration because they're like, well...
Rick's celebration. Oh, Rick Celebrini. It's Italian for celebration. I don't know if you knew that.
It's Italian for
a
celebration.
I want the restaurant quality.
Yeah, you do, and you deserve that. Hopefully it's tomorrow, and Steve says he's back, and we'll see him hopefully on Sunday.
We'll see you tomorrow. I want to thank Mike Yastrzemski and the Giants and Anthony Slater as well for hopping on the show today. Coming up next on The Game, it's the best of the game, an hour of 95.7 The Game's best content from the day, hosted by none other than Mark Grandy. That's it for us tonight. For the great Dan Dibley, I'm Mark Willard. And remember, shoot your shot. It's all you got.
On the floor.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network.
Go on.
Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions...